international schedule is already awaiting them with a tour to England and then Bangladesh, followed by home season where they will face West Indies and South Africa. The situation is calm but tense in Bengal after the widespread violence and mayhem over the WAQF Amendment Act. The apex court is set to hear the pleas and petitions challenging the law. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
The state of West Bengal is on the boil. The central forces are deployed, but the administration is inactive. And Hindu community is forced to flee. So far, the police have arrested 9 people and booked under various sections of BNS for rioting, vandalizing and damaging properties. Amid the political face-off over the WAQF Amendment Act, Congress leader and former Behrampur MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary visited violence-affected areas of Murshidabad and met the locals who lost their loved ones in the violence.
इससे दुखद बात और क्या हो सकता है। मैं यहाँ क्या खुद बासिंदा हूँ, यही यहाँ मैं इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेरा जन्म हुई, यहाँ बड़ा हुई है, यहाँ राजनीति किए हैं। इससे दुखद बात और कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। मुर्शिदाबाद ऐसा नहीं है। जिस तरीके के मुर्शिदाबाद के बारे में बाहर वर्णन किया जाते हैं, मुर्शिदाबाद वो नहीं है। यहाँ हिंदू मुसलमान हम लोग एक साथ मिल के बड़ा हुए हैं। ये कोई नहीं है, ये कोई बाहर से कोई अलग किस्म के तत्व आकर कोई घटना घटा सकते, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हमारे मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट कम्युनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट बन गए, ऐसा नहीं है।
Notably, on Tuesday, the situation was peaceful but tense in South 24 Parganas, Murshidabad and Bhangar. The politics over the issue is heating up. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee trivialized the incidents of violence that killed 3 people and displaced hundreds in the state.
সবাইকে বলবো, শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে গণতান্ত্রিক আন্দোলন করার অধিকার সকলের আছে উইথ পারমিশন, বাট প্লিজ দয়া করে সে যেই হোক, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, যেই বা হোক, আইন কখনো হাতে তুলে নেবেন না। আইনের জন্য তো আইনের রক্ষক আছে, আইনের ভক্ষক তো দরকার নেই। তাই আপনাদের অনুরোধ করব, কেউ কেউ প্ররোচনা দেবে কোনো ব্যাপারে, কিন্তু প্ররোচিত হবেন না। প্ররোচনার সময় যে মাথা ঠান্ডা রাখে সেই তো আসল জয় করে, তাই তো আসল জয় হয়।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath slammed Bengal Chief Minister over the abysmal state of law and order.
आप देख रहे होंगे बंगाल जल रहा है, वहां की मुख्यमंत्री चुप है, दंगाइयों को शांति दूत कहती है। पूरा मुर्शिदाबाद पिछले 1 सप्ताह से चल रहा है, सरकार मौन है। बहनों और भाइयों, इस प्रकार की अराजकता पे लगाम लगनी चाहिए।
The apex court is set to hear the petitions challenging the WAQF Amendment Act, and amidst all the mayhem and politics over the law, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court.
And viewers, getting you some updates coming in. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has launched a scathing attack on Pakistan for promoting terrorism. Speaking at an interactive session with students in Gujarat, Jaishankar said that the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks were a defining moment in India-Pakistan ties and that India's policy towards Pakistan has undergone a fundamental shift since 2014. Here's a full report. Take a look.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said that the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks were a turning point in India's relationship with Pakistan, driven by overwhelming public outrage over the killing of 175 people.
India has changed. I wish I could say Pakistan has changed. They unfortunately are in many ways continuing the bad habits.
Jaishankar didn't hold back in calling out Pakistan's continued role in cross-border terrorism, accusing it of sticking to its bad habits.
I would say the 26/11 Mumbai terrorist attack, I would regard it in many ways as the turning point. I think that was when Indian public opinion across political parties, average Indians said, this is now too much. The country cannot accept this kind of behavior from a neighbor. Now, I think that feeling was very, very strong in society. It may not have been entirely understood at that time by the government of the day. That's a different matter.
When asked why the government rarely speaks about Pakistan today, Jaishankar said India doesn't want to waste precious time on them. Jaishankar also said India's policy on Pakistan has shifted significantly since 2014, making it clear that acts of terrorism would invite consequences. Jaishankar also pointed to the contrast in progress, highlighting India's rise on the global stage while Pakistan struggled economically.
Now, what has happened also during this period? We have forged ahead. We have forged ahead economically, politically. Our standing in the world has gone up. I think they have, in a way, continued the old playbook.
Jaishankar also exposed Pakistan's diplomatic failures, particularly its double game with Taliban and the US, which eventually backfired.
Unfortunately, also what happened was, they were trying to extract something from Afghanistan, which was the Americans and the NATO were in Afghanistan. So Pakistan was playing a double game. It was with the Taliban and the Afghan, those opposed to the Americans, and it was also playing with. Now, every double game comes to an end. Ab unka bhi wahi hua. At some stage, the Americans said, "Ab bahut ho gaya, we are leaving." Now, when they left, the double game could not be sustained. So, whatever benefits they were getting out of the double game, that also went down.
The strong remarks came during Jaishankar's address to students in Gujarat, delivering a clear message about India's no-nonsense approach towards Pakistan.
The political showdown between the centre and the Tamil Nadu government has escalated sharply. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has announced the formation of a high-level committee to push for greater autonomy for the state, a move that has triggered sharp backlash from the BJP. While the DMK says it's about protecting Tamil Nadu rights, the BJP has slammed the resolution as a separatist act. Here's more.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has announced the formation of a high-level committee to explore measures for strengthening state autonomy. Addressing the Tamil Nadu Assembly, Stalin said that the committee will be headed by retired Supreme Court Judge Kurian Joseph. Stalin accused the centre of repeatedly encroaching on the rights of states. The panel will examine the centre-state relationship and recommend safeguards for Tamil Nadu's autonomy. The move comes amid a long-running standoff between the DMK and the centre, particularly over education issues like Tamil Nadu's demand for NEET exemption. The BJP wasted no time in lashing out, calling the resolution an act of division. As Stalin tabled the resolution, BJP MLAs led by Nayanar Nagendran staged a walkout in protest. Nagendran slammed the policy as a separatist act and added that it was an attempt to centralize authority within the party. Former BJP Tamil Nadu President Annamalai also sharpened the attack, accusing the DMK of trying to divide the nation. With tensions now peaking between the centre and the DMK, the big question is, will this renewed autonomy pitch deepen the political fault lines ahead of the elections?
Here is some updates coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We start off with the top updates coming in as PM Modi has called on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. The President's Secretariat confirmed in a post with official social media handle. The purpose of the meeting has not been disclosed officially. The meeting happened post-President's visit to Portugal and Slovakia. Asserting that WAQF Amendment Act will facilitate justice for everyone, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju said that the entire Muslim community cannot be blamed for some Muslim leaders who occupied WAQF properties. Rijiju said the WAQF Amendment Act is not targeted towards Muslims and a false narrative has been spread that the union government is against the community.
play vote bank politics. Please take a genuine and very rational step. I appeal to them, and in the floor of the House, I also made ardent appeal to them that please vote and support and ask your conscience. Don't play vote bank politics. So I had made an appeal to the Muslim community also. Don't become the vote bank for the communists and the Congress.
Delhi government has announced an increase in the minimum wages of workers in all categories. The revised wage rates are applicable from April 1st, 2025. As per the revised worker wages, the monthly wage of unskilled workers will now be rupees 18,456, while the workers with graduation and above will get rupees 24,356 per month, according to the Delhi government. This increase has been made with inflation in mind, which will provide financial relief for the workers. Much more coming up, viewers. We are live this morning. Businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband Robert Vadra will be questioned by the ED again today. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Vishal. After hearing about the Republic Positive Influencer program, I had sent my video to Republic. I made a video on how election campaign has changed in Bihar. How earlier when candidate had fewer resources, they used to win people's hearts without many showmanship. Many of them went to become major players in national politics. I made this video because I think we all know कि election में बहुत खर्चा होता है, पानी की तरह पैसा बहता है, शो ऑफ मॉडल भी चलता है, but without all these जनता का दिल जीता जा सकता है. So yes, and I am really hopeful that I will be Republic Positive influencer in the domain of citizen journalism.
Given the lack of attention by the rest of the national media to the systematic violence against Hindus in Bengal, for Hindus are really facing torture, trauma, and continuous incarceration in Bengal. Given all of this, Kolkata seems light years away from Lutyens to me. And given the absolute disregard for Hindu lives, because Hindu lives matter too, but not for Mamata Banerjee and her corrupt government, Murshidabad and Malda seem light years away from Nabanno, where she has her office in Kolkata. But I believe, and I've always believed, that pictures tell the story. And there are some frightening pictures from Malda and Murshidabad, Hindu families coming out of boats after fleeing Muslim majority Murshidabad in Bengal. These Hindus who are being forced to flee have faced so much torture in the hands of radicalized Muslims in Murshidabad that they have given up everything they had. And like another visual that also from Murshidabad shows, and there are two visual references I'm referring to. One is a sequence of families leaving in fright in the middle of the night. You see women holding small packets of rice in their hand, and that is all they have. That is all they have left. And then there is another visual of women holding small children in their hand. And then there are other visuals we have as well. From early in the morning, where on the banks of the river there are Hindu men with their wives and children, Hindu families, walking out towards the riverfront, attempting to simply survive, to simply live. But the pseudo-secular media in Delhi will not talk about it, and Mamata Banerjee does not care one bit. For Mamata Banerjee only wants the Muslim vote, the Muslim vote, the Muslim vote. And that's why her right-hand man, Firhad Hakim, says that all these things that I'm talking.
After hearing about Republic TV's Positive Influencer program, I had shared this video with Republic, which was about my mental health and self-growth podcast called Slow Down with Astha. India is facing a mental health epidemic like never before, and more people are struggling to find the right tools and resources to help themselves or their loved ones. The aim of my content is to break the stigma about these various mental health illnesses by spreading awareness and sharing insights from experts in this field. I am truly hopeful that I will be a Republic Positive influencer in the domain of mental and emotional health, and together create a lasting impact on the mental and emotional well-being of the people of India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we are live this morning, and I just want to take our viewers through some details before we go ahead. In this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain. You name it, and it's there. It's health or legal or affairs or maybe perhaps mindfulness or maybe even fitness or sports or geopolitics, travel, inspirational content and many, many more. Now the entries are open and we have already received hundreds of responses. So if you think you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for then? Just hurry up and apply on republicpositiveinfluencer.in. Let's now get started with the headlines. Businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband, Robert Vadra, will be questioned by the ED again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours in connection with a money laundering case. Calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced nationwide protests outside the ED office today. Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asudin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC said it will send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. US President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin is open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine after their third meeting in St. Petersburg. Viewers, businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the ED in the Shikopur land deal case. Now, grilled by agency for 6+ hours, and when confronted by Republic, Vadra displayed his arrogance. Here's more.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband and businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. The probe agency grilled Vadra for over 6 hours in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the Shikopur land deals in Haryana. Vadra didn't appear before the ED when summoned on April 8th for interrogations. Interestingly, Vadra called the ED summon a political vendetta and said that the ED has been raking up cases against him even after spending hours earlier during questioning. When confronted by Republic TV, Vadra chose to evade tough and pointed questions.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular?
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going?
Straight and right. So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents, and that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Vadra, please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on air?
Because we were organizing ourselves for to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summons?
Nobody's evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now. Let's look at now.
What next are you expecting? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
While leaving the ED office after interrogation, Vadra was confronted again. Spooked by Republic's mic, Vadra asked his bodyguard to not let the correspondent approach him.
Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say?
इनको आने मत दो, इनको मत आने दो.
Sir, आपको साइड हो जाइए.
The Congress has announced nationwide protest against the alleged political vendetta and alleged misuse of agencies. Robert Vadra is also expected to face the ED grilling today again. The big question is, will Robert Vadra finally face the bars for corruption?
And the Supreme Court would hear today a batch of petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asudin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. The amended law has now drawn criticism from several political leaders, religious organizations and civil rights groups who argued that it infringes on fundamental rights and alters the character of the WAQF properties. I want to go across to our colleague who's joining us right now, Riyanka. Riyanka, the Supreme Court is going to hear so many petitions today challenging the WAQF Amendment Act. And this is going to be a long list of petitions. We can expect the petition of Asudin Owaisi to be one of those petitions as well. If you could take our viewers today is coming in, and what can we expect next now in this story?
That's right, Shivangi. We have in fact seen that there has been a huge opposition and a huge leg of protests around the country over the WAQF Amendment Bill, in fact, which has now turned into an act after the assent from the President. Now, what we see that there have been several petitions that were in fact filed in the Supreme Court, above 10 petitions that were in fact filed in the Supreme Court, which demanded that there has to be a hearing. They said that this particular, bill is controversial and it is unconstitutional and it is discriminatory for the Muslims. Now today the Supreme Court at around 2 p.m. is what we're understanding will be hearing all the petition. That also includes one of the petition of AIMIM Chief Asudin Owaisi, who continues to maintain that it is an unconstitutional law brought in order to discriminate against the Muslims and take away their federal rights. On the other hand, we have also seen that there have been several petitions filed from the side of All India Muslim Personal Law Board, Jamaat-ul Ulema, as well as several opposition parties, including there have been petitions from the Congress, from the Aam Aadmi Party. So all these will be taken up together at around 2 p.m. A 3-judge bench of the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, will be, listening to all these petitions. Although the Supreme Court had earlier said that they will not trespass into the matters, of the legislator, but it being the topmost authority will, in fact, has decided to look up into the matter, because there has been several petitions which have been filed. There has been widespread protest. One of such which had happened in West Bengal, wherein 3 people had died. So situation is already grim across the country over the WAQF Amendment Bill. So which is why the Supreme Court today at around 2 p.m. will be taking note and hearing. And it is very important as we keep an eye on all the important observations that the Supreme Court has. What will happen next is something we need to see, whether the Supreme Court comes in favor of, whether it is a relief for all those who have, filed petitions, or whether it is a win-win situation for the government. That is something that needs to be, observed after 2 p.m. when the bench hears all the matters.
All right, thank you for joining us, Riyanka, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we will follow the story the entire day today. We move ahead right now, viewers, where in Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal, the district administration has launched a massive crackdown on illegal encroachments near the Sharif Dargah. And bulldozers were brought in to free nearly 40 bighas of pond land. An illegally run hospital has also been sealed. This action comes amid an ongoing probe into alleged misuse of WAQF land.
In a major anti-encroachment drive, officials in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal district have freed 40 bighas of pond land near the Janeta Sharif Dargah. Bulldozers were deployed early in the morning to demolish illegal structures on government land.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं संभल के जनेटा गांव में, जहां पर एक तालाब है और तालाब के आसपास जो 40 बीघा ज़मीन है, उस ज़मीन पर अवैध कब्जा था, खेती हो रही थी। और ये बुलडोज़र से हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, ये जेसीबी से खुदाई की जा रही है और यहाँ जो बाउंड्री जो पैमाइश और नापी की गई है, उस बाउंड्री को अब निशान बनाया जा रहा है। जेसीबी से खुदाई करके देखा जा रहा है कि अब यहाँ तक तालाब का हिस्सा था, तो वहाँ पर एक दरगाह है और वो मस्जिद है। उस मामले को लेकर जब शिकायत की गई और उस शिकायत में ये बताया गया कि ये जो वक्फ के नाम पर अवैध संपत्ति है वो कब्जा किया गया है। फिर उसके बाद जांच की गई, जांच में फिर इसके पीछे तालाब को लेकर, तालाब की ज़मीन को लेकर भी नापी की गई। तो तालाब की फ़िलहाल अवैध कब्जे को मुक्त कराया जा रहा है। उसके बाद फिर वक्फ की ज़मीन के नाम पर जो अवैध कब्जा का आरोप है, उसकी भी जांच की जाएगी।
During the operation, a hospital running without legal permission was found on the premises. It was immediately sealed by the administration. Authorities are now investigating the alleged misuse of Waqf land in the area. The land records show no recognized caretaker for years, raising concerns about unauthorized control. The administration has also ordered a probe into financial transactions linked to the Dargah and has assured continued action against all illegal occupation.
धीरेन्द्र जी, अब तक पूरी दिन भर की जांच में क्या निष्कर्ष निकला?
जो तालाब की भूमि पर कब्जा था उसको कब्जा मुक्त करा लिया गया, और जहां तक दरगाह में वक्फ संपत्ति और मुतवल्ली का प्रश्न है, उसकी हमने और एसडीएम महोदया ने जांच कर ली है। उसकी रिपोर्ट डीएम साहब को भेजेंगे। डीएम साहब दोनों पक्षों की सुनवाई करने के बाद ही उस पर निर्णय करेंगे। इन लोगों का कहना है कि वो मेरी संपत्ति है और रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड कहता है कि वह आबादी और दरगाह के नाम से दर्ज है। तो अब इस पर निर्णय डीएम साहब करेंगे, दोनों पक्षों को सुन।
अवैध कब्जा नहीं है ना?
इस पर किसी का अवैध कब्जा नहीं पाया गया।
Crackdown is part of a wider push to reclaim public land and ensure transparency in the management of religious properties.
Condemning the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet against its leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case, the Congress has now announced a nationwide protest today. That the protest will be held in front of the offices of the ED and other central government agencies across the country. All the senior party leaders, including MLAs, MPs and office bearers of frontal organizations and Congress workers, will participate in the state-level protests. So Congress will be staging this protest today, later on. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Piyush is joining us live. And Piyush, this is going to be very important given the fact the kind of pressure the Congress is in right now, completely on the back foot. And they are going to hold a protest today. If you could take our viewers through where this protest will be held and who will be helming the protest.
So yes, good morning Shivangi, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And taking into consideration that the Enforcement Directorate now has charged the Gandhi family, specifically Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and also Sonia Gandhi in the Associated Journals Limited case, the company that owns actually the National Herald, and all the properties in that way have been also seized by the Enforcement Directorate. In order to exert pressure, the Congress party today plans that it is going to be holding protest, a massive protest at several Enforcement Directorate offices. And this protest also comes at a time when Robert Vadra also has been summoned at the same very office where I'm reporting from today for his reported role of being involved in some dubious dealings as far as the purchase and then subsequently selling the Shigopur land property with a prime real estate company is concerned. So yes, today it is believed that there are going to be protests that are going to be organized in several parts of the country, as has been claimed by the Congress party over here in the national capital at around 10 a.m. The Congress workers have been asked to assemble over here at the All India Congress Committee office, which is at the Akbar Road. But once again, you can see that what kind of confusion prevails over here in the party. Just yesterday, it was announced that the Indian Youth Congress is going to be holding a protest at around 3 p.m. But that was deferred, and then it was decided that it's going to be doing the protest along with the other party members. So yes, even though the Congress claims that it is going to be holding massive protests in several parts of the country to the Enforcement Directorate, there are still a lot of confusion of how this exactly is going to pan out. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you, Piyush, as we track those developments coming in. But we move ahead right now, viewers. And before we shift our focus to other stories, let's remind you that the Positive Influencers program is now live on www.republicworld.com. The entries are open. All you have to do is log on to www.republicworld.com, click on the Positive Influencers page, and then click on apply. 3 easy steps that can be a staircase to your moment of fame. So go ahead and take that shot. And we move ahead right now, viewers. The situation is calm but tense in Bengal after widespread violence and mayhem over the WAQF Amendment Act. The apex court is set to hear the pleas and petitions challenging the law. Take a look.
The state of West Bengal is on the boil. The central forces are deployed, but the administration is inactive. And Hindu community is forced to flee. So far, the police have arrested 9 people and booked under various sections of BNS for rioting, vandalizing and damaging properties. Amid the political face-off over the WAQF Amendment Act, Congress leader and former Behrampur MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary visited violence-affected areas of Murshidabad and met the locals who lost their loved ones in the violence.
इससे दुखद बात और क्या हो सकता है। मैं यहाँ क्या खुद बासिंदा हूँ, यही यहाँ मैं इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेरा जन्म हुई, यहाँ बड़ा हुई है, यहाँ राजनीति किए हैं। इससे दुखद बात और कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। मुर्शिदाबाद ऐसा नहीं है। जिस तरीके की मुर्शिदाबाद के बारे में बाहर वर्णन किया जाते हैं, मुर्शिदाबाद वो नहीं है। यहाँ हिंदू मुसलमान हम लोग एक साथ मिल के बड़ा हुए हैं। ये कोई नहीं है, ये कोई बाहर से कोई अलग किस्म के तत्व आकर कोई घटना घटा सकते, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हमारे मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट कम्युनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट बन गए, ऐसा नहीं है।
Notably, on Tuesday, the situation was peaceful but tense in South 24 Parganas, Murshidabad and Bhangar. The politics over the issue is heating up. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee trivialized the incidents of violence that killed 3 people and displaced hundreds in the state.
সবাইকে বলবো, শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে গণতান্ত্রিক আন্দোলন করার অধিকার সকলের আছে উইথ পারমিশন, বাট প্লিজ দয়া করে সে যেই হোক, এ বি সি ডি ই এফ জি এই যেই বা হোক, আইন কখনো হাতে তুলে নেবেন না। আইনের জন্য তো আইনের রক্ষক আছে, আইনের ভক্ষক তো দরকার নেই। তাই আপনাদের অনুরোধ করব, কেউ কেউ প্ররোচনা দেবে কোনো ব্যাপারে, কিন্তু প্ররোচিত হবেন না। প্ররোচনার সময় যে মাথা ঠান্ডা রাখে সেই তো আসল জয় করে, তাই তো আসল জয় হয়।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath slammed Bengal Chief Minister over the abysmal state of law and order.
आप देख रहे होंगे बंगाल जल रहा है, वहां की मुख्यमंत्री चुप है, दंगाइयों को शांति दूत कहती है। पूरा मुर्शिदाबाद पिछले 1 सप्ताह से चल रहा है, सरकार मौन है। बहनों और भाइयों, इस प्रकार की अराजकता पे लगाम लगनी चाहिए।
The apex court is set to hear the petitions challenging the WAQF Amendment Act, and amidst all the mayhem and politics over the law, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court.
Tensions are running high in Tamil Nadu's Vellore district after the WAQF board claimed to an entire village, that is right, declaring it as a WAQF property. Shocking notices were issued to around 150 families. And they were asked to either vacate or start paying rent to a local dargah. In fact, this move has triggered so many protests and raised serious concerns about the alleged WAQF land encroachments, which we have been seeing in many states for the past few years. Take a look at this report.
Tensions flared up in Vellore's Kattukolai village after 150 families received eviction notices from the WAQF board, declaring the entire village as WAQF land. The letter asked the villagers to either vacate the land immediately or start paying rent to the dargah, warning of bulldozer action if they failed to comply. The frightened villagers approached the district collector, who has now ordered a full inquiry into the matter. Hindu Munani leaders, along with local residents, led a protest demanding immediate government intervention.
It is a kind of a reform act, so to avoid all this kind of a conflict of interest. So now the people who are bringing those incidents or the claim about the property, now the people would realize that what our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is bringing this back only for the welfare of the people.
As the situation escalated, the villagers approached to the collector, who assured a thorough inquiry into the matter. However, the head of masjid in the area said the villagers are already aware that the land belongs to the WAQF and that the government records show that the land was claimed by WAQF in 1954.
I have been hereditary Mutoli from the past 4 years. Actually, I have given a notice to the village peoples who are residing there in our WAQF. It is because I am claiming because of I am having all the records which belongs to our WAQF. It shows that from the year 1954 itself, that is from the government of Tamil Nadu Gazette, it has been mentioned that the mentioned property that belongs to our WAQF.
With pressure mounting and protests growing louder, the big question is, will the DMK government act against WAQF land grabs?
All right, let's go across to my colleague joining us, Sharada, joining us live from Vellore, from that same village where the WAQF board has claimed the entire village, asking villagers to pay rent and also pay tax for the dargah. And this is coming in as we have seen so many instances, Sharada, in the past few months now in different states, Karnataka, for example, other places, other states, where WAQF is claiming land of innocent farmers or villagers. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in, and what are the villagers saying? Have they spoken to you? What are they saying about this?
Well, this is not the first village in Tamil Nadu that is being claimed by the WAQF board. After Tiruchendurai near Madurai, now this village called the Katukalai near Vellore is being claimed as the land which is by the WAQF board in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, the state government is yet to react to these two claims made by the WAQF board. So we spoke to the people here yesterday, last night. So everybody is saying that they've been living here for almost 6 to 7 generations, and that the entire village almost has 120 families with around 150 people living here, and around these people have been here living here for almost 6 to 7 generations, and that they've been paying property tax, water tax, electricity, and even taken pattas for particular lands from the government offices. However, now for the past 2 years, back in 2022, when Syed Saddam took over the masjid in this particular area, he had stopped any pattas to be given from the government office because he submitted a paper stating that following the 1954, the land was given to the WAQF board because of resettlements in this area, and that following which the land was completely under the masjid rules. And the people here know about this. Our people here state that though they knew that the land was belonging to the masjid, Syed's father, who actually owned the place, did not ask them for the rent or did not ask them to pay for tax. Now with Syed taking up the role as the head of the masjid, and with the new law coming in with the WAQF amendment bill, Syed speaking to us stated that even if the DMK does not agree to implement WAQF amendment in the state, at the end of the day, the central government would move to the collectorate asking them to impose this particular law, and he fears that he might lose this land. And that's why he's been giving out papers of notice of evictions to the people here, stating that if they do not leave here within 7 days or agree to pay the tax, they would be evicted very soon from this particular village. However, what we can also notice is that the Hindu People Front leader speaking to us also said that Syed early registered his masjid in 2022, and he should have moved to the court directly and asked the government to have handled the people and not go door by door giving these eviction notices to the people here.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Sharada. I will be coming back to you for more on the story the entire day today. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates coming in, and we put a focus on fugitive diamond heir Mehul Choksi, who's wanted in the 13,000 crore PNB scam, is once again trying to delay his extradition to India. In a desperate move, Choksi has submitted a questionable medical certificate citing blood cancer, raising eyebrows over its authenticity. Meanwhile, in a major twist, Republic has accessed documents that expose serious discrepancies in the legal filings. Take a look.
Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi is back in the headlines, this time for submitting a medical certificate from a general physician in Antwerp, claiming he's suffering from blood cancer and is unfit to travel. The certificate accessed exclusively by Republic has not been verified by a specialist, casting doubts on its legitimacy and raising serious concerns about whether Indian courts are being misled. The legal counsel of Choksi has come on record saying Choksi filed the application independently without their knowledge.
Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore PNB scam, continues to evade Indian authorities. We are currently outside Choksi's residence in Antwerp, where he was living with his wife before he fled the country. This residence behind me is now under scrutiny as investigators trace his financial and personal trail across borders. Back in India, multiple agencies, including the CBI and ED, are actively pursuing legal actions to bring him to justice. His disappearance from Antigua in 2021 and reappearance in Dominica raised further suspicion about his international network.
As India continues its efforts to bring him back, Mehul Choksi's delaying tactics appear to be unraveling under scrutiny from both Indian agencies and international legal circles.
So coming up, viewers, we'll put a focus also on some of the stories coming in when it comes to the world of business, finance and economy. The global electric vehicle boom is charging ahead despite mounting trade tensions and policy uncertainty. Stay tuned.
मैंने रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुना तो मुझे लगा कि एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है कि मैं अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मैंने रिपब्लिक को 2 वीडियो भेजे, जिसमें एक वीडियो वॉक थ्रू का था जो ओखला की गड्ढों से बड़ी सड़कों के ऊपर था, वहीं दूसरा वीडियो एक न्यूज़ एंकरिंग का सैंपल था। इन वीडियो के पीछे मेरी सोच यही थी कि मैं अपने आसपास की जो भी चीज़ें हैं उन्हें एक नए नज़रिए से लोगों को दिखा सकूं और कुछ काम की बात उन लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैं रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर बनूंगी और एक जिम्मेदार सिटीजन जर्नलिस्ट की तरह समाज की सही और सच्ची तस्वीरें लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूंगी, क्योंकि बदलाव वहीं से शुरू होता है जहां एक आम इंसान अपनी बात कहने की हिम्मत रखता है। धन्यवाद।
No, I'm not jumping the gun. I truly believe that if there's one government which is going to bring back Mehul Choksi, it is going to be only and only the Modi government. And remember, viewers, I've always been saying it. All of them will come back. Mehul Choksi is going to come back now very soon. And then we are going to get Nirav Modi. We're going to drag him back by the scruff of his neck. And then we are going to get Vijay Mallya, the fugitive Vijay Mallya, the runaway Vijay Mallya, the Vijay Mallya who should be eating prison food in a prison cell in India. Don't worry, Vijay, we're going to get you too. You're also going to come back. Anyway, you lost a big case, I'm told, in court in the United Kingdom where you're hiding with all your ill-gotten money. So we're going to get you too, Vijay Mallya. Now, to all the people who have always said, no, the Modi government's not done enough to get Mehul Choksi back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehul Choksi himself claimed that 2 persons allegedly from the Research and Analysis Wing, India's external intelligence agency, RAW, abducted him from Antigua in 2021 and he was forcibly taken to Dominica. Now, okay, even if we assumed it was a botched up RAW operation, you have to agree it was a RAW operation. Would all the people in Lutyens agree or not that it was a RAW operation? What does this prove? This essentially proves one thing and only one thing, ladies and gentlemen, and that is that India has been trying to get him back. Okay, maybe they didn't try this way, but they've got him this way. Now, government has been tracking Choksi. They knew Choksi has family in Belgium. His wife has Belgian nationality. And in 2020, the Modi government, in its second term, cleared the extradition treaty between India and Belgium. This covers financial crimes, taxation and revenue aspects. This
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you latest coming in. Let's start with the top headlines for tracking right now as we track back-to-back updates coming in this Wednesday morning. Businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband Robert Vadra will be questioned by the ED again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours on Tuesday in connection with the money laundering case. Calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi the National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced a nationwide protest outside ED office today. Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asudin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC said it will send a team from its investigation division to conduct the on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. US President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin is open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine after the third meeting in St. Petersburg. Viewers, a global electric vehicle boom is charging ahead despite mounting trade tensions and policy uncertainty. In March alone, EV and plug-in hybrid sales surged 29% year-on-year, reaching a record 1.7 million units. China led the pack, followed by strong growth in Europe, while North America posted modest gains.
Global sales of electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles rose 29% in March 2025 compared to the same month last year. The global sales frenzy was largely fueled by rising demand in China and European markets. Meanwhile, growth in the US and Canada remained modest due to trade tensions and political uncertainty. Around 1.7 million electric vehicles were sold worldwide in March alone, with China leading the market with nearly 1 million sales, a 36% increase on year-to-year basis. Europe followed with a 24% rise, selling about 400,000 EVs with growth support by stricter emission norms in countries like Germany, Italy and the UK. North America recorded a 12% increase, reaching around 200,000 units. In India, electric vehicle sales jumped significantly in March, with total EV registration standing at 203,253 units, up from 139,938 units in February. Electric two-wheeler sales saw the biggest jump, climbing from 76,583 units in February to 130,375 units in March. Electric car sales also grew steadily, with 12,356 units sold in March 2025 compared to 9,792 during the same month last year, a 26% year-on-year increase. While navigating 25% auto tariff remains a key challenge for most automakers, especially in the US, most markets are now turning towards China-made EVs or turning to Mexico as a production hub.
Here are some updates coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. We put a focus on other business stories that we are tracking. US imports prices declined for the first time in 6 months, offering a glimmer of relief in the fight against inflation. A 0.1% drop in March, fueled by falling fuel costs, suggests the price pressures may be easing for now, but the reprieve could be short-lived as President Donald Trump's newly announced 25% tariffs raise fears of fresh inflation surge, complicating the economic outlook and placing new pressure on the Federal Reserve. Nissan is cutting production of its top-selling US model, the Rogue SUV, by 13,000 units at its Kyushu plant in Japan, as Donald Trump's sweeping 25% auto tariffs begin to bite. The move highlights the deepening ripple effects of President Trump's controversial 25% tariff on cars built overseas, as tariffs wreak havoc on global automakers. Nissan plans a 13,000 vehicle reduction in Rogue production from May to July. This cut represents over 25% of the 62,000 units sold in the US during the first quarter of 2025. Morgan Stanley has trimmed its year-end target for the BSE Sensex from 92,000 to 82,000, reflecting a more cautious outlook amid global headwinds. Despite the downgrade, the new projection still signals a potential 9% upside from current levels, underpinned by continued investor confidence in India's resilient economic fundamentals, stable policy environment, and medium-term growth trajectory. The firm also revised its GDP growth forecast for the year 2026 and 2027, while lowering earnings estimated by 13%, citing global macro pressures. Yet, with inflation expected to remain benign around 4%, and Indian markets going ahead and rallying on positive global cues, sentiment remains broadly constructive. The global electric vehicle boom accelerated in March, with sales soaring 29% year-on-year to 1.7 million units. Despite ongoing trade tensions and policy uncertainty, strong demand in China and Europe powered the growth, while India posted its highest ever monthly EV sales. China led the charge with nearly 1 million units sold, while Europe saw a 24% jump to 400,000 units. North American growth was more modest at 12% as US automakers grapple with rising costs from tariffs. Meanwhile, India's EV market continued to gain momentum, registering over 2 lakh units in March. India's stock market roared back to life on Tuesday, with the NSE Nifty 50 surging 22.4% to close above its April 2nd level, making it the first major global equity index to fully recover from US tariff-driven sell-off earlier this month. The sharp rebound, fueled by strong domestic fundamentals and easing trade tensions, sets India apart as global markets continue to struggle under pressure, with the Nifty Auto Index rallying 3.3%. Analysts say India's low export dependency and proactive diplomacy are cushioning it from global trade shock. A major diplomatic development may be underway, one that could potentially bring the brutal Russia-Ukraine war to a halt. US President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg last Friday. Witkoff, who's one of Trump's senior diplomats, is signaling that a peace deal may be within reach, even as skepticism grows in Kiev and across Europe.
US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has now said that Russian President Vladimir Putin was open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine. Speaking in a televised interview, Witkoff described his talk with Putin as compelling after 5 hours of negotiations. Witkoff now might be potentially hinting towards an emerging deal that could potentially halt the Russia-Ukraine war. In an earlier development, Putin met Witkoff in St. Petersburg last Friday amid the Trump administration's push to end the 3-year war. Witkoff's comment followed Trump's Monday statement, in which he labeled the Ukraine conflict as Biden's war and once again claimed that Ukrainian President Zelensky bore responsibility for initiating the crisis. Significantly, Witkoff was the first high-ranking US diplomat to travel to Russia and hold talks with President Putin since the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. However, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warned that agreeing terms on the deal is not an easy affair. Amid this, Ukraine and its European partners have urged Washington to remain wary of Moscow's stalling strategies aimed at postponing the ceasefire agreement. Friday's meeting was the third between Russia and the US since Trump returned to the White House in January.
The White House has demanded a formal apology from Harvard University for what it called egregious anti-Semitism on campus, escalating a showdown over the student activism and federal oversight. The sharp move, the administration announced it is freezing over $2.2 billion in grants and $60 billion in contracts after Harvard publicly defied demands to curb campus protests, setting the stage for a legal and political clash over academic independence. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrived in Kuala Lumpur on Tuesday for a state visit aiming to deepen strategic ties and usher in a new golden 50 years of China-Malaysia relations. Welcome with traditional drum performances and a festive lion dance, Xi was received by Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and senior officials at the invitation of Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made an unannounced visit to troops in northern Gaza on Tuesday. His visit comes as Netanyahu faces growing domestic pressure from hostage families, urging a ceasefire deal, and far-right allies demanding continued military action. Meanwhile, Gaza's death toll has surpassed 51,000, according to local health officials, as Israel intensifies its offensive and aid remains blocked from the besieged territory. A Ukrainian drone attack on the Russian city of Kursk killed one woman and injured 9 others on Tuesday, according to regional officials. Russia's defense ministry said air defenses shot down 115 Ukrainian drones across 5 regions, with 109 intercepted over Kursk alone. Russian investigative committee alleged the drones were equipped with shrapnel designed to inflict maximum civilian harm. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said negotiations with US over mineral deal are moving in a positive direction, with more details to come once talks are finalized. Speaking at a press conference alongside visiting NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte, Zelensky also firmly rejected any suggestion of ceding territory to Russia, calling recent remarks by US envoy Steve Witkoff about resolving the so-called 5 territories a red line for Ukraine. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. We put a focus on the world of showbiz, entertainment, glamour, Hollywood, Bollywood, and the world of digital media and much more. Let's get started. Comedian Samir Raina and all 5 panelists of India's Got Laid show, including Ranveer Labadia, Purva Mukhija, Jaspreet Singh, Ashish Chanchalani, appeared before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell to record their statements. The controversy erupted when clips from an episode featuring Raina, Beer Biceps, and Rebel Kera Purva Mukhija, Ashish Chanchalani sparked nationwide outrage over lewd and perverted content. Kim Kardashian will testify in person at the upcoming French trial over a 2016 episode in Paris in which armed robbers allegedly tied her up, locked her in a bathroom while they stole millions of dollars worth of jewelry, her lawyer said. 10 suspects are going on trial in Paris between April 28th and May 23rd. In the case, the October robbery took place in a Paris apartment where Kardashian was staying for Paris Fashion Week. Jury selection is set to begin on Tuesday in Harvey Weinstein's retrial in New York. The last time a New York jury sat in judgment of him, the ex-movie studio boss was convicted for rape and sentenced to 23 years in prison. But New York's highest court overturned the conviction. He's being retried in 2 charges from his original trial. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter is set to have an all-new Wizard World. HBO has announced that the first casting who are chosen to portray Hogwarts' most iconic faculty members. John Lithgow will portray Albus Dumbledore, Janet McTeer will take on Minerva McGonagall, and other characters will also play Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid, Professor Quirrell, and many more. Viewers, before we shift our focus to the other stories that we're tracking, let's remind you that the Positive Influencers program is now live on www.republicworld.com. The entries are open. All you have to do is just log in to this link on your screen. Click on the Positive Influencers page and then click on Apply. 3 easy steps that can be a staircase to your moment of fame. So go right ahead and take that shot. And now we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's put a focus on what is happening in the world of sports. And let's go ahead to the first story coming in. Punjab Kings defended the lowest ever total in Indian Premier League history as they beat Kolkata Knight Riders by 16 runs in a thrilling match. Chasing 112 for a win, KKR were comfortably placed at 71 for 3 in 9.1 overs, but they suffered a sensational collapse to be bowled out for 95 in 15.1 overs. KKR lost 7 wickets and scored just 24 runs in 6 overs after that. The Mumbai Cricket Association named a stand each after incumbent India Test captain Rohit Sharma, former skipper Vadekar, and ex-BCCI president Sharad Pawar here at the Wankhede Stadium. Now, the decision to name the stands were taken during MCA's annual general meeting. As per the resolution passed, we see that the level 3 of the pavilion will now be known as the Rohit Sharma stand. Mirabai is the only second Indian weightlifter to win the medal at the Olympic Games. Manipur-born won. Team India will tour Bangladesh after the conclusion of the England tour in August. The schedule for this same has been unveiled as India and Bangladesh will lock horns in 6 white ball managing matches in August. All the Indian players are currently featuring in the ongoing edition of the Indian Premier League. However, hectic international schedule is already awaiting them with a tour to England and then Bangladesh, followed by the home season where they will face West Indies and South Africa. But coming up right up, a political showdown between the centre and the Tamil Nadu government has escalated sharply. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
So the FBI had arrested this duo in 2009, right? When they were now actively planning an attack on a Danish office. You know, this David Headley was an informant, was one of the sources of the FBI and the Customs Department in the United States. So they were in full know about the planning of 26/11. The sad fact is that apart from very vague hints and general warnings, no attack plans were shared. These people were not put under arrest preemptively, etc., which is slightly confusing as to why this was not done. But when a European office, media office was to be attacked, immediately preemptive action was taken and both the duo were arrested. Now, David Headley, being an informant, being a resource of the intelligence agencies in the United States, you know, was not handed over to India. But his testimony was taken on video and presented to the courts here, right? And in this testimony, he has fully nailed Tahabur Rana as the brains behind this, who was in direct contact with Major Iqbal of the ISI, right? This man is this man was an American agent. So David Headley was an American agent, and hence they did not want to part with him. They said he had already been punished. He was serving lifelong sentence, and that he could not be extradited to India for various reasons. But the simple fact is that we had put in the request for the extradition of Tahabur Rana in 2019. This was done by the Modi government. The ISI spent.
Viewers, the ED has filed a charge sheet against Congress MP Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Sam Pitroda, the party's overseas unit chief, in the alleged National Herald money laundering case. A special court fixed April 25th as a hearing date. Take a look.
Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Robert Vadra, the son-in-law of Sonia Gandhi, has been embroiled in a money laundering case. The ED summoned him on Tuesday morning.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going?
Straight and right.
So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents, and that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on it?
Because we were organizing ourselves for to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summons?
Nobody is evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now. Let's look at now.
What next are you expecting? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
It has been alleged that Vadra got a super sweet deal when Congress was in power between 2004 and 2014. 7 crore investment turned into over 50 crore. But that was just the beginning. Republic tried second time to ask Vadra the uncomfortable question.
Mr. Vadra.
Listen. I'll talk later on in the evening. There's no point talking right now. I have a time. If I'm not there on time, they will be upset with me. It doesn't work, right?
Mr. Vadra, why is an attempt of incorporation? Mr. Vadra,
Robert Vadra was quizzed for over 6 hours by the Enforcement Directorate. The crux of the ED line of questioning is what Republic has been exposing for nearly 8 years now.
Outrageous. For the first time, Republic gets you details about how Robert Vadra used the son-in-law card. It's a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. We come to know how to get land approval. He used the name of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. I read out for part 2 of our series from page 104 of the Dhingra report. It says, Shri Hitesh Sharma, who had been given the report in his testimony before the commission, has stated that Robert Vadra was the son-in-law of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Since he was a VIP, he had the capacity to build the colony. His report was approved by the CTP Shri Dhare Singh and Shri S.S. Dhillon, DTCP, and by the then Chief Minister. The status of the applicant seemed to be a significant factor to determine the capacity of the applicant.
Watch this, how Vadra sees the Republic logo and says, "Inko mat aane do."
Hours of questioning, sir.
इनको आने मत दो, इनको मत आने दो.
सर आपको साइड हो जाइए. Hours of questioning, sir.
इनको आने मत दो, इनको मत आने दो.
The kind of response which the media got from Vadra in 2014.
How would you comment on Haryana government threatening to, investigate all the land dealings?
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
These questions
Idiot, it's a mistake.
Sir, these questions are being asked.
From Robert Vadra to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, it's time for reckoning. Deals from Skylight to National Herald are haunting the Congress now. Both Rahul and Sonia have been charge sheeted in the National Herald case. After years of investigation, Rahul and Sonia are now accused number 1 and accused number 2 in the National Herald case. A case study of how 50 lakhs became 2,000 crore of Vadra Gandhi family assets.
There was a government of the Congress party in Haryana. It seems he was able to get that land use changed and he sold it further for 58 crores. That's what the media has reported. So the crux of the issue is 7.5 crores becoming 58 crores. So the first question that comes is, was a benefit taken, any undue benefit taken from the fact that the government were common to both the centre and the state?
The moot point remains. Will the law catch up with the Gandhis now?
But coming up, viewers, we'll put a focus on other stories coming in. Especially, we'll talk about in UP Sambhal, the district administration has launched a massive crackdown on illegal encroachments near the Dargah. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
Viewers, before we head into a break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you the Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving a phenomenal response from the field of defense to sports to mindfulness. Every category has been flooded, and if you think you have it in you to change the narrative and become a positive influencer, you can apply at republicpositiveinfluencer.in and you can be the next big thing on the internet.
रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुनने के बाद मैंने उन्हें ये कहानी भेजी जिसमें मैं वीरम देव और फिरोजा के बारे में बता रहा हूँ कि कैसे जालोर के एक राजकुमार ने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की बेटी को शादी के लिए मना कर दिया और उसकी जगह उन्होंने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी से युद्ध लड़ना स्वीकार किया। ये जानते हुए कि अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की सेना इतनी विशाल है जिसके सामने वे शायद ही टिक पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने सर कटाना स्वीकार किया, सर झुकाने की जगह। राजस्थान की मिट्टी ही ऐसी है जो हर बार ऐसे वीर सपूतों को जन्म देती है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों को बताऊं कि कैसे 500 सालों तक राजस्थान की ही मिट्टी के वो वीर सपूत थे जिन्होंने आक्रमणकारियों को भारत पर कब्जा करने से रोका, उन्हें भारत को गुलाम बनाने से रोका, लेकिन इतिहास उसके बारे में नहीं बताता है। अब मैं लास्टली उम्मीद करता हूं कि रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के हिस्ट्री और हेरिटेज के डोमेन में मैं सेलेक्ट होऊंगा ताकि आप लोगों को राजस्थान और भारत के अनसंग वॉरियर्स के बारे में बता सकूंगा। थैंक यू।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
Hi, my name is Vishal. After hearing about the Republic Positive Influencer program, I had sent my video to Republic. I made a video on how election campaign has changed in Bihar. How earlier when candidate had fewer resources, they used to win people's hearts without many showmanship. Many of them went to become major players in national politics. I made this video because I think we all know कि election में बहुत खर्चा होता है, पानी की तरह पैसा बहता है, शो ऑफ मॉडल भी चलता है, but without all these जनता का दिल जीता जा सकता है. So yes, and I am really hopeful that I will be Republic Positive influencer in the domain of citizen journalism.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content. This is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain. You name it and it's there. Health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content and many more. The entries are open now and we have already received hundreds of response. So if you think that you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply for Republic Positive Influencers program. Now get started with the headlines. Businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband Robert Vadra will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours on Tuesday in connection with a money laundering case. Calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced nationwide protests outside ED offices today. The Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one on AIMIM leader Asasuddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC said it will send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin is open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine after their third meeting in the St. Petersburg. Well, viewers, in Uttar Pradesh's Sambhal district, the administration has launched a massive crackdown on illegal encroachment near the Janat Sharif Dargah. Bulldozers were brought in to make sure that all the illegal encroachments, specifically near 40 bighas of pond land and illegally run hospital, has also been sealed. The action comes amid an ongoing probe into alleged misuse of WAQF land. Take a look at this report.
In a major anti-encroachment drive, officials in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal district have freed 40 bighas of pond land near the Janata Sharif Dargah. Bulldozers were deployed early in the morning to demolish illegal structures on government land.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं संभल के जनेटा गांव में, जहां पर एक तालाब है और तालाब के आसपास जो 40 बीघा जमीन है, उस जमीन पर अवैध कब्जा था, खेती हो रही थी और ये बुलडोजर से हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। ये जेसीबी से खुदाई की जा रही है और यहाँ जो बाउंड्री जो पैमाइश और नापी की गई है, उस बाउंड्री को अब निशान बनाया जा रहा है। जेसीबी से खुदाई करके देखा जा रहा है कि अब यहाँ तक तालाब का हिस्सा था, तो वहाँ पर एक दरगाह है और वो मस्जिद है। उस मामले को लेकर जब शिकायत की गई और उस शिकायत में ये बताया गया कि ये जो वक्फ के नाम पर अवैध संपत्ति है वो कब्जा किया गया है। फिर उसके बाद जांच की गई, जांच में फिर इसके पीछे तालाब को लेकर, तालाब की ज़मीन को लेकर भी नापी की गई। तो तालाब की फ़िलहाल अवैध कब्जे को मुक्त कराया जा रहा है। उसके बाद फिर वक्फ की ज़मीन के नाम पर जो अवैध कब्जा का आरोप है, उसकी भी जांच की जाएगी।
During the operation, a hospital running without legal permission was found on the premises. It was immediately sealed by the administration. Authorities are now investigating the alleged misuse of WAQF land in the area. The land records show no recognized caretaker for years, raising concerns about unauthorized control. The administration has also ordered a probe into financial transaction linked to the Dargah and has assured continued action against all illegal occupation.
धीरेन्द्र जी, अब तक पूरी दिन भर की जांच में क्या निष्कर्ष निकला?
जो तालाब की भूमि पर कब्जा था उसको कब्जा मुक्त करा लिया गया और जहां तक दरगाह में वक्फ संपत्ति और मुतवल्ली का प्रश्न है उसकी हमने और एसडीएम महोदया ने जांच कर ली है। उसकी रिपोर्ट डीएम साहब को भेजेंगे। डीएम साहब दोनों पक्षों की सुनवाई करने के बाद ही उस पर निर्णय करेंगे। इन लोगों का कहना है कि वो मेरी संपत्ति है और रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड कहता है कि वह आबादी और दरगाह के नाम से दर्ज है, तो अब इस पर निर्णय डीएम साहब करेंगे। दोनों पक्षों को सुन।
अवैध कब्जा नहीं है ना?
इस पर किसी का अवैध कब्जा नहीं पाया गया।
Crackdown is part of a wider push to reclaim public land and ensure transparency in the management of religious properties.
Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The Indian Army has inducted additional troops and ramped up the joint search efforts in the Lasna area of Surankot in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district after the security personnel made contact with terrorists on Monday night. In the gunfight between the forces and terrorists, one of the security personnel has suffered injury. Following the incident, the area was cordoned off and additional security measures were implemented. Now joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, additional troops have been brought in, extra security measures have been implemented. What more can you tell us?
See, it's based on the specific intelligence input that the forces have launched an operation day before yesterday in the Lasana area of Surankot in the Poonch district that is close to the Bhattaduria, where we have witnessed a series of terror attacks in last couple of years. And based on the operations that were launched during the search operation, Indian Army troop was fired upon, after which the contact with the terrorist was established, as the statement was also issued by the Indian Army's Nagrota-based 16 Corps, after which the operations were intensified and the special forces were also inducted into the operation by the Indian Army. Also, the helis were used to airdrop the commandos in the upper areas of the Lasana so that the terrorist location can be zeroed in. But so far, the terrorists are now changing their location and the forces have not been able to track their location. But yes, intensified operations have been launched by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. It's important to mention that what the input with the agency and the Indian Army was that there are 2 to 3 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba that are active in the area and based on which the operation was launched. If we speak of the general inputs that are there with the police as well as the Indian Army regarding the movement of the terrorists, it's very clear that 2 groups of Lashkar-e-Toiba that have infiltrated way back in 2023-22, they are still active in the Poonch district and they are moving from Poonch to Rajouri via Dera Ki Gali area. So that's why the operations have been intensified, and we have witnessed that last 3 weeks have been really challenging for the security forces in the Jammu region, because there have been a total of 6 encounters that broke out in which 5 terrorists have been killed, but 4 brave hearts of the Indian security forces, that is from the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the terrorists. And Kathua has witnessed 3 encounters in which 2 Jaish terrorists were killed and 4 Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they made the supreme sacrifice. While in the Udhampur encounter, the terrorists managed to escape. In Kishtwar, 3 Jaish terrorists were neutralized without any collateral damage, and now in the Poonch, 1 injury has been reported to the Indian Army, but the Army Jawan is said to be out of danger, and now the operations are continuing.
Thank you, Gursimran, for those details. Moving on, viewers, businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate in the Shikopur land deal case. He was grilled by the agency for over 6 hours, and when confronted by Republic, Vadra displayed his arrogance. Take a look at this report.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband and businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. The probe agency grilled Vadra for over 6 hours in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the Shikopur land deals in Haryana. Vadra didn't appear before the ED when summoned on April 8th for interrogations. Interestingly, Vadra called the ED summon a political vendetta and said that the ED has been raking up cases against him even after spending hours earlier during questioning. When confronted by Republic TV, Vadra chose to evade tough and pointed questions.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular?
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going?
Straight and right.
So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents, and that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on 8?
Because we were organizing ourselves to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summon?
Nobody's evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now.
Let's look at now. What next are you expecting? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
While leaving the ED office after interrogation, Vadra was confronted again. Spooked by Republic's mic, Vadra asked his bodyguard to not let the correspondent approach him.
Hours of questioning, sir.
Would you have to say? Sir,
आपको साइड हो जाइए.
The Congress has announced nationwide protest against the alleged political vendetta and alleged misuse of agencies. Robert Vadra is also expected to face the ED grilling today again. The big question is, will Robert Vadra finally face the bars for corruption?
Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Piyush Ori, is reporting outside the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. Piyush, today Robert Vadra will be grilled yet again. Yesterday the interrogation went on for 6+ hours. What is in store for Mr. Vadra today?
So very quickly, I will just request my video journalist to just show the visuals of the place where Robert Vadra today is going to be grilled for the second time. And perhaps he would be grilled because the Enforcement Directorate officials feel that the answers that was provided to them was either unsatisfactory, or the questioning which had to be done from Robert Vadra as far as his role of trying to sell and purchase the property at Shikopur at undervalued rates and being reportedly involved in money laundering needs to be probed even further. So yes, all eyes are now going to be over here at around 11 a.m. where it is expected that Robert Vadra might come for getting questioned by the Enforcement Directorate officials for the second time. Yesterday we saw that when he came over here to, in a way, one would say, express optics, it was Republic which tried to expose him and asked him very tough questions of why he first tried to evade the summons that was issued to him by the Enforcement Directorate, and also some probing his role in this alleged role of money laundering. And we saw that how Robert Vadra lost his cool. And while I speak, I would just request my video journalist to show the visuals, because it is over here again when Robert Vadra is going to be coming today for the second time in a row, to get questioned. So yes, all eyes that will this questioning of Robert Vadra by the Enforcement Directorate only increase his troubles in the alleged role of money laundering. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Piyush, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as a lot of action is expected there at the Enforcement Directorate office as Robert Vadra. It would be the day 2 of ED investigation in the land scam case. Now, moving on, viewers, demands are growing to demolish the National Herald office in Mumbai after posters urging Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis calling for bulldozer action were put up in front of the National Herald office. The posters were put by Mumbai BJP Secretary Vishwarendu Rai. Now, the Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday had filed a charge sheet against Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Sam Pitroda, who's the party's overseas unit chief in the alleged National Herald money laundering case, viewers. So this is a big breaking coming in that the clamor to demolish the National Herald office is rising by the day. So we can see that back to back, the trouble continues to mount for the Congress party. First, Robert Vadra's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate in the money laundering case, and the land scam will happen today in the national capital. It would be the day 2 of hearing, and more trouble mounts for the Vadra Gandhi family as the clamor is rising to demolish the National Herald building there in Mumbai. The issue has been raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party. What needs to be seen here is, viewers, that yes, in the National Herald case, they all have been, the entire family of Vadras and Gandhi, that is Rahul Gandhi, Sam Pitroda, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all have been put in the charge sheet. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of West Bengal. The situation is in calm, but tension still prevails in the state of West Bengal after widespread violence and mayhem over the WAQF Amendment Act. The apex court is set to hear the plea and petitions challenging the law. Here's a report. Take a look.
The state of West Bengal is on the boil. The central forces are deployed, but the administration is inactive. And Hindu community is forced to flee. So far, the police have arrested 9 people and booked under various sections of BNS for rioting, vandalizing and damaging properties. Amid the political face-off over the WAQF Amendment Act, Congress leader and former Behrampur MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary visited violence-affected areas of Murshidabad and met the locals who lost their loved ones in the violence.
इससे दुखद बात और क्या हो सकता है। मैं यहाँ क्या खुद बासिंदा हूँ, यही यहाँ मैं इसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेरा जन्म हुई, यहाँ बड़ा हुई है, यहाँ राजनीति किए हैं। इससे दुखद बात और कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। मुर्शिदाबाद ऐसा नहीं है। जिस तरीके के मुर्शिदाबाद के बारे में बाहर वर्णन किया जाते हैं, मुर्शिदाबाद वो नहीं है। यहाँ हिंदू मुसलमान हम लोग एक साथ मिल के बड़ा हुए हैं। ये कोई नहीं है, ये कोई बाहर से कोई अलग किस्म के तत्व आकर कोई घटना घटा सकते, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हमारे मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट कम्युनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट बन गए, ऐसा नहीं है।
Notably, on Tuesday, the situation was peaceful but tense in South 24 Parganas, Murshidabad and Bhangar. The politics over the issue is heating up. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee trivialized the incidents of violence that killed 3 people and displaced hundreds in the state.
সবাইকে বলবো, শান্তিপূর্ণভাবে গণতান্ত্রিক আন্দোলন করার অধিকার সকলের আছে উইথ পারমিশন, বাট প্লিজ দয়া করে সে যেই হোক, ABCDEF যেই বা হোক, আইন কখনো হাতে তুলে নেবেন না। আইনের জন্য তো আইনের রক্ষক আছে, আইনের ভক্ষক তো দরকার নেই। তাই আপনাদের অনুরোধ করব, কেউ প্ররোচনা দেবে কোনো ব্যাপারে, কিন্তু প্ররোচিত হবেন না। প্ররোচনার সময় যে মাথা ঠান্ডা রাখে সেই তো আসল জয় করে, তাই তো আসল জয় হয়।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath slammed Bengal Chief Minister over the abysmal state of law and order.
आप देख रहे होंगे बंगाल जल रहा है, वहां की मुख्यमंत्री चुप है, दंगाइयों को शांति दूत कहती है। पूरा मुर्शिदाबाद पिछले 1 सप्ताह से चल रहा है, सरकार मौन है। बहनों और भाइयों, इस प्रकार की अराजकता पे लगाम लगनी चाहिए।
The apex court is set to hear the petitions challenging the WAQF Amendment Act, and amidst all the mayhem and politics over the law, all eyes are now on the Supreme Court.
Now, viewers, fugitive diamond heir Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore PNB scam, is once again trying to delay his extradition process to India. In a desperate move, Choksi has submitted a questionable medical certificate citing blood cancer, raising eyebrows over its authenticity. Meanwhile, in a major Republic expose, has accused the documents that has exposed serious discrepancies in the legal filings. Here's a report. Take a look.
Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi is back in the headlines this time for submitting a medical certificate from a general physician in Antwerp, claiming he's suffering from blood cancer and is unfit to travel. The certificate, accessed exclusively by Republic, has not been verified by a specialist, casting doubts on its legitimacy and raising serious concerns about whether Indian courts are being misled. The legal counsel of Choksi has come on record saying Choksi filed the application independently without their knowledge.
Fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi, wanted in the 13,000 crore PNB scam, continues to evade Indian authorities. We are currently outside Choksi's residence in Antwerp, where he was living with his wife before he fled the country. This residence behind me is now under scrutiny as investigators trace his financial and personal trail across borders. Back in India, multiple agencies, including the CBI and ED, are actively pursuing legal actions to bring him to justice. His disappearance from Antigua in 2021 and reappearance in Dominica raised further suspicion about his international network.
As India continues its efforts to bring him back, Mehul Choksi's delaying tactics appear to be unraveling under scrutiny from both Indian agencies and international legal circles.
Now, viewers, more news coming in on the WAQF Amendment Act protest corner. Now, tensions are also running high in Tamil Nadu's Vellore district after the WAQF board laid claim to an entire village, declaring it as WAQF property. Shocking notices were issued to around 150 families in Kattukolai village, asking them to either vacate or start paying rent to a local dargah. The move has triggered protest and raised serious concerns over alleged WAQF land encroachment. Here's a detailed report.
Tensions flared up in Vellore's Kattukolai village after 150 families received eviction notices from the WAQF board, declaring the entire village as WAQF land. The letter asked the villagers to either vacate the land immediately or start paying rent to the dargah, warning of bulldozer action if they failed to comply. The frightened villagers approached the district collector, who has now ordered a full inquiry into the matter. Hindu Munani leaders, along with local residents, led a protest demanding immediate government intervention.
It is a kind of a reform act, so to avoid all this kind of a conflict of interest. So now the people who are bringing those incidents or the claim about the property, now the people would realize that what our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji is bringing this back only for the welfare of the people.
As the situation escalated, the villagers approached to the collector, who assured a thorough inquiry into the matter. However, the head of masjid in the area said the villagers are already aware that the land belongs to the WAQF, and that the government records show that the land was claimed by WAQF in 1954.
I have been hereditary Mutoli from the past 4 years. Actually, I have given a notice to the village peoples who are residing there in our WAQF. It is because I am claiming because of I am having all the records which belongs to our WAQF. It shows that from the year 1954 itself, that is from the government of Tamil Nadu Gazette, it has been mentioned that the mentioned property that belongs to our WAQF.
With pressure mounting and protests growing louder, the big question is, will the DMK government act against WAQF land grabs?
And viewers, before we shift our focus to other stories, let's remind you that the Positive Influencers program is now live on www.republicworld.com. The entries are open and all you have to do is log on to www.republicworld.com, click on the Positive Influencers page and then click on Apply. 3 easy steps that can be a staircase to your moment of fame. So go ahead and take that shot. Now viewers, let's shift our focus to more news coming in from across the country in this national run. Take a look. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan. The President's Secretariat confirmed in a post on an official social media handle. The purpose of the meeting has not been disclosed officially. The meeting happened post President's visit to Portugal and Slovakia. Asserting that the WAQF Amendment Act will facilitate justice for everyone, Union Minister Kiren Rijiju said that the entire Muslim community cannot be blamed for some Muslim leaders who occupied WAQF property. Rijiju said that the WAQF Amendment Act is not targeted towards Muslims and a false narrative has been spread that the Union government is against the community.
A vote bank politics. Please take a genuine and very rational step. I appeal to them, and in the floor of the House, I also made ardent appeal to them that please vote and support and ask your conscience. Don't play vote bank politics. So I had made an appeal to the Muslim community also. Don't become the vote bank for the Communists and the Congress.
The Delhi government on Tuesday announced an increase in minimum wages of workers in all the categories. The revised wage rate are applicable from April 1st, 2025. As per the revised worker wages, the monthly wage of an unskilled worker will now be rupees 18,456, while workers with graduation and above qualification will get rupees 24,356 per month, according to Delhi government. This increase has been made keeping in mind the inflation, which will provide financial relief to the workers. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha elected Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren as the new president of JMM. Shibu Soren, who was serving as the president of the party, has now been elected as the founder patron of the party in the 13th Mahavideshan of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. Himachal Pradesh Minister of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj Anirudh Singh warned the opposition against making baseless allegations in the case of Himachal Pradesh's Power Cooperation Limited engineer Vimal Negi on the occasion of Himachal Day. After unfurling the national flag at the historic Ridge ground in Shimla, Singh addressed the media, responding strongly to the opposition's allegations. Viewers, EV sales dodge tariff turmoil. This is coming in the backdrop of those massive tariffs that have been levied by the United States government on multiple countries, including India.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband Robert Vadra will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours on Tuesday in connection with a money laundering case. Calling the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced nationwide protests outside ED offices today. The Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asasuddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC said it will send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff have suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin is open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine after their third meeting in St. Petersburg. Viewers, the global electric vehicle boom is charging ahead despite mounting trade tensions and policy uncertainty in March alone. Now, what needs to be seen here is that EV also plug-in hybrid sales surged 29% year-on-year, reaching a record of 1.7 million units. China led the pack, followed by strong growth in Europe, while North America posted modest gains. Here's a report. Take a look.
Global sales of electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles rose 29% in March 2025 compared to the same month last year. The global sales frenzy was largely fueled by rising demand in China and European markets. Meanwhile, growth in the US and Canada remained modest due to trade tensions and political uncertainty. Around 1.7 million electric vehicles were sold worldwide in March alone, with China leading the market with nearly 1 million sales, a 36% increase on year-to-year basis. Europe followed with a 24% rise, selling about 400,000 EVs with growth support by stricter emission norms in countries like Germany, Italy and the UK. North America recorded a 12% increase, reaching around 200,000 units. In India, electric vehicle sales jumped significantly in March, with total EV registration standing at 203,253 units, up from 139,938 units in February. Electric two-wheeler sales saw the biggest jump, climbing from 76,583 units in February to 130,375 units in March. Electric car sales also grew steadily, with 12,356 units sold in March 2025 compared to 9,792 during the same month last year, a 26% year-on-year increase. While navigating 25% auto tariff remains a key challenge for most automakers, especially in the US, most markets are now turning towards China-made EVs or turning to Mexico as a production hub.
US imports prices declined for the first time in 6 months, offering a glimmer of relief in the fight against inflation. A 0.1% drop in March, fueled by falling fuel costs, suggests that price pressures may be easing for now. But the reprieve could be short-lived, as President Donald Trump's newly announced 25% tariff raise fears a fresh inflation surge, complicating the economic outlook and placing new pressure on the Federal Reserve. Nissan is cutting production of its top-selling US model, the Rogue SUV, by 13,000 units as its Kyushu plant in Japan, as Donald Trump's sweeping 25% auto tariffs begin to bite. This move highlights the deepening ripple effect of President Donald Trump's controversial 25% tariff on the cars built overseas. As tariffs wreak havoc on global automakers, Nissan plans a 13,000 vehicle reduction in Rogue productions from May to July. The cut represents over 20% of the 62,000 units sold in the US during the first quarter of 2025. Morgan Stanley has trimmed its year's 2025 target for the BSE Sensex from 93,000 to 82,000, reflecting a more cautious outlook amid global headwinds. Despite the downgrade, the new projection still signals a potential of 9% upside from current levels, underpinned by continued investor confidence in India's resilient economic fundamentals, stable policy environment and medium-term growth trajectory. The firm also revised its GDP growth forecast for financial year 2026 and 27, while lowering earnings estimates by 13%, citing global macro pressure, yet with inflation expected to remain benign around 4% and Indian markets rallying on positive global cues, sentiments remain broadly constructive. The global electric vehicle BCom accelerated in March, with sales soaring 29% on a year to 1.7 million units despite ongoing trade tensions and policy uncertainty. Strong demands in China and Europe powered the growth, while India posted its highest ever monthly EV sales. China led the charge by nearly 1 million units sold, while Europe saw a 24% jump to 4 lakh units. North American growth was more modest at 12%, at US automakers grappled with rising costs from tariffs. Meanwhile, India's EV markets continued to gain momentum, registering over 2 lakh units in March. India's stock market roared back to life on Tuesday, with the NSE Nifty 50 surging 2.4% to close above its April 2 level, making it first major global equity index to fully recover from the US tariff-driven sell-off earlier this month. The sharp rebound, fueled by strong domestic fundamentals and ease tariff tension, sets India apart as global markets continue to struggle under pressure. With Nifty Auto Index rallying 3.3%, analysts say India's low export dependency and proactive diplomacy are cushioning it from global trade shocks. Now, viewers, a major diplomatic development may be underway, one that could potentially bring the brutal Russia-Ukraine war to a halt. US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff met Russian President Vladimir Putin in St. Petersburg last Friday. Witkoff, who is one of Trump's senior diplomats, is signaling that a peace deal may be within the reach, even as skepticism grows in Kyiv across the Europe. Here's a report. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff has now said that Russian President Vladimir Putin was open to a permanent peace deal with Ukraine. Speaking in a televised interview, Witkoff described his talk with Putin as compelling after 5 hours of negotiations. Witkoff now might be potentially hinting towards an emerging deal that could potentially halt the Russia-Ukraine war. In an earlier development, Putin met Witkoff in St. Petersburg last Friday amid the Trump administration's push to end the 3-year war. Witkoff's comment followed Trump's Monday statement, in which he labeled the Ukraine conflict as Biden's war and once again claimed that Ukrainian President Zelensky bore responsibility for initiating the crisis. Significantly, Witkoff was the first high-ranking US diplomat to travel to Russia and hold talks with President Putin since the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. However, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warned that agreeing terms on the deal is not an easy affair. Amid this, Ukraine and its European partners have urged Washington to remain wary of Moscow's stalling strategies aimed at postponing the ceasefire agreement. Friday's meeting was the third between Russia and the US since Trump returned to the White House in January.
The White House on Tuesday demanded a formal apology from the Harvard University for calling it egregious and anti-Semitism on campus, escalating a showdown over the student activism and federal oversight. In a sharp move, the administration announced it's freezing over $2.2 billion in grants and $60 million in contract after Harvard publicly defied demands to curb campus protests, setting the stage for a legal and political clash over academic independence. Chinese President Xi Jinping arrived in Kuala Lumpur on Tuesday for a state visit aiming to deepen strategic ties and usher a new golden 50 years of China-Malaysia reaction, welcomed with traditional drum performances and a festive lion dance. Xi was received by Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim and senior officials of the invitation of Malaysia's King Sultan Ibrahim. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made an unannounced visit to troops in northern Gaza on Tuesday. The visit comes as Netanyahu faces growing domestic pressure from hostage families urging a ceasefire deal and a far-right ally demanding continued military action. Meanwhile, Gaza's death toll has surpassed 51,000 according to local health officials as Israel intensifies its offensive and aid remain blocked from the besieged territory. A Ukrainian drone attack on the Russian city of Kursk killed one woman and injured 9 others on Tuesday, according to regional officials. Russia's defense ministry said air defenses shot down 115 Ukrainian drones across 5 regions, with 109 intercepted over Kursk alone. The Russian investigative committee alleged the drones were equipped with shrapnel designed to inflict maximum civilian harm. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Tuesday said negotiations with US over a mineral deal are moving in a positive direction, with more details to come once talks are finalized. Speaking at a press conference in Odessa along with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Zelensky also firmly rejected any suggestion of ceding territory to Russia, calling recent remarks by US envoy Steve Witkoff about resolving the so-called 5 territory a red line for Ukraine. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Earthquake has jolted Pakistan and Afghanistan. In Pakistan, earthquake jolted Quetta and Kurdazar district was recorded at 3.9 at the Richter scale, while in Afghanistan it was recorded at 5.6. No reports of damage have been received so far. Viewers, this is a breaking news that we're getting in. Multiple earthquakes have jolted Pakistan, areas of Pakistan and Afghanistan. 3.9 on the Richter scale earthquake has jolted Pakistan, whereas 5.6 earthquake has jolted Afghanistan, viewers. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to more news coming in from the entertainment world. Take a look. Comedian Samay Rana and all 5 panelists of India's Got Talent show, including Ranbir Alabadia, Apurva Makhija, Jaspreet Singh and Ashish Chinchalani, appeared before the Maharashtra Cyber Cell to record their statements. The controversy erupted when clips from episode featuring Raina and Beer Biceps, the Rebel Kid, Apurva Makhija and Ashish Chinchalani spiked nationwide outrage over lewd and perverted content. Kim Kardashian will testify in person at an upcoming French trial over a 2016 heist in Paris in which armed robbers allegedly tied her up and locked her in a bathroom while they stole millions of dollars worth of jewelry, her lawyer said on Thursday. The 10 suspects are going on trial in Paris between 28 April and May 23rd. In the case, the October 2016 robbery took place in Paris apartment where Kardashian was staying for Paris Fashion Week. Jury selection is set to begin on Tuesday in Harvey Weinstein retrial in New York. The last time a New York jury sat in judgment of Weinstein, the ex-movie studio boss was convicted of rape and sentenced to 23 years in prison. But New York's highest court overturned that conviction. Weinstein is being retired on 2 charges from his original trial. He is accused of raping an aspiring actor in Manhattan hotel room in 2013 and performing a criminal sex act by forcing an oral sex on a movie and TV production assistant in 2006. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter set to have an all-new Wizard World. HBO has announced the first casting who are chosen to portray Hogwarts' most iconic faculty members. John Lithgow will portray Albus Dumbledore. Janet McTeer will take on Minerva McGonagall, and Papa Essiedu will play Severus Snape. Nick Forrest joins as Rubus Hagrid, Luke Tallon as Professor Quirrell, and Paul Whitehouse as Argus Filch. And viewers, before we shift our focus to other stories, let's remind you that the Positive Influencers program is now live on www.republicworld.com. The entries are open. All you have to do is log on to www.republicworld.com, click on the Positive Influencers page, and then click on Apply. 3 easy steps, and that can be a staircase to your moment of fame. So go ahead and take that shot. Now viewers, let's shift our focus to more news coming in from the sports arena. Take a look. Punjab Kings defended the lowest ever total in Indian Premier League history as they beat Kolkata Knight Riders by 16 runs in a thrilling match, chasing 112 for a win. KKR were comfortably placed at 71 for 3 in 9.1 overs, but they suffered a sensational collapse to be bowled out of 95 in 15.1 overs. KKR lost 7 wickets and scored just 24 runs in 6 overs after that. The Mumbai Cricket Association named a stand each after the incumbent India Test captain Rohit Sharma, former skipper Ajit Vadekar, and ex-BCCI President Sharad Pawar here at Wankhede Stadium. The decision to name the stands were taken during the MCA's annual general meeting. As per the resolution passed, Devesha Pavilion's Level 3 will now be known as the Rohit Sharma stand. Chanu was elected as the chairperson of India's Weightlifting Federation Athletes Commission. Chanu, who won the silver medal in 49 kg category, defined the development as an opportunity to uphold the voice of fellow weightlifters. Mirabai is only the second after lifting a total of 210 kgs. Team India will tour Bangladesh after conclusion of England tour in August. The schedule for the same has been unveiled as India and Bangladesh will lock horns in 6 white ball matches in August. All the Indian players are currently featuring in the ongoing edition of the Indian Premier League. However, a hectic international schedule is already waiting them with a tour to England and then Bangladesh, followed by home season where they will face West Indies and South Africa. Second day of grilling of Robert Vadra by the Enforcement Directorate. Yesterday he was grilled for 6 hours, and when Republic asked him question as to why he has been evading Enforcement Directorate for so long, he lost his cool. We'll bring you more on this, but right after a very short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
No, I'm not jumping the gun. I truly believe that if there's one government which is going to bring back Mehul Choksi, it is going to be only and only the Modi government. And remember, viewers, I've always been saying it. All of them will come back. Mehul Choksi is going to come back now very soon. And then we are going to get Nirav Modi. We're going to drag him back by the scruff of his neck. And then we are going to get Vijay Mallya, the fugitive Vijay Mallya, the runaway Vijay Mallya, the Vijay Mallya who should be eating prison food in a prison cell in India. Don't worry, Vijay, we're going to get you too. You're also going to come back. Anyway, you lost a big case, I'm told, in court in the United Kingdom where you're hiding with all your ill-gotten money. So we're going to get you too, Vijay Mallya. Now, to all the people who have always said, no, the Modi government's not done enough.
Viewers, before we head into a break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving a phenomenal response from the field of defense to sports to mindfulness. Every category has been flooded. And if you think you have it in you to change the narrative and become a positive influencer, you can apply at Republic Influencers program, and you can be the next thing on the internet, viewers. Supreme Court to hear plea against the WAQF amendment law. 70-odd petitions have been filed. The Apex Court will hear them collectively today. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
So the FBI had arrested this duo in 2009, right? when they were now actively planning an attack on a Danish office. You know, this David Headley was an informant, was one of the sources of the FBI and the Customs Department in the United States. So they were in.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer Program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life कि किस तरह से हम अपने ज़िंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फ़ायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फ़ायदा हो। So I'm hoping and I'm really hopeful that I will be selected as a Republic Positive Influencer.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Tahawwur Rana, one of the masterminds of the most dastardly mass casualty terror strike on Mumbai 26/11, has now been extradited to India. He has come to India on the 9th of April and will face justice. He will be in the custody of the NIA for the first 2 weeks in some secret location in Mumbai, where he will be interrogated in detail, and I am very certain he will sing like a canary, a yellow canary. That is what they all do when they come into the apprehension of the Indian security agencies. They sing like canaries and spill all the beans out. Why is he important? Why is getting this man here so important? This man was studying in a military school with Major Iqbal of the infamous ISI, along with Muhammad Dawood Gilani aka David Headley, right? The two key planners of.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be literally any and every domain. You name it and it's there. Health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content and many more. The entries are open and we have already received hundreds of responses. So if you think that you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply on republicpositiveinfluencer.in. Let's now get started with the headlines.
Robert Vadra will be questioned by the ED again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with the money laundering case. Calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced nationwide protests outside ED office today. Demand to bulldoze National Herald office, posters put up across Mumbai. Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AI-MIM leader Suwidin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC says it will send a team from its investigation division to conduct the on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. India rejects Pakistan's baseless remarks on WAQF law, says look at our own record. Hello viewers, we are getting you some top updates coming in right now. Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AI-MIM leader Suwidin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Very big update coming in right now, viewers. Supreme Court will hear these petitions challenging the WAQF Amendment Act. And this is coming in as we're getting you back-to-back updates on this story. We'll also try to understand what are the implications of this hearing later on, where the Supreme Court will examine over 70 petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. The petitions, which include challenges to the original WAQF Act of 1995 and its amendments, argue that the legislation violates fundamental rights and discriminates against Muslims. The hearing will take place before a 3-judge bench led by Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna. The petitions come in amid a widespread protest and claims of governmental overreach in WAQF property management. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Riyanka's joining us live on the story. Riyanka, we have many petitioners today, and one of the petitioners is Suwidin Owaisi, who has taken a strong stand against the WAQF Amendment Act. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in, how many petitions are there in total? When will the Supreme Court start examining these petitions?
Nearly 73 to 75 petitions that have been filed in front of the Supreme Court. And we are yet to ascertain as to exactly how many petitions will be taken up for this hearing. Now, it is likely that all of the petitions will be clubbed in and the hearing will be held. The timing is given as 2 p.m. and it is going to be held under the 3-judge bench consisting of the Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna. On the other hand, we also understand that very important petition which has been filed by the AI-MIM chief Suwidin Owaisi, who also says that there is no constitutional validity of this particular WAQF Amendment Act. Remember, there has been a huge opposition across the country. There have been protest after protest. In fact, during the bill which was getting passed in the parliament, even after the bill became an act, there have been several protests that are being held, especially the one of the key protests that was seen in West Bengal's Murshidabad, where 3 people had in fact died. And on these several notes, because all those who have filed the petition against this particular act, they want it to be repealed and say that it is something that is a direct attack on Muslims. So we have to see as to what are the observations that have been made by the Supreme Court today. A huge bunch of petitions that have been filed in the Supreme Court. Like I earlier mentioned, whether or not all of this will be heard together, clubbed, or whether they will be taken one by one, that is bunch by bunch, 10 today, 10 later. Because earlier we had information from the court that nearly 10 petitions will be heard today. That includes the petition of, the Congress leaders who had filed the petition, petition by Suwidin Owaisi, as well as the petition by Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah Khan. Also from the side of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. All these petitions will be, getting a key highlight in today's
today's hearing. So we need to wait and watch what are the observations that are made by the Supreme Court, whether or not it will provide any relief to all those who are opposing this particular act, or whether it is going to be in favor and it will say that they are not going to meddle in what the government has done. So that is something that is still awaited. We will be, in fact, keeping a very close eye on the developments that take place post-lunch today in the Supreme Court at 2 p.m.
All right, thank you for getting those details, Priyanka. I'll be coming back to you as a bunch of petitions, over 70 plus petitions, will be examined by the Supreme Court on the WAQF Amendment Act. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, because the other story we're tracking right now is businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Husband Robert Vadra will now be questioned by the ED again today, and he was grilled for nearly 6 hours on Tuesday in connection with a money laundering case. Back-to-back comments coming in right now, Republic TV, where Robert Vadra had appeared before the ED, and he was questioned for more than 6+ hours yesterday in a land deal-linked money laundering case. Vadra, remember, was first summoned on April 8th, but he did not appear and had sought a fresh date. But for the second day today, ED will be quizzing Robert Vadra. So that is something we'll be looking out for today, and following all the updates of this story very, very closely. These are back-to-back comments coming here on Republic TV. Now, this is coming in as this is the case, the land deal case that the probe is on. This happened when Skylight Hospitality Private Limited purchased a piece of 3.5 acres in Shukopur in Gurugram. This is Skylight, by the way, is linked with Vadra. And then we saw that it's an alleged land deal scam. We see the Haryana police has filed a case in the deal in 2018. The ED will record a statement under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us on this story. Piyush, you know, Vadra has been linked to this scam which has taken place because the company, which is a Skylight Hospitality Private Limited, purchased a piece of land, 3.5 acres from a firm. And after that, we saw some huge profits being made when that land was sold for huge profits, and there's a huge money trail which has to be investigated in this case. I want to go to you and ask you a little bit more about what is happening in terms of Robert Vadra arriving yet again for the second day for questioning in this case. When will Robert Vadra arrive?
So two very important points over here, Shivangi. First, just to give you what exactly the gist of the case is all about. In 2008, when the then UPA government was in power, it seems that using his power and influence, Robert Vadra, through his company Skylight Hospitality, was able to purchase a panchayat land in Shikupur village in Gurugram, Haryana, for a very menial sum of around 2 crore. However, what then transpired was that he was able to sell this panchayat land to one of India's, in fact, one would say India's largest private real estate company at an exorbitant price of over 58 crore. And from there on, he was able to make a very exorbitant profit of 700%. So yes, taking this into consideration, there was a 2013 complaint that was filed by a person identified as Subramanian Swamy. And this led to Enforcement Directorate investigating the matter through the lens of money laundering. And while I speak now, I would request my video journalist to show the visuals of the place where Robert Vadra has to come. Now, yesterday he came over here at the office of Enforcement Directorate, where he was grilled for 6 hours. And it seems that because the questions that were posed to him were incomplete, or perhaps the officials were not very satisfied by the answers given by Robert Vadra, he's been asked to come again. So the key question now is that with Enforcement Directorate again trying to intensify its investigation as far as this entire case of alleged money laundering is concerned, will the trouble for Robert Vadra going to increase, or is it reduced, as he says that it is going to be for him? Back to the studio.
Right. And I also want to go across to other colleague as well. But before we go to those updates coming in, we're also coming to know that there has been a couple of updates in terms of businessman Robert Vadra continuing to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. And we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the big breaking update we're getting for our viewers, where we see that Rahul Gandhi has been confronted. Let's go ahead and play out some of the reactions coming in right now as we keep getting you back-to-back updates. Republic has confronted Rahul Gandhi, and those are this is a confrontation. Let's go ahead and play it out for our viewers once.
Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Okay, we're getting Akil with us. Akil, the ED has filed a charge sheet against Congress leader Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and others in connection with the money laundering in the National Herald case. So we were talking about Robert Vadra's land deal case. Now we're talking about Rahul Gandhi's National Herald case. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in, because Republic TV has also confronted Rahul Gandhi, and let's see what he had to say. What did he tell Republic? All right, Akil, can you hear me, Akil? Can you hear me, what I'm saying? All right, we'll try to connect to Akil in a moment from now. But let's go ahead and play out once more for our viewers how Rahul Gandhi has been confronted by Republic, because remember that already there's a charge sheet filed against him by the ED in the National Herald case, and this is becoming a new flashpoint and a new embarrassment for the Congress. Let's go ahead and play out that entire confrontation.
Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us again. Akil, we were having some trouble understanding what you were saying. You're outside Robert Vadra's residence, but I just want our viewers to understand what is happening when it comes to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi has been charged sheeted by the ED in the National Herald case. The BJP is saying that National Herald case is a living example of Congress's corruption. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in and the reaction of Rahul Gandhi to Republic when we asked some straight questions about the National Herald case to Rahul Gandhi. Yes, go ahead, Akil.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, trouble seems mounting for the Gandhi family, because if you see at this point in time what has happened, that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, both of them, both names have been put in the charge sheet filed by the ED. And apart from that, if you see what has happened yesterday, that ED has again called Robert Vadra, who is the brother-in-law of Rahul Gandhi, over there for questioning. And that questioning went for almost 6 hours. And after lunch break, what we have seen that Robert Vadra again went inside the ED office where the questioning was going on. And when he came out from the ED headquarters, he said that it's a political vendetta, and the BJP, the central government, is trying to use the agency, the central agencies, to enforce on us. And basically, whenever we want to speak for the people, then they try to basically subdue our voice. And here you can see right now, I'm just standing outside Robert Vadra's residence, and we have confronted him yesterday itself. And while we confronted him, when I asked him this question, that why did he skip the first summon, which was basically issued on April 8th, but he didn't answered this question. He dodged Republic Media Network's question at that point in time. And then again, you see, on Tuesday, he was against someone. And today itself, if you see at around 11 a.m., it is very likely that he will be again summoned before the ED officials. So right now, the questioning will be regarding that Shekhopur deal, because if you see earlier what has happened, that in 2008, our 3.5 acre of land, which was an agricultural land, that was sold to Skylight Properties. That Skylight hospitality properties is basically owned by Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra has got shares in that Skylight hospitality properties as well, and that land has been sold at a whopping price of approximately 58 crore rupees, which was sold to the DLF. So if you see the agricultural land, which was meant for agriculture purposes, because at that point in time there was a Hooda government in Haryana, and due to some connections and what we have learned from our sources, that there was some pressure due to which this land, agricultural land, was basically used as a commercial land, and which was sold. Initially, it was bought from a farmer, and then it was sold to a commercial builder. And after that, there was a huge mismanagement and there was a misappropriation of fund, and so the ED has basically found financial irregularities in connection with the case. And after that, in 2018, in the month of September, an FIR has been filed in Shekhopura. And after that, what we have been seeing, that for the last 7 years, this case has been going on. And ED has again summoned Robert Vadra, and it is very likely that Robert Vadra is going to appear before the ED today.
All right, I'll come back to you soon, Akhil and Piyush, because we're tracking the story very closely. On one hand, Robert Vadra questioned by the ED. On the other hand, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi cheated in the National Herald case. Two different cases, but the pressure on the Congress. Businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate in the Shekhopur land deal case. Now, grilled by agency for 6+ hours, and when confronted by Republic, Vadra displays his arrogance. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's husband and businessman Robert Vadra continues to face the heat of the Enforcement Directorate. The probe agency grilled Vadra for over 6 hours in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the Shekhopur land deals in Haryana. Vadra didn't appear before the ED when summoned on April 8th for interrogations. Interestingly, Vadra called the ED summon a political vendetta and said that the ED has been raking up cases against him even after spending hours earlier during questioning. When confronted by Republic TV, Vadra chose to evade tough and pointed questions.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular?
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going?
Straight and right. So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents, and that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Vadra, please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on 8th?
Because we were organizing ourselves to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summons?
Nobody's evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now. Let's look at now.
What next are you expecting? Why? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
While leaving the ED office after interrogation, Vadra was confronted again. Spooked by Republic's mic, Vadra asked his bodyguard to not let the correspondent approach him.
Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say?
The Congress has announced nationwide protest against the alleged political vendetta and alleged misuse of agencies. Robert Vadra is also expected to face the ED grilling today again. The big question is, will Robert Vadra finally face the bars for corruption?
Calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case political vendetta, the Congress has announced that they will hold a nationwide protest outside the ED office today. So we can expect protests by the Congress outside the ED office today. We'll try to go across to our colleague as well to understand what the Congress is planning. They are completely under pressure from two cases which have come out in the open in terms of the recent summons and charge sheets. We're talking about the land deal case of Robert Vadra, and then we're talking about the National Herald case where we see Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi being charge sheeted in this case. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Piyush is joining us live. Piyush, the Congress will stage a protest outside the ED office, and I think this is going to happen in multiple cities. If you could take our viewers through, when can we expect the protest? You're outside the ED office right now in the national capital. Take our viewers through what we can expect. Do you see any Congress workers there protesting? When will it start?
So what I can tell you, Shivangi, that it was a double whammy Tuesday, one would say, for the Congress party. On one hand, we saw that at this place where I'm right now reporting from, Robert Vadra was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for the alleged role of money laundering in the purchase of a panchayat land to one of India's largest real estate company. In fact, not only one of largest, it is India's largest real estate company. So that case of money laundering is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, and for that, today again the Enforcement Directorate has asked Robert Vadra to come over here and get probed. However, the second major setback for the Gandhi family, as one would say, is that the Enforcement Directorate has charge sheeted Gandhis, especially Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, for the alleged role of taking over the properties of the National Herald, which is registered under Associated Journals Limited at a very menial sum. So yes, all this case of money laundering is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, and because one would say that the legal heat is now building up on Gandhis, the Congress workers on their side is now trying to exert political pressure. And from here, we witnessed that how yesterday at least, the Congress party had announced that there is going to be protest at several locations around the ED offices. But once again, we saw that there was a confusion, at least over here in Delhi. The Indian Youth Congress had announced that at 3 p.m. they are going to be registering a protest, but then they deferred it and they said that they are going to be doing it along with the party workers. Now, one has heard that at around 10 a.m. the party workers of Congress have been asked to assemble at the All India Congress Committee office at 24 Akbar Road. How many party workers are going to collect? What is going to be the unity? And will it really make an impact? Only time will tell. But yes, one can only say that taking into consideration of the legal heat which is building up on Gandhis, specifically the Congress party workers now are trying to exert political pressure of on the government and on the Enforcement Directorate. How effective would it be? Only time will tell.
Right, so the Congress is going to stage a protest outside, it's a nationwide protest outside ED offices, and we can expect ED offices across the nation. That's where the protest is going to happen. But remember, viewers, the ED has filed a charge sheet against the Congress MP Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Sam Pitroda, the party's overseas unit chief, in the alleged National Herald money laundering case. A special court fixed April 25th as the hearing date. Watch this report for more as the Congress feels the pressure.
Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Vadra, please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Robert Vadra, the son-in-law of Sonia Gandhi, has been embroiled in a money laundering case. The ED summoned him on Tuesday morning.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular?
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going? Straight and right.
So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents, and that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on it?
Because we were organizing ourselves for to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summons?
Nobody is evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now. Let's look at now.
What next are you expecting? Why? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
It has been alleged that Vadra got a super sweet deal when Congress was in power between 2004 and 2014. 7 crore investment turned into over 50 crore. But that was just the beginning. Republic tried second time to ask Vadra the uncomfortable question.
Mr. Vadra,
Listen. I'll talk later on in the evening. There's no point talking right now. I have a time. If I'm not there on time, they will be upset with me. It doesn't work, right?
Mr. Vadra, why there is an attempt of incorporation? Mr. Vadra,
Robert Vadra was quizzed for over 6 hours by the Enforcement Directorate. The crux of the ED line of questioning is what Republic has been exposing for nearly 8 years now.
Outrageous. For the first time, Republic gets you details about how Robert Vadra used the son-in-law card. It's a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. We come to know how to get land approval. He used the name of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. I read out for part 2 of our series from page 104 of the Dhingra report. It says, Shri Hitesh Sharma, who had been given the report in his testimony before the commission, has stated that Robert Vadra was the son-in-law of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Since he was a VIP, he had the capacity to build the colony. His report was approved by the CTP Shri Dhare Singh and Shri S.S. Dhillon, DTCP, and by the then Chief Minister. The status of the applicant seemed to be a significant factor to determine the capacity of the applicant.
Watch this, how Vadra sees the Republic logo and says, "Inko mat aane do."
Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say?
Sir, आपको साइड हो जाइए.
Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say?
The kind of response which the media got from Vadra in 2014.
How would you comment on having government threatened to, investigate all the land dealing?
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
These questions are being asked for many years.
Idiot, it's a mistake.
Sir, these questions are being asked.
From Robert Vadra to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, it's time for reckoning. Deals from Skylight to National Herald are haunting the Congress now.
Viewers, much coming up as we are getting your top updates coming in right now. The Supreme Court will hear a clutch of 70 plus petitions, including the one of AIM leader Asauddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Stay tuned as we are live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Given the lack of attention by the rest of the national media to the systematic violence against Hindus in Bengal, for Hindus are really facing torture, trauma, and continuous incarceration in Bengal. Given all of this, Kolkata seems light years away from Lutyens to me. And given the absolute disregard for Hindu lives, because Hindu lives matter too, but not for Mamata Banerjee and her corrupt government. Murshidabad and Malda seem light years away from Nabanno, where she has her office in Kolkata. But I believe, and I've always believed, that
Robert Robert Vadra will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with the money laundering case.
About the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out.
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul stays silent. Demand to bulldoze National Herald office. Posters put up across Mumbai. The Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asasuddin Owaisi against constitutional validity of WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC said it will send a team for investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. India rejects Pakistan's baseless remarks on WAQF law, says look at your own abysmal record. Well, good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Now, viewers, the Enforcement Directorate has charge-sheeted Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. And today, Republic questioned Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. These are the exclusive visuals, this exclusive confrontation of Rahul Gandhi. We bring you, viewers, and Rahul Gandhi remains silent when questioned about what are his comments in the National Herald case, as the Enforcement Directorate has charge-sheeted him and his mother as accused number 1 and 2. Take a look when we questioned Rahul Gandhi.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me,
Don't touch me.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me,
Don't touch me.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Don't
touch me,
Don't touch me.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Don't
touch me,
Don't touch me.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Well, viewers, joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Priyanka, who posed that question in front of Rahul Gandhi. Now, Priyanka, you questioned Rahul Gandhi over there as to what are his comments on ED charge-sheeting him. He remains tight-lipped, and what I can hear from that confrontation is that his security even tried to push you, where you went on and told them that it's not correct to touch you, where you are asking a simple question as a reporter, Priyanka.
Well, nothing new in that because this has happened quite some time, that every time that we question the Congress party leadership, then be it Robert Vadra as we saw yesterday, or Rahul Gandhi again today, or even over the several years that we have tried questioning Rahul Gandhi, then be it about the National Herald case or several issues that the Congress party, seems to have been buried under the controversy of. There has been the similar response of the security personnel of Rahul Gandhi and also his entire team, trying to protect him from getting any kind of being put in such a situation where he has to answer these questions. because we did try to question him even when he was leaving from the hotel room and he had been surrounded by at least 10 people. And since yesterday, we have been asking these questions to Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party leadership, including Robert Vadra himself. And there has been no answer as to the misappropriation of funds and also the real estate deals of 2,000 crore rupees that have been undervalued, and how the question really arises as to how these issues that Rahul Gandhi has been saying that he is in fact fighting for the country and that he is trying to do something for the nation. However, this is the burden on the exchequer if we actually put this into context for our viewers to understand how the National Herald case really pans out. But this unfortunately is the response of the Congress party leadership.
Priyanka, stay with us. Priyanka, stay with us. We'll play once again that confrontation of yours when you questioned Rahul Gandhi as to what are his remarks on being charge sheeted by the Enforcement Directorate. Viewers, let's take a look at this confrontation as to how Rahul Gandhi remained tight-lipped. He does not look towards the camera, and in a way, he just signals his security detail to come for a reporter and make her stop asking those questions. Take a look.
Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me, Don't touch me. Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out? Don't touch me,
Now, viewers, the Republic Media Network has questioned Rahul Gandhi. Now, Rahul Gandhi chose to remain silent. In fact, he signaled his security to take control of the situation. My colleague Priyanka asked those questions. Now, let us get you more on this. The Enforcement Directorate on Tuesday filed a charge sheet against Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Also, Sam Petroda, who's the party's overseas unit chief in the alleged National Herald money laundering case. Now, a special court fixed the hearing for April 25th. Remember, viewers, the Enforcement Directorate has charge sheeted and named Sonia Gandhi as accused number 1 in the case and Rahul Gandhi as accused number 2 in the case. Now, under the PMLA Section 4 of the money laundering case in which the Enforcement Directorate has filed this charge sheet amounts to a prison sentence of 7 years if proven guilty. Take a look at this report.
Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Vadra, please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Robert Vadra, the son-in-law of Sonia Gandhi, has been embroiled in a money laundering case. The ED summoned him on Tuesday morning.
Mr. Vadra, why did you evade first summon?
I didn't evade. We told them we need just a few more days. They tell us get documents. We were organizing our documents. I'm always ready to be here.
But there have been multiple cases. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about this particular?
Nothing will be found. You don't take 20 years to find details. Where are we going?
Straight and right.
So what is expected of today, Mr. Vadra?
I hope there's a conclusion. What is expected today? I hope there's a conclusion. That's it. There's nothing in the case.
Why didn't you appear during the first summon?
Because we were organizing our documents and, that's why I'm here as soon as they told me. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Vadra, what took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
Chalo, ho gaya.
Mr. Vadra, once, please, why did you not appear on it?
Because we were organizing ourselves to present. Because 23,000 documents is not easy to gather.
Documents were there in place. No, why did you evade? Why did you evade the summons?
Nobody's evading anything, ma'am. Look at it. I'm here today. Let's look at now. Let's look at now.
What next are you expecting? Why did you not come on April 8th, sir?
I'm waiting for conclusion.
It has been alleged that Vadra got a super sweet deal when Congress was in power between 2004 and 2014. 7 crore investment turned into over 50 crore. But that was just the beginning. Republic tried second time to ask Vadra the uncomfortable question.
Mr. Vadra.
Listen. I'll talk later on in the evening. There's no point talking right now. I have a time. If I'm not there on time, they will be upset with me. It doesn't work, right?
Mr. Vadra, why there is an attempt of incorporation? Mr. Vadra,
Robert Vadra was quizzed for over 6 hours by the Enforcement Directorate. The crux of the ED line of questioning is what Republic has been exposing for nearly 8 years now.
Outrageous. For the first time, Republic gets you details about how Robert Vadra used the son-in-law card. It's a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. We come to know how to get land approval. He used the name of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. I read out for part 2 of our series from page 104 of the Dhingra report. It says, Shri Hitesh Sharma, who had been given the report in his testimony before the commission, has stated that Robert Vadra was the son-in-law of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Since he was a VIP, he had the capacity to build the colony. His report was approved by the CTP Sridhar Singh and Shri S.S. Dhillon, DTCP, and by the then Chief Minister. The status of the applicant seemed to be a significant factor to determine the capacity of the applicant.
Watch this, how Vadra sees the Republic logo and says, "Inko mat aane do."
Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say? Sir, आपको साइड हो जाइए. Hours of questioning, sir. Would you have to say?
The kind of response which the media got from Vadra in 2014.
How would you comment on Haryana government threatening to, investigate all the land dealings?
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
These questions are being asked for many times.
Idiot, it's a mistake.
Sir, these questions are being asked.
From Robert Vadra to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, it's time for reckoning. Deals from Skylight to National Herald are haunting the Congress now. Both Rahul and Sonia have been charge sheeted in the National Herald case. After years of investigation, Rahul and Sonia are now accused number 1 and accused number 2 in the National Herald case. A case study of how 50 lakhs became 2,000 crore of Vadra Gandhi family assets.
There was a government of the Congress party in Haryana. It seems he was able to get that land use changed and he sold it further for 58 crores. That's what the media has reported. So the crux of the issue is 7.5 crores becoming 58 crores. So the first question that comes is, was a benefit taken, any undue benefit taken from the fact that the government were common to both the centre and the state?
The moot point remains. Will the law catch up with the Gandhis now?
And viewers, before we shift our focus to other stories, let's remind you that the Positive Influencers program is now live on www.republicworld.com and the entries are open. All you have to do is log on to www.republicworld.com and click on the Positive Influencers page and then click on apply. 3 easy steps and that can be a staircase to your moment of fame. So go ahead and take that shot. Now, we was calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case a political vendetta. The Congress has now announced a nationwide protest outside ED offices across the country today, viewers. So this is a big breaking coming in at this particular moment where the Congress party has said that they are going to protest against the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against their top leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Piyush Ohri, who's reporting outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Now, Piyush, the Enforcement Directorate has charge sheeted both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. They are being dubbed as accused number 1 and 2, and if found guilty, can face imprisonment till 7 years. What are we expecting in this case where the Congress party has called it vendetta? They are going to stage protest across the country. What do you learn from your ED sources is in store for Rahul and Sonia?
So there are 2 important aspects to it, Madhurima. First, the legal aspect and in which the Enforcement Directorate now has gone ahead and filed a charge sheet under Section 4 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, in which they have made Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi and even Priyanka Gandhi as an accused in the Associated Journal's case, a company that owns National Herald, a company of assets of which was being purchased or was being given at pittance rates to Gandhis who owned Young India at that time. So in this regard, the Enforcement Directorate had done intense investigation and now has gone ahead and filed a charge sheet under Section 4 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, in which they have made Gandhis the accused. Now, if they are going to be convicted in it, they are going to face imprisonment of no less than 7 years. So this is the legal aspect of it. Now comes the political aspect, taking into consideration that now there is intense legal heat on the Gandhi family, the first family of Congress, as one would say. It seems that the Congress workers now are trying to protect the fiefdom of Gandhis, and in this regard, what we have seen is that the Congress workers have announced that there is going to be a nationwide stir, including over here in Delhi, where they're going to protest and express their dissent against what they say is a kind of dictatorship through central agencies against what BJP feels are the political rivals. But this is a political aspect of it. And you can see that how this is also falling flat. Just yesterday, we saw that the Indian Youth Congress, the youth party wing of the Congress party, they had announced that they're going to be doing a protest at 3 p.m. But that got deferred. Now it has been announced that the party workers of Congress party have been asked to congregate at the All India Congress Committee headquarters at 24 Akbar Road. What we have been told by our sources is that the crowd has still not collected. So one would say that the excitement is still lagging. And this comes at a time when Robert Vadra, another family member of Gandhi's, is facing legal heat. And lastly, I would just request my video journalist to show the visuals of the Enforcement Directorate office where I am reporting from. This is the office where today where today Robert Vadra is going to be coming for the second day in a row, where he's going to be probed for his alleged role of money laundering in the sale of a panchayat land at Shikarpur, Haryana. This is the place where Gandhis earlier have also been summoned. So the key question now is that with legal heat now building up on Gandhis, will the trouble only continue to mount from here on for the Gandhis? Only time will tell. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Piyush, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as that crucial interrogation by the Enforcement Directorate of Mr. Robert Vadra, Day 2, is going to commence shortly. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Maharashtra, where tensions erupted in the Kathe Gali area of Nashik's Dwarka locality after a municipal team attempting to demolish an allegedly illegal dargah was attacked. 20 policemen have been injured in this stone pelting, in which 4 police officers have been injured. The Maharajganj has started demolishing the illegal dargah now. The demolition of illegal site has begun. Even after that stone pelting incident, the local authorities over there have taken swift cognizance and action in the matter, viewers, where the illegal demolition has already begun. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, what happened there when the demolition began? What really instigated these people to start pelting stones, which has injured multiple officials as well?
देखिए मधुरा, बीती रात को जो नासिक महानगर पालिका है और साथ ही नासिक पुलिस वहां पे गई थी, क्योंकि सुबह इसको तोड़ा कार्रवाई करना था, बुलडोजर चलाना था, क्योंकि कोर्ट के निर्देश के बाद, क्योंकि ये जो है अवैध दरगाह था, इसके बाद कोर्ट ने निर्देश दिया था कि इसको तोड़ा जाए। इसको लेकर नासिक महानगर पालिका और पुलिस की टीम गई थी। उसी समय पत्थरबाजी शुरू होती है। पहले बहस होता है, बहस के बाद पत्थरबाजी शुरू होती है। लगभग 2 से 2.5 घंटे तक पत्थरबाजी होती रही, जिसकी वजह से जिसमें पुलिस की टीम गई थी, 20 पुलिस वाले घायल हुए, जिसमें 4 अधिकारी थे। साथ ही महानगर पालिका जो नासिक महानगर पालिका कर्मचारी हैं, उनको भी घायल हुए हैं, उनको भी पत्थर लगे हुए हैं। तो इस मामले को लेकर जहां पे नासिक पुलिस देर रात से वहां पहुंची थी, अभी फिलहाल जो स्थिति है फिलहाल वहां पे तनाव बना हुआ है और लगातार जो अंदर जो अवैध दरगाह है उसको तोड़ा जा रहा है, बुलडोजर चल रहा है, लेकिन कहीं कहीं सिचुएशन कहीं कहीं अभी भी लाइन ऑर्डर खराब हो सकता है। उसको देखते हुए कहीं कहीं आसपास पूरे इलाके में नासिक पुलिस की टीम तैनात है। लगातार जो महानगर पालिका की टीम है अंदर जो कार्रवाई है, जो तोड़ा कार्रवाई है वो शुरू है, लेकिन फिलहाल कहीं कहीं सिचुएशन अभी भी शांत नहीं है। पूरे इलाके में छावनी की तरफ तब्दील कर दिया गया है। लेकिन जिस तरह से बीती रात की घटना हुई, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 20 पुलिस वालों के ऊपर पत्थर फेंका गया, वो घायल हुए हैं, जिसमें 4 पुलिस अधिकारी है, महानगर पालिका के कर्मचारी हैं, वो भी घायल हुए हैं। तो लगातार कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से ये घटना हुई उसको लेकर वहां पे पुलिस अलर्ट है। पूरे इलाके में कहीं कहीं छावनी की तरफ तब्दील कर दिया गया है। जी।
Well, thank you, Satya Prakash, for those details. Moving on, viewers, let's get you a collection of news coming in from across the country in this edition of Bharat in 2. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde met MNS Chief Raj Thackeray at his residence. The meeting sparked buzz over possible tie-up ahead of BMC elections. However, Eknath Shinde clarified the purpose of the meeting, calling it a courtesy visit.
केवल आज की भेंट जो है सच क्या हम मिल नहीं सकते क्या बिना सिर्फ काम के लिए मिलना है क्या सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल बातें करने के लिए मिलना है? अरे भैया, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के जमाने से हम साथ में काम करते थे। अभी बीच में कुछ कारणवश हम राज ठाकरे जी से मिलते नहीं थे, वो भी कारण आपको मालूम है। लेकिन अभी तो हम कभी भी मिल सकते हैं उनको, कभी भी बात कर सकते हैं। वो भी मेरे पास आते हैं। हर मुलाकात का पॉलिटिकल अर्थ निकालना उचित नहीं।
The Indian Army Field Hospital deployed in Mandale under Operation Brahma returned to Hindon Air Force Base. The Indian Army Field Hospital was deployed in Mandale as part of India's humanitarian assistance and disaster relief effort to provide medical support to the victims of the earthquake in Myanmar.
As you are aware, this immediate operation was launched by Indian Army in the aftermath of the 7.7 Richter scale which had hit Myanmar. The epicenter of this location was in a city known as Mandali. Said primarily this was a medical aid which was established by our rapid response force. Anything to aid this medical team with respect to getting close to the critical patients, being able to transport them and being able to reach areas which were unreachable otherwise by humans.
Punjab police takes custody of Papal Preet Singh, a close aide of Amritpal Singh and a key member of the Varis Punjab, the outfit, after revocation of National Security Act. The National Human Rights Commission has taken serious cognizance of Bengal violence. They have said that they are going to send a team on ground to inspect and investigate the matter, looking at the seriousness of the situation in Murshidabad. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. Tahawwur Rana, one of the masterminds of the most dastardly mass casualty terror strike on Mumbai, 26/11 has now been extradited to India. He has come to India on the 9th of April and will face justice. He will be in the custody of the NIA for the first 2 weeks in some secret location in Mumbai, where he will be interrogated in detail, and I am very certain he will sing like a canary, a yellow canary. That is what they all do when they come in.
Located across the eastern Himalayas at an altitude of over 19,300 feet, where oxygen is scarce, the Indian Army steadfastly guards the plateau subsector in North Sikkim, one of the highest and coldest battlefields. Operational preparedness of the troops deployed in this rugged terrain is of a very high order. Superior surveillance devices and techniques help maintain situational awareness and keep a check on all activities. The Indian Army in North Sikkim stands as a testament to strength, resilience, and compassion. Through its multifaceted role, it safeguards our borders and contributes to the region's development. The Plateau Warriors truly stand as the last bastion, the unyielding sentinels dedicated to both duty and service.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
So the FBI had arrested this duo in 2009, right, when they were now actively planning an attack on a Danish office. You know, this David Headley was an informant, was one of the sources of the FBI and the customs department in the United States. So they were in full know about the planning of 26/11. The sad fact is that apart from very vague hints and general warnings, no attack plans were shared. These people were not put under arrest preemptively, etc., which is slightly confusing as to why this was not done. But when a European office, media office was to be attacked, immediately preemptive action was taken and both the duo were arrested. Now, David Headley, being an informant, being a resource of the intelligence agencies in the United States, you know, was not handed over to India, but his testimony was taken on video and presented to the courts here, right? And in this testimony, he has fully nailed Tahavur Rana as the brains behind this, who was in.
Now, viewers, before we head into a break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving a phenomenal response from the fields of defense to sports to mindfulness. Every category has been flooded, and if you think you have it in you to change the narrative and become a positive influencer, you can apply at a Republic Positive Influencer and you can be the next big thing on the internet.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
No, I'm not jumping the gun. I truly believe that if there's one government which is going to bring back Mehul Choksi, it is going to be only and only the Modi government. And remember, viewers, I've always been saying it. All of them will come back. Mehul Choksi is going to come back now very soon. And then we are going to get Nirav Modi. We're going to drag him back by the scruff of his neck. And then we are going to get Vijay Mallya, the fugitive Vijay Mallya, the runaway Vijay Mallya, the Vijay Mallya who should be eating prison food in a prison cell in India. Don't worry, Vijay, we're going to get you too. You're also going to come back. Anyway, you lost a big case, I'm told, in court in the United Kingdom where you're hiding with all your ill-gotten money. So we're going to get you too, Vijay Mallya. Now, to all the people who have always said, no, the Modi government's not done enough to get Mehul Choksi back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehul Choksi himself claimed that 2 persons allegedly from the Research and Analysis Wing, India's external intelligence agency, RAW, abducted him from Antigua in 2021 and he was forcibly taken to Dominica. Now, okay, even if we assumed it was a botched up RAW operation, you have to agree it was a RAW operation. Would all the people in Lutyens agree or not that it was a RAW operation? What does this prove? This essentially proves one thing and only one thing, ladies and gentlemen. And that is that India has been trying to get him back. Okay, maybe they didn't try this way, but they've got him this way. Now, government has been tracking Choksi. They knew Choksi has family in Belgium.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive Media influencer in the domain of sports.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thank you. Very good morning, viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be a part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain. You name it and it's there. Health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content, and much more. The entries are open and we've already received hundreds of responses. So if you think you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply on republicpositiveinfluencers.in. Let's now get started with the headlines. Robert Vadra to be questioned by the ED again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with a money laundering case.
About the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out.
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul maintains silence. Demand to bulldoze National Herald office. Posters put up across Mumbai. Supreme Court to hear a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the National Human Rights Commission to send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. India rejects Pakistan's baseless remarks on the WAQF law, says, look at your own abysmal record. All right, viewers, starting this edition of Live and Breaking with some breaking news coming in, a disturbing one rather. An air hostess was allegedly sexually assaulted by the staff of a private hospital in Haryana's Gurugram while she was on the ventilator in the ICU. Now, as we understand, this 46-year-old air hostess filed a complaint on April 6th that she was allegedly assaulted by some staff of the hospital in Gurugram where she was on ventilated support, and a case was registered afterwards at the Sadar police station. And according to the complaint that she filed, she had come to Gurugram for training on behalf of the company, and during this time her health deteriorated due to a drowning incident, after which she was admitted to the private hospital for treatment. And now the police, as we understand, is examining the CCTV footage and will soon identify the accused. And I'd like to go across to Piyush Ori, my colleague, joining me this morning on the story. Piyush, disturbing developments, as we understand, coming in from Gurugram. Tell us more details of this case and what stage of the investigation is the police at currently?
So this is indeed an extremely disturbing incident, Madhurima, of which has been reported from Gurugram. Now, let me just tell you what exactly has been the chronology of events. Now, this 46-year-old air hostess who's working in a very prominent airline company had come to Gurugram for training. She was there at a hotel in Sector 15 area of the city. And on April 6th, while swimming, she drowned, and because of which she was admitted now, which is now publicly visible, is in a prominent hospital, Medanta. Now, it is believed that she was there in that hospital from April 6th to April 12th. And on that moment, where she was admitted in that hospital, it has been alleged that while she was unconscious, she was touched inappropriately, and there was some sexual misconduct that was put against her by some of the staff over there. Now, taking this into consideration, the legal staff of that air hostess and her husband has gone ahead and filed a complaint at Sadar police station. What we have been told is that though there has been no formal arrests that have been made in this case, there have been some questioning which has been done by the Gurugram police. So it is now going to be interesting to note that what exactly is going to be done. Back to you in the studio.
Yes. All right, Piyush, thank you so much for those updates. We will keep coming back to you as and when there are more developments. Viewers, moving on to more breaking news that we're getting in, this time from Karnataka. Now, there's revolt brewing within the Karnataka Congress government after the caste census was tabled. And Shamanur Shiv Shankarappa, who is the national president of the Akhil Bharata Vaishyavaya Lingayat Mahasabha and who's also a Congress MLA, has said that if the Siddaramaiah government takes any such decision, it will be a setback for them, because in the state, Lingayats come first and Vocaligas come second. This is the latest that we are picking up days after the Siddaramaiah government tabled the caste census report in the assembly. Now, we understand that there is a revolt within the Congress government in the state, and the Lingayat communities and members of the Vocaliga communities have now openly expressed their discontent with the caste census report. Abhishek, my colleague, joins me from Bengaluru for more on this. Abhishek, what has really prompted this statement from the Congress MLA, and what is it that the party, those who are discontent with the caste census report, is contending?
Well, Ayona, it is very clear that from the statement made by Shamnoor Shivshankarappa, who is the senior-most MLA in the Congress party and also who is the national president of All India Veerashaiva Mahasabha, it is clear that the government census report has not been contentful to the Veerashaiva and the Vokkaliga community in the state of Karnataka. We've seen major developments in the last week, whereas the Vokkaligas are actually meeting in various other places, be it politically, be it with respect to the caste. And also, we've seen Veerashaiva Mahasabha also having meetings over meetings to make sure that Siddaramaya's government will not accept the report of 2014 and 15, which was started by Kantaraju Commission and which was submitted by Jaiprakash Hegde's commission. So, on another note, it is very clear that the Veerashaiva or the Lingayat community and also the Vokkaliga community, along with the Brahmana community of Karnataka, are against this report because they feel this census has been conducted in the most unscientific way. And also, they haven't considered the COVID deaths which happened during 2019 and 2020. So, this is as one of the reasons as to why Shamnoor Shivshankarappa has very clearly mentioned in the statement that Lingayat being the #1 community in Karnataka, Vokkaliga being the second highest population in Karnataka, the Karnataka government cannot take into consideration without giving a heed to these communities is what Shamnoor Shivshankarappa's statement meant, and this might be a direct warning to CM Siddaramaiah to not go with the report. Ayona.
Yes. All right, Abhishek, thank you so much for those details. Viewers, that's the story that we are tracking very closely from Karnataka. Now shifting focus to what's been happening in West Bengal. Breaking news coming in at this moment. Over 200 people have now been arrested in the Murshidabad violence case. A total of 212 people have been arrested, and this development comes as the National Human Rights Commission has now stepped in, taken cognizance of what's been happening in West Bengal, and is set to send a team to the location to conduct an on-spot inquiry. And the visuals on your screen, viewers, it's a CCTV that Republic TV exclusively accessed yesterday. These are visuals of stone pelting and chaos that has been unfolding in Murshidabad since the past 1 week, ever since the WAQF Act has come into effect. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has maintained that she will not implement the Waqf Amendment Act in the state, and under the garb of opposition.
JP, I wish to clarify at the very outset that though Congress party surely has got the power to and the right to offer dharnas, but it does not extend to misappropriating public property given by the government to National Herald. ये समझना बहुत जरूरी है। मित्रों, आज थोड़ा रिकॉल वैल्यू जरूरी है। नेशनल हेरल्ड 1937 में शुरू किया गया था। इसमें 5000 शेयर होल्डर्स थे जिन्हें शेयर खरीदे उसके। तो ये नेहरू खानदान की जागीर कभी नहीं रही है, इस बात को समझना बहुत जरूरी है। और बड़े बड़े लोग जो फ्रीडम फाइटर थे, जो बाद में कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता भी बने, मुख्यमंत्री वगैरह बने, ये सबों ने उसमें सहयोग किया। 2008 में नेशनल हेरल्ड का पब्लिकेशन बंद हो गया क्योंकि वो चल नहीं पाया। उसके बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी ने नेशनल हेरल्ड को 90 करोड़ रुपया दिया था, एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड जो इसको पब्लिश करते थे। ये जानना जरूरी है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को कई एग्जम्पशंस हैं, आपको मालूम है। तो वो किसी प्राइवेट बॉडी को पार्टी का फंड नहीं दे सकते हैं, इस बात को समझे आप। दैट इज प्योरली प्रोहिबिटेड। दिया उनकी बात है, घर की कंपनी थी। अब उसके बाद उसने कहा आपका लोन हम दे नहीं सकते। तो दे नहीं सकते तो एक बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से एक कॉरपोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में है। तो जो एक कंपनी बनाई गई यंग इंडिया कर करके, उसमें 38% शेयर सोनिया जी का, 38% राहुल जी का, और बाकी मोतीलाल वोरा और बाकी लोग का था, ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस वगैरह इस टाइप के लोग थे वहां पर। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए। ये 9 करोड़ का ट्रांसफर होना बड़ी बात नहीं है। इस 9 करोड़ शेयर के ट्रांसफर होने के बाद यंग इंडिया कंपनी, जिसके 76% शेयर होल्डर्स सोनिया जी और राहुल जी थे, उसके हाथ में एसोसिएटेड जर्नल की पूरी संपत्ति आ गई। और ये संपत्ति क्या क्या है? दिल्ली में बहादुर शाह जफर पर एक प्रॉपर्टी, मुंबई में प्रॉपर्टी, लखनऊ में प्रॉपर्टी, भोपाल में प्रॉपर्टी, पटना में प्रॉपर्टी, जो हजारों करोड़ की है। ये कहा गया कि यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड वो नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन था चैरिटेबल पर्पस के लिए। आज तक उन्होंने क्या चैरिटेबल पर्पस किया है कुछ पता नहीं है। इसके बाद एक प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट होता है, बाकी कार्रवाई होती है, फिर ईडी मामले का इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है। यहां पर 3-4 चीजों को पार्टी के मंच से फैक्चुअली रिकॉल करना जरूरी है। ईडी ने कांग्रेस के वर्तमान अध्यक्ष मोतीलाल खरगे को भी इंटरोगेट किया था, क्योंकि वही एकमात्र थे एम्प्लॉय, मोतीलाल वोरा, सॉरी। तो ये इस बात को समझना चाहिए कि वही एक एम्प्लॉय थे, अब तो नहीं रहे। थैंक यू संजय। उसके बाद पवन बंसल थे, उनको इंटरोगेट किया। फिर सोनिया जी और राहुल गांधी को भी इंटरोगेट किया कई घंटों तक। स्वाभाविक कोई जवाब नहीं था। और ये जो 90 करोड़ बकाया था, इसका हिसाब क्या किया जाएगा? तो 50 लाख रुपया दे दिया गया एसोसिएट जर्नल को, और सारा लोन राइट ऑफ हो गया नेशनल हेराल्ड को प्रकाशित करने वाली कंपनी का। एक बात है, कॉमर्स में इस परिवार का जवाब नहीं है। 50 लाख में 90 करोड़ की संपत्ति प्राप्त कर लेना, 90 करोड़ राइट ऑफ कर देना, और हजारों करोड़ की संपत्ति का मालिकाना हक प्राप्त कर लेना। और दूसरे एक सदस्य जो मेंबर हैं 3 करोड़ में जमीन खरीदते हैं हरियाणा में, और कमर्शियल यूज हो जाता है और 58 करोड़ रुपए में बेच देते हैं। तो ये तो इस देश को सीखना चाहिए कि ये जो गांधी मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट है, इसलिए मैं इसको गांधी मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट कह रहा हूं। गांधी जी नहीं, गांधी मॉडल ऑफ डेवलपमेंट। बी वेरी क्लियर अबाउट इट। क्या सवाल पूछते हैं ये लोग, परिवार के लोग? भ्रष्टाचार का इनका पूरा आचरण, शेयर की हेराफेरी करो, संपत्ति बनाओ, और ये सारी संपत्ति सरकार के द्वारा दी हुई थी। क्या भोपाल, क्या पटना, क्या लखनऊ। फिर उसके बाद ईडी ने मामले को टेकअप किया, और मामले को टेकअप करके उन्होंने पूरे मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट, बाकी प्रोविजन के अनुसार सब कुछ समझा, और उन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट फाइल की सेक्शन 8 में बिफोर द कोर्ट। ये जो प्राइवेट कंप्लेंट बोलते हैं या कंप्लेंट बोलते हैं, दैट इज एज गुड एज ए चार्जशीट, क्योंकि बाकी जो क्रिमिनल लॉ में कंप्लेंट होता है तो उसमें वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है, इसमें वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके ही फाइल करते हैं। और कोर्ट ने कहा है कि अब मैं 21 तारीख को सुनवाई करूंगा, 25 को। यही तो पूरी कहानी है। इसमें है तो वह क्या है भाई? और एक बात को ध्यान रखा जाए कि सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी बेल पर हैं, इन्होंने पूरी कार्रवाई को क्वाश करने के लिए हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाया और कोई राहत नहीं मिली। सिर्फ यही राहत मिली कि आप पर्सनली कोर्ट में अपीयर नहीं होइएगा, यू विल अपीयर थ्रू लॉयर। तो जो चीज 4 साल से चल रही है, जिसमें आप संतोषजनक जवाब नहीं दे पाए, जहां कानून अपना काम कर रहा है, वहां पर कर रहे हैं वेंडेटा। और उनके जो मेंबरान पार्लियामेंट हैं, देश के नामी गिरामी वकील, वो भी इसको अजीब प्रकार की बेबुनियाद तर्के दे रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए कि पार्टी की ओर से विचार हुआ कि सुबह सुबह इस मामले के संबंध में पार्टी के दृष्टिकोण को बताना जरूरी है। कानून अपना काम कर रहा है, द लॉ इज टेकिंग इट्स ओन कोर्स। हम बीजेपी की ओर से सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस पार्टी से सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं, क्या कानून को अपना काम नहीं करना चाहिए? क्या हजारों करोड़ की संपत्ति पर अगर आपने गलत तरीके से, गैर कानूनी तरीके से षड्यंत्र करके कब्जा कर लिया, तो क्या इस पर चुप रहना चाहिए? यही तो बड़े सवाल हैं। I would like to repeat, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji, kindly reply. Should the law be allowed to take its own course or not? And if there is a glaring case where thousands of crores of public property situated at prime locations in different parts of the country have been misappropriated by conspiracy, where the beneficiary is you and your son, being 76% owner of the AJL. तो फिर ये धरना, वेंडेटा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार है, कानून को अपना काम करने देगी और कानून काम करेगा। वैसे नेशनल हेराल्ड की कहानी बड़ी जोरदार है। थोड़ा हम लोग की रिसर्च टीम रिसर्च कर रहे थे, तो सरदार पटेल ने कहा था कि जिस तरह के लोगों से पैसा लिया जा रहा है वो ठीक नहीं है, वो बहुत चिंता पैदा करता है। ये लोग प्रामाणिक कांग्रेसी नेता थे और वो सारी चिट्ठियां हम लोग के पास हैं। मैं संजय से कहूंगा कभी आप लोग को दे देगा, नेहरू जी ने क्या कहा, सरदार पटेल ने क्या कहा। लेकिन और चंद्रभानु गुप्ता जो उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे, उन्होंने भी पैसे इसके लिए बहुत इकट्ठा किए थे, बड़े नेता थे। कहा कि ये तो बना था देश की आवाज के लिए, इसे नेहरू की और खानदान की आवाज बना दिया गया इस अखबार को। तो ये हम नहीं कह रहे, कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं, ये सब रिकॉर्ड पर है। क्या सरदार पटेल, क्या चंद्रभानु गुप्ता की आत्मकथा में। तो इसका अतीत, इसका वर्तमान। एक विषय में आपसे और कहना चाहूंगा, और ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है। इस देश में इतना मीडिया आ गया है, इतने अखबार आ गए हैं, इतने न्यूज चैनल आ गए हैं, फिर भी वो अखबार जिसके पीछे कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनकी सरकारों का पूरा आशीर्वाद है, वो चल क्यों नहीं पाया? ये सवाल है ना, क्यों नहीं चल पाया? तो ये अखबार चलाने के लिए नहीं था, ये अखबार विज्ञापन बटोरने और सरकार से संपत्ति लेकर बिल्डिंग खड़ा करने का एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट था। आई रिपीट, today there are so many news channels in the country, so many newspapers in the country. All of them have picked up business and readership. A newspaper which has the protection, promotion and patronage of the entire Congress party and their government, why it could not at all flourish as a newspaper? The reply is very simple. It was after independence leased to be used as a proper newspaper, more as a forum to collect advertisement and also ensure big property by government cooperation. यही सच्चाई है ना। और मैंने देखा है कि शायद इन लोग ने यंग इंडिया के में जब ट्रांसफर कराया फिर भी 25-26 करोड़ का विज्ञापन आया है। तो संजय बाबू कांग्रेस पार्टी से सीखना चाहिए नोट कमाने की तरीका। हाँ, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है, ओरिजिनल थिंकिंग चलती है। हाँ मतलब ये अंतिम बात मैं पीड़ा से कह रहा हूं, जो अखबार आजादी के आंदोलन में लड़ने वाले लोगों के आवाज को मजबूत करने का अखबार था, उसको आपने प्राइवेट व्यापार में बदल दिया। चलिए मैं संजय की बात भी रोचक, एटीएम बना दिया। सीरियस क्वेश्चन कि न्यूज़पेपर which was established in the freedom struggle to espouse the voice of those fighting the British imperialism ultimately degenerated into a money minting exercise for the establishment of Congress party. ये ठीक है क्या? थैंक यू मित्रों। हाँ, बीजेपी की ओर से हम पूरी भर्त्सना करते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी की प्रतिक्रिया की, और ये जो ईडी को धमकाने की बात की जा रही है बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। बिल्कुल ये देश की कानूनी प्रक्रिया का सीधा उल्लंघन है, इसे हम उचित नहीं मानते।
अंकित गुप्ता ये भी थी। देश भर में प्रदर्शन तो हो ही रहा है, जिसका भी आपने जिक्र किया। उसके साथ ही में जयराम रमेश ने जो है एक पोस्ट भी किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कानून के शासन का मुखौटा ओढ़कर एक राज्य प्रायोजित अपराध है और ये विपक्ष की राजनीति को डराने धमकाने की कोशिश के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं।
जयराम रमेश बुद्धिजीवी भी है ना, लिखते पढ़ते भी हैं, तो जो इतना चीजें मैंने बताई इसका भी तो जवाब दीजिए। पॉलिटिकल जवाब के अलावे सब्सटेंस पे जवाब दीजिए कि 76% कैसे शेयर हो गया माताजी और पुत्र जी का, और 50 लाख के एवज में 9 करोड़ का शेयर उनके पास मेजॉरिटी आ गया और हजारों करोड़ की संपत्ति आ गई देश भर में। इसका ना जवाब दें वो।
ऐश्वर्या पालीवाल।
मैं आता हूं उस पर, अलग से बात करूंगा। देखिए जहां तक इसका सवाल है ना, फिर मैं आता हूं। आप किसको थ्रेट कर रहे हैं? आप हाई कोर्ट गए ना, आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए ना, ये प्रोसीडिंग कॉस्ट तो नहीं हुई, आपको बेल मिला और आपको यही राहत मिली कि आप वहां पर खुद मत पेश होइए। तो बाकी जब ईडी ने पूरा काम किया है, कैसे मूवमेंट ऑफ मनी है, सब कुछ है, ये सारी बातें मैंने बताई, तो ये तो काम होने दीजिए ना। कोर्ट में मामला है, जाइए पेश होइए। कांग्रेस के पास तो बड़े वकीलों की कमी नहीं है, कुछ राज्यसभा में है, कुछ राज्यसभा आने की लाइन में है, तो उनका सदुपयोग करिए।
और कोई प्रश्न? आनंद पांडे।
आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ईडी को धमका रही है, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने यह आरोप लगाया है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह के इशारे पे सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने धमकाया जा रहा है। ऐसे कैसे क्या होता है?
इस देश में लूटने का लाइसेंस नहीं है। शुद्ध भाषा में नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में जिस तरह से शेयर ट्रांसफर किए गए और 50 लाख के एवज में 90 करोड़ को राइट ऑफ किया गया और हजारों करोड़ की संपत्ति हथिया ली गई, तो ये तो लूट का मामला बनता है ना, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का मामला बनता है ना। गो एंड फेस द ट्रायल। तो ये तो आपने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी कहा था, हाई कोर्ट में भी कहा था कि हमको फंसाया जा रहा है, तो हाई कोर्ट ने आपकी बात मानी क्या, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने मानी क्या? तो क्या मतलब है इसका?
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज.
So the FBI had arrested this duo in 2009, right? When they were now actively planning an attack on a Danish office. You know, this David Headley was an informant, was one of the sources of the FBI and the customs department in the United States. So they were in full know about the planning of 26/11. The sad fact is that apart from very vague hints and general warnings, no attack plans were shared. These people were not put under arrest preemptively, etc., which is slightly confusing as to why this was not done. But when
रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुनने के बाद मैंने उन्हें ये कहानी भेजी जिसमें मैं वीरम देव और फिरोजा के बारे में बता रहा हूँ कि कैसे जालोर के एक राजकुमार ने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की बेटी को शादी के लिए मना कर दिया और उसकी जगह उन्होंने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी से युद्ध लड़ना स्वीकार किया। ये जानते हुए कि अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की सेना इतनी विशाल है जिसके सामने वे शायद ही टिक पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने सर कटाना स्वीकार किया, सर झुकाने की जगह। राजस्थान की मिट्टी ही ऐसी है जो हर बार ऐसे वीर सपूतों को जन्म देती है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों को बताऊं कि कैसे 500 सालों तक राजस्थान की ही मिट्टी के वो वीर सपूत थे जिन्होंने आक्रमणकारियों को भारत पर कब्जा करने से रोका, उन्हें भारत को गुलाम बनाने से रोका, लेकिन इतिहास उसके बारे में नहीं बताता है। अब मैं लास्टली उम्मीद करता हूं कि रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के हिस्ट्री और हेरिटेज के डोमेन में मैं सेलेक्ट होऊंगा ताकि आप लोगों को राजस्थान और भारत के अनसंग वॉरियर्स के बारे में बता सकूंगा। थैंक यू।
Robert Vadra to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate again today. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with a money laundering case.
Case and the investigation that is being carried out.
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul stays silent. Demand to bulldoze National Herald office posters put up across Mumbai. Supreme Court to hear a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Asasuddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC to send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. India rejects Pakistan's baseless remarks on WAQF law, says, look at your own abysmal record. Viewers, breaking news coming in from the state of West Bengal. Over 200 people have been arrested in the Murshidabad violence case. A total of 212 people have been arrested so far after those violent clashes erupted in Murshidabad violence that led to death of 3 and injured 150. Meanwhile, the NHRC has stepped in and will has stepped in, taking serious cognizance of the matter, and is going to deploy an investigation team over there, keeping in mind the seriousness of the case. Viewers, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Bhaskar. Bhaskar, Now, over 200 people have been arrested so far in the Murshidabad violence case. But what we are learning at the moment is, Bhaskar, that there are multiple PFI links. Then there are ISIS link coming in. There's also a link of Bangladeshi miscreant element also active in Bengal. And they are the main reason who caused this violence. What more are we learning?
Well, absolutely. As per the Bengal police sources, a total of 212 people now have been arrested over this Murshidabad violence, which was spread across Jafrabad, Dhulian, Suti and Samsherganj surrounding area. And also, on the other hand, the Bengal police is now looking for external sources which maybe was influential in this violence. As you said, there may be some or there may be some other terrorist organizations link, and now Bengal police is looking into it. And also, on the other hand, NHRC has now stepped in, and as per the NHRC sources, they will send a investigative team within a week in Murshidabad to get a ground report of what's actually going on and what actually happened. Because so many people, so many Hindus, they claim that they alleged that they were tortured, they were threatened, their house were torched down, their vehicles and everything was torched down. So now, in one hand, NHRC will send a team for investigation within 1 week as per the NHS sources, and also on the other hand, a number of 212 people as of now has been arrested in this Murshidabad violence case. Over to you.
Bhaskar, stay with us. Stay with us. We are getting more breaking news at the moment from Bengal that following violence in Murshidabad area of West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will meet Muslim leaders who are opposing the WAQF Act. Remember, Mamata Banerjee had said that she is not going to implement the new law that has been brought in by the parliament and has been implemented in multiple states. But Mamata Banerjee had made it clear that she is not going to implement it in the state of West Bengal. And today she is going to meet, amid violence, she is going to meet multiple Muslim leaders who are opposing the WAQF Act. Bhaskar, what more can you tell us? What is in store as far as this meeting is concerned? What is going to be discussed in this meeting, specifically at the time when there is so much violence in West Bengal?
Well, absolutely. Earlier, Mamata Banerjee clearly mentioned that she will not let this WAQF amendment law to be implemented in West Bengal, and later this kind of violence was spread out in Murshidabad districts, different parts. So now today, Mamata Banerjee will meet some Muslim leaders, some imams and some muezzins, and also some more people in Netaji Indoor Stadium. So we have to wait. We have to wait what Mamata Banerjee tells those Muslim leaders today, because it may decide the further course of action of those Muslim leaders against this WAQF amendment law. And because we earlier witnessed that after Mamata Banerjee clearly mentioned that she will not let her government to implement this WAQF amendment law, and later the violence was started in Murshidabad as well as in South Chobbish Pargona and other districts like in Nadia and all other districts. So now, what will Mamata Banerjee tell those Muslim leaders today will be the most important thing as per the present condition, as per the present situation, because in the name of WAQF amendment law, opposition, they are trying to create a ruckus, they are trying to create a scene in different parts of West Bengal. So, of course, it's important that Chief Minister will be meeting those Muslim leaders today, and what will she tell them against this WAQF amendment law? It's the most vital thing going to be now.
Well, thank you, Bhaskar, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as Mamata Banerjee is going to meet these Muslim leaders opposing the WAQF Act later in the day. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the national capital, calling the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case a political vendetta. The Congress has announced nationwide protest outside ED offices today. So the Congress party has come out in the open, viewers, and they have called this entire charge sheet of the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case as political vendetta, where the Enforcement Directorate has named Sonia Gandhi as accused number 1 and Rahul Gandhi as accused number 2 in the matter. And viewers, the case has also been registered under the PMLA Act of Act number 4 over there, and if found guilty, both Sonia and Rahul can face imprisonment up to 7 years. So after that strict charge sheet coming in, there have been called for a massive protest outside multiple ED offices. Multi-ED offices across the country. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Piyush Ori, who is reporting outside from the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. Piyush, the Congress party has called for a massive protest, keeping in mind the charge sheet of the Enforcement Directorate, where Sonia and Rahul have been named as accused number 1 and 2 respectively. Piyush, what more can you tell us?
So yes, Madhurima, before I start, I would just request my video journalist to just show the visuals of the Enforcement Directorate office. Now, taking into consideration that today also is a day of hustle and bustle over here at Enforcement Directorate in respect to Gandhis only, because first there is going to be a summon, the second summon, as one would say, in a row that has been given to Robert Vadra as far as his land dealings with the Delhi Land Finance DLF is concerned, of a Panchayat land in Manesar. So for that, the summon has been issued. The second important day for which you are seeing that there is a substantial security cover, and I would just request my video journalist to continue showing the visuals over here at the Enforcement Directorate. The second reason for which there is a substantial security cover over here is because in order to now trying to exert political pressure on Enforcement Directorate and also Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress workers have announced that today they are going to be carrying out a nationwide protest outside the Enforcement Directorate office, not only over here in the national capital, but also in several parts of the city and also in the country. Now, this is in respect to the Enforcement Directorate now going ahead and filing a charge sheet in which they have very clearly mentioned that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are accused A1 and A2 in the Associated Land Journals, in which they were able to get the assets of National Herald at pittance, and thereby the case has been filed against them under Section 4 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. What can prove to be even more trouble for the Gandhi family is that if they are going to be convicted, they can face a rigorous imprisonment of 7 years. So they understand, the Gandhi family understands, and more than that, the Congress worker understands that what kind of legal pressure, what kind of legal heat is now being faced by the Gandhi family. And in taking this into consideration, you're witnessing that now a political pressure is being exerted on the Enforcement Directorate officials and also on Bharatiya Janata Party of the kind of legal repercussions which is now going to be faced by the Gandhi family. Having said that, how successful it is going to be, only time will tell. But so far as what we've been told is that even though a clarion call of making the Congress workers congregate at the All India Congress Committee headquarters at 24 Akbar Road was given, so far it seems the crowd has been thin. So how effective it can be, only time will tell. But so far it seems that even a Congress worker seems to lack that enthusiasm of trying to support the people who runs the party. Back in the studio.
Well, thank you, Piyush, for those details. What we are also learning is that there's going to be a massive protest, like you very rightly pointed out, outside the AICC headquarters in the national capital. And those are the exclusive visuals over there. Those are the exclusive visuals, as you can see, that the Congress workers have already gathered over there in front of the national headquarters of the Congress party. This is the All India Congress national headquarters. This is right next to Sonia Gandhi's residence over there. And we can see how a sea of Congress protesters have reached over there. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Akil. Akil is reporting from outside the AICC headquarters. Over to you, Akil. What's happening over there? The Congress workers have gathered over there. Any senior leaders in sight, Akil?
Well, Madhurima, if you see at this point in time, what we are learning that any moment from now, as I'm just standing outside Robert Vadra's residence, here you can see behind me the visuals of Robert Vadra's residence. Any moment from now, Robert Vadra is expected to leave for the ED, because the ED has questioned Robert Vadra yesterday on Tuesday for approximately 6 hours. So that questioning is going to continue today itself. Yesterday, while speaking to the media, Robert Vadra has clearly mentioned that this is a political vendetta. I have nothing to do with it in that land deal, because if you see in this Shekhopur land deal, an FIR has been filed back then in 2008, and since then this case has been going on, and Robert Vadra has claimed that we have got 23,000 papers and we need to submit those papers to the ED, and once the ED will verify those details and then the case will proceed in that direction. But according to the ED sources, what we have learned that ED has got some new facts in that case, and after that ED has again issued the first summon in this land deal was issued to Robert Vadra on April 8th, which he has skipped. And the second summon was issued to Robert Vadra on April 15th, and then he presented himself before the ED. Today, he was summoned before the ED for a second round of questioning today. And any moment from now, because you can see the security paraphernalia of Robert Vadra is over here. Apart from his personal security deployment, you can see the Delhi police personnel are also deployed over here. So anytime soon, we can expect Robert Vadra to move from his residence and move towards the ED office. Earlier, if you see yesterday, he walked, because the ED office is just at a distance of 1 kilometer from his residence, and he walked on foot and moved to the ED headquarters for the first round of questioning. And if you talk about the AICC protest, because it's a double whammy for the Congress, it's a double hit which Congress is getting at this point in time, because if you see what has happened, that ED in its charge sheet has named Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and India Overseas Congress Chief Sam Pitroda as well in that National Herald case, in which in the involvement of Young India Limited YL company is also involved. So at this point in time, the Congress party has given a call for protest, a nationwide protest, and that protest is going to begin very soon from the AICC headquarters itself. So if you can see the visuals just outside the Robert Vadra residence, and I would like to request my VP to move towards my left also. Here speakers have also arrived outside Robert Vadra's residence to show support for Robert Vadra. And here you can see the security deployment.
Well, those are the visuals. Those are the visuals outside the Congress office. In fact, these are the visuals from inside the Congress office premises. These are the visuals from their front garden over there. And you can see a sea of protesters over there who've poured in to protest against the ED charge sheet that has named Sonia Gandhi as accused number 1 and Rahul Gandhi as accused number 2 in the National Herald money laundering case. Remember, viewers, they're raising slogans over there, as you can see over there. They're raising slogans against the government and the Enforcement Directorate, calling it a political vendetta. They're saying it's a political witch hunt against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate has charge sheeted both Sonia and Rahul with serious sections in that charge sheet. The hearing will be done on April 25th. And in the aftermath of that, we are seeing these protests outside the Congress headquarters, where you can see that the Congress workers from all over the national capital have congregated here at the AICC headquarters. Well, those are the visuals. As you can see, all angry Congress reporters after Enforcement Directorate has mentioned Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi in the charge sheet in the National Herald case. Remember, viewers, this is not the first time that the Congress party and the Congress workers are protesting. At the time when Sonia Gandhi was called in by the Enforcement Directorate to the ED office there in the national capital, the Congress workers made a spectacle out of that event, and they had reached Sonia's residence, that is
कुछ हासिल होगा जब कानूनी लड़ाई आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं? देखिए, कानूनी लड़ाई जरूर लड़ रहे हैं। ना तो मोदी और शाह की ये जोड़ी जो सेंटर में अराजकता फैला रही है, वो ना तो आज तक कांग्रेस के एक कार्यकर्ता को डरा सकती है। राहुल गांधी के पास और सोनिया गांधी जी के ऊपर केस लगाने से क्या वो सोचते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी डर जाएगी? ये बब्बर शेर और बब्बर शेरियों की पार्टी है। ये ना तो डरी है न डरेगी। अंग्रेजों को भी बाहर निकाला था, अब मोदी और शाह को भी दिल्ली की सत्ता से, गुजरात की सत्ता से बाहर निकालेंगे। जब नहीं डरे थे गोरों से तो क्या करेंगे? करता है।
and calling the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against their senior leaders as a political witch hunt. Because remember, viewers, the Congress workers have been dubbing the ED charge sheet as vendetta of the central government. They have been alleging that the central government is using these investigative agencies against Rahul and Sonia to prove a point. It is part of their political vendetta. But here we have the Congress workers. As you can see, a sea of Congress workers have reached the AICC headquarters and they are staging the protest. Initially, the plan was to stage a protest in front of the Enforcement Directorate office, but that got switched because that's a very VVIP area, and they must not have gotten the permission to stage a protest, and which is why they have all come to the AICC headquarters. We are staging a protest against in the Enforcement Directorate charge sheeting Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. Remember, viewers, under the PMLA Act 4, Rahul and Sonia, if convicted, can face imprisonment till 7 years. And looking at the seriousness of the sections that have been put in the charge sheet by the Enforcement Directorate, the Congress workers have now gathered at the AICC headquarters, where they are staging a protest against the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet and the government dubbing
पूरे नेशन वाइड प्रोटेस्ट आज किया जा रहा है। ईडी के खिलाफ में किया जा रहा है, सरकार के खिलाफ किया जा रहा है। जैसा कि लोगों को बताया जा चुका है, यंग इंडियन लिमिटेड 2010 में वो कंपनी फ्लोट की गई थी और ये कंपनी सेक्शन 8 में रजिस्टर्ड है, नॉन प्रॉफिटेबल है, और यंग इंडियन लिमिटेड ने एजीएल की एक भी संपत्ति नहीं खरीदी है, न उसके नाम से ट्रांसफ़र हुआ, न एक पैसा दिया है गया है, न लिया गया है। केवल वेंडेटा पॉलिटिक्स है, दबाव का, बदले का, डरवा करके, धमका करके कांग्रेस के लोगों का मनोबल गिराने का है। पूरी तरह से इलीगल है, फैब्रिकेटेड है, इसीलिए हम इसके खिलाफ में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं पूरे देश में।
Congress party workers protest against ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul. Sonia has been dubbed as accused number 1. Rahul is accused number 2 in the National Herald case. Massive protest by Congress workers across the country. They've all gathered for now in the national capital at the party headquarters. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Given the lack of attention by the rest of the national media to the systematic violence against Hindus in Bengal, for Hindus are really facing torture, trauma, and continuous incarceration in Bengal. Given all of this, Kolkata seems light years away from Lutyens to me. and given the absolute disregard for Hindu lives. Because Hindu lives matter too, but not for Mamata Banerjee and her corrupt government. Murshidabad and Malda seem light years away from Nabanno, where she has her office in Kolkata. But I believe, and I've always believed, that pictures tell the story. And there are some frightening pictures from Malda and Murshidabad. Hindu families coming out of boats after fleeing Muslim majority Murshidabad in Bengal.
Hi, my name is Vishal. After hearing about the Republic Positive Influencer program, I had sent my video to Republic. I made a video on how election campaign has changed in Bihar. How earlier when candidate had fewer resources, they used to win people's hearts without many showmanship. Many of them went to become major players in national politics. I made this video because I think we all know कि election में बहुत खर्चा होता है, पानी की तरह पैसा बहता है, शो ऑफ मॉडल भी चलता है, but without all these जनता का दिल जीता जा सकता है. So yes, and I am really hopeful that I will be Republic Positive influencer in the domain of citizen journalism.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
अब आया असली स्वाद
अब आया स्वाद
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला
MDH
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Raj Simha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team.
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde met MNS Chief Raj Thackeray at his residence. This meeting sparked buzz over the possible tie-up ahead of BMC elections. However, Eknath Shinde clarified the purpose of meeting, calling it a courtesy visit.
केवल आज की भेंट जो है सच क्या हम मिल नहीं सकते क्या बिना सिर्फ काम के लिए मिलना है क्या सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल बातें करने के लिए मिलना है अरे भैया बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के जमाने से हम साथ में काम करते थे अभी बीच में कुछ कारणवश हम राज ठाकरे जी से मिलते नहीं थे वो भी कारण आपको मालूम है लेकिन अभी तो हम कभी भी मिल सकते हैं उनको कभी भी बात कर सकते हैं वो भी मेरे पास आते हैं हर मुलाकात का पॉलिटिकल अर्थ निकालना उचित नहीं
The Indian Army Field Hospital deployed in Mandalay under Operation Brahma returned to Hindon Air Force Base. The Indian Army Field Hospital was deployed in Mandalay as part of India's humanitarian assistance and disaster relief effort to provide medical support to the victims of the earthquake in Myanmar.
Immediate operation was launched by Indian Army in the aftermath of the 7.7 Richter scale which had hit Myanmar. The epicenter of this location was in a city known as Mandalay. Said primarily this was medical aid which was established by our rapid response force. Anything to aid this medical team with respect to getting close to
मामले में आप जैसा कि कह रहे हैं क्या कुछ आपको लग रहा है इस पूछताछ के पीछे और अब आपको दूसरे दिन भी आज बुलाया है किस तरीके से
देखिए एजेंसी का दोबारा समन आया मैं हैरान था क्योंकि
जिस विषय में मुझे बुलाया है, इसके सवाल ऑलरेडी हमने 2019 में दिए हैं। सबको याद है कि मैं 2019 में 2 ECR में गया था, समन काफ़ी मिले थे, 15 बारी गया हूं और 10-10 घंटे बैठा, 23,000 डॉक्यूमेंट दे दिए। एजेंसियों ने रेड वगैरह किया, जो भी करना था। उस टाइम मुझे याद है कि दिसंबर 7 को 2018 में राजस्थान में इलेक्शन था, तो उस टाइम भी मेरे दफ्तर में रेड किया। बिल्कुल टाइमिंग बहुत ऐसा था। और फिर 2019 में जनरल इलेक्शन था, उस टाइम मेरे को वहां बुलाया और जो भी सवाल थे उसके सारे जितने भी इशू थे सारे मैंने जवाब दिए। अब फिर से मुझे समन किया गया है और उसी विषय में जो मेरे को समझ नहीं है, 7 साल बाद है। क्योंकि वैसे तो मैं क्योंकि अभी इंटेरोगेशन या चल रही है, जो समन है उसके बारे में ज़्यादा तो मैं विशेष टिप्पणी नहीं दे पाऊंगा, पर अंदरूनी बात है तो मैं यही कहूंगा कि जो भी सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, ये इसके जवाब पहले मैंने 2019 में दे दिए हैं। जो चाहे अगर एजेंसी के लोगों ने, जो भी आईओ ऑफिसर है, अगर उन्होंने मना भी किया कि हमने ये सवाल नहीं पूछे, तो मैंने अपनी स्टेटमेंट 2019 की निकलवाई और उनके सामने मैंने दिखाया कि यही सवाल, जो भी ये विषय में आपने बुलाया, इसके सवाल ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं। तो वो खुद हैरान थे और मैं यही कहूंगा कि एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए, मैं अभी अपने जन्मदिन से पहले 10 दिन के लिए लोगों की सेवा करता हूं हर रोज। वैसे तो हमेशा करता हूं, पर 10 दिन लगातार करता हूं। अभी वो सारा रुक गया है क्योंकि मैंने अंधे बच्चों के साथ, विकलांग बच्चों के साथ, बुजुर्गों के साथ मैंने प्लान किया था काफी चीजें, अभी वो रुक गई हैं। और जब भी कुछ भी अन्याय होता है देश में, मैं हमेशा उसके खिलाफ उठता हूं, चाहे ये सरकार कुछ भी करे या कितनी परेशानी करे। तो मुझे हमेशा लगा है कि जब मैं लोगों की आवाज बुलंद करता हूं, जो अन्याय हो रहा है उसके बारे में जिक्र करता हूं, या खुद अगर मेरी कोई भी इच्छा होती है या लोगों की इच्छा होती है कि मैं सक्रिय राजनीति में आऊं, तो उस समय भी एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग होगा, हमें परेशान किया जाएगा। और मैं हैरान नहीं हूं कि उसी समय जिस दिन मुझे समन दिया या मैं एजेंसी पे गया हूं, उसी दिन राहुल और सोनिया जी को चार्जशीट किया गया है। तो ये इनका प्रचार करने का तरीका है सरकार का कि बीजेपी की एजेंसियों को गलत इस्तेमाल किया जाए और प्रेशर डाला जाए। पर हमें इससे हम और मजबूत होते हैं। मुझे पता है हमारी जो सोच है और मजबूत होती है, हमारे परिवार के रिश्ते बहुत मजबूत होते हैं और हमें झेलने की क्षमता है और लड़ते रहेंगे, सच्चाई के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे। और मुझे पता है कि हर चीज स्पष्ट हो जाएगा, जितनी बारी भी भेजेंगे हर चीज स्पष्ट ऑलरेडी है, पर फिर भी मैं हर क्लियर तरीके से बोलता हूं। और मैं यही कहूंगा कि अभी जो कहीं भी अगर कोई भी उम्मीदवार होता है, एजेंसियों को भेजा जाता है, केस शुरू हो जाएंगे और जैसे ही वहां इलेक्शन खत्म होता है उनका पता ही नहीं चलता है, केस खत्म हो जाता है, हर चीज होता है। तो ये जो गलत हो रहा है, ये जनता का, मेरा जो अनुभव है जनता के साथ, वो हमेशा यही बोलते हैं कि एजेंसियों पर हमें भरोसा नहीं है, क्योंकि उनको जब भी कोई इलेक्शन होता है या कभी भी उनको किसी को गलत तरीके से दिखाना होता है, तो वही चीज दोबारा उनको तंग किया जाता है और एजेंसियों के द्वारा।
सर, आपको लगता है कि आप गांधी परिवार का हिस्सा है और इसीलिए आप एक सॉफ्ट टारगेट दिखाई देते हैं, आपको ये लगता है?
देखिए, सॉफ्ट टारगेट तो मैं अपने आप को कभी नहीं बुलाऊंगा। मैं तो जितनी बारी आप मेरे को परेशान करोगे या मतलब कोई भी प्रेशर डालोगे, मैं और उभर के आऊंगा और स्ट्रांग ही बनूंगा। तो टारगेट हो या जो भी है, टारगेट है क्योंकि हम रेलेवेंट हैं, हम लोगों की बात रखते हैं, हम किसी से डरते नहीं है, हम हमेशा लोगों के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे। और संसद में चाहे राहुल को रोका जाए या मुझे बाहर रोका जाए, हम तो लड़ते रहेंगे, सच्चाई के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे और लोगों के लिए लड़ते रहेंगे। तो टारगेट हैं हम जरूर, पर सॉफ्ट टारगेट नहीं है, हम हार्ड टारगेट है और हार्डर बनते रहेंगे। देखिए, मेरा ये सोच है कि समय बदलता रहता है, हमेशा समय बदलता रहता है। क्यों, जो हमारे ऊपर बीत रही है या मतलब कि अगर हम जो झेल रहे हैं, ये समय भी बदलेगा तो हो सकता है उन लोगों को भी झेलना पड़े। तो समय समय की बात है। तो मेरा ये है कि मैं जरूर जाऊंगा, अभी भी मैं एजेंसियों के पास जाऊंगा, जो भी सवाल है पूरे जवाब दूंगा। मेरे को किसी चीज की डर नहीं है, कोई चीज छुपी नहीं है। आपको जब इसकी कार्रवाई हुई थी हरियाणा में और वहाँ के जो भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उन्होंने पूरी कार्रवाई की, उन्होंने देखा कि कोई भी रॉन्ग डूइंग नहीं थी और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने पूरा देखा। और आप देखेंगे कि खट्टर जी ने खुद मुझे क्लीन चिट दिए हैं इसी विषय में, जिस विषय में बात कर रहा हूं वहां से ऑलरेडी क्लीन चिट 2 बारी मिल चुका है। तो मुझे समझ नहीं है किस लिए 7 साल बाद दोबारा वही विषय में मेरे से बात की जा रही है, सवाल पूछे जा रहे हैं। पर मैंने जैसे पहले बोला है कि अगर बोलेंगे 1500, 2000 या डॉक्यूमेंट हमें उनको दोबारा देने हैं, उसमें समय लगता है। पर जो व्हाट्सएप बाहर निकलता है कि मैं अवॉइड कर रहा हूं, कभी भी अवॉइड नहीं करूंगा। मैं इस देश में
Viewers, our top focus remains on Robert Vadra. Now, the businessman and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi's husband, Robert Vadra, has now reached the Enforcement Directorate office to be questioned for the second day. Remember, viewers, yesterday Robert Vadra was called in. He was summoned by the ED and he was grilled for 6 hours straight on Tuesday in connection with a money laundering case. Now, once again, he has been summoned by the ED for questioning in the Gurugram land case. Viewers, we have Piyush joining us live and on this bulletin. Piyush, we can see that Robert Vadra has now reached the ED office. This comes after he was questioned. He was grilled for 6 hours straight by the ED yesterday. Piyush, what more updates do you have on this?
So very quickly, I will just request my video journalist to now continue showing the visuals over here. In fact, we were the first one to have tracked Robert Vadra, who had come along with his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. And when we tried to put our mic to him to pose him questions, he did not answer our questions. In fact, with folded hands and with a smile, with a grin, he said that he will not like to answer our questions. In fact, we also tried posing question to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, to which again she did not reply. So yes, you can see that with the legal heat being faced on the Gandhis in form of a charge sheet now being presented by Enforcement Directorate to the court of trying to make Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi as an accused in the National Herald case. There is also another part of it in which Robert Vadra has been summoned for the second day in a row as far as his dealings with DLF is concerned, of selling a panchayat land at Shikopur at an exorbitant price of making of a 700%, and taking this into consideration of a possible money laundering aspect being involved in this. Robert Vadra has been summoned for the second day in a row by the Enforcement Directorate. You can see that there is a lot of hustle and bustle in and around the Enforcement Directorate office. Rightly so, because today Robert Vadra has been accompanied with his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. We again tried asking question to Robert Vadra. In fact, we were the first one to have tracked Robert Vadra. We went to him directly, asked him question of what he felt. Did he feel uncomfortable? Did he feel that now he was indeed facing a legal heat since Enforcement Directorate had asked him to come for the second time? But yes, taking all these things into consideration, taking into consideration that he has been put in an uncomfortable spot, he did not wish to answer our questions. Today he's been accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and we are now seeing that there is a lot of security cover in and around the area, lot of hustle bustle. We expect that at the end of the day, Robert Vadra will come out and answer our questions. One thing is for sure, that Republic Media Network is going to continue be persistent with Robert Vadra, asking him questions, asking him that is he accountable, was he reportedly involved in this money laundering angle of which he's being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Will his troubles only increase? Only time will tell. But yes, the situation from here at Enforcement Directorate is that for the second day in a row, Robert Vadra has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and this time for providing emotional support to him, his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has also come forward. The key question now is that today, by the end of the day, will the trouble for Robert Vadra increase or will it decrease, as he has been consistently saying that there is nothing in this case. So will his troubles increase or decrease? Only time will tell. Back to the studio.
Very rightly said, Piyush. We know that Robert Vadra has been stitching together a string of excuses. He said that the reason he did not attend the ED summon for the first time on April 8th was because there were a lot of documents. In fact, when he was cornered and he was confronted by Republic reporter Gopi, he said that all that matters now is that I am here. We can see that there are back-to-back excuses that Robert Vadra is coming up with. And now, like you correctly pointed out, Piyush, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is now accompanying her husband to his second summon. Piyush, what more can you tell us on this? Could you elaborate on Robert Vadra's statement that this is nothing but a political witch hunt?
Well, one thing is for sure, Gesu, and it has been evident from the body language which Robert Vadra has been displaying. Yesterday, he seemed to be confident. He at least pretended that he's very confident while he was marching his way from his house at Khan Market to Enforcement Directorate, which is just a matter of over a kilometer from his residence. But then, suddenly, when he was being confronted by very tough questions, not only by other media, but more specifically by our colleague Gopi, of why was he delaying the summons that was issued to him by Enforcement Directorate, why was he not readily participating? He did lose his cool, and that was readily seen. In fact, you can see that when we continue to persist of him answering some very tough questions, he's lost his cool to such an extent that he even did not.
Piyush, it seems like we are not able to hear your audio. There seems to be a technical glitch. Viewers, just to give you a recap, Robert Vadra has been summoned by the ED for the second time. He was grilled nearly 6 hours on Tuesday in connection with the money laundering case. The businessman and son-in-law of Congress leader Sonia Gandhi is once again under the lens of Enforcement Directorate. Viewers, on our screen, we can see Robert Vadra standing there. He has arrived at the ED office to be questioned for the second time today. The ED also sought further clarification regarding his alleged involvement in the controversial land deals. All right, viewers, I'm being told that Piyush has now joined back. Piyush, I was just telling our viewers how Robert Vadra has now been summoned for the second time. Do we know if ED has any new leads or findings in the case, Piyush? Piyush, if you can hear me, I would like to repeat my questions. What do you think, what do you know of ED, and what are the new leads that ED has gotten in this case of Robert Vadra? As we can see on our screens, viewers, he has been summoned by the ED for the second time after being grilled for 6 hours straight yesterday. What is the expected timeline for the ED's investigation? What do we know about the new leads that ED might have in the case, Piyush?
सवाल होंगे, क्या ईडी संतुष्ट होता है रॉबर्ट वाड्रा के जवाब से? बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Well, we are trying to patch with Piyush again, viewers. Remember, after coming out of the ED office, Vadra, in fact, spoke to the reporters, asserting that he had answered all the questions that were put to him previously, and he reiterated that there is nothing new inquiry. In fact, he's stitching together this string of excuses. He said that there are a lot of documents that he had, which is why he couldn't appear for the first summon by the ED. Now that he has come in front of the ED office for the second time.
See over here that she's been accompanied by Robert Vadra, has been accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as he has refused to answer. You can see that how Robert Vadra did not answer the questions of Republic TV.
She is here to drop.
You can see over here that she's been accompanied by Robert Vadra, has been accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as he has refused to answer. You can see that how Robert Vadra did not answer the questions of Republic TV.
She is here to drop.
You can see over here that she's been accompanied by Robert Vadra, has been accompanied by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as he has refused to answer.
Well, right, Piyush, we can see that Priyanka Gandhi has showed up with Robert Vadra as a show of support. But one can only assume, since Robert Vadra has embroiled himself in this scam and the ED heat continues to boil down on him.
So yes, what I will do is, I will just request a video. You can see showing the videos over here. And what I've been told is that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who had accompanied Robert Vadra, has just entered into the office because it seems that the emotional support to Robert Vadra is required. Today, he has been accompanied by his wife, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. But the key question is that because Robert Vadra has been accompanied today by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra for emotional support, the key question over here is that being summoned for the second day in a row, perhaps it seems that the Immigration Directorate may have found something very substantiated, something very concrete for which they wanted to question Robert Vadra. There are a lot of angles.
कल मीडिया कर्मियों से मिले तो उन्होंने कल भी इस बात का जिक्र किया कि हर एक सवालों का मैं जवाब दे रहा हूं। सभी जो है सवाल देखिए जो पूछे जा रहे हैं ईडी की तरफ से, ये सारे सवाल पहले भी किए जा रहे हैं। लेकिन आखिर सरकारी मशीनरी के दुरुपयोग की बात यहां पर क्यों कही जा रही है कांग्रेस की तरफ से, ये बीजेपी अब आरोप लगा रही है। क्योंकि ईडी जो अपना काम कर रही है उनके जवाब से बार बार यहां पर चाहे 15 बार पहले भी क्यों हुई हो, उन्होंने वो जवाब नहीं दिया जो जवाब ईडी चाहती है। जहां पर देखिए कहा जा रहा है कि एक बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है, आखिर ये इस घोटाले के तह तक ईडी जाना चाहती है। और यही नहीं, हो सकता है कि रॉबर्ट वाड्रा के अलावा और भी यहां पर कई बड़े नाम हो। क्योंकि देखिए ये पूरा मामला कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में हरियाणा में हुआ। जब सन 2012 में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तभी जमीन को बेच भी दिया जाता है। जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तभी जमीन को खरीदा भी जाता है 3.5 एकड़। आखिर कैसे इतना बड़ा मुनाफा कांग्रेस की पार्टी से जो जुड़े लोग थे, कैसे उन्होंने रॉबर्ट वाड्रा उस समय काम करते हैं, इस पर भी देखिए ईडी की यहां पर नजर है। अब देखिए हो सकता है कि जब यहां पूछताछ हो तो रडार पर कई उस समय शासनकाल में जो नेता रहे उनका भी नाम सामने आ सकता है कि आखिर रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने के इस पूरे देखिए इसमें कौन कौन यहाँ पर साथ था, कौन कौन शामिल रहा इस पूरे केस में। लेकिन ईडी दफ्तर के बाहर देखिए दिन भर आज इसी तरह से हलचल यहाँ पर रहने वाली है। हर जगह बैरिकेडिंग इसीलिए की गई है ताकि यहाँ पर जो है हालात यहाँ पर सामान्य रहे, पूछताछ में कहीं से भी बाधा उत्पन्न ना हो। जब रॉबर्ट वाड्रा यहाँ पर पहुंचे तो प्रियंका गांधी भी देखिए उनका यहाँ पर हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए साथ में यहाँ पर पहुंची थी। अब फिलहाल देखिए वो ड्रॉप करके रॉबर्ट वाड्रा जैसे ही गेट नंबर 3 से ईडी दफ्तर के अंदर वो दाखिल हुए, वो उन्हें छोड़ के यहाँ पर आगे की तरफ बढ़ी। क्योंकि अगर हम बात करें तो हो सकता है आगे इन तमाम नेताओं से भी पूछताछ हो। क्योंकि जो चार्जशीट दाखिल की गई है वो चार्जशीट है नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में, जिसमें सोनिया गांधी की बात करें, प्रियंका गांधी की बात करें, राहुल गांधी की बात करें, सैम पित्रोदा की बात करें, ये वो तमाम उसमें भी शामिल हैं। तो ऐसे में वहां पर भी देखिए पूछताछ का सिलसिला जो है आगे बढ़ सकता है। हालांकि इस पूरे देखिए केस को लेकर यहां पर जो पूछताछ हो रही है, कांग्रेस पूरे देश भर में लगातार देशव्यापी आंदोलन कर रही है कि आखिर गांधी परिवार पर बार बार इस तरह से बीजेपी सरकारी मशीनरी का दुरुपयोग क्यों कर रही है, इनका हथकंडा क्यों अपनाया जा रहा है। लेकिन बीजेपी का कहना है कि ईडी अपना काम कर रही है, जो जांच एजेंसियां हैं वो देखिए तह तक जाने के लिए कि आखिर कैसे देश भर में जो तमाम घोटाले हुए उसकी तह तक जाने के लिए पूछताछ कर रही है। आज जब दिन भर पूछताछ होगी उस पूछताछ में भी देखिए रॉबर्ट वाड्रा से जो सवाल जवाब होंगे कि आखिर इन 4 सालों में कैसे इतना बड़ा देखिए उन्हें प्रॉफिट होता है पूरे जमीन के लेन देन में, कैसे लगभग देखिए 55 करोड़ रुपए 50 करोड़ रुपए ज्यादा यहां पर लिए गए उस जमीन के सन 2012 में। इस बारे में भी यहां पर सवाल जवाब होंगे। लेकिन प्रियंका गांधी, राहुल गांधी और जो लोग इस पूरे मामले में अगर जुड़े रहे, गांधी परिवार देखिए यहाँ पर कितना, एक फिलहाल एक बड़ी खबर आपको बताएं, गांधी परिवार पर देखिए कई सारे आरोप लगे, नेशनल हेराल्ड केस से लगाए। यहाँ पर जब रॉबर्ट वाड्रा से भी पूछताछ होगी इस पर भी सभी की निगाहें होंगी। लेकिन आखिर गांधी परिवार कितना भ्रष्टाचार, एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद जल्द हाजिर होंगे रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
Well, viewers, we know that Robert Vadra has now reached the ED office. Republic will continue to bring to you minute by minute update on this. Moving on to another story, viewers. calling the ED charge sheet against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case a political vendetta. The Congress is now staging protests. On your screens, you can see the protest at the AICC headquarters. Remember, viewers, Congress seems to be recycling its old rhetoric. It continues to say that this is nothing but a political vendetta, a political witch hunt against the party. My colleague Akhil is joining us live on this case. Akhil, we can see the protest outside the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. What more can you tell us? What are the scenes looking like right now?
Well, if you see earlier what has happened, that ED had, when it's filed its charge sheet, they have mentioned that that the Congress senior leader Sonia Gandhi has been named as accused number 1 and Rahul Gandhi has been named as accused number 2. And after that, what we are seeing that trouble seems mounting for the entire Congress family, because if you see in another case of Gurugram land deal case, the ED has summoned for the second time Robert Vadra, and today Robert Vadra has been called for the second round of questioning. So at this point in time, if you see, just I'm standing outside the AICC headquarters here, you can see the visuals just outside the headquarters where large number of Congress protesters have gathered over here, and they are demanding that they are saying that it's a political vendetta from the side of the BJP. The central government is trying to use the central agencies to impose dictatorship. This is what some protesters over here you can see the placards in their hands. They are saying डरो मत राहुल गांधी, डरो मत सोनिया गांधी.
दुनिया की आवाज दबाने के लिए अभी हम लोगों ने गुजरात में अधिवेशन किया था, पार्टी को जिंदा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगा रहे हैं, वो उनको नागवार गुजरा है. इसलिए केंद्र सरकार ने जानबूझ के बहुत ही विंडिक्टिव ये कदम उठाया है. इसको हम पॉलिटिकली टैकल करेंगे, लेकिन लीगली भी टैकल करेंगे. मुझे पूरा विश्वास है हमारी न्यायपालिका के ऊपर. किसने हड़पी है? मुझे कोई प्रूफ कर दे किस कंपनी में कोई ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है, कोई डिविडेंड पे हुआ है, कोई सैलरी ली गई है, कोई अदला बदली हुई है. कुछ भी नहीं किया गया है. हमारी पार्टी का एक अखबार था, उसके चलाने के लिए लोग पूरी कोशिश लगे हुए थे. एक नॉन प्रॉफिट एंटिटी में अगर कोई ट्रांजैक्शन ही नहीं हुआ है, कोई लेन देन नहीं हुआ है, तो किस आधार पे आप मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस लगा रहे हैं? ये तो सिर्फ छवि बर्बाद करने के लिए कोशिश जो कर रही है भाजपा और केंद्र सरकार, उसमें लगे हुए हैं. बाकी तथ्यों के आधार पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमको न्याय मिलेगा, लेकिन पॉलिटिकली एक डैमेज करने के लिए, एक द्वेष की भावना से, बदले की भावना से जो काम कर रहे हैं वो लगातार कर रहे हैं. विपक्ष के तमाम नेताओं को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, और भाजपा में जो नेता हैं उन पे सब उनको खुली छूट मिली है, पाक साफ उनको डिक्लेयर कर दिया गया है. तो जनता सब देख रही है.
आपको क्यों लग रहा है कि राजनीतिक द्वेष की भावना से कार्रवाई हो रही है?
Well, Akhil, we can see that Congress is continuing to cry foul. It is also saying that this is nothing but a political vendetta, a political witch hunt against them. Akhil, if you could tell us, are there any other senior Congress leaders who are present at the protest locations? Also, if you could tell us what would be the potential consequences for Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi if at all the ED charge sheet is upheld, and how might this affect their role within the party? Akhil.
Well, if you see at this point in time, it's going to be very big, because National Herald case is a 661 crore rupees worth a scam. Because in this very case, the other accused whose name has been named in the charge sheet, which includes Sam Pitroda as well, who is the Indian Overseas Congress chairman. So at this point in time, if you see, as per the ED charge sheet, again the Gandhis, a criminal conspiracy was carried out by the Congress leaders to usurp properties worth over 2,000 crores by the AGL and Young India Limited, by transferring 99% of share for just 50 lakh rupees to the YIL. So this is going to be very crucial, because at this point in time, not only Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, but if you talk about Robert Vadra is also involved in another case of ED of land transfer scam, in which Shekhopura land deal case. What we have learned that
Akhil, it seems like we have lost you there. Viewers, while we try to reconnect back with Akhil, remember the ED filed a charge sheet against Congress MP Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. In fact, also Indian Overseas Congress Chief Sam Pitroda and others in this alleged National Herald laundering case. Congress continues to replay its old rhetoric. It calls the ED charge sheet a political vendetta and that it won't be silenced. All right, I'm being told that Akhil has been able to join back. Akhil, if you can tell us what more updates do you have on this ongoing protest right now?
Well, if you see just behind me, you can see the visuals. This protest is slowly begin to gather pace, and what we have seen is that from different corners of the national capital, people have started gathering to support their party leaders. Because if you see in this Young India Limited case and the AJL case, which is connected to the National Herald case, what we are learning that earlier a charge sheet has been filed in which Congress party senior leader and former president of the Congress party Sonia Gandhi has been named as accused number one, and Rahul Gandhi has also been named in this case. And if you just go by the details of the charge sheet, this charge sheet was filed under Section 44 and Section 45 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act for commission of the offences of crime of money laundering, which is defined under the Section 3 of the Act, along with Section 70 related to the offences by companies seeking to establish vicarious liability of the office bearer and executive of the firm. So at this point in time, if you see, the trouble seems mounting for the entire Gandhi family, because not only Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi name has come forward in the National Herald case. Apart from that, if you see another case that has come in the foray, that is of land deal scam in Gurugram. Because if you see in the Shekhopura land deal scam case, what has happened that another company, which is a Sky Limit company, in that company what has happened that in which majority of the shares has been held by Robert Vadra. Robert Vadra has basically took that land of 3.5 acre of land at a worth approximately 7.5 crore, and then they sold that land to DLF, which is a real estate giant at a whopping worth of approximately 58 crore rupees. So if you see that there's a 700% growth, and what we are learning from our sources that land, which basically Robert Vadra's company, Sky Limit Hospitality has organized, they have basically sold that agricultural land and that has been turned overnight into a commercial land. So this at this point in time, the ED has initially summoned Mr. Robert Vadra on April 8th, which was the first summon issued against him, but he has skipped that summon. Again, a second summon was issued yesterday itself on 15th of April. Then what has happened that Robert Vadra appeared before the ED, and that questioning has gone for approximately 6 hours. And today, if you see in that latest development, for another round of questioning, Robert Vadra has been called again at the ED office, and right now that questioning is still going on inside the very headquarters, where Congress protesters have also given a call to protest over there. And here you can see where I'm standing right now, you can see the visuals over there, these barricades which were installed.
Right, Akhil, we'll keep coming back to you. Republic will keep bringing to you viewers minute-by-minute updates of this case against Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer Program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life, कि किस तरह से हम अपने ज़िंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फ़ायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फ़ायदा हो। So I'm hoping and I'm really hopeful that I will be selected as a Republic Positive Influencer.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while...
We'll have a breaking of Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Congress under pressure, but Congress workers holding protests. That is right. This is coming in as we see that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been charge-sheeted in the National Herald case, and Robert Vadra is being questioned over shady land deals. All this and much more coming right up, but as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Robert Vadra, questioned by the ED again. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with the money laundering case.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi National Herald case. Rahul stays silent.
बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से कॉरपोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए।
BJP launches all-out attack on Congress over National Herald case, says party used a newspaper to take money. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabadi and NHRC to send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. 46-year-old air hostess allegedly sexually assaulted while in ICU at a Gurugram hospital. Police yet to arrest accused. Viewers, back-to-back updates coming in right now. Where as we speak, the Congress is holding a protest today at the AICC headquarters after the ED named Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi in its first charge sheet in the National Herald case. Congress party strongly condemns the alleged arbitrary and unjust seizure of assets belonging to National Herald and the politically motivated filing of charge sheets against the senior party leadership, including Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. We also have a reporters joining us live. Let's go to Akil, who's joining us live right now from the AICC headquarters. Akil, Congress workers staging a protest at the party's office in New Delhi. The party is holding a nationwide protest against the government in front of the ED office, at state headquarters, and in front of central government offices at district levels in respective states. So this is a nationwide stir. I want you to take our viewers through what you're seeing around you. Akil, I'm coming across to you right now. Visuals are showing heavy security deployed at the party's office, which is located right over there at Akbar Road. These are pictures coming in from the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. And if I can go back to my colleague who's joining us right now, Akil, please take our viewers through what we are seeing on our screens, because these are back-to-back updates coming in as the Congress is facing a lot of pressure already in 2 cases. Ongoing cases. Yes, go ahead.
Well, Shivangi, if you see at this point in time, it's a double whammy for Congress because not only Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi name has come forward in that charge sheet, which was basically filed by the ED. In another case, in the land grabbing case, if you see in Gurugram, in Shekhopur area of Gurugram, what we are seeing that Robert Vadra name has also come forward. And in that case, what has happened that Congress party has given a call for protest today, nationwide protests. We are seeing that at this point in time, there are two protests which has been going on in the national capital. One outside the ED headquarters and second protest which is going on just outside the AICC where I'm standing and reporting right now. Here you can see the visuals. Large number of Congress workers, including youth wing of the Congress party, that is NSUI leaders, have also arrived over here to protest, to raise their demands. And they are saying that it's a political vendetta which is being used by the central agencies, and the central government is using the central agencies, including the ED, the CBI, and other agencies, basically to impose their will. This is what the Congress workers are saying. We have been speaking to several Congress workers, and they are saying that it's a tactful technique of the central government to basically deviate from the original issue. But if you see at this point in time, what has happened that this very morning, BJP's senior leader Ravi Shankar Prasad slams Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi over the National Herald case at a press meet at the BJP headquarters, while he was saying that Congress has been involved in large-scale corruption for a very long time, and it's a very big corruption. This is not something which is new. The Congress party has not been involved in one single corruption case. There have been multiple cases against the Congress party of corruption, and if you see in this very case, what we know so far that even several other Congress leaders were basically accused by the BJP leaders of malicious intent. Because if you see in this very case, while speaking to the media, Ravi Shankar Prasad has clearly said that a newspaper, a National Herald newspaper, basically turned into a business conglomerate in which over 2,000 crore worth rupees were basically misused, and the government exchequer's money was basically misused in different funds in the name of advertisements, in the name of different companies. Because if you see, there have been sister companies which has involved in this very case of National Herald, which include Young India Limited and AJL as well. So at this point in time, the heat is pacing up over here because local workers of the NSUI, the Indian Youth Congress as well, and the AICC leaders as well have arrived over here to basically raise their demand, to raise their protest, that whenever they feel of raising the voice against in the name of common people, then the BJP, the central government, basically starts using the central agencies, including ED and other agencies as well. So if you see at this point in time, what has happened, that the ED, when has filed a charge sheet in this case of National Herald, they have basically named Sonia Gandhi as accused number one, and
that is right.
her son Rahul Gandhi
National Herald case and the land deals case, both the cases are weighing very heavy on the Congress. But I want to go to Guwahati as well, where my colleague Anirudh is there. And it's getting our viewers back-to-back updates where we see a lot of protests happening in Guwahati. Anirudh, please take our viewers through what is happening there in Guwahati. How many protesters have turned up? Where are they right now? Yes, I will come back to you, Anirudh. You know, we're getting some problem with your audio, so we'll fix that for you, and then we'll come back to you. I want to go back to Akhil as well. Akhil, you know, these protests are happening not just where you are, which is in Delhi, but these protests are happening all across the country. Guwahati is one place, in South as well, these protests are being planned. I want to go back to you right now and take our viewers through the kind of security that we can see. But there are barricades which have been put, but a lot of protesters standing on top of the barricades.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. If you see some of the protesters from the NSUI, which is the youth wing of the Congress, the students wing of the Congress, have basically arrived over here, and they have just jumped onto those barricades, and they have placards in their hands, in which you can see that ED is being used by the central government. Here you can see one of the placards in the hands of one of the protesters over here. Here you see where it's written that "Pura Desh Aapke Saath Hai," and the BJP has been using the central central agency. This is what the placards basically tell us, which are in the hands of the Congress worker. But if you just go by the legal case, the ED in which has filed a charge sheet, this is a 661 crore rupees National Herald case of misappropriation of fund. Because in this case, if you see, the ED has named Sonia Gandhi, the former president of the Congress AICC, as accused number 1, and her son, who is the member of parliament from Amethi constituency, Rahul Gandhi, as accused number 2. And apart from Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, what we have seen that Indian Overseas Congress chief, Mr. Sam Petroda, has also been named in this National Herald case. And all those 3 senior leaders have named has come forward in this charge sheet. And if you see the other names of the Congress leader include the Congress leader, which include Suman Dubey also, besides Young India Limited, and if you talk about the Detox Merchandise Private Limited, name has also been involved in this case. So at this point in time, what we are seeing from ground zero, that large number of Congress protesters have gathered over here to raise their demand and to say that whenever our leaders, basically, which include senior Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, come forward and they talk about the real issues, then the BJP tries to deflect. This is what the Congress leaders are alleging. The AICC leader, apart from AICC leader, if you see, Indian Youth Congress leaders are also over here, and the NSCI leaders are also over here. So this is what they have been alleging. Apart from that, if you see on the flip side, what we have been seeing, that this very morning, BJP senior leader Ravi Shankar Prasad did a press conference, and in that press conference, Ravi Shankar Prasad has clearly mentioned that it's a Congress old trick to deviate from the real issues, and Congress has been basically deep diving into the corruption cases. There have been several scams in the past. If you talk about the Congress regime of Adarsh Isro scam or CWG scam, so he has basically alleged Congress party of basically being part of several scams. And at this point in time, if you see, Ravi Shankar Prasad has clearly mentioned that if you talk about this very case of National Herald, in this very case, what we are seeing that Congress party has basically turned a news paper basically into a business conglomerate in which large amount of money has been swindled by some of the Congress leaders whose name has come forward in the charge sheet. So if you see, the trouble seems mounting for the entire Gandhi family, because not in this very case of National Herald case, because there is another case which is going against the Gandhi family of Robert Vadra. Because if you see in that very case, what we are seeing that ED has summoned again Robert Vadra for the second time, because initially when Robert Vadra has been summoned by the ED on April 8th, Robert Vadra skipped that summon.
Yes,
and
I will come back to you. Yes,
on 15th of April, that is...
Akil, hold on for a second, because like we told our viewers that these protests are happening in multiple parts, but there's also one big demand coming in, which is growing, to demolish the National Herald office in Mumbai after the posters urging CM Devendra Fadnavis called for bulldozer action were put in front of the National Herald office. The posters were put by Mumbai BJP Secretary Vishwa Vandhu Rai. The Enforcement Directorate filed a charge sheet against the Congress MPs Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and Sam Petroda, the party's overseas unit chief, in the alleged National Herald money laundering case. So posters have been put up at National Herald office, and these posters are calling for bulldozer action. I want to go back to our colleague who's joining us right now, Akil, who is outside the AICC office where the protests are happening right now. Now, obviously, bulldozer action has been taken in multiple cases, especially in Uttar Pradesh. We have seen how Yogi Adityanath has taken strict action against illegal actions and any kind of illegal work. But I want to shift the focus on Guwahati as well. We have to shift the focus on Guwahati because we can see that some protesters are being detained right now and being pushed into these buses, and they are protesting. So these protests are getting quite loud and quite intense. And these are some of the protesters who are being detained. If we have Anirudh, we can perhaps try to go to Anirudh and try to understand what is happening. But Anirudh is sending us all these pictures coming in from Guwahati in Assam. But let's go back to our colleague who's joining us back, Akil, and we were talking about bulldozer action. Demands are growing for bulldozer action, and these posters have been put in Maharashtra. If you could take our viewers through some of the more details we are learning of in this case, because the anger is obviously growing louder and louder, be it any part of India, be it Delhi, be it the Northeast,
be it South or be it even the western part of India, that's Maharashtra?
Well, that's right, Shivangi. If you see, Congress has given a call, a nationwide protest, not only in the national capital, because it's a nationwide protest. We can certainly expect that this protest will be held in Delhi, in Guwahati, in Maharashtra, and in southern region, including Telangana as well. So at this point in time, if you see the Congress leaders which have gathered over here, just outside the AICC headquarters on 24 Akbar Road, they are saying that we will continue this protest unless our demands will be met. Here you can see the Delhi police vehicle have just arrived, and the breaking development which we are seeing just outside the AICC headquarters, you can see the Delhi police have started detaining Congress workers. So that's the latest breaking which is coming over here, because earlier what we have seen that the Delhi police has made announcement regarding that development, that no one will allow to break those barricades which has been installed and put outside the Congress headquarters. And here you can see the Congress worker basically defied those orders, and they basically jumped on those barricades, and then they tried to move those barricades. And after that, what we have seen, that Delhi police has called vehicles. The two buses have been called in over here. Here you can see the Delhi police team is over here, and the DCP of the New Delhi district, Devesh Mehla, is also over here. And right now, Congress workers are being detained, and here you can see that the Delhi police personnel are basically requesting some of those workers to move away from this very place. So this protest, which has gathered at around 10 a.m. Has been going on for almost 2 hours. So initially there was no pace, there was no protesters which have gathered at that point in time. But slowly and steadily, what we have seen, that some of the protesters from the NSUI, from the Indian Youth Congress, and from the AICC team have arrived over here to basically raise the voice, and what they have been saying for a very long time, that their leaders are being suppressed. Not only Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, but if you talk about Robert Vadra as well, because Robert Vadra's name has come forward in another case, which is a land grabbing case from Gurugram. Because in that case, if you see, Robert Vadra yesterday on Tuesday was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for approximately 6 hours, and he is summoned again today in that very case. And earlier, what we have seen, that while speaking to the media, Priyanka Gandhi has even said that the BJP government, the central government, is trying to use all the central agencies against us, because we have nothing to hide. So we will go in front of the ED, and we will face the ED heat. So at this point in time, if you see what has happened, that at around 11 a.m. Robert Vadra again arrived at the ED headquarters to basically present himself before the ED for questioning. So it's going to be very crucial. Now, the next few days is going to be very crucial for the entire Gandhi family, because trouble seems mounting for the entire family. Not only Sonia Gandhi, who's the accused number 1 in National Herald case, and Rahul Gandhi as well, because he's the accused number 2 in the National Herald charge sheet, which was basically filed by the ED. And in another case, in the land grabbing case, what we have seen, that Robert Vadra's name has come forward, and ED has issued.
Congress are protesting at the AICC headquarters. Many Congress workers also being detained. Stay tuned as we keep getting live pictures.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that this is a lucrative opportunity, they do not focus on the previous or what they've dreamt of, and they it's like a herd moving in a common direction wherever the direction changes. So the lack of focus is the issue which has been happening. And then the trends of parenting is a big issue, especially young kids are being given tablets to have their focus on these electronic gadgets so that the mothers can quickly feed them the food, and again they are off not to play but again on the gadgets. So that's been a wrong trend.
Welcome back, viewers. We're live in breaking. SP MP Zia-ur-Rahman has reached Lucknow and is set to appear before a judicial commission who will question his alleged involvement in the November 2024 Sambhal rights case. So this is the big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. SP MP Zia-ur-Rahman will be appearing before a judicial panel, and he has found himself in trouble after we saw that there are many questions that have been raised on him when it comes to the Sambhal rights, which happened last year. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and latest coming in, we are seeing that 3-member judicial commission has directed the party MP Zia-ur-Rahman to appear before it in the state capital on April 16. That is today. Okay, let's go ahead and play out some of the reactions that we're tracking for our viewers.
साबित हो जाती तो फिर माननीय न्यायालय की ज़रूरत ही क्यों थी। तो इसलिए जो चीज़ की सच्चाई होनी है, जो रिपोर्ट लिखी गई है या वो है, तो उसको साबित न्यायालय के अंदर करना है कि उसके अंदर क्या सच्चाई है और क्या गलत।
भाई साहब, क्या पुलिस और प्रशासन आपको फ्रेम करना चाह रही है? ऐसा लगता है फ्रेम करना चाह रही है आपको लोग?
लगता तो बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन बस मैं अब ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कहते हुए यही कहूँगा कि मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस देश के अंदर अभी जहाँ हम पुलिस प्रशासन और सरकार पर भरोसा नहीं कर सकते, हमें अभी अपने न्यायालयों पर विश्वास है और इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि मुझे और हमारी जनता को कोर्ट से इंसाफ ज़रूर मिलेगा।
सारे मुकदमे दर्ज कर दिए गए सर आपके खिलाफ, बिजली चोरी और बाकी न जाने कितने कितने आरोप।
देखिए, जब उनके हाथ में रिपोर्ट लिखने की पावर, ताकत उनके हाथ में है तो लिख सकते हैं और लिखे हैं, और यकीनन गलत है। मैं आपसे फिर से कह रहा हूँ, उस चीज़ के लिए जो मेरे खिलाफ गलत चीज़ लिखी गई है तो उसका मैं अपने आप को इंसाफ दिलाने के लिए, न्याय के लिए मैं कोर्ट का सहारा मैंने लिया है और आगे भी लूँगा, और मुझे उम्मीद है मुझे वहाँ से इंसाफ मिलेगा।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us, Ajay Dubey, joining us live from Lucknow. Ajay, this is a three-member commission, judicial panel, before which the SP MP will appear before that. And Ajay, also local media persons will also be appearing and recording the statements there. And the commission is going to file a report. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in, when will the SP MP appear and be questioned on the Sambhal rights?
CSP MP will be reaching to this office in a while. He left the hotel where he was staying for a while, and now he will be reaching to this office. We will be showing you visuals. This is the office, and in a while he will reach to this office. I will show you the security arrangements also. You can see police persons are standing here. More than half-dozen police persons are standing in front of this office also. And Sambhal MP will reach here in a while. And the important part is that not just the Sambhal MP, but the son of MLA will be also joining this committee. And a questionnaire is prepared for questions. And the important part is that before the MP, we have seen Sambhal SP also reached this office and answered the question put by the committee. And the important part is that this committee is going to ask questions to Sambhal MP also, and this question will be related to that event. The Sambhal MP, he told that he was not in the town, he was outside of the town, and while he was outside of the town, he was not part of all this conflict, but in the questionnaire, they will be asking questions to him. Where was he? What was he participating into this or not? And there is a WhatsApp chat also. He will be answering questions related to the WhatsApp chat. Yes.
Yes. So this is going to be a thorough questioning in the Sambhal violence case. Taking a short break right now, but viewers, we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking right now.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while pushing out positive content online?
First of all, I thank you and I thank Republic TV for this wonderful initiative of Positive Influencers program. Gives me great joy that this kind of initiative is taken by a media house. It's need of the hour. Before I answer your question, I'll add to the previous question that you had asked to Major Toor. See, these days, the currency, the main currency these days is time. An average Indian spends approximately 3 hours consuming social media content, OTT, gaming. And India is the home to 5th largest population of youth. Imagine this undivided attention that youth is giving to their, devices. And that is where the importance or the power of...
Viewers, welcome back. We're live and breaking. Let's have a look at what else is happening from all across the nation in the next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. The Indian Army Field Hospital deployed under the Operation Brahma has returned to the Hindon Air Force Base in Indian Army Field. The hospital was deployed as part of India's humanitarian assistance to Myanmar and disaster relief effort to provide medical support to the victims of the earthquake in Myanmar. Punjab Police took custody of Palpreet Singh, a close aide of Amritpal Singh and a key member of the Waris Punjab Day outfit after the revocation of National Security Act. Amritpal is lodged in the Brugarh jail of Assam under the National Security Act of past 2 years in a case related to mob storming the police station to free one of its associates from the police custody. In more news coming in, Railways on Tuesday started a probe into an incident of stone pelting Bhagalpur-Havra Vande Bharat Express train near the Jagdishpur police station in Bhagalpur district. The officials, along with the Railway Protection Force team of Malda Division from Bhagalpur Post, initiated the probe with a cross-examination of the local residents. The Mumbai Cricket Association has approved a proposal to name Grandstand Level 3 of Wankhede Stadium as Sharad Pawar Stand, Grandstand Level 4 as Ajit Wadekar Stand and other pavilions, Level 3 as Rohit Sharma Stand. Further, in a heartfelt tribute to the late Amol Kale, the match day office at MCA Pavilion will now be known as the MCA Office Lounge in memory of Shri Amol Kale Mumbai Cricket Association. We are taking a short break, but we'll be right back. We are live and breaking. The Congress is protesting at the AICC headquarters. Stay tuned as we keep getting you top updates as Congress feels pressure in the National Herald case and the land deal case. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that, okay, this is a lucrative opportunity, they do not focus on the previous or what they've dreamt of, and it's like a herd moving in a common direction wherever the direction changes. So the lack of focus is the issue which has been happening, and then the trends of parenting is a big issue, especially young kids are being given.
Viewers, before we head into a break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving a phenomenal response from the field of defense to sports to mindfulness. Every category has been flooded, and if you think that you have it in you to change the narrative and become a positive influencer, you can apply at republicpositiveinfluencer.in and you can be the next big thing on the internet.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while pushing out positive content online?
First of all, I thank you and I thank Republic TV for this wonderful initiative of Positive Influencers program. Gives me great joy that this kind of initiative is taken by a media house. It's need of the hour. Before I answer your question, I'll add to the previous question that you had asked to Major Toor. See, these days, the currency, the main currency these days is time. An average Indian spends approximately 3 hours consuming social media content, OTT, gaming. And India is the home to 5th largest population of youth. Imagine this undivided attention that youth is giving to their, devices. And that is where the importance or the power of content creators.
मैंने रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुना तो मुझे लगा कि एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है कि मैं अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मैंने रिपब्लिक को 2 वीडियो भेजे, जिसमें एक वीडियो वॉक थ्रू का था जो ओखला की गड्ढों से बड़ी सड़कों के ऊपर था, वहीं दूसरा वीडियो एक न्यूज़ एंकरिंग का सैंपल था। इन वीडियो के पीछे मेरी सोच यही थी कि मैं अपने आसपास की जो भी चीज़ें हैं उन्हें एक नए नज़रिए से लोगों को दिखा सकूं और कुछ काम की बात उन लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैं रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर बनूंगी और एक जिम्मेदार सिटीजन जर्नलिस्ट की तरह समाज की सही और सच्ची तस्वीरें लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूंगी, क्योंकि बदलाव वहीं से शुरू होता है जहां एक आम इंसान अपनी बात कहने की हिम्मत रखता है। धन्यवाद।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we are live and breaking. In this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be a part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain. Now, you name it and it's there, whether it's health or maybe legal affairs or mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content, and many, many more. The entries are open and we've already received hundreds of responses. So if you think you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply on the link on your screens, republicpositiveinfluencer.in. Let's now get started with the headlines. Robert Vadra questioned by the ED again. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with a money laundering case.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. Rahul stays silent.
बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से कॉर्पोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए।
BJP launches all-out attack on Congress over National Herald case, says party used a newspaper to make money. Taking cognizance of the violence in Bengal's Murshidabad, the NHRC to send a team from its investigation division to conduct an on-spot inquiry given the seriousness of the matter. 46-year-old air hostess allegedly sexually assaulted while in ICU at a Gurugram hospital. Police yet to arrest the accused. Viewers, well, I'm breaking, and we're getting to you some pictures coming in where the Congress protesters are on a nationwide stir. Now in Guwahati, you can see some pictures coming in that while Congress is protesting, some protesters in Guwahati are enjoying some coffee before protest against ED after Sonia and Rahul's name was mentioned in charge sheet in National Herald case. So you can see that some of these protesters are leaving a popular coffee shop, which you can see on your screens. These pictures are coming in from Guwahati, and they're leaving this coffee shop just before heading to the protest. I want to go to my colleague who's joining us live from Guwahati. Yes, go ahead. Anirudh, you know what we see is a popular coffee shop there in Guwahati, and some of these Congress protesters are making a pit stop first at the coffee shop before heading out to protest.
Yes, Ivangi, the Congress party has appealed all its workers to join the protest demonstration today outside. Hardly around 50 protesters joined the protest demonstration, and before assessing the protest outside the ED office, it was seen that the Congress leaders, including President Bhupen Bora, first day entered the Starbucks coffee shop for coffee, and thereafter they were seen clearly walking out of the Starbucks to stage the demonstration outside the ED office. So this was a completely staged kind of a protest, the demonstration that was held in Guwahati with a handful of protesters that turned up. Not many senior leaders were also present in the protest demonstration. We didn't see a leader of opposition, Debabrata Soikia. We didn't see many of the sitting MLAs who are members or not even all the MPs. There are 3 MPs of the Congress party. Only 1 MP, Pradut Bortloy, was seen joining the demonstration today alongside APCC President Bhupen Bora, APCC Working President Zakir Hussain Sigda, and other handful of protesters. There were hardly 50 protesters who joined the demonstration outside the ED office, as I have been telling you, and all the protesters were detained by the police. And the detained, if we also go by the visuals of the detention that has been made, the Congress leaders clearly walked into the police buses that were parked just outside the ED office. And this also clearly indicates that this protest was a namesake protest that they had.
Right. Okay. All right. right, thank you for getting those details coming in right now. Aniruddha, we have to move ahead. We're getting some more updates coming in, and this is about the SP MP Ziaur Rahman, who has to appear before a judicial panel. So this is some big breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the big breaking updates coming in. Sambhal MP Ziaur Rahman arrives for questioning in a violence case. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now. Remember, in the Sambhal violence case, SP MP has been asked to appear before a judicial commission. Today is a deadline, and he has appeared. And those pictures coming in of the SP MP appearing before the 3-member judicial commission. This is a judicial commission which has been constituted to probe the Sambhal violence which took place last year, November 2024. And it had directed the Samajwadi Party MP from Sambhal, Ziaur Rahman, to appear before it to record his statements in the ongoing probe into the incident that claimed couple of lives and led to some fatalities. Okay. Let's go to Ajay Dubey, who's right there on the ground and getting us back-to-back updates coming in right now. Yes, Ajay, you told us that the SP MP will be arriving soon. Now he has arrived. Where is he right now? And when will the questioning begin? And when will he record his statements over the Sambhal violence?
Definitely, he just arrived to this building, and I will show you the visuals right just in front of this building. Security arrangements. This security arrangement is telling the story that how important is this event. And right now, as I can show you in the visuals, that the MP is inside the building, and now he will be answering questions in front of the committee. And the important part is that ex-DGP, ex-IAS, most of these bureaucrats have met seniors of police administration also, and they have been into the field also. They have observed data from the field. This committee was established because what happened in Sambhal that day, and right now, as we can show you in visuals also, the MP is in front of the committee, and he will be answering various questions. Where was he? He earlier told that he was not in the Sambhal, and he is not at all responsible for whatever happened in Sambhal. But today he will be in front of the committee and giving answers of various questions. Right now, police is also investigating this issue. A few days back he was in front of the police team also. He was giving answers of various questions, and today he will be giving answers to the committee. After all the questionnaire, after all the analysis, this committee will prepare a report, and they will submit this report to the government. So right now, what we can show you in the visuals, that the MP is inside this building, and he will be giving answers to the committee.
That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Okay, and there have been many questions being raised about what actually happened during that Sambhal violence, where we know that local media persons will also be questioned in this case. If you could take our viewers through some of the other updates coming in, because UP police had also sent notices to SP MP Ziaur Rahman, where he had assured cops of full cooperation. And this is coming in as an SIT was also formed to serve notice to Ziaur Rahman over his alleged involvement in the case. So many unanswered questions which need to be answered and unraveled. Yes, Ajay.
See, I beg your pardon, I did not hear.
Yes. Okay, Ajay Dubey.
बर्क खुद पहुंचे हैं। बर्क से तमाम सवाल यहाँ पर जो टीमें हैं जांच आयोग की वो करेंगी, और आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर साहब बस एक शब्द बताएं, क्या भरोसा है आपको जांच में?
बिल्कुल भरोसा है, उसी उम्मीद के तहत आया हूँ मैं।
देखिए ये अंदर जाते हुए एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत रिपब्लिक भारत से करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और अंदर अब जांच आयोग के कार्यालय में बर्क और इस सुरक्षा बंदोबस्त के बीच में बर्क खुद पहुंचे हैं। बर्क से तमाम सवाल यहाँ पर जो टीमें हैं जांच आयोग की वो करेंगी, और आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर साहब बस एक शब्द बताएं, क्या भरोसा है आपको जांच में?
बिल्कुल भरोसा है, उसी उम्मीद के तहत आया हूँ मैं।
देखिए ये अंदर जाते हुए एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत रिपब्लिक भारत से करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, और अंदर अब जांच आयोग के कार्यालय में बर्क और इस सुरक्षा।
All right. So that was a confrontation that Ajay Dubey had, my colleague, with Ziaur Rahman, the SP MP. I want to go back to you. Yes, what did he tell you? We saw you asked him some questions, and he said he's come for record his statement and to be questioned in the Sambhal violence case. And remember, this is coming in as his involvement in the violence that broke out in Sambhal led to some lives being lost. We saw that his involvement is being questioned in this case post that incident. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in.
definitely while he was in front of this building, he was being forced by his own team to get inside the building because that time was arrived, and after that time he just went from this route and he went inside this building via the lift. He went to that floor, and right now he's in front of the team. And the important part, what we have to understand is that this committee, this investigation committee, they are just going to ask questions to him, and after the questionnaire, they will be creating their own report, and they will be submitting this report to the government. So this is a different kind of investigation where they are observing the reasons behind all this dispute, and there is a separate investigation happening regarding the WhatsApp chat where the MP is being involved again in this.
আমি আপনাদের বলবো ইমাম সাহেবরা, আপনাদের আমরা অনেক শ্রদ্ধা করি, পুরোহিতদের আমরা অনেক শ্রদ্ধা করি, আমরা সর্বধর্ম সমন্বয়ে বিশ্বাস করি, আমরা রামকৃষ্ণ পরমহংসদেবকে বিশ্বাস করি, আমি স্বামী বিবেকানন্দকে বিশ্বাস করি।
All right. Okay. So that's we're getting pictures coming in right now where we see that from Kolkata. This is Kolkata, where there's a conference of imams and intellectuals at the Netaji Indoor Stadium, and we just heard Mamta Banerjee speaking right over there. So these are the pictures coming in, and Mamta Banerjee's statement. Now, this was a meeting with the imams, which was already scheduled for today. And remember, this is coming at the backdrop of the violence that the state of West Bengal has been seeing in the backdrop of protests against the WAQF Act. So back-to-back is coming in right now. So Mamta Banerjee's meeting, we just saw, we're meeting imams. Now these are pictures coming in on your screen, and we'll try to play out that entire statement of Mamta Banerjee once more. Mamta Banerjee, the CM, is meeting imams. The ruling TMC is also organizing a massive protest in which the CM had made certain statements, and she's right now meeting the imams and having a meeting post the violence which took place in various parts of West Bengal against the WAQF Amendment Act. So back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where the situation, remember, in the past few days has been quite tense in West Bengal.
वो एपीजमेंट करने के लिए, ये दांगा जो किया उनको फेलिसिएट करने के लिए, ये पूरा रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एक खून के लिए ममता बनर्जी है. ममता शुड स्टेप डाउन, शी शुड गो टू जेल. उनका पिता का नाम ठीक है तो मार के देखिए, उनका पिता का नाम ठीक है तो मार के देखिए. हम लोग कावड़ हिंदू नहीं है, स्वामी विवेकानंद का हिंदू है.
अरे सामने सब
कि बांग्लार माटी बांग्लार जल, बांग्लार वायु बांग्लार फल, पूर्ण हो हे भगवान. और इकबाल ने कहा गया था, सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. हर धर्म का आदमी, हर परंपरा का आदमी देश में आजादी का लड़ाई लड़े, और देश में डेवलपमेंट का उसका भी हिस्सा है. वो कौन थे? अब्दुल कलाम आजाद, मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद. वो कौन थे? एपीजे कलाम. वो कौन थे? महात्मा गांधी जी. वो कौन थे? बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर. वो कौन थे? नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस. ये बात सच है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में हमारे संविधान 26 धाराয় যে কোনো ধর্মের তার নিজস্ব ধর্ম পালনের স্বাধীনতা এবং সেই উদ্দেশ্যে সম্পত্তি অর্জন ও রক্ষণাবেক্ষণের অধিকার দেয়া হয়েছে. আপনি আমার অধিকার কেড়ে নিচ্ছেন.
You are the ones who are snatching away my rights. You are the ones who are snatching away everybody's rights. Is that your policy?
আমি এখনো চ্যালেঞ্জ করে বলছি গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া.
I'm challenging the government of India.
আপনি বাংলাদেশের পরিস্থিতি জানেন না? Bengal is the border of Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka.
You do not know the condition of Hindus in Bangladesh.
মানুষের সাথে গোপন মিটিং করুন, চুক্তি করুন, দেশের ভালো হলে খুশি হব।
BJP is just keeping its mum,
প্ল্যানটা কি?
just talking to Yunus,
আপনাদের
but turning a blind eye and a deaf ear on
মাধ্যমে
the conditions of Hindus in Bangladesh.
কালকে আমি একটা এনআই টুইট দেখলাম, হোম মিনিস্ট্রি সোর্সকে কোট করে বলেছে এরকম করেই ওরা দেয়। তাকে আমি দোষ দিচ্ছি না, इसमें बांग्लादेश का हाथ है। अगर हाथ है तो इसको जमींदारी तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है, क्यों बीएसएफ बॉर्डर संभालते हैं, हम नहीं संभालते हैं।
The central government keeps maintaining that it's the BSF that is trying to bring peace and not the police of West Bengal. That is a lie.
क्यों बीजेपी का बाहर से आदमी आके आप गड़बड़ करके भाग गया? कोई फेद आपको देना पड़ेगा।
BJP is turning their backs at the time when there are riots happening in Bengal.
करने के लिए आप चाहते हैं क्या आपका जुमला सरकार खाली कहे हम हिंदू का है, हिंदू का है और कोई धर्म?
All BJP does and says is that we support Hindus. It turns a blind eye on all the other religions.
ट्राइबल के बारे में कहो, ट्राइबल आपको छोड़ेगा? आप चूना करो, जोड़ो जोड़ो, भाग मत करो, हिंदुस्तान को जोड़ो। हिंदुस्तान को एकता नहीं रहेगा तो देश टुकड़ा हो जाएगा।
I urge the central government to unite against all foreign forces.
हम खरीद में जाते हैं तो हमारा खिलाफ में क्या क्या मेरे को टाइटल भी बदल देता है बीजेपी। बहुत रुपया है, पूरा हिंदुस्तान में जितना नेटवर्क है सब बंगाल मक्का खिलाफ में लिखता है। जितना भी आईटी सेक्टर है उसका
The media, the BJP continues to string together a false narrative, and it continues to speak against the state of West Bengal and our government.
मैं पहले को भी नाम नहीं लिया उनका।
I've never taken their name before.
खुद কালিদাসের মতো যে গাছে বসে আছে সেই গাছের ডাল যদি ভাঙে তাহলে তো বলতে হবেই ভাই, কিচ্ছু করার নেই। इतना जल्दीबाजी आपका क्यों है? आप तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर कभी नहीं बनेंगे।
Why is BJP in such a hurry?
मोदी जी चला जाने के बाद आप क्या करेंगे?
What will you do? What will the BJP do once PM Modi retires?
আপনাকে তো হামাগুড়ি দিতে হবে।
You'll be left with nothing. You'll be crawling on the grounds.
আপনি মোদি জিকে আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করব,
I'm requesting Prime Minister Modi,
দয়া করে লোকটাকে কন্ট্রোল করুন।
control your government.
দিয়ে দিয়েছেন ওনার হাতে, আর উনি সমস্ত প্ল্যান তৈরি করছেন। এন্ড মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড communal riots.
The riots happening in Murshidabad right now is a pre-planned communal riots. And I keep getting insider information how there are foreign elements involved in the riots in Murshidabad district.
এই আইনটি মনে রাখবেন, এই আইন সংবিধানের আমাদের আর্টিকেল 14 আছে, প্রত্যেকের ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল রাইট আছে, রাইট টু ওয়ার্ক।
As per Article 14 of the Constitution, every individual has their own fundamental rights.
সেই আর্টিকেলটাকেও উল্লঙ্ঘন করেছিল।
The central government continues to rip into these fundamental rights.
18 and 35, number 18 and 35. These are state government rights. The land. সেই land related issue কেও
Section 18 and 35, the rights of the state, and BJP has even snatched those rights away. They continue to snatch away the fundamental rights of the citizens of Bengal.
এটা মাথায় রাখতে হবে এবং আপনাদের থ্রুতে আমি ইন্ডিয়া টিমকে অ্যাপিল করব, let us be united, let us fight together boldly. This is not an individual matter. It will affect each and everybody. আজকে আপনাদের বিরুদ্ধে করছে, কালকে আরেকজনের বিরুদ্ধে করবে, এরপর বলছে ইউনিফর্ম সিভিল কোড। খ্রিস্টানরা মেনে নেবে আপনার কথা? মুসলিমদের নয়, আপনি বিরোধী মুসলমান। তো বন্ধু, সৌদি আরবে গেলে কার সাথে দেখা করেন? মুসলিমদের সাথে দেখা করেন না? दुबई गए कार आतिथ्यता ग्रहण करें। आप अगर दुबई जाते हो, गोदी मीडिया के लिए कह रहा हूं, आप अगर दुबई जाते हो तो किसको हॉस्पिटलिटी देता है? आप अगर
All right, viewers, let's go ahead and see exactly what Mamata Banerjee is saying there. She was just meeting the imams there, and she made a couple of statements. And she says that made a big claim in the Murshidabad violence, saying that the entire violence has been pre-planned. So these are some of the back-to-back updates we're getting for our viewers right now, and we tried translating the entire speech for you. Mamata's fear-mongering amid these protests that we've been seeing in West Bengal, in Murshidabad, in other areas of West Bengal, and according to her, the violence has been pre-planned.
हम सबका साथ नहीं रहेगा, हम जो हमको वोट देगा हम उसका साथ रहेगा, क्या चालाकी है? यही करके आप वोटर लिस्ट शुरू करके क्यों माथा गरम करবেন না? প্লিজ বি কোয়াইট। আমার কথাগুলো আমায় বলতে দিন, আমার কথাগুলো আমায় বলতে দিন। আপনাদের আমি আবার বলি,
They are silencing the voices of TMC in Bengal.
ভারতীয় সংবিধানের নামে জিন্দাবাদ দিন, আম্বেদকর জিন্দাবাদ বলুন, মৌলানা আবুল কালাম আজাদ জিন্দাবাদ বলুন, যারা গান্ধীজি জিন্দাবাদ বলুন, সুভাষবাদ, গান্ধীবাদ, মৌলানাবাদ, আম্বেদকরবাদ জিন্দাবাদ বলুন, স্বামীজিকে শ্রদ্ধা করুন, রামকৃষ্ণকে করুন, যারা দেশের সব।
I urge the people of Bengal to stand together against these foreign elements, against how the BJP is instigating these riots.
ওয়াকফ প্রপার্টি অনেক হিন্দুরাও দান করেছে, অনেক হিন্দু কমিউনিটি ওয়াকফ বোর্ডকে ওয়াকফ प्रॉपर्टी दान करेছে, অনেক ওয়াকফ प्रॉपर्टी हिंदू लोगों ने भी दिया है सोशल वर्क करने के लिए, और बहुत सारे वक़्फ़ प्रॉपर्टी
I speak for every religion and not just one.
ए बीजेपी वालों, अच्छा से सुन लो, इसमें वक़्फ़ प्रॉपर्टी में हिंदू लोग भी रहता है। आप चाहते हैं कि स्टेट वक़्फ़ बोर्ड तोड़ जाए।
All right. I just want to go to Sukanta Majumdar, who's joining us on the phone line right now. And before I come to you, I want to tell our viewers that she's saying, Mamata Banerjee is saying that these violence has been pre-planned in West Bengal. At the same time, the BJP is also going ahead and they are holding protests. These pictures coming in. What is your first reaction to Mamata Banerjee's claims that she is making on the pre-planned violence and protests?
The problem is that sometimes Mamata Banerjee forgets that she is the chief minister of the state, not the opposition leader. So if it is pre-planned, now the question arises: what was her police doing? Whether the West Bengal police, they have the intelligence unit or not? It is the duty of the police. If anybody is planning anything bad, so it is their duty to prevent it. Now you were saying that it was pre-planned and that. Now the question arises: what was your DG doing? What was your ADG South Bengal doing? And most importantly, as a home minister, what were you doing during that period when those fanatic people, those rioters they were planning those things. So it is the duty of the state government to prevent these things.
Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar is still with us right now, and the BJP is also planned a counter protest. Those pictures coming in on our screen for our viewers, because the BJP is concerned about the atrocities which are happening to the Hindus during the Murshidabad violence. Is it fair for Mamata Banerjee to not address that at all and instead say that this violence was pre-planned, that there is a foreign hand in this violence?
See, today's meeting is the height of appeasement politics in this country. Nobody, after the brutal attack on the Hindus, all the leaders from the political party would have been consulted the Hindus or the victims. Rather, Mamata Banerjee is discussing with the matter with the rioters community. This is a strange thing. The involvement of the Maulanas in those areas should be investigating properly. The police should investigate. What was the role of the Maulanas and Muazzims of those areas where the riot happened? Mamata Banerjee should have visited the Murshidabad or those riot infested area. But she is discussing these things with the Muslim leaders in Kolkata. In Kolkata, it is really is the height of the appeasement politics happening here in the state of West Bengal.
Right. And Mr. Majumdar, before I let you go, you spoke about appeasement politics, and the entire speech we heard of Mamata Banerjee seems to point towards that, where she is not taking any responsibility for a protest violence which happened in her own state of West Bengal. She is a CM of West Bengal after all, Mr. Majumdar.
Mamata Banerjee, this is the Mamata Banerjee's characteristics. She never claim any responsibility. All good things belongs to her, and anything happened under her regime, either BJP or CPM are the responsible for all those things. That is the opposition. So this is the this is the symptoms of a failed chief minister, and Mamata Banerjee is the worst chief minister West Bengal ever had.
Right. Mr. Sukanta Majumdar, Union Minister, continues to be with us. Before, I also want to ask you one question about how Mamata Banerjee has been time and again, speaking about a couple of details here which she mentioned, where she is speaking to the imams there and she is pacifying them. Do you think this is an effort to pacify? All right, we'll connect back to our Union Minister, Mr. Sukanta Majumdar, but we got his reaction where he is saying that this is definitely appeasement politics, and speaking about the statement that Mamata Banerjee has made, where she's saying the violence in Murshidabad and West Bengal was completely pre-planned, even going to the extent of saying that this violence has a foreign hand.
हम चाहते हैं इमाम लोग आप मस्जिद से प्यार से बताइए कि हमको एक साथ में रहना है बंगाल में जो शांति रहेगा.
They might try to divide us, but we need to unite against these forces and we need to live together in harmony.
हमारा गवर्नमेंट चला जाए और वो आने से आपको तो खाना भी बंद कर देगा. दिल्ली में देखा.
We saw in Delhi.
বাঙালি এলাকায় মাছ ভাত বন্ধ, মাছ মাংস সব বন্ধ করে দেবে. টিচারদের নিয়ে কদিন নাচানাচি করলো, নিজেরাই চাকরি খেলো, আবার নিজেরাই বলছে.
BJP is trying to polarize Bengal. We want peace, but we won't let you divide the Hindus and Muslims.
সবগুলোও আছো, তোমরা টিচারদের চাকরি কেন খেলে? তোমাদের লজ্জা হয়নি?
Aren't you ashamed?
বিজেপি গভর্নমেন্ট আসার পরে
You told that in Tripura, once BJP government comes into power, we'll be giving out job offers, where is that promise? Have you fulfilled that promise?
जोगी बड़ो बड़ो बात कर रहा है, सबसे बड़ा भोगी है। महाकुंभ में कितना लोगों का मौत हुआ, कितना लोगों ने इंजर्ड हुआ, कोई लिस्ट ऑफ पब्लिक ने दिया? नहीं दिया। बड़ा बड़ा बात करते हो।
Where are those promises? Have you fulfilled any of those promises?
रैली किसी को नहीं करने देते, एक भी मिছিল नहीं करने देते, लोगों को डर दिखा के रख दिया। लोगों ने एक रैली भी नहीं कर सकते।
You have betrayed the people of India. You have betrayed the people of Bengal.
আল্ট্রা লেফটরাও কখনো কখনো করে, এসইউসিও করে, কংগ্রেসও করে, আর বিজেপি তো পারমিশনের প্রয়োজন নেই। চল আসল জায়গা থেকে চলে আসে, নকল লোকেদের পারমিশন আসল জায়গা থেকে চলে আসে। আমি কি বলছি বুঝতে পারছি, ইশারাই কাফি। সুতরাং আপনাদের আমি এটাই বলবো, যদি আপনারা আমাকে ভালো দেখতে চান,
I'm just going to implore to the people of Bengals, if you want to see, if you believe in TMC, I urge you not to fall into the trap that the central government is laying for you.
ইমামদের একটা রোল প্লে করতে হবে, আর আমি কিন্তু খুঁজে বের করব বর্ডার এরিয়ায় বিএসএফ কাকে কাকে হাত করেছে এবং কিছু বাচ্চা ছেলেকে 5,000-6,000 টাকার বিনিময়ে ইট ছুড়িয়েছে, এটাও কিন্তু আমি খুঁজে বের করব।
You've shut down the shops of Delhi. You have not fulfilled the promise of giving out, handing out jobs to the youth.
কোশ্চেন থাকবে হোম মিনিস্ট্রিতে, যারা খাইয়ে এনআইকে দিয়ে টুইট করিয়েছে, যদি বাংলাদেশ সত্যি জয় হয়ে থাকে বাংলাদেশের লোক, আপনি কেন ঢুকতে দিলেন?
Infiltration from the Bangladesh border has happened because of you. You talk big games, and yet the infiltration issue continues to remain a problem.
প্লেন চলছে, প্লেনে কারা আসছে, কিভাবে আসছে? আগে আমাদের পুলিশ থাকতো এয়ারপোর্টে, আমরা একটা রিপোর্ট পেতাম, এখন সেটাও উঠিয়ে দিয়েছেন, কোনো রিপোর্ট আমরা পাই না। ট্রেন চলছে, ট্রেনে লোক আসছে, আমাদের কাছে কোনো রিপোর্ট আপনারা শেয়ার করেন না। আপনারা কি মনে করেন আপনারা লুকিয়ে লুকিয়ে ফুপার উস্তম খেলা খেলবেন আর পর্দাকে?
You are trying to hold an investigation under our noses. You are not keeping us in loop. You're not sending us any report whatsoever. We can see through all of that.
কারণ এরপর অনেক পরিবর্তন হবে দিল্লিতে।
You have betrayed many families of Bengal.
অপেক্ষা করব, আবার নতুন সরকার হবে এবং নতুন সরকারে আশা করি হামাগুড়ি বাবু উঠবেন না।
But I assure you, a new government will be formed, and we will right the wrongs that the central government has done so far.
আইনগুলো অ্যান্টি পিপল করেছে, সেই আইনে আবার কনস্টিটিউশন অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট করে আইনগুলোকে বদলাতে হবে। If there is a crisis, you have to wait for the future. You have to overcome the situation. And if there is a crisis, be cool and peaceful. আর আপনাদের বলবো, বাংলায় আন্দোলন করে লাভ নেই, আন্দোলনটা দিল্লিতে গিয়ে করুন।
I urge the people of Bengal, there is no point rioting and protesting in Bengal. If you do want to protest, if you do want to raise your voices, go to the national capital and protest there.
দরকার হলে ট্রেনে যান, দরকার হলে ট্রেনে যান, দরকার হলে অ্যাপয়েন্টমেন্ট করুন, করে আপনাদের প্রতিবাদ জানান। আমি তো আপনাদের পক্ষে, আমি সর্বধর্মের পক্ষে, আমি হিন্দুদেরও পক্ষে, আমি মুসলমানদেরও পক্ষে, আমি শিখদেরও পক্ষে, আমি খ্রিস্টানদেরও পক্ষে।
I'm a minister of Hindus, Muslims, Sikh, Christian alike. You can try and create as many divides as you want to, but I assure you we will stand together as a unit.
পুরোহিত সংগঠনের আসুন তো। আসেন আসেন, बैठिए प्लीज बैठिए। कम्युनिटी को कोई काउके देखेছেন? आओ ये आ जाइए। आ जाइए प्लीज, मेहरबानी करके। আপনারা দিল্লিতে গিয়ে সব রাজ্যের সাথে যোগাযোগ করুন আগে। কন্ট্যাক্ট অল দ্য স্টেট লিডারশিপ, এবং তারপরে দিল্লিতে গিয়ে প্রোগ্রাম করুন। দরকার হলে রাস্তায় থাকবেন, দরকার হলে ময়দানে থাকবেন, সেখানে গিয়ে সব কমিউনিটি নিয়ে, সবাইকে সাথে নিয়ে আপনারা আন্দোলন করুন। আমি কথা দিচ্ছি আমাদের তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের সাংসদরাও আপনাদের সাথে থাকবে।
I'm giving you the confidence you stand with TMC and we will right all the wrongs that have been done so far.
এখানে করে লাভ নেই, এখানে আমি আছি। আসুন।
I stand before all of you and I give you the confidence. We will make things better. TMC will make things better for Bengal.
And ladies and gentlemen, those are the initial inputs that are coming from Mamata Banerjee as she continues her mega meeting with the imams in Netaji Indoor Stadium in Kolkata. I have Dilip Ghosh, the BJP leader, former member of Lok Sabha, and also the former chief of West Bengal BJP, joining me on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, you heard Mamata Banerjee speaking there. She has launched a very scathing allegation against the BJP for planning this pre-planned communal riot conspiracy that she is alleging that has taken place in Murshidabad. Your initial reaction to this, sir?
ये सत्ता उन्हीं का है, सरकार उनका है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी ममता बनर्जी के हाथ में है, और जो गड़बड़ हो रहा है दशहरा दूसरे को कर रहे हैं। और अचानक मुर्शिदाबाद में हो गया ऐसा नहीं है। 10 दिन पहले से, रामनवमी के पहले से ही जगह जगह कई जिलों में ऐसा उत्तेजना, आगजनी तोड़फोड़ तो हुई है, हिंसा भी हुआ है। तो एक सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत हिंदू त्योहार के पहले भाई का वातावरण बनाया जाता है, जिस प्रकार इलेक्शन के पहले किया जाता है, वही हुआ है। अच्छा, ये जो दोषारोपण कर रही है सरकार, प्रशासन, इंटेलिजेंस उसके हाथ में है। कितने लोगों उन्होंने अरेस्ट किया है जो कि बांग्लादेश कनेक्टेड है और जो बीजेपी से कनेक्टेड है? कहीं नहीं है। तो बेचारे हिंदू वहाँ कम संख्या में अल्पसंख्यक है, उनके ऊपर अत्याचार होता है। आज नहीं है, कोई भी इशू मिल जाए देश दुनिया में, उसको लेके वहाँ टूट पड़ते हैं। हिंदू का दुकान तोड़ा जाता है, लूटा जाता है, आग लगाया जाता है, मंदिर तोड़ा जाता है। यहाँ पे वही हुआ है।
मिस्टर घोष, बट ममता बनर्जी जो है उन्होंने पूरा पॉलिटिकल कलर दे दिया है। वो वहां पर इमाम्स को कह रहे हैं कि आप हमें पॉलिटिकली सपोर्ट करिए और हम सब एक साथ रहेंगे। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का नाम लेके ये कह रही हैं कि आई डू नॉट से हिज नेम ऑफन, बट आज नाम लेके कह रही हैं कि वंस प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी रिटायर्स तो ये बीजेपी का क्या होगा? इज दैट एन ओपन थ्रेट टू द बीजेपी कार्डर्स देयर इन वेस्ट बंगाल? हाउ डू यू सी दिस, सर?
नहीं, देखिए, वो केवल राजनीति ही करती हैं। इसके पहले ईद की जो यहाँ नमाज होती है ब्रिगेड में, हर बार जाकर वहाँ भाषण देती है। इमाम की जगह पे वो भाषण देती है, उनका भी भाषण सुन लीजिए। वही है, मोदी बीजेपी और आप है, हम आपके साथ हैं। तो इस प्रकार बातें करेंगे तो इस पर हिंसा होना ही है। लेकिन उसको रोकने के लिए कोई, और जो बेचारे 1000 से ज्यादा लोग घर छोड़ के बेघर होकर दूसरे जिला में जा रहे हैं, वहाँ उनके कोई नेता, सरकार कोई मदद नहीं। स्थानीय लोग उनको भोजन करा रहे हैं और उनके क्या बोलते हैं, राज्य बाहर राज्य कोई घर छोड़कर बाहर जाए। अभी मंगला 9 वर्ष साल हो गया, लोग घर में ना भगवान का पूजा कर पाए, ना उत्सव मना पाए, दूसरे जगह जाके हाहाकार कर रहे हैं। इस प्रकार मनस्थिति से जो राजनीति कर रहे हैं ममता बनर्जी, उसका ही नतीजा है।
मिस्टर घोष, बांग्लादेश एंगल पे आप क्या कहेंगे? कल भी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही थी कि बांग्लादेशी मिस्क्रिएंट्स वर इन्वॉल्व्ड। ये जो पूरी वायलेंस हुई है मुर्शिदाबाद में, उसमें बांग्लादेश के लोग भी इन्वॉल्व थे, ऐसा एलिगेशन आया था। आज ममता बनर्जी कह रहे हैं कि ये तो बीएसएफ का इशू है, बीजेपी को आंसर करना पड़ेगा, ये प्री प्लान था। वो आप
ममता बनर्जी को ये इशू मिल गया अपना हाथ धोने के लिए। अगर मैं कह रहा हूँ, संदेह होता है इसलिए क्योंकि लंबा वहाँ सीमा है और 10-15 किलोमीटर में ही सीमा है, फिर बीएसएफ आके उसको कंट्रोल। अगर ममता बनर्जी को मानते हैं कि बांग्लादेश से कोई आया है, पुलिस क्यों नहीं कार्रवाई करती है? अगर बीएसएफ को पकड़ भी लेता है, वो पुलिस के हाथ में ही देता है, क्योंकि कानून व्यवस्था उनका हाथ। और कितने लोगों को पकड़े हैं, क्यों नहीं पकड़ पा रही? ऐसा है तो भी मानती है, पकड़ कर दिखाना चाहिए कि इसने बांग्लादेश से आए हैं, फिर आप बीएसएफ करो। कुछ नहीं है,
yes,
समझिए रणनीति है। और हिंदू करके चुनाव जीतना है, मुसलमानों को खुला छूट देना है, नहीं तो क्यों इमाम लोगों के साथ मीटिंग कर रहे हैं? उनको सीधा बोलो कि ऐसा नहीं चलेगा। ये जो जिहादी एक्टिविटी बंगाल में नहीं चलेगा, बोलने की हिम्मत है उनका? नहीं है, वो उसको मदद कर रही है।
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh, for joining us this afternoon. Those were the initial reactions of Mr. Dilip Ghosh of the BJP. I am also being joined by Mr. Jagannath Sarkar, the BJP MP from Ranaghat Lok Sabha district. Mr. Sarkar, if you can hear me, आज ममता बनर्जी ने फिर से बहुत सारे एलिगेशंस लगा दिए हैं बीजेपी पे। आपने होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह को लेटर लिखा था संडे को, आफ्सपा मांग रहे थे आप। आज इमाम्स के साथ में मीटिंग की है ममता बनर्जी ने, पर अभी तक मालदा और मुर्शिदाबाद नहीं गई हैं। क्या कहेंगे आप इस पे?
देखिए, ममता हमेशा भाजपा का ऊपर दोषारोप करते हैं, क्यों? वो जो प्रशासन हमेशा वो बांग्लादेश का जंगी के पक्ष में है, इसलिए वो जो कांटा का जो फेंसिंग नहीं लगाया, बीएसएफ सेंटर लगाने के लिए बोल दिया, तो अब भी वो हेल्प नहीं कर रहा है, इसलिए नहीं कर रहा है। और इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ इधर का जो बंगाल में माइनॉरिटी टीएमसी है, ये इसके साथ जुड़ा लोकली टीएमसी लीडर भी एक्टिव वो काम किया, हिंदू के घर लूटा, वो हिंदू टीएमसी के घर भी लूट लिया। ये ममता इसलिए किया, ज्यादा जहां मुस्लिम माइनॉरिटी हो गया उनका पूरा सीट इकट्ठा करके वो असेंबली चुनाव में जीतने के लिए किया, पावर सत्ता में फिर 4 बार आने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है। तो ये जानबूझ के कर रहा है। उनका पुलिस क्या कर रहा है, उनका सीआईडी वो उनका पास क्यों न्यूज नहीं था? प्रशासन पूरा जिम्मेदारी उनका है, तो हाथ धो रही है, तो छोड़ दीजिए सेंटर के ऊपर। सेंटर टोटली आर्मी देकर शासन कर देंगे। क्यों अभी ये धंधाबाजी बात कर रहा है ममता जी?
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkar, for your initial reactions. We'll be closely tracking, ladies and gentlemen, that rally which is taking place in the Netaji Indoor Stadium, where Mamta Banerjee is meeting all the imams and holding a key meeting over the WAQF Amendment Act protest. There you can see the visuals on your screen inside the Netaji Indoor Stadium in Kolkata. We'll bring you more updates right after this short break on what Mamta has made in terms of allegations against the BJP. She says the violence was pre-planned. More details on the other side of the short break. Do not go anywhere.
After hearing about Republic TV's Positive Influencer program, I had shared this video with Republic, which was about my mental health and self-growth podcast called Slow Down with Astha. India is facing a mental health epidemic like never before, and more people are struggling to find the right tools and resources to help themselves or their loved ones. The aim of my content is to break the stigma about these various mental health illnesses by spreading awareness and sharing insights from experts in this field. I am truly hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of mental and emotional health, and together create a lasting impact on the mental and emotional well-being of the people of India.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking, and another big breaking news update is coming from the national capital of Delhi, where a bomb threat has been received by a Dwarka court. All MM courts have been evacuated immediately due to a bomb threat that has been received today. It's a live and active situation. Police forces and bomb detection squads are currently on the site and are investigating the situation with utmost urgency. That's the big breaking news update coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where a bomb threat has been received at a Dwarka court. There you can see there was evacuation of the entire court building. All MM courts have been evacuated and police and bomb detection squads are on the spot. I have my colleague joining us live, Piyush, on this broadcast. Piyush, do tell us more about this bomb threat that has been received in the Dwarka court.
So yes, Kritarth, what I can tell you is that in this series of mails, which are often found to be hoax, one more pattern has now emerged in which a mail today was received at the MM court at around 10:30 a.m. where it was said that there is a bomb which is placed inside the court, and immediately after it was reported that bomb was placed reportedly at the court's complex, it was completely evacuated, and right now all the surveillance and all the checking procedure is being done by the Delhi police. So yes, this is now being confirmed by the Delhi police that indeed there has been a mail which has been received at the court complex of a dangerous substance being placed over there. In the past, we have seen that this is a hoax message which is there, but yes, taking into consideration that there is always a security issue, right now the checking and surveillance procedure is being done. Back in the studio. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update of the bomb hoax message which has reportedly been given at the court complex in Delhi. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive Media influencer in the domain of sports.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while pushing out positive content online?
First of all, I thank you and I thank Republic TV for this wonderful initiative of Positive Influencers program. Gives me great joy that this kind of initiative is taken by a media house. It's need of the hour. Before I answer your question,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A concerning breaking news update is coming in from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where a terror operation was underway and now 2 terrorists have been neutralized in Kathua encounter. That's the big breaking news update. Security forces recovered weapons of Jaish terrorists in Kathua. That was the ongoing encounter that was going on in Kathua district of Jammu. And now 2 terrorists have been confirmed neutralized. That's the big breaking news update coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And the forces have also recovered a cache of arms. I have a report live from Jammu and Kashmir to show you the cache of arms that was recovered by the forces. Please take a look.
एनकाउंटर में मारे गए थे, उनके पास से जो है सुरक्षा बलों को हथियारों का बड़ा जखीरा जो है वो बरामद हुआ है, जिसमें तस्वीरें जो है सरजीवन आपको लगातार यहां से दिखा रहे हैं। कठुआ के राजबाग में जो है सुरक्षा बलों को बड़ी सफलता मिली थी और ये तस्वीरें जो है इस रिकवरी से हैं। आतंकियों के पास से हथियारों का एक बड़ा जखीरा जो है वो बरामद हुआ है। बड़ी सफलता सुरक्षा बलों की है। आप ये देखिए, 2 AK-47 राइफल, एक M4 राइफल मिली है। बड़ी तादाद में जो है यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो मैगजीन्स जो है रिकवर हुई हैं। ये नाइट स्कोप के साथ जो है US मेड M4 .44 राइफल थी जिसे सुरक्षा बलों ने रिकवर किया गया है। पिस्टल्स जो हैं वो सुरक्षा बलों के यहाँ पे रिकवर हुई हैं, आप देखेंगे, जो कि और उसके साथ साथ काफ़ी मैगजीन्स, ग्रीन लैक्वर बुलेट्स जो हैं वो रिकवर हुई, खाने पीने का सामान और ये जो धागे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आतंकियों के पास पूरा एक जो है हॉल था जो उनके पास मौजूद था आतंकियों की तरफ से। और इस तरफ अगर सरजीवन आपको दिखाएं यहाँ पर तस्वीरें, तो आतंकियों के पास रहने का सामान जो है वो बरामद हुआ है। ये एक बड़ा जो है आतंकियों की साजिश थी कि किस तरह से कठुआ को दहलाया जाए। ये वही आतंकी हैं जो सबसे पहले जो हैं सन्याल गांव में मिले थे। ये 23 मार्च की बात है। उसके बाद 27 को जो है ये आतंकी ट्रैप हुए, 2 आतंकी मारे गए। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जो 4 जाबाज हैं उन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्योछावर किया था। ये आतंकियों के पास से बड़ा आतंक का जखीरा जो है वो बरामद हुआ था। और न सिर्फ ये हथियार मिले थे, दूसरी तरफ मैं सरजीवन को कहूँगा कि अगर इस तरफ सरजीवन आ पाएँ तो आपको दिखाएंगे कि आतंकियों के पास यहाँ पर खाने पीने के एनर्जी ड्रिंक्स जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं, चॉकलेट्स यहाँ पर मिले हैं, बाकी चीज़ें जो हैं वो यहाँ पर बरामद हुई हैं। ये अगर आप कैन देखेंगे तो आतंकियों की तरफ से कोशिश की गई कि इस कैन से जो है पाकिस्तान की मार्किंग्स मिटाई जाएं, लेकिन अभी भी आपको जो है ये मार्किंग्स यहाँ पर देखने को मिलेगी। कोशिश इन आतंकियों की ये थी कि पाकिस्तान का कोई भी सबूत जो है उनके पास ना रहे। तभी आप देखेंगे जो एनर्जी ड्रिंक्स के कैंस हैं उन्हें जो है सब मिटाने की कोशिश जो है इन आतंकियों की तरफ से की गई थी, लेकिन सुरक्षा बलों को कुछ जो है वो ट्रेसिस मिले हैं। इसके अलावा अगर आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे तो जो दवाइयाँ हैं वो आतंकियों के पास मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर एक्सप्लोजिव जो है आतंकियों से जो बरामद हुआ है, जो आईडीज और आरडीएक्स वो अपने साथ कैरी कर रहे थे, वो यहाँ पर सुरक्षा बलों को मिला। और ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर जो बुलेट्स आतंकियों की तरफ से यूज़ किए गए थे ये वो बुलेट हैं, ये जो अनयूज्ड बुलेट्स मिले हैं। उसके अलावा बाकी जो दवाइयाँ हैं वो आतंकियों के पास से जो है वो रिकवर हुई हैं। ये बिल्कुल साफ दर्शाता है कि आतंकी जो है एक पूरी प्लानिंग के साथ यहाँ पर आए थे। और सरजीवन से कहूँगा उस तरफ आपको जो है लगातार यहाँ पर विजुअल्स सरजीवन आपको दिखाते रहे कि ये जो आतंक का बड़ा जखीरा जो है ऑपरेशन सुफैन में सुरक्षा बलों को बरामद हुआ है वो सरजीवन आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। ग्रीन लैक्वर बुलेट्स जो हैं वो आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं। ये खासतौर पर इन बुलेट्स की अगर बात की जाए तो 2023 में ढांगरी में जो आतंकी हमला हुआ उसमें थी। ये देखिए आप आतंकियों के पास से सुरक्षा बलों को जो है वो कंपस भी बरामद हुआ है ताकि आतंकी जो हैं वो भटक ना जाएं, आतंकी जो हैं अपनी लोकेशन तक सही तरह से पहुंच पाएं। इसलिए आतंकियों के पास कंपस मौजूद था, सुई धागा यहाँ पर था। यहाँ पे आप देखेंगे खजूर, काजू, बादाम, किशमिश जो है सब आतंकियों के पास यहाँ पर मौजूद थी। दवाइयाँ देखिए, हर एक तरह की दवाई, चाहे वो सरदर्द से लेकर किसी भी तरह से दवाइयाँ हों, हर एक दवाई जो है वो आतंकियों के पास यहाँ पर मौजूद। और उसके बाद आतंक का बड़ा जखीरा, मोबाइल चार्जर्स जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे, केबल्स आतंकियों के पास मौजूद थी। तो तकरीबन आतंकी जो हैं पूरा एक बड़ा जखीरा साथ लेकर चल रहे थे ताकि जब सुरक्षा बलों को निशाना बनाया जाए उसके बाद ये लोग लंबे समय तक यहाँ रह सकें। लेकिन जो इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट कठुआ पुलिस को मिला उसके आधार पर ऑपरेशन लॉन्च किया गया। लंबा ऑपरेशन ज़रूर चला, अपनी शहादतें भी हुई, लेकिन जैश के 2 बड़े आतंकी जो हैं वो मारे गए। और अब आप देखेंगे आतंक का बड़ा जखीरा जो सुरक्षा बलों को यहाँ से बरामद हुआ है ऑपरेशन सफेन में, राजबाग के अंतर्गत जो इलाका।
Gursimran, that was an excellent report in terms of the massive cache of arms that was recovered by the terrorists. What are the forces saying at the moment on the status of the operation? What can we share?
See, right now we are in the Rajbagh, Kathua, and I have with me the SSP of the Kathua district, Shobit Saxena, also with us. He will be with us in next 20 seconds to share more details. I'll request Sarjeevan to first show you the recovery that has been made from the ongoing operation, and then we will speak to the SSP with regards to the ongoing operation that is underway.
Indeed, and that
sir,
was a massive...
on Republic, this is a big success for the Jammu and Kashmir Police. 2 terrorists have been utilized, and now this huge recovery. How do you see this success?
No, it is definitely a success in terms of the fact that there is a terrorist group which had infiltrated with some very dangerous and very terrorizing plans in the region, and we were able to encounter them at 4 different places. At all these different places, they have tried to run away without challenging the police or the army, and while running away they have left behind a lot of these things which we have recovered and which we have displayed today. And during these encounters, our brave soldiers have shown extraordinary courage and gunned down 2 of them, 2 of the terrorists. The others, as you can see with a lot of their stuff now with us, they are also in desperate...
So can we say that the Pakistan's plot and the Pakistan's infiltration routes, that all stands now exposed with the Jammu and Kashmir Police pinning down the terrorists at the first location in Sanyal?
we can say that to some extent, although we are taking precautions to ensure that we have a complete security grid on all possible routes. But we can safely say that some of their routes are definitely now exposed, and we are working to make sure that no such attempt happens again.
Sir, as we speak, the operations are underway to hunt down the remaining terrorists?
Definitely the operations are underway. They are a multi-district, multi-force operation right now, and all forces are coordinating to ensure that the remaining terrorists are also neutralized.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So this was SSP Kathua Shobhit Saxena, who was sharing more details on the ongoing encounter. Back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for those updates. Coming in live from Jammu, where an active terror situation was underway and 2 terrorists have been successfully neutralized. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the cache of recovery with Pakistani mark clearly on the arms and ammunition that was recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Meanwhile, viewers, before we head into a break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that Republic's Positive Influencers program is receiving a phenomenal response. From the defense sector to sports and mindfulness, every category has been flooded. And if you think that you have it in you to be the change and change the narrative and become a positive influencer, then you too can apply on republicpositiveinfluencer.in, and you can be the next big thing on the internet. So go on, apply right now. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Robert Vadra is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for a second straight day for nearly 6 hours of questioning yesterday. What is next for the Vadra Gandhis? More details on that story in just a moment, right after we come back off this short break.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that okay, this is a lucrative opportunity, they
रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुनने के बाद मैंने उन्हें ये कहानी भेजी जिसमें मैं वीरम देव और फिरोजा के बारे में बता रहा हूँ कि कैसे जालोर के एक राजकुमार ने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की बेटी को शादी के लिए मना कर दिया और उसकी जगह उन्होंने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी से युद्ध लड़ना स्वीकार किया। ये जानते हुए कि अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की सेना इतनी विशाल है जिसके सामने वे शायद ही टिक पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने सर कटाना स्वीकार किया, सर झुकाने की जगह। राजस्थान की मिट्टी ही ऐसी है जो हर बार ऐसे वीर सपूतों को जन्म देती है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों को बताऊं कि कैसे 500 सालों तक राजस्थान की ही मिट्टी के वो वीर सपूत थे जिन्होंने आक्रमणकारियों को भारत पर कब्जा करने से रोका, उन्हें भारत को गुलाम बनाने से रोका, लेकिन इतिहास उसके बारे में नहीं बताता है। अब मैं लास्टली उम्मीद करता हूं कि रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के हिस्ट्री और हेरिटेज के डोमेन में मैं सेलेक्ट होऊंगा ताकि आप लोगों को राजस्थान और भारत के अनसंग वॉरियर्स के बारे में बता सकूंगा। थैंक यू।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Sawant, and well, in this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain. You name it and it's there, from health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content and much more. The entries are open and we've already received hundreds of responses so far. If you think that you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply on republicpositiveinfluencers.in. Let's now get started with the top headlines at the Sun.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence and says the riots were pre-planned. Robert Vadra questioned by the ED again. He was grilled for nearly 6 hours yesterday in connection with a money laundering case.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. Rahul stays silent.
बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से कॉर्पोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए।
BJP launches an all-out attack on Congress over National Herald case, says party used a newspaper to make money. "46-year-old air hostess allegedly sexually assaulted while in ICU at a Gurugram hospital. Police yet to arrest the accused." Supreme Court will hear a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of AIMIM leader Saduddin Owaisi against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. This is a new announcement by US President Donald Trump, who's now imposed a 245% tariff on China. The trade war between US and China that has escalated, where Donald Trump in the latest, as he has announced 245% tariffs on imports. Remember, China has also made it very clear that they will not back down in any which way. And Donald Trump has now levied 245% tariff on China. Let me cut across to Krutarth joining us from the newsroom. Krutarth, 245%. What is China expected to do next? Any responses that have come in so far?
It is a direct increase of 100% tariffs on China, Suesha. Earlier, the tariffs imposed by the United States on China stood at 145%. Now they have upped by 100% and now they stand at 245%. This is the recent most biggest escalation in the Trump tariff war. Remember, China has been one of those nations which has not bent the knee in front of the Trump administration in terms of a tariffs war. On 2nd of April, when President Trump introduced the reciprocal tariffs to the discounted rate, he had warned each and every country that anybody who retaliates will face the equal amount of retaliation. So let me just take our viewers through very quickly on how it all started. It was 20% tariffs which was initially imposed, plus 34% that Trump imposed on April 2nd. Following this, the additional duty was up to 50%, and the total came up to 104 after China also retaliated with a retaliatory tariff of 84%. So at one point it was 104 of China, beg your pardon, the US versus 84 of China. After that, the Chinese also upped the ante and they brought up their own tariffs. And then the tariffs imposed by China were about 145% versus 125%. And then President Trump went on and warned China that if China does not take back the tariffs within 48 hours, then these tariffs will be increased by 100%. Now, that warning was issued sometime last week on Tuesday. And China had time till about last week, Thursday, when this had to be rectified. So a week later now, today on Wednesday, President Trump's administration has come up with 100% additional tariffs, which is an unprecedented scale of escalation in US and China bilateral trade. And this is going to have some very dramatic impact, not just on the markets, but specifically on the US economy. Remember, China has nearly 14 to 15% of overall imports of US in the share of pie of imports that the US is looking at. So after EU, China is one of the second biggest trading partners. And as an individual country, China is one of the largest. So United States economy is looking at a very tough situation if the 245% tariffs go unchecked, as in the past we have seen with 145% remaining in place as of now.
Pradhan, continue talking to us, because one can only imagine how China will now react to this. China has made its position very clear that they will not back down and they will respond in a tit-for-tat manner. But this sort of an escalation is not good for the global economy by and large, and it will have a trickling impact on everyone. Any word you've had with economists, with any sort of responses that have come in so far on this?
Well, looking at Beijing at the moment, there is no initial reaction that we can track right now, but all eyes certainly are on Beijing today, and they will certainly respond. Now, based on their responses in the past to the 34% tariff plus the 50% and now 100% increase in the tariffs, it is only natural to assume that China will hit back US with more tariffs. Now, 245% versus it will be somewhere around 225 if Beijing looks Trump eye into eye and raises their tariff also by 100% as Trump has done with this most recent escalation. What does this mean for South Asia trade? This is something which is very concerning. At the moment, the information is that the United States is extremely keen on locking the bilateral trade agreements with three specific countries, that is South Korea, Japan and India. The US believes that they can offset the trade war with China if they have favorable bilateral deals along with the South Korean establishment, the Japan and India. So if these three countries, and just yesterday we cleared the term of reference for the first half of the bilateral trade agreement, so there is great opportunity for India to negotiate a favorable trade deal with the United States. That's the India aspect. At the same time, there are a lot of countries, including EU countries, who are looking at a no tariff trade situation with the United States. They want to bring down the tariffs to zero, absolute zero with the US, subject to US also reducing their tariffs to absolute zero. So the EU partners are also waiting to capitalize on this entire situation. But when it comes to trade with China, it is a manufacturing sector which is the most biggest sector that we are looking at. We have already seen that manufacturing of iPhones has heavily shifted in favor of Indian companies who are manufacturing and assembling iPhones here in India and exporting to the United States, because the US companies are already looking for partners to offset the China risk capability. If the 245% tariffs stay, it's going to be mayhem in Washington.
Exactly my next point, Kritarth, because last time we'd seen a bloodbath in the markets, and the fact that Trump had also imposed a 90-day pause, looking at how the markets had responded. This war between US and China will, of course, have India and some other countries have better negotiation.
This is going
but,
to be...
Kritarth, I request you to stay on with us. I'm being told that Pranav is also with us on the broadcast with further details on the same. Pranav, quickly coming to you. So many points that we are delving on, from how India can negotiate better to this tit-for-tat war that has been going on between US and China, and how both are not willing to back down. But how far can this go?
Yes, exactly. That is the question that, everybody, that's $1 million question, in fact, because this just doesn't seem to be it.
right, we are getting you those pictures of Robert Vadra, who is just stepping out from the ED office. Latest details of how he is stepping out for lunch, but questioning will continue on the other side.
So you're just
All right, my colleague Piyush was on the ground getting us these latest pictures. Piyush, describe to us what is supposed to happen next. Has he left for lunch and will he return back for questioning after the lunch break, or today's interrogation has wrapped up?
So what I can tell you is that we again tried to confront Robert Vadra along with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and asked him that what exactly was the questioning like. And this time again he smiled at us, refusing to answer. Having said that, it is important to note over here that perhaps Robert Vadra along with his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra might have just gone for a lunch, and he is expected to come back again, because it seems that the questioning of Enforcement Directorate as far as his alleged role of money laundering, of trying to sell land at an exorbitant price after purchasing it with an undervalued amount, is still undone. And thereby it's going to be interesting to note that at what time Robert Vadra is going to come. Perhaps it's going to be an hour's break approximately, where he's going to again come back and going to be questioned back. So yes, important to note, today he was being accompanied by his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She was there at the waiting room, waiting for her husband to come out as he was being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. And after 2.5 hours of breaking, 2.5 hours of being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, the questioning, at least for now, has ended, because they have given Robert Vadra a lunch break. But yes, it is most likely that he's going to come back again and is going to be grilled further for his alleged role of money laundering. Back to the studio.
But, Piyush, Robert Vadra, who continues to be on the defensive, he's been saying that he's not scared of anyone. He is cooperating with the ED. And he has also said that this is political vendetta. They are being targeted. In fact, he's gone on to say that he was questioned for over 10 hours. He's also given a heavy amount of documentation to the ED officials and shown all his statements. But he says that the agencies are being misused.
In fact, Suyesha, what I can tell you is that Robert Vadra for long has been trying to give a body language which shows confidence. However, when he's being grilled very vehemently by Republic Media Network of why exactly has he been defying the summons to begin with, why was he delaying the summons, why did he not come when he was first being asked to come on 8th of April, you saw in a way that Robert Vadra lost his cool. And following that, we've been witnessing that he is not being answering the questions which Republic is being trying to pose persistently at him. Today we saw that his wife Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also accompanied him in trying to give an emotional support. So yes, you can understand that with Enforcement Directorate asking Robert Vadra to come for second day in a row in order to question him of the alleged role of money laundering, you can understand that perhaps all does not seem to be well, and Robert Vadra might be trying to put in a brave face, but in hearts, he also would be worried that perhaps Enforcement Directorate is trying to make a very strong case against him. Back in the studio.
All right, Piyush, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we shift our focus to the big global headline. China facing up to 245% tariff on imports. This is the latest announcement that has been made by US President Donald Trump, and the tariff war between US and China that is not seeming to end in any which way. US President Donald Trump, who's literally doubled the tariffs on China, escalating it to 245%. How is China possibly expected to respond? I'd also like to get in my colleague Pranav from Republic Business to take us through the details of this announcement, the impact that this will have, especially on how we've seen bloodbath in the markets. At an earlier point, Pranav, you're back with us. We also have a special guest joining us, but a quick word from you on this war that is not seeming to end.
Absolutely, Suyash. In fact, just yesterday, I mean, as we stood yesterday, the US had imposed 145% tariffs on China, and China on the other side had 125%. Now that translated into real world business where actually China cancelled Boeing's aircraft order, and now in retaliation we have Donald Trump just signing an executive order wherein he's imposed a 245% tariffs on China. So this seems to be trade war. This definitely seems to be arm twisting by both the countries. And if you also observe independently, China has just signed visas for 85% friendly Indians. So that also means that now somewhere China is opening diplomatic gates for dialogue with countries like India. So it's definitely pressure building on the Chinese economy now. We need to see where this ends.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And let me also introduce Rubinder Sachdeva, who is with us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, the question also being asked of how India can best leverage this situation, of how China is also softening of the visas that have been given to quote-unquote Indian friends. What is your take on this escalating war between US and China?
Thank you very much. I mean, a couple of points. One, regards to India, I think we are playing it fine. We should play calm, quiet, in no hurry, no hasty statements. Okay, whatever is happening is happening. We have to figure out our reactions, our plans. We are in discussions with the American, administration on a trade agreement of some sort, etc. So stay quiet. No point getting into a battle or a war anyway, right? Our interest is safe that way. And of course, leverage what's happening in the world hugely. But if we step back, in a big picture, what is happening, Trump and his administration and his political base have decided that this is a make or break moment for them. And not only with regards to China, it's a make or break for them with respect to everything in America. That is why they are looking at such drastic changes within America. All that we're hearing, the DOGE reforms, agencies being closed, only he and she as a male, female gender, teaching of Christian values in schools. They're going for broke because in their perspective, in the perspective of the right, the MAGA right, unless they do this now, the Republic is doomed. That's a big picture, right? So therefore now, with regards to China, they're going with the same approach. And it seems to be a moment, America is world's #1 empire, without doubt. China is #2. China wants to move up and be #1. And #1 has decided that it will now play whatever is necessary to never let the #2 become #1. And the #2 says, I want to, stop me if you can. So that is what is going on. So it is definitely, I think it's precipitated too soon, this, this trade war, if we may say.
But Mr. Sachdeva, before I let you go, sir, a quick answer from you on how do you think China will respond? Will they give it back in the same force, which of course is not good news for the global economy? Or could either one taper down? Because the US is not seeming to do that.
China will also not back down. And for China now, it has become a matter of face. See, China stood up to America and to say that it cannot be a unilateral world. So China is putting up that face for the rest of the world that I'm the calm, cool alternative, okay, rather than America. So China will not back down now. But what China will do, yes, it will maybe, oblique, non-linear kind of thing. It will not impose tariffs. And China has already said that adding any more tariffs is a numbers game. Nobody's going to then purchase at such high tariffs. So what China will do is maybe, restrict some American companies, their presence in China. China is already restricting the export of the rare earth metals, which are required for various semiconductor and high precision engineering items, etc. So China will kind of, will deflect, but will get back. China will not back down. What will happen, could happen and should happen, will happen. Sometime both sides will get, come to some point. Overall, a deal could be worked out, but at very high percentage tariffs. That'd be like more or less a status quo of sorts. But China will not back down. China cannot afford to now. It'll be seen as losing face and losing its position as a leader and as an economy and as an empire which can rival America.
All right, Mr. Sachdeva, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon, and of course, Pranav, getting us all the details of this latest development, whether there could be some backdoor negotiations or what may happen. Republic continues to keep you ahead on this story. For the moment, we also should focus to tell you how the top court has pulled up Revanth Reddy government over Kacha Gachibowli land case. Supreme Court has issued a directive that not a single tree should be chopped and is concerned with deforestation of over 100 acres of that land. The matter will be heard on the 15th of May. Let me cut across to my colleague Aneri, who's getting us the latest details of what transpired in the top court on this matter. Over to you, Aneri.
Well, Suresha, definitely a big development where the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the Gachibowli land, where we see that around 100 acres of land was cleared up within 3 days by putting up bulldozers there. And now we see that the Supreme Court has clearly asked that no more fellings, and also at the same time Supreme Court continues to question the state government as to what was the urgency that within 3 days of time the state government had to clear up such a huge area, and what is the next plan to restore the area back as to, and also at the same time without taking any sort of permission, why did the state government go ahead and clear up such a huge land? However, now the court has also warned the state government officials that if they do not continue to maintain the status quo, then they will have to take serious action against the chief secretary and the officials. And also now the matter has been listed for the 15th of May. So now the government has 4 weeks of time to further take steps and also reply back in the Supreme Court as to what will be the steps that will be taken by the state government to restore back the lungs in the city, because the Supreme Court says that they are very much wanting to make sure that environment doesn't get affected, and that is the reason why we see that the Supreme Court has also come down heavily on the state government. And not only that, the Supreme Court in its order has very clearly stated that if you try to oppose restoration, then temporary prison for your officers. And in the meantime, not a single tree will be felled there. Have the bulldozers been moved from that particular area or not? Also, the Supreme Court continues to question.
All right, Aneri, many thanks for getting us those details. And a quick check of the other top stories in brief. In a dramatic confrontation, Delhi University Students' Union President Ronak Khatri smeared cow dung on the walls of the principal's office at Lakshmibai College. Khatri alleged that the act was in protest against the principal's move to coat classrooms with cow dung to beat the heat. In a video that went viral on social media on Tuesday, Khatri can be seen confronting the vice principal in the absence of the college principal.
तो उनसे बात की जाती, मैडम है ही नहीं। रूम में गोबर लगाया गया, बच्चे तो नहीं थे वहाँ पे मौजूद।
क्लासरूम कॉलेज का है, आप कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट
क्यों नहीं हूँ मैं कॉलेज का? मैं डुस्सू का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। हमारी कुछ जिम्मेदारी क्यों नहीं आएंगे? क्यों आए हम क्लासरूम में?
मैम आ जाएंगे आप।
जो अधिकार स्टूडेंट को है कि उसके मौजूदगी में क्लासरूम में गोबर लगना चाहिए था।
लगाया या नहीं लगाया आपको कैसे?
क्यों नहीं? वीडियो है सारे, हर उसमें हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे वीडियो है।
उसमें ये तो नहीं लिखा ना गोबर लगा।
क्यों नहीं लिखा हुआ? काऊ डंग लिखा उसमें, और कैसे लिखा जाएगा? अरे मैम, आप अपनी बात से मुकरिए मत। दुनिया के सामने सर्वजगित हो चुका है। वीसी साहब ने भी ये स्टेटमेंट दी है कि आप अपने जो है घर को लिपने का काम कीजिए। पहले आपका परिचय मैडम?
मैं प्रोफेसर लता शर्मा, वाइस प्रिंसिपल।
In a joint search operation against Maoists in Jharkhand's West Singhbhum district, security forces have recovered 5 powerful improvised explosive devices planted in hilly and forest areas under the Jarai Kela police station's jurisdiction. The explosives, likely intended to target security forces, were safely dropped on site following standard operating procedures. According to Chaibasa police, the operation also led to the destruction of Maoist bunkers. An air hostess alleged that she was sexually assaulted when she was on ventilator support in the intensive care unit of a private hospital in Gurugram on the 6th of April. Now, according to the police, the matter came to light on the 13th of April when she told her husband about the sexual assault after her discharge, and he alerted the police. Based on the 46-year-old woman's complaint, a case was registered at the Sadar police station, and the police is investigating the matter. A major controversy erupted in Bilaspur's Guru Ghasidas Central University, where after over 150 Hindu students alleged that they were coerced into offering namaz during an NSS camp, the students have filed a formal complaint at Koni police station accusing camp officials of religious coercion, manipulation and threats of withholding participation certificates. The incident occurred during a week-long NSS camp in Shivtarai forest.
Hi, my name is Vishal. After hearing about the Republic Positive Influencer program, I had sent my video to Republic. I made a video on how election campaign has changed in Bihar. How earlier when candidate had fewer resources, they used to win people's hearts without many showmanship. Many of them went to become major players in national politics. I made this video because I think we all know कि election में बहुत खर्चा होता है, पानी की तरह पैसा बहता है, शो ऑफ मॉडल भी चलता है, बट विदाउट ऑल दीज जनता का दिल जीता जा सकता है. So yes, and I am really hopeful that I will be Republic Positive Influencer in the domain of citizen journalism.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला. पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला.
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that okay, this is a lucrative opportunity, they do not focus on the previous or what they've dreamt of, and they it's like a herd moving in a common direction wherever the direction changes. So the lack of focus is the issue which has been happening. And then the trends of parenting is a big issue. Especially, young kids are being given tablets to have their focus on these electronic gadgets so that, the mothers can, quickly feed them the food. And again, they are off not to play, but again on the gadgets. So that's been a wrong trend. The use of spectacles at an early age, again, are the signals that kids really need to go out, join academies, like how we used to during our times, go play cricket, go play football, go learn how to play hockey. The more physical activities are required at the moment, which is basically lacking. And, we are giving it an excuse of, urban times or the 21st century or the era of AI. So that really doesn't give us the certification to keep our kids sitting in front of screens. Prolonged screen times is, it's affecting their reception.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. The Congress is in complete panic mode as it is day 2 of Robert Vadra's questioning with the Enforcement Directorate in the land scam deal, and Sonia and Rahul Gandhi have been charge-sheeted. The Congress workers are protesting nationwide after they are in complete panic mode. We'll get you the ground updates on that, but before that, a quick check of the headlines.
জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ pre-planned communal riots, if I say so. কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence and says that the riots were pre-planned. Robert Vadra questioned by the Enforcement Directorate yet again for the second day. Vadra left ED office after lunch break for 2 hours of questioning.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions and confronts Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul stays mum.
बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से कॉरपोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए।
BJP launches a scathing attack on Congress over National Herald case, says party used newspaper to make money. "46-year-old air hostess allegedly sexually assaulted while in ICU at Gurugram Hospital. Police is yet to issue and arrest the accused." United States slaps 245% retaliatory tariff on Chinese goods as trade war intensifies. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Bengal violence, specifically the ones that took place in Murshidabad. Now, we learned that the NCW has formed an inquiry committee to probe Murshidabad violence. Chairperson Vijaya Ratnakar to personally visit violence-hit areas and meet the survivors is what we are getting to know. Joining me live on the broadcast is Riyanka, my colleague, who's reporting live from the national capital. Riyanka, the action comes after Hindus had fled Murshidabad after WAQF violence took place. We're also getting a reaction from Suvendu. Let's listen into that.
Of our state. For that reason, the Bengal Assembly election is knocking the door. It's her appeasement politics.
She has said this is a pre-planned communal riot which is
Pre-planned by the TMC. Because the Mothabadi Assembly, Farakka Assembly, Samsarganj Assembly, TMC lost huge vote in last parliament election. Congress ahead in this area. A large section of Muslim vote they casted in favor of Congress in this area. For that reason, TMC and Mamata Banerjee planned this type of riot, communal disturbance to consolidate Muslim vote in favor of Trinamool Congress. It's an anti-national comment.
Sir, NHRC and NCW are also coming to Murshidabad.
NHRC and NCR is also coming to Murshidabad, sir?
I know, already NHRC on the fleet. I am too much grateful to Red Cross Society, they are working. The Bharat Sevashram Sangha, they started relief work yesterday. The RK mission, the great Ramakrishna mission also doing the relief work in this area.
10 lakh compensation will be given to the 3 families who have died.
Who is 3?
नहीं वो जो 3 लोग
One death by the police bullet. Because this boy was rowdy. This boy was targeted police. The 35 police personnel seriously injured.
She said some of them were wearing BSF dress and BSF paid them, the young guys, to do
Fake, fabricated and malified statement by a chief minister of the state. Okay.
नीतीश कुमार और चंद्रबाबू नायडू को भी टारगेट में ली है। नीतीश कुमार और चंद्रबाबू नायडू पर भी बोली कि ये दोनों चुप हैं, इनके वजह से
चुप नहीं है, वाकफ अमेंडमेंट बिल का पक्ष में है।
सर योगी जी को भी
चुप नहीं है, जोगी जी कल डंडा दिखाया ना। नाउ द मुर्शिदाबाद इशू बंगाल का इशू देश का इशू बन गया है। जोगी जी ने यूपी का हर प्रोग्राम में बंगाल का हिंदू का हालत और मुर्शिदाबाद का राइट्स को लेकर बोल रहा है। कल बोल रहा है इसको सबक सिखाने के लिए भाषा नहीं डंडा का जरूरत है, इसलिए जोगी जी को टारगेट कर रहा है। मैं जोगी जी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वो बंगाल में तुरंत आए और लगातार उन्होंने हिंदू का रक्षा करने के लिए यहाँ थोड़ा काम करे। जोगी जी का भी बंगाल में जरूरत है और किस तरीके से उन्होंने यूपी में दंगाई को सबक सिखा रहा है वो बंगाल का हिंदू जनता को आकर बोल के थोड़ा हौसला बुलंद होना चाहिए।
दादा जो हिंदू परिवार है जिनका घर जो है उखड़ गया है वहाँ पर घर चला दिया गया है उन सभी का कहना है कि एमपी एमएलए तृणमूल के इन्वॉल्व है।
कुछ है सिस्टर कुछ है बोलिए।
दादा उनका कहना है कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एमपी एमएलए जो है वो इन्वॉल्व है। स्थानीय जो हिंदू परिवार है उनका कहना है उन्होंने ये पूरा मॉब को अटैक किया है। स्थानीय जो हिंदू परिवार है जिनका घर जला दिया गया है उनका कहना है कि जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस का एमपी एमएलए है उन्होंने लीड किया है।
तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एमपी एमएलए दंगा में लीड किया है।
हाँ।
मैं तो एक सैंडल में दे दिया है। धुलियान का चेयरमैन दंगा कर रहा है, महबूब आलम दंगा कर रहा है। एफआईआर में किसका नाम है? शामसरगंज का एमएलए के नाम है अमीरुल इस्लाम। मोनीरुल का दादा काउसा लीड किया है दंगा में। सब पिक्चर वीडियो फुटेज है, आप देख लीजिए। थोड़ी देर पहले मैं एक सैंडल में डाल दिया ना। धुलियान का चेयरमैन बांग्लादेशी है, बाहर से आया है, तुरस्क का आदमी है, तो टीएमसी का चेयरमैन है। उन्होंने दंगा को लीड कर रहा है, वीडियो देख लीजिए ना। भाई जोटो नहीं
दादा मुख्यमंत्री ने एक बार भी आज एक्नॉलेज नहीं किया कि हिंदू परिवार पर हमला हुआ। हिंदू परिवार के
अरे वो जो लोग को बुलाया उनको फेलिसिटेट करने के लिए, ये तुम लोग मोथाबाड़ी फरक्का शामसरगंज में जो किया बहुत अच्छा किया। हम लोग तो सोच रहा था ये लोग को 2500 करके मिल रहा था, आज 500 रुपया बढ़ाना चाहिए था ना। अच्छा काम किया। घर घुस में हरगोविंद दास और चंदन दास को काट दिया। 100 करोड़ का संपत्ति हिंदू का आग जला दिया, नहीं तो लूट लिया। इसलिए जिनको बुलाया था उसको से 500 रुपया तो भाता आज बढ़ाना चाहिए था।
बंगाल से दिल्ली
ये तो जॉयफुल इवेंट था।
बंगाल से दिल्ली जाने को कर रही है मौलानाओं को प्रदर्शन के लिए।
जाने बोलिए ना, यूपी होकर तो जाना पड़ेगा ना। जोगी बाबा है ना, यूपी होकर तो जाना पड़ेगा। यूपी होकर ही तो जाना पड़ेगा। जाइए ना, वी वेलकम, जाइए यूपी होकर जाइए,
हिंदू परिवार के लिए
यूपी होकर जाइए। जोगी आदित्यनाथ जी है और दिल्ली का पुलिस का अमित शाह जी का हाथ में है। देख लिया था ना राजघाट में किस तरीके से सुजीत बोस और शांतनु सेन अपने चप्पल खुल के भाग रहा था। वो बंगाल नहीं है। 4 घंटा धुलियान फरक्का में शामसरगंज में पुलिस को आउट कर दिया था। नो पुलिस आउट 2:30 PM to 6:30 PM on 11th of April पुलिस वैनिश हो गया था। 300 BSF आकर 300-700 बच्चा को, विद्यार्थी को स्कूल से निकालकर घर पहुंचने का काम किया। इट्स हॉरिबल।
दादा ये गांव है बेगबोना,
लोग झारखंड जा रहे हैं, इस पे आपका क्या कहना है? पलायन करके लोग झारखंड जा रहे हैं।
वो जहाँ हिंदू बहुल है जा रहा है, लेकिन इसको कोर्ट को संज्ञान में लेना चाहिए, कुछ करना चाहिए।
दादा बेगबोना गांव जैसे कई ऐसे गांव है
अभी भी वहाँ CAPF का रखने का जरूरत है। और कश्मीर से जिस तरीके से बॉर्डर एरिया में आम गांव का आदमी को लाइसेंस आर्म्स दिया है सरकार, कश्मीर का कौन गांव में पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर, मुर्शिदाबाद का जहां हिंदू लेस नंबर है उनको भी मास स्केल।
All right, so that was BJP leader, the West Bengal leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, essentially hitting out at Mamata Banerjee over her comment on the BSF, where she said that it is the BSF's duty to guard the border, and because of after which the BSF failed is what Mamata Banerjee says is when the infiltrators attempted to get inside the territory, the Indian territory. Riyanka, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast. Riyanka, the recent update is that NCW chief will be visiting the survivors of the Murshidabad violence. Remember, yesterday we put out those testimonies of women who said that they were assaulted, they were threatened, and NCW is now going to visit them. What are the latest updates that you're getting on the case in which NCW will be there in Murshidabad very soon?
Well, an inquiry committee which has been formed by the NCW is all set to take note of the entire unrest that has happened in Murshidabad, where 3 people have in fact been killed, including a teenager. And what we are understanding is that NCW chairperson Vijaya Rahatkar will herself go and visit the spot where the unrest has happened, and she will go ahead and meet with the victims and take cognizance of the entire matter. Now, on the other hand, we already understand that the NHRC has already, ready to send a team. I guess it is already reached, and they have in fact taken note of the situation in Murshidabad. On the other hand, there have been central forces that have been stationed at that particular area in Murshidabad where the violence had happened, along with the state police in West Bengal's Murshidabad. But we understand there are several, of these levels of people coming out where they are constantly maintaining the vigil. That includes the NHRC as well as the NCW. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee clearly mentions that it is a pre-planned attack that has been done. It is a pre-planned, unrest that was created. On the other hand, we just heard, in fact, Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in West Bengal, hitting out at Mamata Banerjee for staying silent, and of course making comments on the BSF, when it comes to the angle of infiltration of the Bangladeshis who were probably behind this particular attack as alleged. Now we have to wait and see what happens next. But yes, NCW chairperson Vijay Rahatkar will in fact
right, absolutely, Riyanka. Riyanka, I'm sorry I have to cut you short on that note, but we are getting in a breaking news coming in, and this is again in regard with the Murshidabad violence, where we learned that the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now termed the Murshidabad violence as pre-planned. She has met the imams today to chalk out a plan to oppose the WAQF Act and gone to make allegations that the violence was premeditated by the BJP. In fact, she has also called for more protests at the national level. So Mamata Banerjee there, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, instead of controlling the situation that has gone haywire in her state, is essentially going out and calling in for more protest. And this is a clear-cut provocation. Listen into that statement by the West Bengal Chief Minister.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি। মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee did not stop there. In fact, we are getting in more statements from the Mamata Banerjee where she is questioning the BSF. She says if there is a Bangladeshi miscreant linked to the violence, then it is the responsibility of the BSF to not allow such infiltrators in. Thereby, she's going ahead and questioning the BSF. Listen into that statement.
কালকে আমি একটা এএনআই টুইট দেখলাম, হোম মিনিস্ট্রি সোর্সকে কোট করে বলেছে এইরকম করেই ওরা দেয়, তাকে আমি দোষ দিচ্ছি না। इसमें बांग्लादेश का हाथ है, अगर हाथ है तो इसको जमींदारी तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है कि बीएसएफ बॉर्डर संभालते हैं, हम नहीं संभालते हैं, ये अधिकार हमारे पास नहीं है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का पास बॉर्डर संभालने का अधिकार नहीं है, तो आपने क्यों अलाउ किया?
So that was Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee giving out two statements, where she said that the riots, the violence in Murshidabad was pre-planned. And remember, this comes at a time when she's met the Imam in relation with the protest against the WAQF Amendment Act, and she's called for a protest on a national level. She is openly going out there and provoking the people to protest against the WAQF Amendment Act, and this is going to result into violence. Now, in a second statement that Mamata Banerjee has given, she has broken her own record of questioning the forces. This time, she's gone ahead to question the BSF, saying that there is an infiltrator link to the Murshidabad violence and that there is a Bangladeshi hand behind the violence that took place in Murshidabad, and BSF had allowed those infiltrators to come inside the Indian territory. So first, she goes on to provoke the people in regard with the WAQF Amendment Act, asking them to protest, saying that the Murshidabad violence were pre-planned by the BJP, and on the other, she has gone ahead to question the BSF. Now remember, even while all this is happening, let us tell you that there are hundreds of families who have already dislocated from Murshidabad. They have dislocated to Malda. The TMC minister earlier downplayed, in fact, the displacement of the Hindus from Murshidabad, saying that the Hindus have displaced in Bengal and that there is no threat to Hindus in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, remember, has still remained mum on the displacement of the Hindus. In fact, today she has gone ahead, met the Imams and called for a nationwide protest against the WAQF Amendment Act.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while pushing out positive content online?
First of all, I thank you and I thank Republic TV for this wonderful initiative of Positive Influencers program. Gives me great joy that this kind of initiative is taken by a media house. It's need of the hour. Before I answer your question, I'll add to the previous question that you had asked to Major Toor. See, these days, the currency, the main currency these days is time. An average Indian spends approximately 3 hours consuming social media content.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Moving on to the other stories that we are tracking. The Supreme Court will hear today a clutch of 70 petitions, including the one of the AIMIM leader, Asaduddin Owaisi, against the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. Now, we learned that these pleas have been written over a period of time, and the Supreme Court will be hearing a number of petitions today, approximately nearly 70. And one of those petitions also includes the petition of AIMIM chief, Asaduddin Owaisi. We're getting in a reaction from the Hindu side advocate, also an SC lawyer, Vishnu Shankar Jain. Listen in.
जो नया अमेंडमेंट एक्ट आया है वो काफी अच्छा है, काफी हमने कदम आगे बढ़ाया है। जैसे सेक्शन 3B आया है, 3C आया है, 3D आया है, वक्फ बाय यूजर को खत्म किया गया है और जो पूर्व में वक्फ बाय यूजर है अगर उस पर डिस्प्यूट है तो वक्फ बाय यूजर नहीं माना जाएगा, ये सब उसमें मेंशन है। सारे वक्फ के डॉक्यूमेंट्स का दस्तावेज सबमिट करने का मैंडेट दिया गया सेक्शन 3B में। सेक्शन 3C में कहा गया कि सारी सरकारी संपत्ति वापस ली जाएंगी। सेक्शन 3D में कहा गया कि वक्फ का जो कानून है वो ASI संपत्तियों पर लागू नहीं होगा और वक्फ बोर्ड जो है उसमें जो उसका कॉम्पोजिशन है उसको भी बदला गया है। तो काफी बेहतर चीजें हैं, पर कुछ चीजें रह गई हैं, उसको हमने माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के सामने चुनौती दी है।
Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Riyanka, reporting from outside the Supreme Court. Riyanka, we learned that a number of petitions have been filed in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will be taking almost 70 pleas with them. We also learned that there are 6 BJP ruled states that have moved to Supreme Court in support of the law. When is the SC all slated to take up these pleas?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, more than 70 petitions have in fact been filed in the Supreme Court from various sections, whether it is the opposing parties, which include the Congress, the RJD, the TMC, as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. On the other hand, there are several Muslim organizations, which include the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, as well as, very importantly, Asaduddin Owaisi, who is the chief of AIMIM. These important petitions have in fact been filed in the Supreme Court, challenging the WAQF Amendment Act, and they continue to maintain that it is unconstitutional and it does not hold any, rights that are given to the Muslims and attacks their freedom of practice. And it also opposes that there will be a non-Muslim in, participation in the Central Waqf Board. Now, on the other hand, what we understand at around 2, which is nearly 5 to 7 minutes from now, the Supreme Court Chief Justice Bench is going to be taking up the matter, and they're going to be hearing all the petitions together, clubbed in, and they will be, delivering their observations. We need to watch whether there will be any sort of relief given to those who have, challenged this particular amendments that have been made to the Waqf, or whether it is going to be a win-win situation for the government, because we understand the Supreme Court has previously said they are not going to be interfering or trespassing regarding the, the passing of the, Waqf amendment bill and then subsequently turning into a law. But yet the Supreme Court has taken it up, and at around 2 we are going to be viewing all the observations coming in from the Chief Justice.
Right. Thank you, Riyanka, for getting those details. We'll keep coming back to you as and when the Supreme Court takes up the petitions for hearing.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer Program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसका अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life, कि किस तरह से हम अपने ज़िंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फ़ायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फ़ायदा हो। So I'm hoping and I'm really hopeful that I will be selected as a Republic Positive Influencer.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters, to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that this is a lucrative opportunity, they do not focus on the previous or what they've dreamt of, and it's.
And let's quickly have a check of all the other stories that we are tracking on Republic. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde met MNS Chief Raj Thackeray at his residence. The meeting sparked buzz over possible tie-up ahead of BMC elections. However, Eknath Shinde clarified the purpose of meeting, calling it a courtesy visit.
केवल आज की भेंट जो है सच्ची, क्या हम मिल नहीं सकते क्या बिना सिर्फ काम के लिए मिलना है क्या सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल बातें करने के लिए मिलना है? अरे भैया, बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के जमाने से हम साथ में काम करते थे। अभी बीच में कुछ कारणवश हम राज ठाकरे जी से मिलते नहीं थे, वो भी कारण आपको मालूम है। लेकिन अभी तो हम कभी भी मिल सकते हैं उनको, कभी भी बात कर सकते हैं। वो भी मेरे पास आते हैं। हर मुलाकात का पॉलिटिकल अर्थ निकालना उचित नहीं है।
The Indian Army Field Hospital deployed in the Mandalay under Operation Brahma returned to Hindon Air Base. The Indian Army Field Hospital was deployed in Mandalay as a part of India's humanitarian assistance and disaster relief effort to provide medical support to the victims of the earthquake in Myanmar. Punjab Police takes custody of Papalpreet Singh, a close aide of Amritpal Singh and a key member of the Varas Punjab Day outfit after revocation of National Security Act. A massive viaduct being transported for the airport metro line toppled, crushing an auto and killing its driver on the spot. Meanwhile, locals blame the absence of security escort and claim that the lorry was moving on a one-way road. And viewers, before we head into our break, it gives me immense pleasure to share with you that Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving a phenomenal response. Now, from the field of defense to sports to mindfulness, every category has been flooded. And if you think you have it in you to change the narrative and become a positive influencer, you can apply at www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and you can be the next big thing on the internet.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while...
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this digital era where the space is full of negativity, Republic has started an influencer incubator program where you can be part of creating some world-class content that is positive and that spreads awareness. The content can be of literally any and every domain, you name it, and it's there. Health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content, and much, much more. The entries are open and we've already received hundreds of responses. So if you think you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what's the wait for? Hurry up and apply on republicpositiveinfluencers.in. Let's now get started with the top headlines at this hour.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence and says the riots were pre-planned. Robert Vadra questioned by ED again. Vadra left ED office for lunch break after 2 hours of questioning.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. Rahul stays silent.
बड़े इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से कॉर्पोरेट षड्यंत्र किया गया, कैसे ये पूरी संपत्ति आ जाए परिवार के हाथ में। ये इक्विटी शेयर 9 करोड़ के पूरे शेयर इस यंग इंडिया कंपनी को ट्रांसफर कर दिए गए।
BJP launches all-out attack on Congress over National Herald case, says party used a newspaper to make money. A 46-year-old air hostess allegedly sexually assaulted while in ICU at a Gurugram hospital. Police yet to arrest the accused. US slaps 245% retaliatory tariffs on Chinese goods as trade war intensifies. And first up, we got across to breaking news coming in. National Women's Commission that has taken suo motu cognizance of the shocking media report of alleged sexual assault on an air hostess when she was on ventilator, this at a hospital in Gurugram. The commission has strongly condemned the incident and has said that the victim should be given psychological and legal support. The NCW has come forward to help the 46-year-old air hostess who filed a complaint on the 6th of April saying she was sexually assaulted by some staff of the hospital in Gurugram when she was on ventilator support. Let's take a look at this ground report.
गुरुग्राम के एक बड़े अस्पताल में एक मरीज के साथ यौन शोषण की शिकायत गुरुग्राम के सदर पुलिस स्टेशन में मिली है। पुलिस ने इस शिकायत के आधार पर एफआईआर दर्ज कर जांच शुरू कर दी है। जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि जो महिला मरीज है, जो कि पेशे से एयर होस्टेस है, पश्चिम बंगाल की रहने वाली है, लेकिन गुरुग्राम में एक ट्रेनिंग के सिलसिले में आई हुई थी। वो गुरुग्राम के एक होटल में ठहरी हुई थी। 5 तारीख को अचानक स्विमिंग पूल में डूबने से उसकी तबीयत खराब होती है। उसको अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया जाता है। गुरुग्राम के के एक बड़े अस्पताल में एक हफ्ते उसका इलाज चलता है। लेकिन अपनी शिकायत में पीड़िता ने बताया कि 6 अप्रैल को जो विक्टिम थी वो वेंटिलेटर पे थी, अनकॉन्शियस थी, बेहोशी की हालत में थी। उसी समय जो हॉस्पिटल का स्टाफ है उसने जो एयर होस्टेस है, विक्टिम है और कहीं ना कहीं बीमार थी उस समय, उसके साथ यौन शोषण की वारदात को अंजाम दिया। हालांकि स्टेटमेंट में पीड़िता ने यह भी बताया कि जिस समय यौन शोषण किया गया 2 फीमेल अटेंडेंट्स उसके साथ मौजूद थी। हालांकि उस समय वो बहुत घबरा गई थी, बेहोशी की हालत में थी। एक हफ्ता इलाज चलने के बाद गुरुग्राम के एक बड़े अस्पताल से उसका डिस्चार्ज जो है वो संभवतः कर दिया गया, जिसके बाद 13 तारीख को इसी गुरुग्राम के सदर पुलिस स्टेशन में जो विक्टिम है वो पहुंचती है, अपनी आप बीती पुलिस को बताती है, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज कर जांच शुरू कर दी है। हालांकि गुरुग्राम के उस बड़े अस्पताल की तरफ से भी एक स्टेटमेंट सामने आया। उस स्टेटमेंट में अस्पताल द्वारा बोला गया कि पुलिस कंप्लेंट के बारे में अस्पताल को जानकारी मिली है, जो भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज हैं, संबंधित डॉक्यूमेंट हैं, वो पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर रहे हैं और जांच में सहयोग करने की बात अस्पताल करता नजर आ रहा है।
Right, cutting across to Piyush, joining us live with further details. Piyush, what is the police action so far?
So yes, Suesha, there are 2 aspects to it. First, the Gurugram police right now is investigating. Yes, Gurugram police is right now investigating the matter, and the second aspect to it is that the National Commission of Women has also now taken cognizance of it and has also filed a report to the hospital asking that was there some kind of delay towards the hospital of not reporting this action when they knew that there was some kind of misconduct that was happening within the hospital premises. Having said that, it's a very shocking incident that has come from a prominent hospital in Gurugram where an air hostess who had drowned in a swimming pool was admitted in a hospital where she was on ventilator, and from April 6th to April 13th she was in the hospital where she got the treatment. However, on 13th of April she, along with a legal representative and with her husband, filed a complaint with the Gurugram police of how she was sexually molested in the hospital premises when she was in ventilator. So this is a very shocking statement which has come forward from this woman, from which the Gurugram police now has also registered an FIR, and the investigation in this case is ongoing. The shocking aspect, however, is that while the Gurugram police right now is investigating the matter, the National Commission of Women, which has taken cognizance of this matter, has in a way sent a notice to the hospital that if they knew perhaps there was this kind of misconduct which was happening within the premises, should they not have taken any action? The hospital also, in its own defense, has submitted a statement in which they have said that right now these claims are unsubstantiated, but in its own defense they have submitted all the CCTV cameras and documents to the Gurugram police for proper investigation. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush, thank you for getting us the latest. We'll keep coming back to you for further updates. And moving on to further details of how the Supreme Court today is all set to hear a clutch of petitions on the WAQF Amendment Act. 70 petitions that have been filed in the top court. That also includes the one of AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi. These petitions that are questioning the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. And shortly from now, the hearing that is all set to begin. Let me cut across to Riyanka, joining us from outside the top court to take us through the details of the pertinent points in these petitions. All right, before that,
बिल लेकर आए हैं, आज उस पर रोक लगेगी और हम अच्छे से सब लोग तैयारी करके आए हैं और काफ़ी सारी पिटीशन है और सारी ग्राउंड्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए जिस तरह से वक्फ की ज़मीनों को सरकार कब्जा कर रही है, बल्कि करना चाहती है, उसके लिए हम लोग आए हैं और आज उम्मीद है पूरी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से और पूरे मुल्क की निगाहें भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर टिकी और हमें पूरा भरोसा है।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री ये कह रहे हैं कि वक्फ के जो एसेट्स हैं उनका सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल नहीं हुआ, इसलिए युवा जो है पंचर बना रहा है। बीजेपी ये कह रही है कि ये जो बिल है, जो कानून बन गया है अब, वो महिलाओं के लिए, बुजुर्गों के लिए, बच्चों के लिए वेलफेयर के काम करेगा उनके लिए। किस तरह से देखते हैं जो पीछे इसकी राजनीति, आपको क्या लगता है राजनीति हो रही है?
देखिए, जो ये खुद कहा यहाँ के होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने कि दिल्ली में जो 123 प्रॉपर्टी हैं वो प्राइम लोकेशन पर हैं, तो उनका क्या मकसद है? तो ज़मीनों को कब्जा करना ही तो मकसद है। तो और तो कोई मकसद है नहीं। तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो प्राइम लोकेशन की और जो वक्फ की जो ज़मीन है उनको कब्जा करना है और गांव-गांव पूरे शहरों में इसके ज़रिए जो है आपस में फसाद कराना, झगड़ा कराना, ये एक मकसद है। जिस तरह से कानून लेकर आए हैं वो तो कहीं से भी जस्टिफाई नहीं होता।
सर आप भी बोर्ड के चेयरमैन रहे हैं, पहले भी सुनने में आता रहा है कि जो बोर्ड से जुड़े लोग हैं ज़्यादातर उन्हीं से जुड़े लोगों के कब्जे जो हैं इन संपत्तियों पर रहे हैं। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस बारे में?
नहीं, देखिए बहुत सारे जैसे दिल्ली के अंदर 1977 प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं और मैंने 298 प्रॉपर्टीज़ का किराएदारी मैंने कराई थी और बाकी इन लोगों ने मुझे करनी नहीं दी। 2200 कुछ किराएदार ऐसे हैं, 2228 किराएदार जो ये इन लोगों ने नहीं करने दिया, तमाम एजेंसियां पीछे लग गई। और हमने तो वेलफेयर के काम किए वहाँ, हम तो बेवाओं की पेंशन भी देते थे, गरीबों की मदद भी करते थे, लोगों को पढ़ाई के लिए पैसे दिए। दिल्ली दंगों में हमने काम किया और जहाँ जहाँ ज़रूरत समझी और ना हमने मजहब देखा, हमने तो हर किसी, चाहे वो हिंदू भाई हो चाहे मुसलमान हो, सबकी हमने वहाँ मदद की। और मैंने वहाँ रहते हुए ये महसूस किया कि जब मैं वहाँ था तो उस वक्त मैंने एक भी, जैसे 123 प्रॉपर्टी है, केंद्र सरकार ने नोटिफिकेशन जारी करके सारी अपने कब्जे में ले लिया था, तो मैं वहाँ था तो मैंने उसको चैलेंज किया और वो सारी ज़मीनें वापस मिली, वो नोटिफिकेशन उनका रद्द हुआ और सारी ज़मीनें वापस।
All right, we are learning that the hearing has just begun in the top court on the Waqf plea. This is the latest that has come in. The Supreme Court had set aside April 16 to hear the pleas against the Waqf Amendment Act. In fact, 6 BJP ruled states that have also moved court to support the law. 3-judge bench comprising of Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justices Sanjay Kumar and KV Vishwanathan, who will preside the court. Let me cut across to Riyanka, joining us on the broadcast, and of course Ridham Anand Bhardwaj to take us through details of what is likely to happen. Ridham, given the fact that these are 70 plus petitions, is there a possibility that the Supreme Court could consolidate all the petitions and then proceed on this matter?
Well, that's what, Suresha, is most likely to happen. Let's tell our viewers that we have two sides as in each case. It's almost like this is the same side that was there in other cases, whether we see the Ayodhya case or any high-profile case. On the one side, we see senior advocate Kapil Sibal, we see senior advocate Rajiv Dhawan, we see senior advocate Dr. Singhvi, senior advocate C.U. Singh. On the other side, we see the central government and the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, appearing for the union government. And the Supreme Court, in fact, while starting off this matter, the Chief Justice says we cannot hear everybody. So there are two questions. We'll be calling out names, and we don't want to be repeating things. We want arguments. Dr. Rajiv Dhawan is the eldest, so the Chief Justice asks him, as the eldest, would you like to go first? The Chief Justice also asks for decorum to be maintained. It's Kapil Sibal who has begun his arguments. The WAQF hearing has begun. If we could just break that on BBG, the WAQF hearing has begun in the top court of the country. He begins his submissions. Kapil Sibal begins where he says what is sought through parliamentary legislation is to interfere with essential and integral part of the religion, Article 25. And this is going to be the main crux of the arguments that are going to be given out by the side that is wanting the WAQF Act to be removed. They're going to say it's going to be playing havoc with our constitutional rights.
Rhythm, do stay on. Riyanka also joins us from outside the top court to take us through what is happening at this point. Riyanka.
Well, as we understand at this point in time, senior advocate Kapil Sibal is, of course, putting forward his arguments, and he says, let me broadly address what the challenge is about the parliamentary legislation. What is sought to be done is to intervene in an essential and integral part of a faith. I refer to Article 26, and many provisions of the Act violates Article 26. On the other hand, previously we also saw that how the Chief Justice of India said that there are two aspects that needs to be answered, whether, the court should entertain or send this particular matter to the High Court, and the second, what are the points that the petitioners intend to argue. On the other hand, we are also very clear that there are more than 70 petitions that have been listed in front of the Supreme Court today, and the court has very clearly mentioned that they cannot hear all of the petitions in one day, but first two questions that the court has, in fact, that something needs to be answered. On the other hand, as I rightly mentioned, that at the moment senior advocate Kapil Sibal is putting forward his arguments in front of the Chief Justice of India and the division bench. We also see how that there has been a huge opposition. In fact, let me also tell our viewers that the courtroom 1 where the hearing is happening is full, is what we understand, because a lot of people are putting their eye forward in this very important hearing, given the fact that there has been so many petitioners in this case. There are people who are putting faith in the Supreme Court, the Muslim community who oppose the amendments that have been put forward in the WAQF Amendment Act. They continue to maintain that it does not hold any constitutional validity. So we have to wait and see what are the observations made by the Supreme Court. As of now, as I mentioned, Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal is putting forward his observations.
Continue talking to us, Riyanka, and before that I quickly want to go back to Rhythm, because Rhythm, primarily Kapil Sibal's argument that is referring to Article 25 and 26, where he is centering it around faith, as his opening statement also, where he said that what is sought through parliamentary legislation is to interfere with essential and integral part of faith, and that is a submission. Rhythm. All right, Riyanka, I want to come back to you. I'm not sure if Rhythm is with us. If you could take the same question, please. Riyanka, can you hear me?
Right. Yes, Suesha, yes.
So, Riyanka, Kapil Sibal primarily saying that WAQF is not limited to just Muslims for 5 years. He is making the argument on faith, where he is referring to Article 25 and 26, saying that what is sought through parliamentary legislation is to interfere with essential and integral part of faith. So he is again bringing in the same argument that the opposition parties or those who have opposed it have been saying.
Well, absolutely. You know, Kapil Sibal very clearly mentioning that many provisions of the Act violates Article 26. And you know what Article 26 is clearly is the Constitution of India says freedom to manage religious affairs subject to public order, morality and health. Every religious domination or any section thereof shall have the right to, 1, establish and maintain institution for religious and charitable purposes. One of the very important factors here that the people who are opposing it, they have been fearing that there will be no freedom of establishing and maintaining the institutions of religious and charitable purpose. The Article 26 also mentions that they have the right to manage its own affairs in matters of religion, to own and acquire movable and immovable property, and to administer such property. On this, we understand how Kapil Sibal has said that Article 26 is very clearly being violated as far as the amendments that have been brought in this particular act. On the other hand, let me take you forward with the hearing. Kapil Sibal is saying that this is why, by large, the provision on which the Act has to be stated. Please see Section 3R. He is mentioning of the Unified WAQF Management Act. Please see the definition of WAQF. WAQF means the permanent dedication by any person showing or demonstrating that he is practicing Islam for the last 5 years of any movable or immovable property, provided it does not have any contrivance. That's why if it want to create a WAQF, I have to show I am practicing Islam from the last 5 years. So this is the argument coming in from the side of Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal. In fact, the CJ has said, see, there is this time constraints in admission state, submit in 1, 2, 3 format. So yes, the Supreme Court is in fact saying that there has to be a formatting done in terms of presentation. So currently we are seeing how there are challenges that are put forward, how there is how there needs to be the constitution validity of the WAQF Amendment Act. That is something that has been challenged, which is why we are seeing that Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal is in fact arguing. There are other senior advocates, including Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Rakesh Dwivedi. They will also be putting forward their arguments, although the Supreme Court has said it's not possible to hear all the petitions today itself. But a very important argument session going on in courtroom 1, which is full of lawyers, full of people looking forward to to the observations that are made by the Supreme Court. As of now, arguments underway is what we understand.
All right, Priyanka, do stay on. Kritarth also joins us from the newsroom. Kritarth, Kapil Sibal primarily making the argument saying that existing Waqf by user will remain as Waqf except in dispute or government property. So 2 points I want to take from you, Kritarth. Firstly, the fact that for all those opposing Waqf kept on saying that it is an attack on religious freedom, something that the government had reiterated that it is not that. This is only about increasing accountability. But the court also saying that point by point challenge should be stated. So Sibal has said, if I'm a born Muslim, personal laws apply. Primarily on the argument of the 5 years factor, Kapil Sibal has argued saying that if I am a born Muslim, why will I have to do that? Why will I have to show that I am practicing Islam for 5 years? My personal law will apply. Kritarth.
Indeed, Suesha, and the entire battle is based on the fulcrum of the fact to base and show to the Supreme Court of India that there is any kind of violation of the fundamental rights. Remember, as per the law of separation of powers, the Supreme Court is restricted in terms of its commentary on the law that the Parliament makes. There are only 2 situations under which the Supreme Court has any right to comment on the laws that are made by the Parliament. First, if it violates the basic structure doctrine as listed under the Keshwanand Bharti case, or secondly, if it violates any of the fundamental rights that are guaranteed under the Constitution. So now to create a case for Waqf, the fundamental point of this first hearing is to show to the Supreme Court of India that there is something that is being violated that the Supreme Court in fact has jurisdiction over which then they can litigate. So this is the basic debate that is going to happen at the moment on whether there is any violation of the fundamental right or not, because as far as the basic structure doctrine is concerned, Waqf is not part of the basic structure of the Constitution. Coming to the fundamental rights, and time and again we have heard many politicians laying the groundwork for this argument so that someday when they face their day in court, which is today, that is the Supreme Court of India, they can argue that the fundamental rights of religious freedoms are being violated. Now what Mr. Kapil Sibal is probably trying to explain here is that there is a new provision that was added in the 2013 amendment which allowed a person of any religion to go and dedicate their property to Waqf. Now that was a very fundamental point of concern that was even raised in the JPC and in fact in the parliamentary debate as well. Following which an amendment was brought in the new 2024 Amendment Act, which said that only people professing the faith of Islam will be able to dedicate this, but there was a caveat there. The fact was that the person who is professing the religion of Islam had to show that they have been practicing this religion for 5 years. Now the understanding behind this was perhaps that the BJP and the allies wanted to ensure that people who have just recently converted or who were converted to Islam for less than 5 years cannot immediately dedicate their property or whatever might have been the intentions. But this basically meant that any person who has converted to Islam within this 5-year period, and if they want to dedicate their property to Waqf, as per the new act, they wouldn't have been allowed to. Absolutely, there is no question on whether if you are a practicing Muslim, you will not be allowed to dedicate your property to Waqf as per your personal laws. That is not at all the problem. Because if you are a practicing Muslim, on all your documents, as everybody states, there is a religion that has been stated, and this amendment does not affect any of the Muslims as it is. That will be the argument by the Solicitor General and the government that they are going to portray. But what Mr. Sibal at the moment is arguing is that how can somebody prove that they have been practicing Islam for 5 years? And if they are unable to prove this, then by virtue their right to practice their faith is being hindered because they are not able to dedicate their property, which is according to them essential to the practice of the religion, to the Waqf board. So hence, here is a case being made right now on whether or not the fundamental right to religion is being violated by this particular cause. If you see what the Chief Justice of India said, that at the initial stage of this hearing, the timing is very less, so he's asking Mr. Sibal to hurry up and summarize his points in 1, 2, 3 format so that he can listen to all the arguments which are directly linked to the fundamental rights. But right now, the most important point that has to be very clearly brought clear in front of the Supreme Court of India is whether there is a violation of the fundamental right or not. Because if there is not, if Mr. Sibal and the lawyers who are defending the Waqf board are not able to prove with enough burden of proof, show to the Supreme Court initially that there is a violation of the fundamental rights, because the government is going to argue that this has nothing to do with religion. Waqf is a property management board. It has nothing to do with religion, and hence by virtue of it, it does not affect the religious freedoms. That is the government's argument. The opposition is arguing that there is some violation of freedom, and that is the tussle point right now in the Supreme Court as we bring you all the details of the arguments that are taking place inside the court.
All right, Kritarth, we continue to put out all the details. Priyanka, I want to come back to you as well. Because Kapil Sibal is primarily basing his argument saying that the state cannot fix inheritance. He's called this an interference to Islamic laws. He's saying that states enact laws for Hindus and Muslims. But CJI also saying that Article 26 is secular. It applies to all communities. Riyanka.
Well, yes, several of these arguments, in fact, underway at this point in time. Let us also read further what Kapil Sibal is saying. He says that a collector is the officer designated to decide whether a property is waqf or not if there is dispute. This person is a part of the government and is thus a judge in his own cause. This is per, say unconstitutional. This also says that property will not be a waqf until the officer decides so. So here the factor of a non-Muslim being a part of the Waqf Council is also coming forward, which, Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal is in fact putting in front of the Chief Justice of India. He also says then if the government identifies or declares a property, it is not Waqf. How can that be at all? Then please see Section 3C is what he mentions. Now, several of these arguments are taking place as we continue to get you all the details from inside the courtroom hearing. There are also several apprehensions that have been built in from the side of various Muslim organizations who had in fact set out a narrative that this particular amendment there were several amendments that were brought in this particular law were a clear and a straight up attack against the Muslim community, and it discriminated them and hindered their religious rights. So on that note, we are also seeing how the Chief Justice of India has in fact told the petitioners' lawyers that they need to mention their arguments one by one in a format so that every argument, every petitioner can be accommodated today as much as the time is there. So as of now we are seeing all these particular hearing observation going on. The Chief Justice also says what about protected monument? This is coming in where Kapil Sibal speaks about Jama Masjid. The CJI says no, the Jama Masjid was declared a protected monument under the earlier law, and the reading is in your favor, and that if it is declared an ancient monument or under the ASI Act, then Waqf status cannot be disturbed. All ancient masjid will be protected and not hit by the Act. So there very clearly the Supreme Court is mentioning that all the ancient masjids will be protected and not hit by the Act, and that is also where Kapil Sibal is bringing in the Sambhal link. He says, suppose you go to Sambhal, the Mutawali, and the Chief Justice says, let it be, we will ask the other side. Several of these heated arguments at the moment going on in the Supreme Court. We have to very well keep a close eye as Kapil Sibal continues to put forward several of these challenges in front of the CJI bench.
Right. Riyanka, stay on. Kritarth, I want to come back to you. The very premise of those opposing Waqf have been saying, calling it discriminatory, unconstitutional, and attack on religious freedom, the exact basis of Kapil Sibal's argument. But this point has been most pertinent where he is also now questioning the role of the collector. He is saying that this is a violation to right to equality. The very fact, Kritarth, that the government has been saying that the collector coming into this matter or intervening is also about increasing transparency and accountability. But Kapil Sibal saying that this is a violation of right to equality.
Is a very interesting point that has been brought in by Mr. Kapil Sibal, who is arguing that if the collector is the deciding authority whether a property is waqf or not in case of a dispute, how can the collector say so? Because in many cases, the government is the one on properties on whom waqf has laid claim, and the government is the one who is disputing claims of waqf. So the collector by definition is part of the government, and the government is also one of the aggrieved parties in case of a waqf dispute. Then it is the government arbitrating its own case, and according to him, it is unconstitutional. That is one part of the argument. The other side of the argument, of course, that the government, when they will put forth, is that how are Waqf tribunal orders not being allowed to put forth to review in other courts of appeal, like the High Court or the Supreme Court, where it is also part of the basic structure, and in fact it is one of the fundamental rights, that is right to justice and equality before law. So there are various aspects of this law which will be discussed in quite a detail. The collector and the role of collector and the extent to which the collector can exercise their power is something that even the NDA allies had expressed their concerns about. In fact, TDP and JDU had specifically asked about certain amendments that could be brought in so as to ensure that the collector does not become a supra powerful the authority in the Waqf arbitration cases in terms of the disputes which are initially flagged. And to that effect, there were specific amendments also introduced in the law, following which the TDP and the JDU agreed to back the law. So as far as the powers of the collector are concerned, yes, the powers have now been given to the collector so as to ensure that the government is the one who is looking at the entire survey, and the survey is not done because before the collector system, it was the Waqf who was doing it. So it's just a shift of balance of power. It was earlier the Waqf which was laying claim of dispute and then Waqf arbitrating over it. Now it is the Waqf who is laying claim over a dispute and the government who is arbitrating on it. So the shift of power is something that which is supposed to be discussed legally now in this case on whether or not the collector can have that kind of power or not. But again, it all depends on whether or not you can prove that there is a substantial impingement on the fundamental right to freedom of speech, or beg your pardon, freedom of religion, or right to practice your religion. So that is where the entire fulcrum of the argument will go on. There's also a very interesting exchange between the Chief Justice of India and Mr. Kapil Sibal that I would like to flag, Suesha, at the moment, and this was in regard to Waqf al-Aulad, basically the inheritance of property after the death of a person. And under Islamic law, if somebody had dedicated that property under Waqf, there was no provision for the women heirs to go and claim any property as far as the reading and understanding goes of the earlier law. In the new law now, there is a provision where women heirs were also included, and so as to ensure that women, Muslim women, also get their fair share of inheritance when a property is dedicated to Waqf or before that. Now on this point also, Mr. Sibal has said that how can the parliament decide on the inheritance laws of Muslims, and in this case whether the women or Muslim women can get their inheritance before the property is directed and dedicated to Waqf. To which the Chief Justice of India said that even in the case of Hindu inheritance, there has been, the state has legislated on the factor, and even in the case of Muslim inheritance. So the parliament there, prima facie, as per the observations of the Chief Justice of India, is well within its right to give the right to inheritance to Muslim women also. So a lot of conversations happening around fundamental rights, and fundamental rights will continue to remain the core focus of this entire hearing.
Absolutely, Kritarth. Let me go back to Riyanka because it's a very interesting turn of arguments that is happening in the top court right now, where Kapil Sibal has said that the government can't be litigant and judge. Also, on part of protected monuments, CJI has said that protected monuments can't be Waqf asset. Waqf law protects ancient shrines, and Jama Masjid stands very well protected. In fact, Kapil Sibal, who's also questioned a Waqf law shield for tribal land, and the CJI also saying that Parliament enacts laws for Hindus also. So how is it that this particular exception is being stated as an argument in court? Riyanka?
Well, very interesting arguments, as you rightly mentioned, going on in the Supreme Court as of now in terms of the challenges that are put forward in the Waqf amendment. Let me also take forward with the argument with Kapil Sibal saying now the Waqf Council and boards, only Muslims had been the part of such boards. Now even Hindus can be a part of it. This is direct usurpation of the fundamental rights by the parliamentary enactment, wherein Justice K.V. Vishwanathan is also speaking in forward and saying wordings of Article 26 regarding administering etc. cannot be confused with the essential religious practices. Very clearly here we are understanding how there were, the apprehensions about a non-Muslim being a part of the Waqf board is also coming out, where Kapil Sibal is clearly mentioning that up till now the Waqf board and the council were, having members of the Muslim community, but now it will have one of the representations of a non-Muslim as well. We have to wait and see what happens next. As of now, the questions on the fundamental right violation that is being alleged by those opposing this particular law is being talked about in the court.
All right, Riyanka, do stay on. Swapnil Kothari is with us on the phone line. Swapnil Kothari, this is a big charge that Kapil Sibal is making in the top court. He's leveled the parliamentary usurpation charge. He's also saying that it is discriminating against Muslims.
The argument of the Muslims in this is not going to hold much water from what I'm understanding from the way the Supreme Court hearing is going on. Suesha, the point is that there is a big difference in essential religious practices and administration of the board, and that is what the Supreme Court is trying to say. That your fundamental rights are supreme, let them be there. There's no one interfering with your ability to pray and worship. But when it comes to the fact of administration, there should not be any harm in Hindus being also on the WAQF board. Now, if there is a parallel argument to the effect that in other religions that there are boards where there are only Hindus and no Muslims are allowed on that, now that argument is something which the Supreme Court will have to consider. So this is something where the Supreme Court will have to do what we call as a distinguishing aspect. Now, when you distinguish something, you have to have a very cogent reason. And if the Supreme Court feels that the WAQF amendment on most of the aspects on which it is challenged is constitutionally violated, meaning it is within the parameters of the Constitution, then it will uphold the amendment. There is a possibility on one or two aspects where it could go if it feels that this is infracting the rights to religion under Articles 25 to 31. Now, this is where the Supreme Court may say that, okay, this aspect is violative of those articles. But the remaining, as the Act as a whole, would stand more or less minus something which is not within the vires of the Constitution or within the parameters of the Constitution. So that is, you don't jump the whole amendment just because one aspect is unconstitutional. I'm presuming that the Supreme Court is going to say that. I'm not saying that it is going to say that. This is an assumption. So this is for the benefit of your viewers. What I'm trying to say is that if there are 6 to 7 provisions of the Amendment Act which are being challenged, there is a strong chance that the Supreme Court says all 7 are valid or 6 are valid, but 1 is not. So you will strike down 1 as unconstitutional. Say, for example, when it read down Article 377 to promote homosexuality, saying that 377 was ultra vires the Constitution, it did not jump the whole Indian Penal Code. It just read down 377 to exclude homosexuality from the criminality of it. So that is what I'm trying to explain to your viewers. So this is, Suesha, is going to be a very tough battle because, both the sides are going to really, really try to hammer it out. And when it comes to any religious aspect, especially something like WAQF amendment and all of those kind of things, and especially when there is a challenge to the fact that there are so many properties which are being held by the WAQF courts and ad nauseum. So, giving the background in the perspective, keeping that background, it is not going to be an easy task for either side to convince the court, and the court will have to arrive at a very calculated and a sound decision when it comes to that. Of course, it has to view the challenge to the fundamental right from the anvils of Article 14, which is equality, Article 19, which is your several freedoms, and Article 21, which is your right to life and personal liberty. So these are the 3 anvils on which, the other fundamental rights, rather that the amendments are viewed, that if those amendments fall within the triumvirate perspectives of 14, 19, and 21, then those are valid. If there is a violation of any one, and here it's Article 14 will be the more important one, then obviously we'll have to chunk it if at all there is a violation. So this is something which the Supreme Court will have to really, really examine threadbare, and you can expect at least an 800-page judgment on this.
In fact, Swapnil, I quickly want your response on Justice Vishwanathan's observation where he's said don't mix properties can be secular, only administration of property can fall for, don't repeatedly say essential religious practice, which is the very premise of how Kapil Sibal has been stating his arguments.
Well, Mr. Sibal is presenting the arguments very correctly because he's trying to draw the distinction between essential religious practices, right to pray in my home, right to do namaz for 5 days, 5 times in a day, and any other, religious practice that the Muslim community follows. And as opposed to the WAQF amendment, which talks about administration of the board. Now, if the board considers, and secularism is a part of our constitution, it is a preamble, a promise, it is there in our preamble. So if you want to be secular, so what is the harm if there is one Hindu on the board? So that is what the, Mr. Sibal is trying to, argue against. I mean, he's saying that inclusion of non-Muslims in a WAQF board is not something which is constitutional. So, this is something where he's trying to put forth that argument. And from what I'm reading on your this, so how long, this is going to be held by the Supreme Court, that is for all of us to see. But I think that there should not be a problem in non-Muslims being there on Waqf boards, unless and until, it lies into the teeth of what the Waqf board is set up for, or if the objective is defeated. So that is where then, the issue will come into the picture. If the objective of the Waqf board is defeated by the inclusion of non-Muslims, then Mr. Sambhal's argument will hold water. Otherwise, it will have a problem, and the Supreme Court will not buy that argument. So you'll have to give a lot of other, comparative parameters with other boards, with other Hindu boards, where there are only Hindus, not Muslims, whether they are meeting the objectives, then why there is a distinction here. So, Mr. Sambhal will have a tough fight right up there. And let's see what transpires. Maybe this aspect, just this point, this particular point, Mr. Sambhal may just end up succeeding.
Swapnil, there is another pertinent argument in court right now on registration, where CJI has asked what is the problem with registration. Kapil Sambhal has said that suppose it is my own property and I want to use it, I don't want to register it. Kapil Sambhal is saying that the problem is that Waqf was created 3,000 years ago. They will ask for deed. In fact, he's also mentioned the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment, where he said that I am saying Waqf by user is abolished. It is my integral part of religion. It is recognized by Ram Janmabhoomi judgment.
Well, he is trying to quote a precedent, Suesha, and say that the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment, had these several pointers laid out, and that is what we need to follow. So if we've done that in that particular judgment, then what is the harm in following the same precedent or following the same principles enunciated by the Supreme Court in that judgment? So that is what he's saying, that if there is a registration, and if I need to register in the way that I've been registering, that it has been there since years on end, and possibly 2,000 years, that's what he's saying, or whatever the number of years. So then why there has to be, an online registration? What is the harm in, actual physical registration of a particular Waqf board? Is there going to be a problem? Are there people who are going to oppose this? And, he's opposing online because I believe that he's having an issue of the fact that things could be administered or mismanaged in a way which would, fly into the teeth of Muslims not getting an appropriate opportunity to do so. And the Waqf board going a little bit haywire, and the registration of the properties is something which, what he's trying to say is that when you have an individual property, nowadays there is online registration of the property that you buy. It is possible. Or even commercial property, suppose you were to rent it on name and license. Now he's opposing it online. He's saying that there could be mischief done in these kind of things. So, property could not be registered, or property is registered one day, it could fly off the next day because it's online. So so he wants to ensure that it's done on a piece of paper in the proper manner that it was being done earlier. So this is where he's having an issue with it. And I believe that his apprehensions is something we shall have to come out with a little bit more strongly, given that most of the things nowadays are online.
Exactly.
And including property registrations for you and me, then what is the harm for this? So he'll have to basically, let me tell you, Suesha, that the ace lawyer that he is, what he's trying to do is he's trying to create doubts in the mind of the judges to show that all these little things are possible of mischief. So, if there is potential mischief, then there is a sense of a potential discrimination against Muslims. Then there is a sense of potential challenges to the actual challenges to the Waqf Act coming to fruition. So he's building up a case gradually towards that. That is what he's trying to do. In as much as specious and absurd this argument comes to us that, okay, well, what is the problem in registration? I mean, the CJS question is like, what is this? Why are you doing this? But basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to create a sort of a doubt, sow the seed of doubt in the mind of the judge. This is not as simple as it looks. It doesn't matter how many properties I have across the country, because that is one of the arguments of the people, of the government, that, there is tremendous amount of properties in the name of the Waqf boards and all of those things. So what is the harm if there is an online registration? Are we going to snatch away those properties? Is that what the issue is? So that is why the CJI is asking this question. So Mr. Sambhal will have a tough time satisfying him on this aspect, given that we've gone digital.
Swapnil, even this latest point that is made in the court, where CJI asks that status quo will be maintained. Is collector's decision amenable to court's jurisdiction? Now, Kapil Sibal has said that the section doesn't say so, but Justice Mehta is saying it specifically says so.
Well, that's an interpretation of, the lawyer versus the judge. And if the section says so, then it says so. And if it doesn't say so in the manner in which Mr. Sibal feels that it doesn't say so, then he has to justify that. It is more an interpretation of the section, but, I don't think that this, this argument is really going to have much sway with the Supreme Court on this, because the Supreme Court is posing questions in the manner where it's throwing back. And from the way the judges are asking this question to Mr. Sibal, I think they seem to have made up their mind on certain things, I think, but they're just going, with, trying to understand as to what Mr. Sibal has in mind or what the people who are opposing the WAQF amendment have in mind, so that they can, enlist or rather roll down the arguments, because that is what the court does. It puts down the arguments of side one, it puts down the arguments of side two when it comes to an order, and then eventually gives its own reasoning behind the interpretation. And let me tell you something, for the most part, when we lawyers argue before the Supreme Court, there is very little chance when it comes to saying that it's my interpretation. The Supreme Court will say the interpretation is what we say.
Right.
And for the benefit of your viewers, let me add one more thing: that interpretation of statutes is one separate subject by itself. And you have to go to the objects and reasons behind the statute. So behind the Amendment Act, what was the object and reason, and tie the interpretation of the section or the actual reading of the section with the objects and reasons. If the bare English language of the section is not something, or is something which I feel is different as opposed to what you feel is different. So then you go to the objects and reasons. So there is a whole subject of interpretation of statutes. I don't want to get into detail, but suffice it for the benefit of your viewers to say that it is, you go by the objects, you go by the reasons behind the act. If the bare language is not possible, then you go by the fact that what is written. And by the fact that what is written, you don't try to interpret what is not written. And what is not written cannot be read into something which is not written. In the sense that, if I say that there is a crime committed here in these places only if it's a crime, one cannot interpret that because it is a crime here, it happens to be a crime here also.
Right.
So a negative cannot be interpreted as something in your favor. If it's not there, it's not there.
Swapnil, do stay on. Let me quickly bring in Kritarth to also get details of the current arguments in the top court, especially Kritarth, where those opposing the WAQF amendments have had a problem with the inclusion of non-Muslims in the WAQF board. The centre had made it very clear that this is about larger representation. This is about making it inclusive for women, for the backward classes who have not had a representation in the WAQF board. But Kapil Sibal is saying, as he bats for an all-Muslim WAQF board, that the parliament is trying to snatch away the rights of 20 crore Muslims. He's also questioning why abolish WAQF by user.
Indeed, and those are two specific different arguments now which are being used in favor to once again prove the point that their religious practice is being hampered. First, coming to the point about the inclusion of non-Muslim members. Now, as far as the management of the WAQF board is concerned, the government's preliminary contention so far has been that it is not something that is religious in nature, and it is only a property management board, which is why it can be amended. Now, what Mr. Sibal is there trying to prove is that the WAQF is actually a religious essential practice, to which you, as you rightly mentioned earlier, also one of the Supreme Court justices said that do not stretch the definition under Article 26 of the essential practices. And as Mr. Kothari was just explaining us on how specific the definitions can be about what is constituted and considered as an essential religious practice. Secondly, on the matter of WAQF by user, it was a kind of a provision that was in the existing, the previous WAQF law, in which a person who can prove that they have been using a certain set of property for praying, let's say, or for any other purposes over a period of time, then can claim that property as part of WAQF. Under WAQF by user, a lot of grounds and a lot of places were also claimed by saying that, oh, namaz has been offered here for many years now, and now by virtue of that, this property becomes WAQF and certain like that. So that's just one of the examples under which WAQF by user was a provision that was used to claim WAQF properties. Now, the new act abolishes and completely removes the WAQF by user property claim. But Mr. Sibal there is arguing that WAQF by user itself was also a very essential practice of the practice of waqf, the dedication, which was very critical and essential to the practice of the faith of Islam. So those are the arguments there on the case of waqf by user. In terms of the management of the board, again, he's trying to explain that Muslims under Article 26 have the right to manage their own institutions. And by the fact that the inclusion of non-Muslim members in the waqf board, he's saying one is too many. So he's basically arguing the same thing that Mr. Owaisi and a lot of people from the Muslim community have been arguing, that why are non-Muslim members included in the waqf boards and management. What Home Minister Amit Shah, if I recall correctly, had said in this particular debate which happened in the parliament in the regard of this query was that all charitable boards which deal with property have people who are do not belong to those same religion, but management of those properties is not an impediment as long as the person is working under the mandate of that board. So what the larger argument was that even if it is a non-Muslim member, since waqf board is not a religious board but it is a property management board, you cannot cast aspersions on the credibility of a person who is a non-Muslim to not act in the best interest of the constituted charitable body, in this case the waqf board. So that is the kind of argument that the government had given in the Lok Sabha when this provision was being discussed on this particular point. Now it has been raised again in the Supreme Court of India, where Mr. Sambhal is arguing that the inclusion of non-Muslim members in the waqf board, that too even one, is too many. And he is saying that of the 22 members of the board, he is trying to say that as per the law, technically there are 2 ex officio members who can be non-Muslim members, but he is somehow pointing it out and arguing, and I have to look at that argument first, but he is saying that only 10 members essentially of the 22 would be Muslim members and others would not be. But the government earlier also had said in the parliament that only 2 members will be non-Muslim members. So there is some interpretation difference here between what Mr. Sambhal is interpreting versus what the government had stated in the Lok Sabha. It will be very interesting to see what SG Tushar Mehta has to say on this case when he argues the counterpoint.
Right. Kritarth, let me go back to Swapnil. Riyanka continues to stay with us. But Swapnil, I want to draw your attention to the Limitation Act that is being argued in the top court right now, where CJI has said that government imposing limitation is not unconstitutional. Government can impose limitation. So primarily a lot of these arguments that Kapil Sibal has been stating to say that the amendments are anti-Muslim, the court is reminding Kapil Sibal again and again that the state also draws laws for Hindus and Muslims, enacts laws for Hindus and Muslims, and even with regards to the Limitation Act, government imposing limitation is not unconstitutional.
Well, what the court is trying to say is that the parliament, that is the legislature, that is whatever you call, whether the government or the legislature, has the right to impose a limitation period under the Limitation Act. Just as, for example, if there is a civil wrong that has been conducted, criminal laws don't have limitation. But if there is a civil wrong that has been conducted, if I have been thieved, for the benefit of your viewers, I have to do so within 3 years. I cannot come up, if I've been thieved of a particular property in a civil manner, not in a criminal manner. So if that is something which I've been wrong, then I have to come back within 3 years. I cannot come after 5 years and say that, by the way, I've deprived of my rights, and because the limitation period is applied. So if the CJI is saying that if the government has put up a limitation period on anything within the act, then it is something which the parliament is empowered to do so. Now, you do say that that limitation itself flies in the face and it somehow affects the fundamental rights. It is a tough task for any lawyer to prove that, and Mr. Sambhal will have a tough time proving that. Now, once again, I want to come back to this point which I had said earlier, and from what your colleague just mentioned about the fact that inclusion of Hindu members. Now, the interpretation is going to be having a very, very serious issue. I will tell you, one of the things is that from 25 to 31, the articles which are there, Articles 25 to 31, which is about the religious practices or religious rights, fundamental rights that we have, the right to religion. One of the aspects of practicing religion is also the right to administer properties, Suresh. Now, how you want to interpret the word administration of properties, whether that would include what kind of members I want to have on the board. So that is something which, Sambhal may, as I repeat, gain possible some ground with the court and say that I have a right to administer my property. That means I have a right to appoint the kind of people that I want to appoint. If I do a religious discrimination because it is a waqf property and it is essential to the practice of Islam. If you recall, there was this hijab issue, whether wearing a hijab was essential to the practice of Islam in a particular state court. I don't remember what court it was, but that is right up there at the Supreme Court, and I believe that still is pending. So the state court said that right to wear a hijab is not essential to the practice of Islam, and you should go like any normal student in a school. So similarly, on similar grounds, if the court draws that distinction and says that this is not an essential right, for the practice of Islam, that is the administration of WAQF board, then Mr. Sambhal stands to lose. But other than that, as I said, that he will have to show that there are other boards which, people are practicing, they have their religious right, the Hindus, and if I have the right to administer my Hindu board with inclusion of only Hindus, then that is the actual meaning of secularism. So essential practice to that religion is an important tenet, and it is extremely important for any advocate or any person to show that it is an essential practice of my particular religion. If you can't show that, then the aspect of non-inclusion, or rather inclusion of another community members, will prevail.
Right. Swapnil, Kritarth, Priyanka, do stay on with us. We continue to keep our viewers ahead on all that is happening in the top court. But we have to slip into a very short commercial break right now.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सब
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊं। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊं, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊं जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life कि किस तरह से हम अपने जिंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फायदा हो। So I'm hoping, and I'm really hopeful, that I will be selected as a Republic positive influencer.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 3 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasti. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense joy to announce that Republic's Positive Influencer program is receiving phenomenal response from literally any and every domain. You name it and it's there. Health, legal affairs, mindfulness, fitness, sports, geopolitics, travel, inspirational content, and many, many more. The entries are still open and we have already received hundreds of responses. So if you think you can be the next positive internet sensation, then what is the wait for? Hurry up and apply on www.republicpositiveInfluencers.in. Let's now get started with the headlines. CGI-led 3-judge bench begins hearing on WAQF pleas in the top court. Kapil Sibal argues constitutional rights have been violated. Robert Vadra interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate for a second consecutive day in the Skylight Hospitality money laundering case.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence, says the riots were pre-planned.
What do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions and confronts Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul stays silent. United States slaps 245% retaliatory tariffs on Chinese goods as trade war intensifies. We start this edition with the big breaking news coming in, and the Supreme Court has begun its hearing in the batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act 2025. Now, there are heated arguments that is taking place. Sambhal has argued inside the court that the WAQF Amendment Act, it is against the constitutional rights. Now, the bench said it would first examine two preliminary questions, whether the matter should be heard by the Apex Court or by the High Court, and what specific issues the petitioners intend to raise. So a heated argument is underway inside the Supreme Court. Now, Senior Advocate Singh has argued that it has been held in Dargah Committee, Shrir Mutt, that the bar's state intervention except public order, morality, etc. Now, he also says that the Section 3C, once dispute is there, now it ceases to be WAQF. Suppose a land is a WAQF for 300 years. So the heated arguments are taking place inside the Supreme Court. First, joining me live on the broadcast is Advocate Swapnil Kothari and Riyanka, who is reporting live from outside the Supreme Court. Riyanka, first to you. Take us through the latest arguments that are taking place inside the Supreme Court.
Well, as of now, several arguments, interesting arguments are in fact happening in the Supreme Court where several points that have been put forward by senior advocates earlier by Kapil Sibal, then followed by, arguments from the side of Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who are of course raising all the apprehensions and the challenges that probably, the Muslim side they have put forward in terms of their, fears. Now, if I go forward with what senior advocate C.U. Singh had in fact argued, he said that I'm not an essential religious feature argument. It is not needed at all. It says freedom to manage religious affairs subject to public order, and that is what he has submitted. In fact, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi had said, he had in fact prayed for a stay. Abhishek Manu Singhvi said that some of these pernicious provisions have come into force immediately. We are seeking a stay on some of this, not the entire act. So he has made it very clear that few of the provisions that are in fact very much challenging, there should be a stay put on those provisions, but they are not asking for a stay in entire act. The Chief Justice of India has said we will come to that. There will be a separate
all right, Riyanka, stay with me, Riyanka. I've also been joined by Rachna Reddy, senior advocate, joining us on the phone line. Rachna Reddy, there are heated arguments that are taking place inside the court. Kapil Sibal says that the WAQF Amendment Act violates the constitutional rights. What do you have to say on that?
It's Mr. Kapil Sibal's point of view, but however, which constitution is the WAQF Amendment Act violating? I mean, was it not in absolute abhorrent violation of the constitution where the WAQF board was allowed to be the judge, accused and the jury in its own case? Every WAQF board was entitled to finally decide on a WAQF land dispute, and there's not a single judgment or single order passed by this WAQF board, this alleged WAQF board, where they have stated that in a dispute it's not WAQF land but another private land. So this unconstitutionality is unheard of, because it is not in violation of Article 14, not in violation of Article 21, and not in violation of Article 27, 28 of the Constitution as well. Nobody is stopping anybody from propagating their own religion. This is a question of national security. A WAQF board, which is a trust that was supposed to have been solidified way back in 1950s, how is it that over a period of time, right, even in between 2010 to 2018, more than 4 lakh acres of land came under the WAQF? This board that has been functioning completely arbitrarily, without any semblance of a notification notifying a certain land as WAQF land, without any semblance of link documents as to how this land came to be WAQF land, absolutely no revenue documentation that is mandatorily required in India to claim ownership of any land, let alone an endowment lands by the Hindus or a WAQF land by Muslims. How dare they state that it is unconstitutional? It is beyond the semblance of reasoning to call the WAQF Amendment Act. This is, I am glad
Right, absolutely, Rachna Reddy. Thank you very much for sharing your views on that. I'm also being joined by Swapnil Kothari. Swapnil, the Supreme Court has argued that there were heated discussions that took place in the Parliament. A joint parliamentary committee, in fact, was formed. Now, the CJI says that you're dealing with the legislation. There was a constitution of the JPC. It held 38 sittings now and visited major cities, held consultation and looked at 29 lakh suggestions. So the process was held in a very democratic way where there were opinions of several stakeholders that were taken into consideration. So how is it and why is it that the opposition and the lawyers are now calling it an anti-constitutional act?
Tanisha, the point is that regardless of howsoever discussions you may have, when you go to enact a particular statute, in this case the WAQF Amendment Act, what has been going on since years under the earlier act has now been challenged and has been significantly changed. Now, one of the aspects is to include non-Muslim members. The other is that Limitation Act, which was not earlier applying, has now started applying, so that the whole idea of the government is a very noble one, to reduce disputes, because disputes can be raised even after years. So that is something which the Limitation Act applies to several things in the country. So why it cannot apply to the WAQF as well? So that particular section 107 has been repealed by the WAQF Amendment Act. So this is what is causing a stir in the people who are challenging the constitutional validity. Now, as I said, that you can have as many discussions before you enact a statute, but the point is that unless and until it gets a legal imprimatur, a legal stamp from the apex court of the land, this issue will not be put to rest. And I hope that even after the Supreme Court judgment, things tend to now flow smoothly hereafter. But as far as the interpretation of Articles 25 to Article 30 is concerned, Tanisha, it is always going to be a heated argument, a heated discussion, both between the government and the minority, because here you're talking about religion. And religion is some kind of, a ticking time bomb, as always. There are vexed emotions in this, and more so mixed and vexed emotions. And a lot of this could be politicized, a lot of this could be for a political agenda, not to kind of retain the status quo. When they see that they're going to be losing the argument before the apex court, they're going to say that, okay, let's stay the certain provisions of the WAQF Act, let's come back to them later on in the day, this, that, and the other. But I hope that the Supreme Court gives the final stamp, holding most of the aspects of this WAQF Amendment Act constitutional. Because they are constitutional, it is the administration of the properties that we are talking about. It is not essential to the practice of Islam. It is mere administration of the mere administration of properties. And online registration of properties is something which needs to be there, because we are all digitized. And several properties, 4 lakh crores from whatever I've heard, which is there in the hands of the WAQF board. I think that is a tad too much. And investigations need to be made as to how this amount of property came into the hands without any appropriate documentation. Because there needs to be appropriate documentation when you talk about government land. And if that tends to be the WAQF land, then how is it so? In what manner was it taken from the government? Is there any proper documentation? Was the proper process followed? Because there are several processes which are laid down in several states as far as absorption of land is concerned. It's virtually impossible to even sit for a minute on a government land. You'll be kicked out and ejected from there. Or should I use the word evicted from there? So these are all questions which, are going to be there before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will have that in mind. They're going to pose these questions to Mr. Sambhal and the team, whichever is working or representing the people who have challenged the constitutionality. But at the end of the day, I think essential practices will be deferred or distinguished and will be considered as part of secularism. That you are being secular because you're being allowed to practice your religion essentially and within the parameters of the Constitution under Articles 25 to 30. This is not an essential practice, administration of properties and taking the land of the WAQF board. And at the end of the day, this is not really violative of the fundamental rights or your fundamental rights to practice your religion. But in the larger scheme of secularism, you have to include Hindus. And this is one place, as I told Suesha as well, Tanisha, that this is some place where there could be, the Supreme Court might just agree with the people who are challenging, because if they are able to show that in several Hindu boards, Sikh boards, Jain boards, that there are only people of that particular religion who are managing those boards and administering properties thereunder, then why there is this distinction against the Muslims here? So this is something which Mr. Sambhal may eventually end up succeeding. But to say, as from what I'm reading from what Mr. Solicitor General, Mr. Tushar Mehta is saying, that elaborate discussions were held, that does not in any way, take away your right to petition before the Supreme Court and argue about the fundamental rights and the violation of the fundamental rights. If that were the case, I think most of the things which are there,
right,
the articles that are there in the Supreme Court have been challenged over a period of time in one form or the other. And we are having so many precedents. That's what keeps the democracy alive, and that's what keeps the Constitution alive. Because the interpretation has to differ from time to time.
Right. Right, absolutely. Subral Kothari, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Kruthat live from the newsroom. Kruthat, now there are areas of concern on Waqf by user land. Now, let me just quote what the CJI has just said. Yeah, the CJI says, why or why not Waqf property? Let the court decide. And so should be the case, because Waqf has till now, remember, gone ahead to claim that the parliament is under there. It is the High Court that is under them. So why cannot the court decide on what is the property that is a Waqf property or which is not a Waqf property? Kruthat, where do you think the arguments are heading towards now?
Well, the arguments are very much at the point where Waqf by user has now become the critical point in the entire debate that is taking place in the Supreme Court of India. The Chief Justice and the judges are attempting to understand whether the abolition of Waqf by user provision from this act is something that is against essential Islamic practice and whether it is violative of the fundamental right guaranteed under Article 26. So what is happening right now is the Chief Justice of India is inquiring to SG Tushar Mehta about whether properties that were already dedicated as Waqf by user before the 1925 law and before the new amendment came in between these periods, whether they will cease to exist as Waqf properties or what will be their status. And the Supreme Court has said that this is a very critical juncture, so the answer to this question is something that the court is very keen on listening to. Because what Dr. Singhvi earlier was arguing in the court was that there are about 8 lakh Waqf properties, of which 4 lakh do not have documents because they were Waqf by users. And if the Waqf by user provision itself has been removed from the act, then all these properties, these 4 lakh properties that Dr. Singhvi is talking about, will also cease to exist under that provision, and then they will fall into disputes and go away, and they are claiming that this will in fact lead to encroachment of Waqf properties. And the basis of argument here that why Waqf by user is important is they are going back to the Ram Janmabhoomi verdict, in which there was a provision or some argument or a statement in the judgment that noted that Waqf by user, which was also an argument used for the defense of the Babri Masjid, was that it is Waqf by user property and hence it is an essential Islamic property and you cannot take it away. So the fact is that if Waqf by user is removed from the law, what a court is asking is that if it was mentioned by the Ram Janmabhoomi case in this context, and if the context is established that Waqf by user itself is essential, and that is something that a previous Supreme Court judgment has taken note of, then the removal of the provision cannot take place because the Supreme Court has already taken note for it. So that argument right now is taking place on the provision of Waqf by user, whether the notation that the Supreme Court had done initially on Ram Janmabhoomi case has any bearing on the Waqf case, whether it leads to an essential practice, and whether then it is violative of the fundamental right as guaranteed under Article 26. So these are some of the arguments that we are looking at, Tanisha. Waqf by user now, remember this quote, Waqf by user becoming the fulcrum of the entire defense against the Waqf Act.
Absolutely, Kruthat. Waqf by user is the term that the argument is now shifting to. Riyanka, on that I would come to you. Explain it and simplify it to our viewers on what exactly is this Waqf by user and how could this become the center of the argument as far as the petitions regarding the Waqf Amendment Act is concerned.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is also arguing on the same regarding the Waqf by user angle in this entire case. He has in fact gone ahead and of course said that there was in fact a joint parliamentary committee. There were 38 sittings which were there. It visited many areas. It examined around 98.2 lakh memorandums. Then it goes to both houses and then the law was passed. In fact, SG Tushar Mehta has also, mentioned that the correct statutory scheme, I'm a Hindu and suppose I create a trust, here Waqf is dedicated to Almighty Allah. In fact, he also says, I don't want to give examples, but statutory supervision is by a committee which may or may not have Muslims. On the other hand, if we talk about the registration of the Waqf, Solicitor General is also mentioning that registration of Waqf was always mandatorily required. Even Waqf by user had to go through Waqf by registration. In 1995 Act also it is compulsory. On this is exactly what is happening at the moment inside in the courtroom one, where the arguments are taking place, where Chief Justice of India is saying why or why not Waqf property, allow the court to decide it. So yes, as you rightly mentioned, Waqf by user being one of the apprehensions the involvement of a non-Muslim in the board of in the WAQF board, council board, is also one of the apprehension that is in fact being challenged in the Supreme Court. On those lines, there are in fact arguments going on. We have to wait and see what exactly is the observation that is made by the Supreme Court on this regard.
Absolutely, Riyanka. Stay with me. Swapnil Kothari, coming to you. You raised a very important point there. Now, Kapil Sibal is arguing that the WAQF law violates the right to religion, and rightly pointed by you, this is an argument that the Supreme Court can take into consideration as far as the WAQF board is concerned. Now, it can raise a point wherein there are other religions board which has only members of their religion. Remember, in the past as well, the TTD had sacked all non-Hindu employees and had pushed out all Hindu board member program. Now this time it is Kapil Sibal which has argued in the court that the WAQF Amendment Act violates the right to religion. How do you think the government side is looking to counter that argument?
Well, the government side is going to have a little bit of a tough time there as well, as much as tough time as Mr. Sibal is going to have trying to convince the court otherwise. So the point is that, non-inclusion of members, one can argue that it's a secular country. You should need, it's only administration of property. It's not essential practice of Islam, just as wearing the hijab was not an essential practice. So students need not wear a hijab and they can need to come in. And that was one of the decisions of the High Court at that time when this hijab issue was going on. So this is something which can be argued on similar lines by the government and say that we are right in saying whatever we are saying. But, eventually it is the court that has to look at and, sort of marry the balance of convenience here, if I may use that phrase, and try to see that what is going to be more amenable and what is going to be more suitable, and whether it falls within the definition of essential practice of a particular religion. Now, coming to the issue of WAQF by user, what Mr. Singhvi is trying to say is that he is trying to put up that argument in a way to say that WAQF by user is something which is going on since quite some time. Now, if that is becoming an essential practice, then this WAQF Amendment Act is violative of that. And if you are trying to tell me, meaning me, Mr. Singhvi, that anything which is prior to the amendment needs to be jumped out because I'm now going to invalidate this WAQF by user. So this is something which Mr. Singhvi is trying to say you cannot do. But this is where the Supreme Court might say that even if I were to invalidate it, I'm not going to touch anything prior to the Amendment Act. Whatever was there by WAQF by user, I'm not going to touch it. It's not going to be invalidated. Whatever is going to be there henceforth, I will be able to do it because WAQF by user is what it is doing is it is not taking the documentation of several things seriously. Any appropriate land usage needs to be within the parameters of the property law and the way the processes have been spelled out.
Swapnil Kothari, I request you to stay with me. We learned that there is an important press briefing by the BJP and this is on the National Herald case. Let's first listen to that.
में बंद हुआ 60 साल में, उससे पहले 50 साल कांग्रेस की सरकार रही थी। तो सवाल उठता है कि क्या कांग्रेस अपने 50 साल के शासनकाल में अपनी विरासत को बचा नहीं पाई? या वो जनता में इतनी अनपॉपुलर हो गई थी वो विरासत? छोड़िए, क्या कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता भी अपना अखबार खरीदने को तैयार नहीं थे? जबकि राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को उसी दौरे हुकूमत में खूब पैसा मिल रहा था। यह अपने आप में कांग्रेस पार्टी की नीयत पर सवाल पैदा करता है। और 3 अखबार थे, नेशनल हेराल्ड इंग्लिश में, नवजीवन हिंदी में, कौमी आवाज उर्दू में। सरकारी सपोर्ट तो छोड़िए, प्राइवेट सपोर्ट तो छोड़िए, यदि 10% कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता भी इन अखबारों को खरीदने के लिए तैयार होते तो शायद उनके बंद होने की नौबत नहीं आती, या कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने फंड में से खरीदकर कम से कम अपने जिला और मंडल स्तर पे ही डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर देती। और मजे की बात यह है कि कौमी आवाज भी नहीं बिका, उर्दू का अखबार, यानी कौम ने भी आवाज नहीं सुनी। यह अपने आप में शक पैदा करता। परंतु मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस की, ये मैंने प्रश्न इसलिए उठाए कि ये कांग्रेस की नीयत पर संदेह पैदा करते हैं। इसका मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी और कांग्रेस को संचालन करने वाले नेता ये चाहते ही नहीं थे कि यह अखबार चले, और इसीलिए उन्होंने जो जिस कंपनी में खरीदा उसमें उन्होंने पदेन नहीं बनाया। जैसे हमारे यहां कई संस्थाएं हैं जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पदेन उस संस्था का अध्यक्ष होता है, इन्होंने व्यक्ति के अनुसार बनाया। यानी अगर दूसरे ढंग से कहें, अभी वक्फ का बिल पास हुआ है और उसको लेकर भी चर्चा चल रही है, जिस पर वक्फ वाल औलाद का विषय आया था। इन्होंने तो लगता है कि जो हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी थे उनकी प्रॉपर्टीज को भी प्रॉपर्टी अल औलाद कर दिया, यानी अपनी औलाद के नाम पर कर लिया उस प्रॉपर्टी को। परंतु मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस की इस नियत पे संदेह सिर्फ हमको नहीं है, कांग्रेस के बहुत वरिष्ठ नेताओं को बहुत पहले से था। और आज मैं आपको कोट करना चाहता हूं, सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने नेशनल हेराल्ड के केस को लेकर 3 मई 1950 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी को लेटर लिखा है, जो करेस्पॉन्डेंसेज ऑफ सरदार पटेल में स्पष्ट रूप से इसका उल्लेख है। मैं उसके बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहता, परंतु मैं उसके सिर्फ 2 लाइनें बताना चाहता हूं जो उन्होंने लिखा। It is also bound to subject ourselves to the criticism for a manner in which the National Herald is securing assistance from the persons who are associated with the activities of the government. I need hardly add to what I have already told you about this subject. उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे इस विषय को लेकर आपत्ति है कि यदि ये हमारा स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों का कार्य था तो सरकार से जुड़े हुए लोग जिस प्रकार से इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो रहे हैं वह चीज आपत्तिजनक है। अब आप आइए साहब, और मजेदार बात क्या होती है कि उसके बाद जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी लिखते हैं कि इसमें कोई खास बात नहीं है। उनके पत्र का लास्ट बट वन पैराग्राफ है, ये वो जवाब देते हैं सरदार पटेल को 5 मई को ही, 5 मई 1950 सरदार पटेल लिखते हैं नेशनल हेराल्ड के बारे में नेहरू जी को, और सेम डे नेहरू जी का जवाब जाता है और वो कहते हैं वी ऑल आर समटाइम्स रिसीव contributions for the charitable funds or like purposes. Should they all be refused or should they be acceptable in the certain circumstances? कोई बात नहीं, बहुत सारे लोग कंट्रीब्यूट करते रहते हैं, सरकार से भी गैर सरकार से भी, तो हमें लेना चाहिए, उसमें कोई बुराई मुझे नजर नहीं आती है। अब देखिए सरदार पटेल 6 मई को यानी नेक्स्ट डे फिर नेहरू जी को लिखते हैं और वो इसके ऊपर बहुत विस्तार से कहते हैं कि कुछ प्राइवेट कंपनीज, कुछ शेयर होल्डर्स, कुछ लोग किस प्रकार से लिख रहे हैं। अब उनके सिर्फ मैं 2 वाक्य पढ़ता हूं। एक वो लिखते हैं एज आई रोट टू यू, ये सरदार पटेल लिख रहे हैं नेहरू को 6 मई 1950। एज आई रोट टू यू आई लेफ्ट आउट एन अकाउंट कंट्रीब्यूशन विच डिड नॉट कम फ्रॉम दोज हु वर कंसर्न्ड विद द ऑपरेशंस ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट, अदरवाइज माय इंफॉर्मेशन इज दैट द नंबर ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशंस एक्चुअली रिसीव्ड वाज सफिशिएंटली लार्ज एंड कवर्ड अदर्स एज वेल। अब आगे सरदार पटेल जो लाइन लिख रहे हैं वो बहुत गंभीर है। The transactions which I referred to you are of a different nature. There is no question of charity about it. जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये तो भावना हत हो गई कांग्रेस पार्टी की, इसमें तो वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि ये चैरिटी का विषय नहीं बनता है। अब सुनिए, उसके बाद दिव्य बुद्धि पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी की। अब देखिए इससे बहुत साफ हो जाता है कि जो आज कह रहे हैं कि स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों का भावनात्मक लगाव था, 6 मई 1950 को यानी नेक्स्ट डे सरदार पटेल को लेटर लिखते हैं जवाहरलाल नेहरू। लास्ट लाइन क्या है उस पर गौर फरमाइएगा। एज ए मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट द हेराल्ड इज ए फेयरली गुड बिजनेस प्रपोजिशन and its preference shares and debentures are not a bad investment. I repeat, as a matter of fact, the Herald is a fairly good business proposition and its preference shares and debentures are not a bad investment. और जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूं ये मीडिया में पूर्व में प्रकाशित हो चुका है। कई प्रतिष्ठित समाचार पत्र इसको 2 साल 3 साल पहले अपने आर्टिकल्स और जो उन्होंने रिसर्च आर्टिकल्स लिखे हैं उनमें प्रकाशित भी कर चुके हैं। अब आप सोचिए ये नेहरू जी के जमाने से ही था कि जो निवेश हो रहा है नेशनल हेराल्ड में वो बहुत मुनाफे का हो सकता है। ये गुड बिजनेस इन्वेस्टमेंट है और इसलिए इसके शेयर या डिबेंचर किसी भी प्रकार से कोई घाटे का सौदा नहीं माने जा सकते। इसका मतलब प्रॉपर्टी, घाटा, मुनाफा, बिजनेस प्रपोजिशन, यह विचार शुरू से था। आज कांग्रेस से यह नैतिक सवाल है कि अचानक आप इसके ऊपर अब वो भावनात्मक और जैसे कि स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के लिए दिए गए दान या चैरिटी का विषय कैसे करें, जबकि सरदार पटेल कह चुके हैं इसमें चैरिटी ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं। और लास्ट में 10 मई 1950 यानी 4 दिन के बाद सरदार पटेल लिखते हैं, इन व्यू ऑफ द पोजीशन विच हैव टेकन आई फील इट इज यूजलेस टू परस्यू द मैटर। यानी वे एक प्रकार से हताश होकर कहते हैं कि मुझे लगता है कि अब मुझे इसके लिए परस्यू करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। आई हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू हाउ आई व्यू दीज एक्टिविटीज एंड दैट इज डाउटफुल। If in any other province, if I had anything to do with this matter, this position would have been tolerated by me. अब वो कह रहे हैं कि अब मैं पूरी तरीके से निराश हो गया हूं तो मैं इस पे पुनः नहीं आना चाहता। अब आप बताइए, मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कौन सा त्याग, कौन सा समर्पण, कौन सा योगदान स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों का, या ये शुद्ध बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्शन का मामला है तो वो कैसे कह सकते हैं कि ये ईडी के परव्यू के बाहर है अथवा यह किसी प्रकार की राजनीतिक दुर्भावना से प्रेरित है। जबकि यह विषय 2012 में प्रारंभ हुआ। अक्टूबर 2013 में यूपीए सरकार के शासनकाल में दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट के निर्देश पर यह केस प्रारंभ हुआ था एक जनहित याचिका के द्वारा, और इसको लेकर संदेह 1950 से कांग्रेस नेताओं में था। अब दूसरा एक आपको और बहुत रोचक परंतु गंभीर और चिंताजनक उदाहरण, कांग्रेस के बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता जो 4 बार उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, श्री चंद्रभानु गुप्त, उनके संस्मरण जो कि 2021 में प्रकाशित किए गए, जिसका शीर्षक था सफर कहीं रुका नहीं झुका नहीं, नमन प्रकाशन लखनऊ के द्वारा। वो लखनऊ के पान दरीबा क्षेत्र में रहते थे। हम लोग तो, मैं तो खैर बचपन में उनको देखने का भी मुझे अवसर मिला है, मिलने का। अब देखिए, सीबी गुप्ता, द 4th टाइम चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश, राइट्स इन हिज मेमोयर, आई एम सरप्राइज्ड दैट द नेशनल हेराल्ड इज नाउ कंसीडर्ड एज अ प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ नेहरू फैमिली. If there is some investigation by an inquiry commission into how the funds were collected for National Herald, there will be a big expose. From the very beginning of the policy of National Herald was to promote Nehru and his daughter. For freedom of press meant attacking whosoever criticized the wrong policies of Nehru family. ये श्री चंद्रभानु गुप्त, जो कई बार उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री रहे, कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता रहे, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानी रहे, ये उनका वक्तव्य है, कोट अनकोट हमारा वक्तव्य नहीं है। अब आगे देखिए नेशनल हेराल्ड के बारे में और भी खुलासे वाली बात है। वी ऑल, आगे वो लिखते हैं, आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, शिव प्रकाश, शिव प्रसाद गुप्ता, पुरुषोत्तम दास टंडन, ये सब बहुत बड़े नाम हैं। पुरुषोत्तम दास टंडन जी आजादी के बाद पहले कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बने थे, जिनसे नेहरू जी ने स्टेप डाउन करवा दिया था कि सत्ता का केंद्रीकरण 2 जगह नहीं होना चाहिए। आज ये लोग कहते हैं ना कि अथॉरिटी वाली बात। आप सुनिए, वी ऑल, आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, श्री प्रकाश, शिव प्रसाद गुप्ता, पुरुषोत्तम दास टंडन एंड माई सेल्फ मीन्स सीबी गुप्ता sold shares. 100 shares were bought in the name of Nehru so that he could be named as its director. यानी सीबी गुप्ता क्या कह रहे हैं कि आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, श्री प्रकाश जी, शिव प्रसाद गुप्ता, पुरुषोत्तम दास टंडन और चंद्रभानु गुप्त के शेयर्स को बेचने को कहा गया और 100 शेयर से अधिक जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के नाम पर लिए गए, उनके द्वारा लिए गए, ताकि वो इस कंपनी में डायरेक्टर बन सकें। सम मनी वॉज टेकन फ्रॉम कांग्रेस एंड पार्ट केम फ्रॉम द मनी बैग्स गिफ्टेड टू नेहरू एंड अदर लीडर्स. When I started collecting money for that, it was said that I wanted to take control of the paper. Still, I helped the newspaper during the crisis. मुझे लगता है कि अब इस नेशनल हेराल्ड के केस की कहानी में ईडी की कहानी तो बहुत किनारे हो जाती है। अब तो ये कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठतम नेताओं की जुबानी, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों की जुबानी, कांग्रेस का पूरा चरित्र, चेहरा और चिंतन मुझे लगता है बेनकाब हो जाता है इसके बाद। और मैं पुनः रिपीट कर रहा हूं, ये सब के सब प्रतिष्ठित न्यूज़पेपर्स ने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में जब ये सब विषय उठा था बाकायदा एनालिसिस करके किए हुए हैं। और ये भी इसके बारे में एक देश के एक बड़े लीडिंग इंग्लिश डेली ने इस सारी चीज को डिटेल में दिया हुआ है, पुस्तकों के रेफरेंस तो है ही। तो अब मेरा सवाल है कांग्रेस पार्टी से, अब सवाल नैतिक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार से स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों की विरासत के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, यह रोग बहुत पुराना है और यह सत्ता के समय से ही चला आ रहा है। फिर कांग्रेस पार्टी कहेगी नेहरू को दोष दे रहे हैं। आज मैं पुनः कहना चाह रहा हूं, नेहरू को हम दोष नहीं दे रहे हैं। सरदार पटेल ने लिखा है, सीबी गुप्ता ने लिखा है, पुरुषोत्तम दास टंडन जी, आचार्य नरेंद्र देव, शिव प्रसाद गुप्ता और श्री प्रकाश जी का रेफरेंस है। कांग्रेस के लोगों को कान खोल के सुनना चाहिए। और अभी कुछ दिन पहले कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेतागण कह रहे थे कि हम लोग मतभेद दिखाने का प्रयास करते हैं। मुझे लगता है जो सीबी गुप्ता जी ने लिखा है कि माउथ पीस ऑफ नेहरू फैमिली एंड इट हैज नथिंग टू बट द प्रोपेगेंडा ऑफ और जो पब्लिसिटी ऑफ नेहरू एंड हिज डॉटर, अब इसके बाद भी उनको नजर नहीं आता। तो मुझे लगता है जब उनको अपनी पार्टी के बारे में जानकारी नहीं है, उनके कार्यकर्ता इसके साथ नहीं खड़े थे, उसके बाद कानूनी प्रक्रिया पे आरोप लगाना पूरी तरीके से गलत है। तो मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए तथ्यों के आलोक में सिर्फ एक ही लाइन कहना चाहता हूं कि वो पैरवी तो झूठ की करता चला गया, वो पैरवी तो झूठ की करता चला गया, बस उसका चेहरा उतरता चला गया। धन्यवाद।
इससे संबंधित कोई प्रश्न हो आप लोगों के? पूछिए शैलेश जी।
जब से पूरा मामला सामने आया नेशनल हेराल्ड का, हमने देखा कि जब पहली बार पूछताछ हुई थी सोनिया गांधी से, तब भी कांग्रेस ने प्रदर्शन किया था, और अब जब चार्जशीट दाखिल हो गई तो प्रदर्शन। अब कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं कि दरअसल ये एक प्रतिशोध की राजनीति है जो केंद्र के द्वारा की।
इसमें दो बातें हैं। यदि वो प्रतिशोध की राजनीति शब्द का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये मान रहे हैं कि उन्होंने शासन में रहते हुए कुछ गलत कार्य किए थे हमारी पार्टी के विरुद्ध। पहली बात उनके द्वारा स्पष्ट हो गई। दूसरी बात, प्रतिशोध का प्रश्न इसलिए नहीं उठता है क्योंकि यह विषय 2012 में प्रारंभ हुआ और एक पीआईएल के द्वारा अक्टूबर 2013 में दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के द्वारा इस केस की जांच की शुरुआत हुई। और जब आज मैंने कांग्रेस के स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के समय के जिन नेताओं को कोट किया है, जरा वो प्रतिशोध का आरोप लगाने वाले शोध करके बताएं कि इसमें उनको क्या नजर आ रहा है। और मैं जो पुनः मैंने कहा था, मैं फिर रिपीट कर देता हूं, जो हमारे ऊपर मोदी जी की सरकार पर आरोप लगाते हैं कि उनके नेताओं को कोर्ट कचहरी के चक्कर काटने पड़े, पिछले 30-35 साल की एक लोकसभा बता दें जब इनके नेताओं ने कोर्ट कचहरी के और जांच एजेंसीज के चक्कर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में न काटे हों। और उसमें से एक भी जांच इनकी सरकार ने नहीं की थी, सब कोर्ट के द्वारा हुई थी। मैं पुनः रिपीट कर देना चाहता हूं, नेशनल हेराल्ड केस में जिसमें राहुल जी और सोनिया जी मुचलके पे हैं, वो 2013 में रजिस्टर हुआ, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। कनिमोझी ए राजा जेल गए 2011 में, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। सुरेश कालमाड़ी जेल गए 2010 में, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। मधु कोड़ा जेल गए 2008 में, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। शिबू सोरेन जेल गए 2004 में, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। मुलायम सिंह और मायावती पे डिसप्रपोर्शनेट एसेट के केस हुए 2005 में, हमारी सरकार नहीं थी। करुणानिधि जेल गए 2000 में। लालू प्रसाद यादव जेल गए 1997 में। जयललिता जी जेल गई 1996 में। 1994 में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा रिश्वत कांड हुआ, जो कोर्ट में साबित हो गया कि झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के 3 सांसदों ने कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट किया था। और तो और 1987 में राजीव गांधी पे आरोप लगा, 90 में एफआईआर हुई। 80 के दशक से 2010 के दशक तक क्या गौरवपूर्ण गाथा है भ्रष्टाचार में आकंठ डूबे रहने की। और उसके बाद आप देखिए कि किस धृष्टता और निर्लज्जता के साथ 2014 के बाद पर्ची फाड़ने का प्रयास किया जाता है। Actually, they have lost all their standards of politics and morality. So this has become nothing but their you can say, their compulsion to give this type of reply. I have already in my previous answer has given a detailed elaboration of that the Congress been involved in so many cases. Prior to that, I just want to remind even the Congress Prime Ministers, first time there was an allegation about the Prime Minister being direct involved was during the time of Rajiv Gandhi when BJP was 2 seats party. So I think they first introspect, and the people of country are wise enough, and today is the age of information. Anybody can go and verify the facts, what we are saying and what they are saying. And again, I would like to remind, जो allegation राजीव गांधी पे लगा था, बोफोर्स, हमने नहीं लगाया था. That came from within the government. The finance minister of Rajiv Gandhi government, Shri Vishwanath Pratap Singh, has put up the allegation. तो साहब आप अंदर झांकिए, जो दिल खोजूं आप ना मुझसा बुरा न कोई, बुरा जो देखन में चला बुरा न मिलिया कोई.
और कोई किसी का प्रश्न?
एक और मामला है रावत वाड्रा की, खुद से पूछताछ चल रही है, आज भी पहुंचे हैं, उस पर कुछ टिप्पणी करना चाहेंगे आप? वहां भी कहा जा रहा है कि
देखिए ये न्यायिक प्रक्रिया चल रही है. मुझे लगता है कि जो विधि सम्मत कार्रवाई हो रही है और जांच एजेंसियां जो भी अपनी रिपोर्ट दे रही हैं उसके ऊपर राजनीति न करके उसे न्यायिक और विधिक प्रक्रिया के रूप में देखना चाहिए.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
So the Congress party very, very critical of the ED questioning, and Sudhanshu Trivedi there speaking on behalf of the Bharatiya Janata Party, tearing into Congress over the National Herald case and saying that the National Herald had become a money minting process for the Congress party, and it is very rightly being looked into by the courts. And moving on, the Supreme Court on Wednesday began hearing a batch of petitions challenging the constitutional validity of the WAQF Amendment Act 2025. The bench said it would first examine 2 preliminary questions: whether the matter should be heard by the Apex Court or by the High Court, and what specific issues the petitioners intend to raise. Okay. And I am joined by Swapnil Kothari and Subhash Shah. Swapnil, if you could just elaborate more on what the CJI has really been saying, because he's very categorically also commented on WAQF by user. He's also questioned Kapil Sibal, saying that the way the national properties or the properties that are being given protection by the ASI, can they all be just taken over by the WAQF?
Sucharita, this is where the CJI is making it very clear that you have to follow the process of registering a property. You are opposing online registration of property, when online is the key word today nowadays. We all register our properties, whether be it individual or commercial, online. So what is the harm in registering it online? Processes need to be followed. You can't just claim a land just because it was by user. You've been doing that. You have 4 lakh crores worth of land, area of land. Acres of land. This is something, which is some, bothersome to the Supreme Court. So that is one aspect that the Supreme Court is harping upon and saying that you have to follow the process. Indirectly, it is asking that by asking these kind of trenchant questions. The other thing, Sucharita, it is saying that, okay, what is the harm if non-Muslims are included in the WAQF board? So what is the harm in that? So inclusion of Hindus on the WAQF board is not an essential practice of Islam, because administration of properties is not an essential practice of Islam or practice of a religion. So this is where the Supreme Court is pointing that out, and Mr. Sambhal is arguing very vociferously that if you compare it with other boards like a Sikh board or a Jain board or a Hindu board, do we interfere in that? Do we say that you need to bring in Muslims as well? So Sucharita, this argument may just hold water with the Supreme Court, because if these kind of things are being done in other religions where administration of properties are being solely religious centric, in the sense that only Hindus will be sitting on boards, only Sikh will be sitting on boards, only Jain will be sitting on their respective boards, then why draw a distinction with Muslims wanting to sit on the WAQF board? So this is where the people who are challenging the WAQF amendment may just end up succeeding. The other aspect is on this, which they will not succeed, is the Limitation Act, the application of the Limitation Act. The 107 of the earlier WAQF Act 1995 said that Limitation Act does not apply. That means you could raise disputes, you could keep doing whatever you wanted to, even after several periods of time. So this is what the Waqf Amendment Act is doing, that it is bringing the Limitation Act, or rather it is making Waqf property subject to the Limitation Act. Like the way, if a civil wrong is done against me, I have 3 years to file a suit for that. If I come after 3 years, then my right is not extinguished, but my remedy is in some form or the other. So the point is, because I have not complied with limitation. So these are all things which the court is ensuring that the the Waqf Amendment Act is securing and trying to put an end to litigation which keeps on going ad nauseum. Now, one of the arguments is, which you pointed out very primarily, or your earlier colleagues also did, is the Waqf by user. Now, this is where Dr. Singhvi is arguing that if today you were to decide that Waqf by user is something which is not permissible and it violates the fundamental rights because it does not follow the processes properly and it is arbitrary,
right,
then in that sense, what will happen to the properties which are already been Waqf by user prior to this amendment?
There's another important point which the Solicitor General made, and I would go to Mr. Jha regarding that, because we're speaking about Waqf by user. Mr. Jha, very clearly, the Solicitor General also said that the registration of Waqf was required even earlier. Even if it was Waqf by user, the registration of that property was required. And in 1995 Act also it was compulsory. So why push it in a way that it is not so now? It has always been mandatory, even from 1995 Act. We can't hear Mr. Jha.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I go to the basic issue. I wonder, when I was told to come to your program, I was trying to do a little bit of research. I found that there are 8 times since 1954 that this act came to be amended. What is the need of this act? Why the government, even today, when 2025, they brought out this amendment, and this amendment will be then challenged and there will be multiple litigation in the country for years and years to come. Why do we need at the first place this act? It's a ridiculous act and should have been scrapped at the first place. How can we have something like Waqf Act? Now look at what the Constitutional Bench has said in the matter of Sabrimala while dealing with Sabrimala case, that anything which is, it is the secular nature or character of the act or legislation which will yield to the customary laws. Now, Waqf Act, etc., these are customary laws which were prevalent once upon a time. Now, nowhere in other parts of the Islamic world, such ridiculous act is no more in existence. So why do India, which is now a secular country, claim to be a secular country, should have this kind of a legislation at the first place? Now, for example, I give you an example. Now, this is a phone which has got a cover. Now, this cover is possibly creating some kind of a trouble for this phone. Why not to remove the cover itself and let this phone function on its own without there being any cover on it? So at the same manner, this act has to be done away with. I was slightly busy, otherwise I'm in the process of filing a petition challenging this act itself, even the amended act. Everything has to be scrapped.
That is a big statement coming out of Mr. Jha. Subhash Jha is saying we do not need the Waqf. Just do away with the Waqf. Why do we even need the amendments to the act? We don't need this act. Very clearly, Swapnil, he's speaking from the heart, and he's speaking, I think, he's a voice today of many Indians who really believe that the Waqf should not be there because it is basically land for the country. But the ones who've been Waqf. Now, as the court very clearly today, CGI said that the properties that are, there have been 2 bone of contentions. One has been Waqf by user, and the other has been the inclusion of non-Muslims into the board. Now, that also came up today during the court hearing.
Yes, that is exactly what I said in my preliminary remarks, Sucharita. The point is that this is going to be an issue, and this is where people, they might just succeed in saying that non-Muslims cannot be coming here, because, as I said, that there are other boards where only particular sect or particular religion operates. Now, as far as the complete repeal of the Waqf Act is concerned, I think that is a legislative exercise, and the legislature in its wisdom may, I don't know, maybe several years down the road may decide that this is something which should not be there, or it should be there. But I think we leave that for the other day. But for the moment, the way the WAQF Act was being abused in the minds of the government, in the eyes of the government, that is the reason why the Amendment Act has come into the picture, because scores and acres of land was being taken over as WAQF property without appropriate documentation, merely on the basis of user or merely on the basis of an argument that it is essential to the practice of Islam. So this is where the government has felt the need to come out with an Amendment Act. And it so happens in many ways, Sucharita, that when you have 30 years past since the inception of the Act, an amendment is required in some form or the other to, move with the times. Now, if people want to be frozen in time, if they want to challenge or challenge it on the grounds of the fact that their fundamental rights are being violated, despite the fact that several discussions and debates have taken place in the Joint Parliamentary Committee before the enactment of this particular Amendment Act, people are free to do so, and the Supreme Court judgment will be the final stamp on this, the way it was on Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid. I don't expect any judgment to be less than any 500 to 800 pages. It will be an exercise, but it will be an exercise on a lot of many things, and especially the expostulation of Articles 25 to 30, which deal with the fundamental rights to religion. So, in essence, you have a right to administer properties, but when I read Article 26, Sucharita, it says that I have a right to administer my properties. That would include, what kind of people I want to have on my board, because boards administer properties. So this is where they might end up succeeding just as far as that particular aspect is concerned.
Right.
But the rest of the provisions will be considered constitutional, and the doctrine of severalty will be applied where you sever that particular part of
I
the
think
act,
this is an issue that will come up in the court, and this is something that they will stress. Riyanka is joining us from the Supreme Court. Let's just go across to her. She's been following the court proceedings. Riyanka, this did come up, and this is one of the primary objections that have been put up in the court against this WAQF Act about the inclusion of non-Muslims. Now, the Tirupati board was also came up in the proceedings, and the CJI very clearly saying that religious endowments of Hindus is, as far as that is concerned, no one else is a part. So that discussion now, is it moving on, because that is going to be a primary concern that has been put forth by a lot of Muslim organizations?
Very rightly said there. The primary concerns, one of which was an inclusion of a non-Muslim in the, council of the board of the WAQF, and that in fact has come out during the hearing, where the Chief Justice of India has very clearly observed the number of non-Muslim inclusions that will in fact be done in the Act. The CJI said, as per the Act, 8 members are Muslims, 2 judges may not be Muslims, then the rest are non-Muslims. On the other hand, CJI also asked, the Solicitor General that if you are saying that now on only, you will be allowing Muslims to be a part of the Hindu and domain boards, say it openly. Now, as the conversation has moved forward, Chief Justice has in fact questioned the, Solicitor General that are you ready to make a statement before the court that maximum 2, apart from the 2 ex officio members, will be no Muslims. In fact, going forward, the Chief Justice is of course making several observations in this particular regard of the inclusion of a non-Muslim in this particular act, and we will be continuing to get in more details as far as the hearing proceeds further in the Supreme Court. Viewers, do stay tuned. We will come right back after this very short break.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Captain Tyagi, you've been a Kargil war veteran and you've been narrating stories of valor as Shaurya tales. I want to understand from you, what are some of the challenges that you face while pushing out positive content online?
First of all, I thank you and I thank Republic TV for this wonderful initiative of Positive Influencers program. Gives me great joy that this kind of initiative is taken by a media house. It's need of the hour. Before I answer your question, I'll add to the previous question that you had asked to Major Toor. See, these days the currency, the main currency these days is time. An average Indian spends approximately 3 hours consuming social media content, OTT, gaming. And India is the home to 5th largest population of youth. Imagine this undivided attention that youth is giving to
Well, at this point in time, we are, of course, tracking the hearing in the Supreme Court where the Chief Justice of India has, in fact, said that notice has to be issued and then the replies from the side of the petitioners and also on the other side who have, in fact, challenged should be given. And the Supreme Court has also mentioned the fact that if somebody has created, now first option is for the court is to hear it or send it to Common High Court or take pending petitions from the High Court, to which the Solicitor General has in fact said that we will file reply in 2 weeks and have day-to-day hearing and decide it. So well, at this point in time, a talk about filing a response has been taking place in the Supreme Court and a request for day-to-day hearing in the petitions filed in the WAQF Amendment Act. Viewers, do stay tuned. We will be coming right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Savant. We begin this edition with getting you the latest from the top court as petitions are being heard challenging the WAQF Amendment Act. Supreme Court has issued a notice to the centre. The Supreme Court has asked the centre to reply on contentions. This is the latest that is just coming in on the WAQF bill, where Supreme Court has said that the matter will primarily be on two preliminary questions: whether the matter should be heard by the Apex Court or by the High Court, and what specific issues the petitioners intend to raise. Priyanka with further details, standing outside the Supreme Court. Over to you, Priyanka.
Well, as far as now the breaking updates coming in, the Chief Justice of India has in fact clearly said that there has been a notice which will be issued to the centre, and then a subsequent response will have to be filed. In fact, on the other hand, the CJI says our interim order will balance the equities. We will say that whichever properties were declared by the court to be WAQF will not be denotified or be treated as non-WAQF, whether it's WAQF by user or not. Very important point there mentioned by the Chief Justice of India. Secondly, he says collector can continue with proceedings, but the provision will not be given effect to. And the third point, which is coming out from the side of the Chief Justice of India, is said that regarding board and council, ex officio members can be appointed, but the other members have to be Muslims. So very clearly, the Supreme Court has in fact made these particular observations as of now, where they are of course clearly issuing a notice to the centre and ask it to file response to the apprehensions that have been made. Although we have seen that there have been hectic discussions in the parliament, there have been several levels of clarifications that have been issued by the centre. Several top ministers have of course cleared out several fears in their speech, but it is coming in from the side of the court, where the apprehensions which have been raised by more than 70 petitioners, that is something that needs to be clarified by the centre at the moment. And very clearly, as I mentioned, the Supreme Court has said interim order will balance both the equities.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Priyanka, for the benefit of our viewers, a quick summary from you on the kind of arguments that have panned out in the court in the last 2 hours.
Well, absolutely. When we in fact talk about the particular hearing that in fact just took place in the Supreme Court, the CJI has proposed to issue an order. Although the CJI has put options before the lawyers, very clearly mentioning now the first option is for the court to hear it, or in fact send it to the high courts, after which it will be coming back to the Supreme Court, and there can be a daily hearing on that regard. So that is something we need to see once the final order comes out. Now, will Muslims be allowed to be a part of Hindu Endowment Board? The CJI has made it very clear that there is of course a factor that only the ex officios can be appointed, but other members need to be Muslims. In fact, there were several apprehensions put forward from the side of the arguing lawyers, whether it was senior advocate Kapil Sibbal or whether it was, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, all these lawyers had put forward the apprehensions such as the involvement of a non-Hindu in the WAQF Council Board. Also, at this point in time, other apprehensions that were put forward calling the particular act unconstitutional and challenged the constitutional validity of it. So all those observations were in fact made. On the other hand, what we also saw, will Muslims be allowed to be a part of Hindu Endowment Board? As I rightly mentioned earlier, the CJI has in fact questioned the collector's power under the the scrutiny. Well, there were several other important factors which was made during this particular hearing, but what we see that the Chief Justice has clearly said that both sides will be in fact
I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but let me get a quick word from Advocate Utsav Bains on this latest development. As the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the centre and also stating that the interim order will balance equities.
See, whatever this Honorable Supreme Court has done, it is a right thing, because in any case, for any matter to be examined, notice has to be issued. So let the notice be issued and let everyone put their point, and then the Honorable Supreme Court will take a call on this. The judgment has to be decided after hearing all the parties.
And what do you make of the arguments that have panned out in the court so far, especially of Kapil Sibal, pretty much voicing exactly what we've been hearing from those who've been opposing the WAQF bill all this while?
See, the matter is sub judice. It is not proper to comment upon the proceedings of the Honorable Court. What we can say right now is the notice has to be issued in due course. Let everyone file a reply to the notice. The respondents will have to file a reply, and thereby let the judgment come in. It is only after the judgment comes in a matter that is sub judice, it is not proper as an officer of the court to comment on the proceedings.
All right, I want to thank you for speaking to us. I want to go back to Riyanka. Riyanka, on the WAQF by user issue, where we've seen a host of arguments come in from what Kapil Sibal said, from what the CJI had to say, pretty much reminding several points. I quickly want to take a word from you on this particular notice and how proceedings and developments on this front will pan out.
Well, in terms of the WAQF by user factor, the CJI had very clearly said, how will you register such WAQF by user? What documents will they have? It will lead to an undoing something. Yes, there is some misuse, but there are genuine ones also. I have gone through the Privy Council judgments also. WAQF by user is recognized. If you undo it, then it will be a problem. So that is the observation which was made by the Supreme Court in terms of the WAQF by user. The CJI also said that legislature cannot declare a judgment, order or a decree as void. You can only take the basis. In fact, there was argument which was made by the Solicitor General, who said that there is a large section of Muslims who do not want to be governed by the WAQF Act. They can even create a trust now. The CJI also responded to that. There are positive points, but there is some concern also. So, what we see that how the factor of the WAQF by user had come out. In fact, the CJI had questioned the Solicitor General that if he's saying that you will allow Muslims to be part of the Hindu endowment boards. So on that regard, we are of course seeing that as of now the end result which had come out was the Supreme Court sending a notice to the centre and response from the centre regarding two main factors, one by WAQF by user, one on the WAQF by user, as well as the inclusion of one of the Hindu or non-Muslim participation in the Board of Council, the two apprehensions which were taken up by the Supreme Court. Next, we'll have to wait and see as to what is the next date of hearing, because the Supreme Court in fact had given option to send these petitions to the High Court, and then subsequently the hearing happens there, although the lawyers had argued that the court must hear these particular petitions, and that daily hearing must happen in this case. So we have to see what happens next from here as of now.
Riyanka, continue talking to us, as the centre has said that they'll file the reply in 2 weeks. Please confirm if there is a likely possibility that the court will resume at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and inside details also, as is being reported, that CJI saying that the court should be allowed to decide on properties.
As you rightly mentioned, well, it is of high possibility that the next hearing will be taking place tomorrow, 2 p.m. Just like today, it looks like, now there will be a regular hearing in this matter, as there are over 70 petitions that have been filed, and only, a handful of them were able to put forward their arguments today. On the other hand, as you rightly mentioned, today there has been no particular order which has been given out from the side of the Chief Justice of India, but what we see that this particular hearing is
right.
going
Priyanka,
to
I'm
be
sorry, I'm having to interrupt you here, but Krutarth also has details of the tentative order that will be dictated by the CJI. Over to you, Krutarth.
Indeed, Suesha, and there are three important factors. The biggest win here for the government side is that the court is saying that the court also wants to say that all members of the WAQF board and the central WAQF councils must be Muslims, except the ex-officio members. So the two ex-officio members, which can be non-Muslim members, that is what Home Minister Amit Shah had also said in the parliament. That is one section in which there is an interim order expected, where that portion of the law will be upheld in this interim order. In meanwhile, the court is also likely to say that the properties that were already declared as WAQF by the board as denotified as WAQF, or whether they were WAQF by user or WAQF by deed. While the court is hearing the challenge, there will be a stay. So all the properties that were declared by the courts as WAQF should not be denotified as WAQF, is what the Supreme Court is saying. So if there has been a ruling in any of the cases where there was a dispute over a WAQF property, and if they have been deemed as WAQF, then there cannot be any further challenge to those all the judgments in the interim while the Supreme Court is still hearing the matter. That is another part of the judgment that can be passed. The second and the most important part is also the court further orders that the proviso of the amendment as per the WAQF property will not be treated as WAQF while the collector is conducting inquiry whether the property is a government land or will not be given effect. Meaning that it has somewhat upheld the powers of the collector, saying that while the collector is still conducting the survey and inquiry onto a matter of WAQF land, the property cannot be treated as WAQF. It will be treated as a disputed property in this case, and that is the initial judgments that we are looking at that the court can pass in this entire matter. So three important points coming through. No change in terms of the ex-officio members being Hindus or any other community members. All the other members, the 20 members, will be Muslims, but the two ex-officio members can be of another religion. The second point is that all the properties that are deemed as WAQF by the courts already cannot be challenged in the interim while the judgment has been not received on the Supreme Court, while the Supreme Court is hearing this matter. And secondly, the most important one, that the collector will treat an inquiry of a WAQF property as a property that is a normal property, be it government land or any other land, and it will not be treated as WAQF.
Right. Let me take the next point to Riyanka, because it's a strong observation, strong direction, I beg your pardon, coming in from the top court, saying that no violence should happen in such time. Anti-WAQF protests are disturbing, and a clear message of what we've been watching on the ground in terms of the street agitation turning violent. I believe Krutarth also has a point to make on the same. Krutarth.
So update also coming in that no interim order has been passed today, so the court will hear the matter again at 2 p.m. tomorrow upon the request of the respondents. That's a big breaking news update that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen, on the WAQF case. No interim order passed today.
Yes. All right, Riyanka, on the point where the Supreme Court is coming out very clear, and this is a message to all the state governments and state police as well, where they are saying that there should be no violence in such time, and anti-WAQF protests are very disturbing, especially where we've seen how the West Bengal government has treated the Murshidabad violence, and the message that went out from the Chief Minister, clear direction coming in from the top court.
Well, the Supreme Court has in fact expressed concerns over the violence that has hit Murshidabad in West Bengal. In fact, while adjourning the hearing for the day, the CJI has expressed the fact that there has to be an end to the violence, and there should be no violence and unrest over, the protest that happens across the country regarding the WAQF Amendment Act. And that is what the CJI has very clearly mentioned, that at this point in time, the Supreme Court completely expresses its shock and expresses concerns about the unrest that is happening. Remember, 3 people have lost their lives in the protest that has taken place in West Bengal's Murshidabad, and the situation is quite grim there.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट को चैलेंज करने वाली जितनी याचिकाएं थी, सबों की सुनवाई
माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के मुख्य न्यायाधीश के अदालत में हुआ। आज दोनों पक्ष को सुना गया, लेकिन जो आगे की सुनवाई है वो कल 2 बजे के लिए एडजर्न किया गया है और अभी सुनवाई पूरे केस में जारी है। जो मुस्लिम पक्ष के जो वकीलों का कहना था कि सेक्शन 3 में, सेक्शन 9 में, सेक्शन 14 में, सेक्शन 36 में और सेक्शन 83 में जो अमेंडमेंट्स हुए हैं, वो अमेंडमेंट्स उनके फंडामेंटल राइट का हनन करता है। ये मुस्लिम पक्ष का दलील था कानून के हिसाब से। दूसरा उनका कहना है कि जो उनका फंडामेंटल राइट है आर्टिकल 25-26 में, यह जो संशोधित कानून है ये उसका हनन करता है। लेकिन भारत सरकार के तरफ से सॉलिसिटर जनरल और हम लोग जो समर्थक इस संशोधन के हैं, हम लोग के तरफ से जो सीनियर एडवोकेट्स और हम लोगों ने भी अपनी बात रखी कि जो अमेंडमेंट है वो बिल्कुल संविधान सम्मत है और उसमें के अमेंडमेंट को जब आप देखेंगे, चाहे वो सेक्शन 3 का अमेंडमेंट हो, सेक्शन 9 का अमेंडमेंट हो, सेक्शन 14 का अमेंडमेंट हो, सेक्शन 36 का अमेंडमेंट हो, 83 में, तो कोई भी फंडामेंटल राइट का हनन नहीं हो रहा है। माननीय बेंच भी अपने ऑब्जर्वेशन में कहा कि हाँ, जो बहुत सारे अमेंडमेंट्स हैं वह ऐसा प्रतीत होता है कि संविधान के अनुसार है, लेकिन उनका जो यूजर का जो डेफिनेशन है उस पर कोर्ट कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन चाह रही थी। साथ ही साथ कोर्ट का कहना था कि जो काउंसिल के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो मेंबर्स हैं उसमें हिंदू मेंबर्स को लेकर के कोर्ट क्लैरिफिकेशन चाह रही है। इन 2 मुद्दों पर कल सॉलिसिटर जनरल साहब से और जो हिंदू पक्ष के जो तमाम हम वकील हैं, हम लोगों से उस पर असिस्टेंस मांगा है, क्लैरिफिकेशन मांगा है। अब कल जो है सारे मुद्दे की सुनवाई 2 बजे होगी।
All right, so the court is all set to resume at 2 p.m. tomorrow to hear the matter. I want to go back to my colleagues Krutarth and Riyanka. Krutarth, with regards to a clear message coming in from the top court that no violence should happen, and such anti-Waqf protests are very disturbing. But while the top court is deciding on this pertinent issue, there are more sound bites coming in live. Let's listen in.
क्योंकि इनके पास तो है नहीं, तो इन्होंने जो है ये अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल जो चीज़ें इसके अंदर रखी है, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हमें इसमें जो है हमें पूरा भरोसा है और पूरे हिंदुस्तान को इसमें यकीन है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हमें इसमें इंसाफ मिलेगा और राहत मिलेगी।
ऐसा लग रहा है कि वक्फ की संपत्ति अब डी नोटिफाइड नहीं होगी, अंतरिम ऑर्डर उसी तरफ आता हुआ दिख रहा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल उम्मीद है, और जिस तरह से ये वक्फ की ज़मीनों को कब्जा करने के लिए ये एक्ट लाया गया है, उस पर कहीं ना कहीं हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें राहत मिलेगी।
ठीक है, लेकिन कोर्ट की तरफ से ये भी चिंता जताई गई कि जैसे दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट की जमीन पे भी वक्फ का दावा किया गया है, इस तरह के भी मुद्दे होते आए।
मैं वहाँ चेयरमैन रहा हूँ, हमने अभी ऐसा कभी नहीं। देखिए, कोई भी आदमी खड़े होकर के मीडिया के अंदर कह दे, देखिए वक्फ की यहाँ पर दिल्ली के अंदर 1977 प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं और सबका गजट नोटिफिकेशन है, वो सब जो है गजट में है और एरिया भी गजट के अंदर है। जबकि मैं चेयरमैन था तो हमने सारे केसेस जीते। अब जब इनका, जैसे मैं मिसाल देता हूँ कि ये सारी चीज़ें, अब उसके बाद जब मैं 2023 में चेयरमैन नहीं रहा, पद से हट गया, तो अब रेवेन्यू जो सेक्रेटरी है वो जो है उसको देख रहे हैं, तो शाही ईदगाह का मसला आया, तो शाही ईदगाह की ज़मीन को बाकायदा उसने एफिडेविट दिया कि हमारी नहीं है। एक नखुंजी मस्जिद है वहाँ, उसके अंदर महरौली के अंदर कई सारी दरगाहें हैं, उस पर उन्होंने जो है क्लेम किया। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि केंद्र सरकार या स्टेट अगर किसी ज़मीन को लेना चाहती है तो सीओ या जो डीएम को ये पावर दे रहे हैं तो वो उसको कैसे चैलेंज कर सकता है, उनके खिलाफ कैसे जा सकता है? सरकार के खिलाफ नहीं जा सकता। तो केंद्र सरकार ने एक नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया था 123 प्रॉपर्टीज़ का, और सारी ज़मीनें उन्होंने अपने अंडर ले ली थी। तो मैं, क्योंकि इनके अधीन नहीं आता, क्योंकि हमारी अलग सरकार है और ऑटोनोमस बॉडी थी, तो मैंने चैलेंज किया हाई कोर्ट के अंदर और सारी ज़मीनें वापस लेकर आए। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कंट्रोल जो है आज भी दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का है और वो केस चल रहा है। अगर इन्हीं का होता, ये डिविजनल कमिश्नर जो आज है या जो सीओ है अगर आज है, तो आप उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी का या रेवेन्यू जो केंद्र सरकार यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ वो चला जाता, कभी नहीं जाता। तो यही एक साजिश है इनकी कि स्टेट का ही आदमी इनका जो है सीओ वो सीओ रहे, स्टेट का ही चेयरमैन रहे और डीएम को सबसे ऊपर जबकि रखा गया है। जबकि मैं यहाँ चेयरमैन था, हमारे जो ऑर्डर होते थे, बोर्ड के जो ऑर्डर होते थे, उसको जो है कोई सुपरसीड नहीं कर सकता, सिर्फ एलजी सुपरसीड कर सकता था। अब डीएम को चेयरमैन से और बोर्ड से ऊपर अगर आप बना रहे हो तो इसका क्या मतलब है, हमारी समझ में नहीं आता। सरकार के खिलाफ कभी
प्रॉपर्टीज में आपको लगता है कि अब चली भी जाएंगी जिस तरह मामला है, क्योंकि अभी तक जो है वो 64-65 प्रॉपर्टीज जाती हुई नजर आ रही हैं हाथ से।
देखिए, इन्होंने तो ले लिया था ना, 123 प्रॉपर्टी तो इन्होंने ले ली थी। एक नोटिफिकेशन जारी करके यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया ने कहा था कि वक्फ जो है इस पे कब्जा किए हुए ये हमारी ज़मीन है। अगर मैं हाईकोर्ट नहीं जाता तो ये तो सारी ज़मीन चली जाती। एक अकेली अगर आप तिकोना कब्रिस्तान की बात करो जो 60 बीघे का है, अगर आप उसकी वहाँ पे मार्केट रेट के हिसाब से बात करो, अगर 7 लाख रुपया भी मानो तो 42,000 करोड़ की एक प्रॉपर्टी है। उसके राइट साइड में डीपीएस के पीछे 484 खसरा है जो 30 बीघे का है, वो इन्होंने ज़बरदस्ती लेकर ले लिया। जबकि 123 में स्टे चल रहा है, केस चल रहा है, ले लिया। लाल मस्जिद आपके सामने मिसाल है कि उसके पीछे की सारी ज़मीन कब्रिस्तान की ले ली, मस्जिद के पीछे की, और वहाँ बिल्डिंग बना दी। वो ट्रिब्यूनल के अंदर चल रहा है। माता सुंदरी रोड का कब्रिस्तान है वो इन्होंने ले लिया। वो उसके रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में सिर्फ यही तो था कि रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में वो वक्फ का नहीं था, रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में एलएनडीओ का था। तो आप ट्रिब्यूनल में हैं और हम हाईकोर्ट भी गए तो कहा ट्रिब्यूनल से जब फैसला आ जाएगा, तो ट्रिब्यूनल के फैसले को भी ये लोग नहीं मानते।
तो कह रहे हैं हम कुछ नहीं लेंगे मुसलमानों के फायदे के लिए। अमानतुल्लाह साहब, अमित शाह ने ये कहा है पार्लियामेंट में कि हम कुछ नहीं लेंगे, आप कह रहे हैं
तो यही लिख करके दे दें कि कोई डिस्प्यूट हो या कुछ भी हो, अगर वो पहले से वक्फ बाय यूज़र यूज़ हो रहा है तो उसको हम किसी को टच नहीं करेंगे। एक नोटिफिकेशन ले आए वो। और मुस्लिम जो क्लोज हटाया इसलिए हटाया क्योंकि इनके पास कोई एमएलए मुस्लिम नहीं है, कोई एमपी मुस्लिम नहीं है। बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट सरकार चाहे इनकी हो, अगर एमएलए कोटे से कोई भी इलेक्टेड, जैसे पहले था कि मुस्लिम इलेक्टेड था तो वो दूसरी पार्टी से आता, समाजवादी से यूपी के अंदर आता, दिल्ली से आम आदमी पार्टी से आता, कांग्रेस से हरियाणा के अंदर आता, महाराष्ट्र से कांग्रेस का आता, तो आरजेडी का बिहार से आता, तो बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट वो मुस्लिम आता। और जब कुछ गलत करते तो वो अगर होता एमपी और एमएलए होता तो वो गलत काम नहीं करने देता। तो ये तो बाकायदा ये तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के भी खिलाफ है। तो सारा का सारा इनका जो मसला है वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ है और उसी पर जा रहे हैं। और आने वाले वक्त में अगर ये एक्ट इसके अंदर तरमीम नहीं हुई है, नहीं रोका गया, तो आने वाले वक्त में गांव के अंदर, देहात के अंदर बहुत सारी ज़मीनें जो ग्राम सभा के अंदर है, कल प्रधान खड़े होकर कहेगा कि ये तो इलीगल है, डीएम उसको रोक देगा, दफीना रोक देगा। दफीना रुकने के बाद उसके बाद वो केस चला जाएगा उसके पास, वो ज़मीन वक्फ की हो जाएगी और वो रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड के हिसाब से फैसला देगा तो वो ज़मीन तो चली जाएगी। और ऐसा हुआ है बहुत सारी ज़मीनों पर। जो तिकोना कब्रिस्तान है वहाँ पर दफीना इन्होंने रोका है, लाल मस्जिद पर इन्होंने रोका है, माता सुंदरी रोड पर रोका है। एक जो है उत्तम नगर के अंदर जो फ्लड इरीगेशन की ज़मीन थी वहाँ के एसडीएम ने रोक दिया।
मेरी हियरिंग हुई है, जो इंडिकेशन मिले हैं उसमें यह है कि जो गैर मुस्लिम रखने का प्रावधान है उसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट शायद खत्म करने जा रहा है। वक्फ बाय यूजर जो एक प्रिंसिपल ले डाउन हुआ था बाबरी वाले केस में कि अगर कोई आदमी दान देता है अपनी जमीन कब्रिस्तान को किसी चीज के लिए तो उसको क्वेश्चन नहीं किया जाएगा, जो यूज कर रहा है उसका अधिकार होगा, उसको सरकार ले नहीं सकती। बाकी हमारे जो लीगल पॉइंट्स हैं वो शाहिद अली जी रखेंगे।
देखिए, इसमें 8-10 जो इनकी मेन चीज थी, 8-10 में से जो 2 मेन अटैक थे इनके, वो थे ये वक्फ बाय यूजर को खत्म करना चाहते थे, कर लिया इन्होंने अमेंडमेंट के जरिए, और 2 नॉन मुस्लिम को वक्फ काउंसिल के अंदर ये लेके आना चाहते थे। ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आज तकरीबन 3 घंटे की हियरिंग के बाद में ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट साफ वाजे किया है कि हम ये ऑर्डर पास करेंगे या हम ऑर्डर पास करना चाह रहे हैं ये, जिसपे स्टेट काउंसिल ने यानी गवर्नमेंट काउंसिल ने कहा जी कल तक के लिए मुलतवी कर दीजिए। तो वो जो वहां पर बताया गया था वो ये बताया गया था ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से कि हम वक्फ बाय यूजर को रिटेन करेंगे इंटरिम, जब तक इसकी पूरी सुनवाई ना हो जाए, यानी इंटरिम ऑर्डर इस तरह का करना।
All right, Kritarth and Riyanka, who continue to stay with us on the broadcast. Kritarth, a few points important to mention for the benefit of our viewers. Of course, the hearing that will resume at 2 p.m. tomorrow, and the centre set to file its reply in 2 weeks. But the court primarily saying that the court should be allowed to decide on the properties. The court has also said that there should be no violence in such times. In such time as anti-Waqf protests are very disturbing. The court also mentioning that Waqf by user de-notification will have its implications. So fairly in that sense, a direction that the court is putting out and should really settle the spurring sentiments from the opposing parties.
Suesha, this is going to be a long drawn-out court battle, as we have seen in the case of even the Ram Janmabhoomi Ayodhya case, although that was a title suit, and this is a constitutional challenge to the validity of a law that is duly passed by the parliament, which has also received the presidential assent. So there is no direct comparison, but it will be a long drawn-out battle. What our understanding is that the 2 p.m. hearing that will commence tomorrow is largely to address some of the immediate concerns about the Waqf law that have been brought in at the moment, and what interim relief that the Supreme Court can grant vis-a-vis the provisions that are being objected upon in the time that a final judgment can be passed. So that is the interim relief that will be sought tomorrow, which is why no interim order was passed today, because the time for discussion elapsed and there were other matters also, and plus this will require a little bit more deliberation, which is why they will take it up tomorrow again, and then interim order is expected. But what is most important is that the final word by the Chief Justice of India, and here we need to read a little bit on what the Chief Justice of India said. He said that violence in the name of this act, basically to correctly quote him here, is the one thing is very disturbing, the violence, the issue is before the court and we will decide. So the Chief Justice of India has drawn the line. The line is that the matter is in court. So no protests in the sense that turned violent, as we saw in the case of Murshidabad, will be tolerated. So this is a very, very concerning as well as a very serious observation that the Supreme Court has made, that, and first of all, they have noted that this is very disturbing, and secondly that the violence, the issue is before the court and we will decide. So the court has said that the court is the supreme word in this matter, and no amount of street violence can, persuade the court otherwise. Secondly, what Tushar Mehta also immediately said is that there shouldn't be a phenomena that violence can be used to pressurize. So even the government is trying to flag this in front of the Supreme Court, that there are attempts being made to cast pressure on the judiciary. We have seen the All India Muslim Personal Law Board as well as the All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, Asaduddin Owaisi's party, both of them saying that, oh, we will take the fight to the streets as well as we will go to the courts. And many of them have even tried to cast an aspersion on the court also. So this is a clear statement both to the AIM, PLB and AIMIM also, that the court will decide the matter. There is no point of going to the streets on this, and there is no point of inciting any kind of violence, as we have unfortunately seen in the state of West Bengal, in Murshidabad in particular and the surrounding districts, where violence took place after Friday prayers on last Friday, and Friday and Saturday were some of the worst days in terms of violence that we saw. 3 people lost their lives. The BSF and the CAPF were deployed. So the Supreme Court indirectly has also taken cognizance of the violence that has taken place in Murshidabad and has clearly drawn the line that violence is not acceptable. The matter is in court and the court will decide.
Yes, absolutely. Riyanka, I want to come back to you, because the premise of Kapil Sibal's argument really at the start, where he said that the amendments are a direct attack on religious freedom, and in case you're trying to get us more voices from the top court, I believe Udit Raj is standing with you. Please go ahead, Riyanka.
Right. Yes. Yes, I'm being joined by Congress leader Udit Raj. Sir, you're one of the petitioners here in this case. What would you have to say on this? And, there were several observations made by the Supreme Court also. What are the apprehensions that people still have?
Primarily, what we have heard or understood, or that on 2 counts, which are very important. One is that Waqf by users, that is going to be stayed tomorrow. And secondly, that inclusion of non-Muslim in the board should not happen. These are the 2 things which I think likely to come to the relief of petitioner. I am one of the petitioners from Dalit OBC minority, Adivasi, and I feel that not only Muslims should fight for this fundamental right, but non-Muslim. I am a non-Muslim, and I think I am the one or one of maybe 2 who have filed the petition in favor of Waqf board.
Also, the Supreme Court has very clearly, raised its concerns over the violence that has happened in Murshidabad. 3 people have died. It is saying that, while the matter is in court, this should stop.
That's very unfortunate what is happening over there. That must be put to an end.
Thank you for speaking with us, sir. So, of course, we had a word with the Congress leader Udit Raj, who has also been one of the petitioners from the Dalit and the backward community, who's clearly said that, all eyes will be tomorrow when the 2 apprehensions will be, further taken into consideration, and then we'll have to wait and see what is the exact interim order which is passed by the court.
Yes, absolutely, Riyanka. And I was also wanting to take this point with you because the very premise of the arguments presented by Kapil Sibal, especially at the start, where he said that these amendments are a direct attack on the religious freedom of 20 crore Muslims in the country. In fact, he levied that big usurpation charge stating the parliament, and pertinent points that were also raised in the court today with regards to protected monuments, with regards to the role of the collector, with regards to inclusion of non-Muslims on the board, and also the top court asking why oppose registration. Riyanka.
Well, Swesha, I missed your question. I would like you to, once again, ask me in.
Priyanka, I was wanting to get details from you of what really transpired in the court in the last 2 hours, especially with regards to the role of the collector, the inclusion of non-Muslims on the board, how the court brought protected monuments, and most importantly, the top court asking why oppose registration.
Well, when it comes to the protected monuments, the Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned that will not be affected by the new amendments made in the WAQF. Now, very clearly, there were apprehensions raised regarding Jama Masjid and several other ancient monuments and masjids. But the court has made its stance clear that those will be untouched. On the other hand, if we talk about the inclusion of a non-Muslim in this particular case, the court has very clearly said that the appointments of the two ex officio members should start, and others need to be, all the other members have to be Muslims in this particular case, and also questioning the fact that what is the problem in registration, which we had heard in this particular case, where the registration is very clearly done. It was the registration was of course done in the previous act as well. And now on the other hand, we will also try and get word from more of the petitioners who have joined in here in the lawns of Supreme Court. But let's try and understand how this particular case is going to be moving forward. Tomorrow at around 2 p.m. once again the hearing will continue for the immediate the urgent pleas, the immediate apprehensions that will be taking place. On the other hand, the centre has been issued a notice, and the response is sought in the span of 2 weeks in this particular case. So we have to wait and see exactly what happens. Although on the other hand, Abhishek Manu Singhvi today had sought a stay on several provisions of that particular act, but he has very clearly mentioned that it's not that they want to put a stay on the complete law, but several provisions and amendments that of course they call it unconstitutional and a direct attack on Muslims. We will continue to get more details from the ground for our viewers, but we will come right back after the short break. Do stay tuned.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
Why do you think there is a need for positive influencers to push out positive content on the internet, sir?
Pranav, looking at today's times and the pressures that are building on youngsters to achieve success quickly is one of the major reasons that they have lost focus. Wherever they feel that this is a lucrative opportunity, they.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज करके मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊं। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊं, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊं जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer Program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life, कि किस तरह से हम अपने जिंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फायदा हो। So I'm hoping and I'm really hopeful that I will be selected as a Republic Positive Influencer.
WAQF hearing in Supreme Court all set to resume tomorrow at 2 p.m. Robert Vadra interrogated by ED for a second consecutive day in the Skylight Hospitality money laundering case.
है कि क्या कांग्रेस अपने 50 साल के शासनकाल में विरासत को बचा नहीं पाई? क्या वो जनता में इतनी अनपॉपुलर हो गई थी वो विरासत कि कोई उसका खरीदार नहीं था?
BJP slams Congress over National Herald case, says Congress corrupt mindset exposed.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence and says the riots were pre-planned.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in National Herald case. Rahul stays silent. US slaps 245% retaliatory tariffs on Chinese goods as trade war intensifies.
आवश्यक है आप लोगों को समझना कि आपके जरिए देश को समझना आवश्यक है। ये सिर्फ डिटेल की बात नहीं, कानून की बात नहीं है। एजेएल एक जानी मानी कंपनी, आप भी जानते हैं, हम भी जानते हैं, कई दशकों पुरानी है, कुछ वर्षों में उसकी शताब्दी होगी। एक विशेष सेट ऑफ मूल्यों को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए, संदेश ले जाने के लिए अखिल भारतीय स्तर पर वो बनी थी और चलती रही। वाणिज्य के आधार पर, अर्थशास्त्र के आधार पर वो सफल नहीं हुई, जैसा कि कई ऐसी चीज़ों में होता है जो आदर्शवाद से चलती हैं, कई संस्थाओं में होता है। इसलिए आर्थिक रूप से वो तकलीफ में पड़ी। कई सालों तक आर्थिक रूप से गिरावट हुई। एजेएल जो बहुत पुरानी कंपनी है, तो उन सालों में, लगभग 50 सालों में, अलग अलग विभिन्न समयों पर कांग्रेस ने, जिसके वो आदर्श प्रोत्साहित करती है, जिसने एक आदर्श उसको बनाया था, इत्यादि इत्यादि, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के वक्त कांग्रेस पार्टी ने उसको विभिन्न समय पर अलग अलग राशियां दी, लोन दिए, रुपये दिए। कई दशकों बाद वो टोटल रुपया हो गया 90 करोड़। अब वो 90 करोड़ हो गया और ये उद्देश्य था कि ये पुराना नाम नेशनल हेरल्ड, जो एक कंपनी का नाम था एजेएल, एसोसिएटेड जर्नल, जो पूरा नेशनल हेरल्ड का ब्रांड चलाती थी, जिसके पास पुरानी जितनी भी संपत्तियां हैं, अचल संपत्तियां, प्रॉपर्टीज, अलग अलग विभिन्न भागों में, तो इसका पुनर्निर्माण कैसे किया जाए। पुनर्निर्माण का बड़ा एक सरल तरीका था कि इसको डेट फ्री कंपनी बनाना है, इसको ऋण न रहे। तो ये जो लोन था, ये 90 करोड़ का जो ऋण था इस कंपनी पे, उसको ट्रांसफर किया गया एक नई नवेली कंपनी को। वो नई नवेली कंपनी का नाम था यंग इंडिया। वो क्या कंपनी थी, मैं अभी आऊंगा उस पर। अब वो ऋण जब ट्रांसफर हुआ, सिर्फ ट्रांसफर हुआ ऋण कागजी, कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का ऋण अब वो ऋण रहेगा यंग इंडिया का। उस ऋण को मिटाना आवश्यक था, नहीं तो एजेएल मजबूत कैसे होती, नेशनल हेराल्ड मजबूत कैसे होता। तो उसको मिटाया गया एक चीज ऐसी करके जो दुनिया भर के हर कंपनियां, आप लोग दिन प्रतिदिन करते हैं, निजी रूप से भी और पब्लिक रूप से भी, उस ऋण को हिस्सेदारी में कन्वर्ट किया, यानी कन्वर्ट डेट इनटू इक्विटी। तो 90 करोड़ के ऋण को कन्वर्ट कैसे किया, एजेएल के शेयर इश्यू हो गए यंग इंडिया को, तो यंग इंडिया बन गई 90-99% शेयर होल्डर एजेएल की। और यंग इंडिया में डायरेक्टर थे, मोतीलाल वोरा साहब थे, ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस थे, सैम पटोरा हैं, सोनिया जी हैं, राहुल जी हैं, इत्यादि इत्यादि। अब इतना ही हुआ। अब यहां पर एक फुल स्टॉप, विराम चिन्ह डाल दीजिए, ये जरूरी है समझना आपके लिए। ये संपत्तियां हैं, अचल संपत्तियां 100 एजेएल के, इसको 100 मानिए, कोई कानपुर में है, कोई दिल्ली में है, कोई इधर है उधर है। ये एजेएल है, ये इन सबकी मालिकाना हक रखती है। इस कंपनी की 100% शेयर होल्डिंग चली गई यंग इंडिया में, ये यंग इंडिया है। न ये अचल संपत्ति हिली, न एजेएल हिली, 1 रुपया नहीं हिला, न संपत्ति हिली, कोई खरीद फरोख्त नहीं हुआ, बेचना खरीदना नहीं हुआ। अब आते हैं यंग इंडिया क्या है। बड़े अजीब तरह के हम लोग सब मूर्ख होंगे कि हम मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग करना चाहते थे, हम स्थानांतरण करना चाहते थे संपत्ति का और रुपये का, तो हमने बनाई यंग इंडिया। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मूर्ख भी अगर हमारा ये उद्देश्य होता तो यंग इंडिया नहीं बनाता। यंग इंडिया क्या है? यंग इंडिया है कानून में जिसको कहते हैं सेक्शन 8 अनुच्छेद 8 की नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट चैरिटेबल कंपनी। मतलब क्या होता है इसका? हर कंपनी में 2 या 3 चीजें होती हैं। एक तो जो कमाई होती है, जो रुपया आता है उसमें जो भी कमाई होती है, उस सबको आप डिविडेंड के तौर पे बाहर दे सकते हैं उसके शेयर होल्डर्स को। इस कंपनी में 1 पैसा, अगर ये 50 करोड़, 500 करोड़, 5000 करोड़ भी प्रॉफिट बनाती है तो 1 पैसा आप डिविडेंड दे ही नहीं सकते, प्रतिबंधित है अनुच्छेद 8 के अंतर्गत। दूसरा, कोई सैलरी नहीं, कोई पर्क्स नहीं, कोई घर गाड़ी नहीं। तीसरा, कोई प्रॉपर्टी खरीदी नहीं इस कंपनी ने, न बेची। चौथा, इसने कोई आर्थिक कार्यक्रम कुछ किया ही नहीं, कोई आर्थिक क्रिया, वाणिज्य की क्रिया। ये नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट सेक्शन 8 कंपनी थी। अब इन
They were not able to answer. So what is being concluded out of this? That why you have been keeping this non-Muslim into this? So this is against the basic feature of Constitution of India. That's why we believe in this, that tomorrow, inshallah, this is going to come to an end fully, at least till these amendments are examined at length. And simultaneously, we also request through your channel as well to people of India to please have patience, keep calm, believe in judiciary, believe in due process of law, do not come on roads, and as long as these petitions are being examined, please do not also call for any protest. Thank you.
Sir, your name and representation.
Okay, so those are some of the responses coming in from outside the Supreme Court, in the lawns of the Supreme Court, as each side puts out their version and their stand on the WAQF Act hearing inside the Supreme Court. The development being that the Supreme Court has decided not to pass any interim orders. The court will hear tomorrow after 2 p.m. The request from respondents was that the court hear their sides, and that will continue to happen tomorrow. Supreme Court has also observed that it is disturbing the violence that has been reported, especially in Murshidabad, Bengal. I have some more breaking news now that's coming in on your screen right now. On the violence, the West Bengal government has formed a 9-member committee to probe Murshidabad violence. A 9-member SIT will probe the violence. This even as first-hand accounts were broadcast on Republic TV of what each of those families went through, were put through, forced to leave their homes, their villages after being hounded out over the WAQF Act violence. And the West Bengal government has also now, as a counter perhaps, formed a 9-member committee to find out what has happened. Mamata Banerjee herself has tried to blame the BSF. From blaming the BSF to the BJP, she has refused to take onus of what happened in Murshidabad. And we're getting in breaking news now that the West Bengal government has formed a 9-member committee which will now look into what happened in Murshidabad. All right, getting in some more breaking news updates from Bengal. As Mamata Banerjee made a comment today, we'll pull out that comment as well and play out what the Chief Minister of Bengal felt about the violence in Bengal. She called it pre-planned communal riots. Mamata Banerjee, during a meeting with imams today, also urged Muslim community not to fall into the trap, saying that they were falling into the trap and indulging in violence on the streets. She didn't deny the violence, but she said that the Muslim community was falling into a trap. She didn't condemn the violence. She also announced 10 lakh as compensation to victims of the violence. And meanwhile, as this is coming even as the Supreme Court made some very critical observations on the WAQF Amendment Act a short while back. And these are some of the observations made by the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India while hearing on critical aspects, including and not limited to the WAQF by user, also talking about protected monuments and whether WAQF applies to them. The CJI also saying that he was very disturbed on the violence that has been reported in different parts of the country in the wake of the WAQF protests. And that's the breaking news update coming in. The court saying that the issue is before the court and they will decide on it. And that violence, in fact, this particular observation that violence should not be used to pressurize is something that the SG, the Solicitor General, said. I have Riyanka joining us live from the Supreme Court with more details. Riyanka, where does the case stand now in the court and what next starting tomorrow?
Well, after nearly 2 hours of hearing the observations, hearing the arguments, I beg your pardon, from the side of Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal and also from the side of Abhishek Manu Singhvi and other, esteemed lawyers, the Supreme Court has not yet passed an interim order today. That is something that the Supreme Court will be, expected to give tomorrow once the hearing resumes at around 2 p.m. Although, while adjourning the matter, the Supreme Court also made very, grave concerns over the fact that there has been violence in West Bengal's Murshidabad where nearly 3 people have died, and that is what Supreme Court has said. It's very disturbing at the moment, and once as the matter is pending before the court, these activities of violence must stop. The activities of protest and unrest must stop. On the other hand, there were several other observations which were made. In fact, the Supreme Court has gone ahead and issued a notice to the centre and has sought a response from the side of the centre over the apprehensions made by the petitioners in the time of 2 weeks. On the other hand, there were two main points which were in fact raised today in the Supreme Court. One being, at this point in time, the inclusion of a non-Muslim in the Council of Board, where the Supreme Court has, made it very clear that that is something that will be in fact considered. But yes, on the other hand, the court said that interim order will balance the equities. That is a very important part coming in. In fact, the court has also said that collector can continue with the proceedings, but the provision will not be given effect to. And regarding board and council, ex-officio members can be appointed, but the other members have to be Muslims. These were three important observations which were made by the court today, and tomorrow we will be also, we will be tracking the details that come in, expected on the lines that there will be an interim order that will be passed by the Supreme Court.
I'd like to play out some of the responses from outside the Supreme Court after that hearing, which will, by the way, continue tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Preliminarily, what we have heard or understood or that on two counts, which are very important. One is that work by users, that is going to be stayed tomorrow. And secondly, that inclusion of non-Muslim in the board should not happen. These are the two things which I think likely to come to the relief of petitioner. I am one of the petitioners from Dalit OBC minority Adivasi, and I feel that not only Muslims should fight for this fundamental right, but non-Muslim. I am a non-Muslim, and I think I am the one or one of maybe two who have filed the petition in favor of Waqf Board,
which is a registered trust in Mumbai, and which is the first petitioner in the PIL that we have filed against the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025.
What do you have to say about the hearing that went on today for nearly 2 hours?
The hearing, which started a little after 2 o'clock, it was we were, Zahir si baat hai, we were apprehensive, and it is obvious because this is the first time, at least for me, as a Dargahi person. By the way, I want to first of all assert that I'm not a political person. I'm an apolitical person, not having any vested interest in this. For me, it was the first time to come to the Supreme Court over here today, representing the dargahs and the khanqahs of our country. So I was apprehensive, but then I got a very positive vibe from how the CJI he commented on so many things, on so many issues that the government councils were presenting. And for me, the most important thing that he said was, you cannot change the history of 100 years when it comes to Waqf. That's it.
The Supreme Court has also very clearly mentioned that all the ancient masjids and, just like Jama Masjid, those will be untouched. Then nothing will change regarding.
Yes, of course, I do know that they will be untouched. But whatever comes under Waqf, we will see to it, and we will draw the attention of the apex body, of the apex court, that these things are Waqf as per the definition of Waqf contained in Islamic jurisprudence, which is originally the meaning of Waqf. When we'll come and explain that, and I think I have a very positive vibe about this. They are going to respond positively to it, inshallah.
Lastly, what about the inclusion of a non-Muslim in the Board of Council?
I really don't know why this is being made an issue, but I will say that if non-Muslims, non-Muslim being nominated as members of a Waqf Council are, that this is something becoming a sensitive masla, then I say let the majority Muslims of a Mandir committee be Muslims. Yeah, thank you.
Well, so one of the voices that we were getting here from outside the Supreme Court, who has said that he'd indeed get a positive vibe from, in fact, the hearing today, and he's very much hopeful that there will be a proper interim order that will be passed by the Supreme Court.
यहाँ पर दिल्ली के अंदर 1977 प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं और सबका गजट नोटिफिकेशन है, वो सब जो है गजट में है और एरिया भी गजट के अंदर है। जबकि मैं चेयरमैन था तो हमने सारे केसेस जीते। अब जब इनका, जैसे मैं मिसाल देता हूँ कि ये सारी चीज़ें, अब उसके बाद जब मैं 2023 में चेयरमैन नहीं रहा, पद से हट गया, तो अब रेवेन्यू जो सेक्रेटरी है वो जो है उसको देख रहे हैं। तो शाही ईदगाह का मसला आया, तो शाही ईदगाह की ज़मीन को बाकायदा उसने एफिडेविट दिया कि हमारी नहीं है। एक नखुंजी मस्जिद है वहाँ, उसके अंदर मेहरौली के अंदर कई सारी दरगाहें हैं, उस पर उन्होंने जो है क्लेम किया। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि केंद्र सरकार या स्टेट अगर किसी ज़मीन को लेना चाहती है तो सीओ या जो डीएम को ये पावर दे रहे हैं तो वो उसको कैसे चैलेंज कर सकता है, उनके खिलाफ कैसे जा सकता है? सरकार के खिलाफ नहीं जा सकता। तो केंद्र सरकार ने एक नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया था 123 प्रॉपर्टीज़ का, और सारी ज़मीनें उन्होंने अपने अंडर ले ली थी। तो मैं क्योंकि इनके अधीन नहीं आता, क्योंकि हमारी अलग सरकार है और ऑटोनोमस बॉडी थी, तो मैंने चैलेंज किया हाई कोर्ट के अंदर और सारी ज़मीनें वापस लेकर आए। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कंट्रोल जो है आज भी दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का है और वो केस चल रहा है। अगर इन्हीं का होता, ये डिविजनल कमिश्नर जो आज है या जो सीओ है अगर आज है, तो आप उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी का या रेवेन्यू जो केंद्र सरकार यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ वो चला जाता, कभी नहीं जाता। तो यही एक साजिश है इनकी।
Amid the tensions over the Waqf Amendment Act, BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad hit out at the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, asking her whether she has issues over women being given representation in the Waqf board. He further added that Mamata Banerjee, he asked whether she had a problem with backward Muslims being given a seat in the Waqf board. His remarks came days after Mamata cleared her government's position, saying that the newly amended Waqf Act would not be implemented in Bengal.
सवाल आज मैं ममता जी के लिए उठाना चाहता हूं। ममता जी, अगर वक्फ बोर्ड में केंद्र में और सारे प्रदेशों में महिलाओं को जगह दी जा रही है तो आपको परेशानी है क्या? ममता जी, अगर पिछड़े, अति पिछड़े मुसलमान, पसमानदा मुसलमानों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन वक्फ बोर्ड में लाया जा रहा है तो आपको परेशानी है क्या?
JDU leader Neeraj Kumar lashed out of the RJD and Bihar LOP, leader of opposition Tejaswi Yadav, over the hijacked remarks, saying that politics moves in the direction where Chief Minister Nitish Kumar sets his gaze upon. What awards there in Bihar?
माननीय तेजस्वी यादव जी की वह राजनीतिक भाषा की नीतीश कुमार जी को हाईजैक कर लिया गया है, तो लालू प्रसाद जी को कौन हाईजैक कर लिया? 300 घंटा के बाद माननीय तेजस्वी यादव अपने पिता से मिलने जाते हैं। पिता आईसीयू में हैं, पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, तो डिफंक्ट हो गए क्या? तो उनको पदमुक्त कर दीजिए।
The BJP has attacked the opposition over the power failure in Delhi. Delhi Power Minister Ashish Sood attacking all those spreading rumours of a power failure. The minister saying that the self-proclaimed unemployed leader should first look at the development of national capital before commenting every now and then.
ये सब झूठ बहुत दिन चलते नहीं है। ये गर्मी भी 2 महीने में समाप्त हो जाएगी तो ये भी नैरेटिव खत्म हो जाएगा। जनता को खुद पता चल जाएगा कि कितने दिन बिजली गई, कितने दिन बिजली नहीं गई। इसलिए इन तथाकथित बेरोजगार नेताओं को, जो स्वघोषित बेरोजगार है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं ऐसी भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं करता हूं, ये स्वघोषित बेरोजगार नेता हैं, इन्हें रोजगार चाहिए। तो पिछली सरकार के मुखिया भी पहले पूरे चुनाव में भाषण देते रहे, अब रोज सुबह उठ के जब मन कोई और काम नहीं होता तो एक ट्वीट कर देते हैं बिजली का सिस्टम कोलैप्स हो गया है। ये सब जो काम हो रहे हैं उनको दिखाइए।
BJP in Bengal, led by Shuvendu Adhikari, carried out a rally of party MLAs to pay tribute to the families of those killed during the unrest which erupted in Murshidabad, a district of Bengal. Shuvendu Adhikari demanded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's resignation, saying the entire state was observing Hindu Shaheed Divas. And during the rally of the BJP MLAs in Kolkata, the leaders were seen carrying posters with images of violence allegedly from Murshidabad, with the posters reading Hindu Martyrs' Day. Congress MP and Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi asserted that the path to defeat BJP and RSS goes through Gujarat. While addressing a gathering there, Rahul saying that the ongoing tussle was not merely political but also ideological, adding that the entire country knew that only Congress can defeat the BJP.
ये जो लड़ाई चल रही है, ये राजनीतिक लड़ाई तो है, मगर ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई भी है। और विचारधारा की सिर्फ 2 पार्टियां हिंदुस्तान में, एक बीजेपी और आरएसएस और दूसरी कांग्रेस पार्टी। तो लड़ाई इन दोनों के बीच में है और पूरा देश जानता है, समझता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही आरएसएस और बीजेपी को हरा सकती है।
The Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at almost 15 locations across Delhi, Mumbai, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Indore, Jaipur, Chennai, Sambhalpur in connection with the Mahadev betting app case. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel was allegedly one of the beneficiaries of the betting scam. Manipur police arrested 14 terrorists of different outfits, recovered arms, ammunition, cash, incriminating documents from their possession. Detained terrorists belong to Kangle Pak Communist Party, a United National Liberation Front, PRIPA, and Socialist Revolutionary Party of Kangle Pak outfits.
After hearing about Republic Positive Influencer program, I had to send this video to Republic. It's all about IPL matches. Virat ke shots to Dhoni ki stumping. From jaw-dropping sixes to nail-biting finishes. RCB के fans का वो loyal base to CSK के fans का वो stadium में craze. मेरी cricket की stories में IPL की full-on vibe है. I am really hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of cricket.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate.
Vadra Gandhis play victim card over ED action. Congress stages VVIP protests across India. No more VIP treatment. Vadra Gandhis must answer. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus, the WAQF hearing is going to continue in the top court tomorrow at 2 p.m. The WAQF plea hearing heard in the Supreme Court today. Couple Sambhal, Tushar Mehta made their arguments to be heard again tomorrow. Robert Vadra interrogated by ED for a second consecutive day. The Skylight Hospitality money laundering case.
सवाल उठता है कि क्या कांग्रेस अपने 50 साल के शासनकाल में विरासत को बचा नहीं पाई? जब जनता में इतनी अनपॉपुलर हो गई थी वो विरासत कि कोई उसका खरीदार नहीं था।
BJP slams Congress over the National Herald case, says Congress corrupt mindset exposed.
মুর্শিদাবাদ জেলা হলেও সিটটা কিন্তু মালদার মধ্যে পড়ে এবং ইটস এ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড কমিউনাল রাইটস ইফ আই সে সো, কারণ আমিও পাবলিকের কাছ থেকে অনেক ইনফরমেশন পাচ্ছি।
Mamata Banerjee makes a big claim on Murshidabad violence and says the riots were pre-planned.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the National Herald case and the investigation that is being carried out?
Republic questions Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case. Rahul stays silent. US slaps 245% tariff retaliatory on Chinese goods as trade war intensifies. And this big breaking news coming in. The West Bengal police constitutes 9-member SIT panel for the investigation of cases of violence. And this will be in Samserganj and other areas of Jagipuri police district. All officers are directed to report by 12 p.m. tomorrow. The big breaking news coming in. The West Bengal government now constitutes 9-member SIT for the investigation of violence cases in Samserganj and other areas of Jangipur Police District, and all the officers will be directed to be there. I'm also going to be joined by my colleagues from our sister channel Bangla Newsroom. They're going to giving us more details on this, but this is the big breaking news that's coming in for now. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has reaffirmed the state's firm stance on the WAQF law, stating while the law is a reality, anyone opposing it is free to approach the Supreme Court. Himanta Biswa Sarma also warned that no stone pelting or violence in the name of WAQF will be tolerated in Assam. His strong message was directed at those protesting the law and comes in the wake of continued violence and unrest in West Bengal. Let's listen to that reaction.
আইনখনক বিৰোধিতা কৰিব বিচাৰে মই এটা কথাই কম যে উচ্চতম ন্যায়ালয়ত ইয়াৰ গোচৰ চলিছে কাৰোবাৰ কিবা পক্ষ ৰাখিব আছে উচ্চতম ন্যায়ালয়ত ৰাখক কথাটো তাতে ভালকৈ আলোচনা হ'ব অসমৰ ৰাস্তাত যদি কোনোবাই নামে ওয়াকফক সমৰ্থন কৰা মানুহ ৰাস্তাত নামি যাব তেতিয়াতো কাজিয়া পেছালে হ'ব আমি অসমত কাজিয়া পেছাল নিবিচাৰো আমসুক মই কম যে ভাই আপোনালোকে বিৰোধিতা কৰিলে সমৰ্থন কৰা মানুহটো আছে গতিকে আমাক সংঘাত নালাগে আমি ইয়াত ভাতৃত্বমূলকভাৱে সকলো চলি থাকিব লাগে অসমখন আগুৱাই লৈ যাব লাগে সেই কাৰণে ভাল আৰু বেয়া আমি তাৰ পাৰ্থক্যটো বুজি পাব লাগে কোনোবাই ওয়াকফক বিৰোধিতা কৰিছে মোৰ ক'বলগীয়া নাই সুপ্ৰিম কোৰ্টত যাওক সমৰ্থন কৰিছে তেওঁ সুপ্ৰিম কোৰ্টত যাওক যেনেকৈ ওয়াকফ আইনক আমি সমৰ্থন কৰিছো যোৱাকালি সমৰ্থনত আমি সুপ্ৰিম কোৰ্টত গৈছো আমসুৱে বিৰোধিতা কৰি সমৰ্থন যাওক কিন্তু ৰাস্তাত একো কৰিব দিয়া নহব আমসুক আলোচনাৰ মজিয়ালৈকে মাতি সুপ্ৰিম কোৰ্টত আলোচনা জাজে কৰিব আমি কোৰ্ট আলোচনা কৰিম আমাৰটো কামটো হৈয়ে গ'ল সংসদত গতিকে এতিয়া কোৰ্টৰ মজিয়াত জাজে আলোচনা কৰিব জাজে বিচাৰ দিব কিন্তু ইয়াত ৰাস্তাত লটং পটং নহব হেতু কথা একদম
Amid the political furor over the ED's prosecution complaint against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi in the National Herald case, a viral clip has left the Congress red-faced. Ahead of a protest over Sonia and Rahul being named as accused number 1 and 2 in the complaint, some Congress leaders were pictured sipping coffee at a Starbucks store in Guwahati. Here's that report.
As the Congress hit the streets in the national capital over the ED's complaint against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, a viral video clip has put the party to shame. Day after the ED named Sonia and Rahul as accused numbers 1 and 2 in the National Herald case, the Congress erupted in protest outside the AICC headquarters. However, the viral video from Assam purportedly showed the Congress leaders visiting a Starbucks outlet before a scheduled protest against the ED action. In the clip, the Congress leaders were purportedly seen sipping on steaming cups of coffee at the Starbucks outlet. The clip also showed the Congress leaders catching up over premium coffee and breakfast at the Starbucks outlet. Outside the AICC headquarters in the national capital, the Congress protest was led by senior leaders including Sachin Pilot and Pratap Giri.
And there's breaking news that's coming in a major crackdown on Insurgency. Manipur police has arrested 14 terrorists belonging to banned outfits over the last 24 hours. The arrests have been made across 6 districts of Thoubal, Imphal East, Imphal West, Tengunpal, Bishnupur and Jirubam, with the highest number of detained from Imphal East and Thoubal. The terrorists were reportedly involved in crimes such as extortion from the government employees, contractors, traders and civilians. The police has recovered arms, high-powered grenades. Let me go across to Anirudh joining us live from Guwahati. Anirudh, give us more details. What all has the police recovered in this major crackdown on insurgency?
Yes, this arrest has been made by the Manipur police over the last 24 hours. And as you all know that the situation in Manipur continues to remain on the edge, particularly even after imposition of president rule in the state. There have been only slight improvement in the ethnic tensions. However, the activities of the militants particularly continue all across the state of Manipur, and what has been learned that these arrested individuals, they were actively involved in extortions. They were running an extortion racket not only in the valley but also in the hills areas. And if we look at the amount that they were extorting, it's a huge significant amount. More than 20 lakh has been chased from these militants, and they were not only serving extortion notices to contractors or businessmen, but in fact many government officials of Manipur were also served with extortion notices by the militant. Even small businessmen were also not spared. So yes, it is a major and significant relief as far as the business community and the public is concerned. However, yes, the activities of the militants continue unabated in and across the hill and the valley in Manipur, and the crackdown needs to be continued in order to ensure that more and more number of militants are arrested, because many arms that were looted are still in the hands of the militants, and if those were not recovered, then public safety cannot be ensured.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Anirudh. It's a top focus we'll track. We have some national news in brief now. Amid heightened tensions over the WAQF Act, Bharatiya Janata Party's Ravi Shankar Prasad has hit out at West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, asking her whether she has issues over women being given representation in the WAQF board. He further asked whether she had a problem with backward Muslims being given a seat in the WAQF board. His remark comes days after Banerjee cleared her government's position, saying the newly amended act would not be implemented in West Bengal.
बड़ा सवाल आज मैं ममता जी के लिए उठाना चाहता हूं। ममता जी, अगर वक्फ बोर्ड में केंद्र में और सारे प्रदेशों में महिलाओं को जगह दी जा रही है तो आपको परेशानी है क्या? ममता जी, अगर पिछड़े अति पिछड़े मुसलमान पसमानदा मुसलमानों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन वक्फ बोर्ड में लाया जा रहा है तो आपको परेशानी है क्या?
Janata Dal leader Neeraj Kumar has now lashed out at Rashtra Janata Dal leader and Bihar leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav over the latter's hijacked remarks, saying that politics moves in the direction where Chief Minister Nitish Kumar sets his gaze.
माननीय तेजस्वी यादव जी की वह राजनीतिक भाषा की नीतीश कुमार जी को हाईजैक कर लिया गया है, तो लालू प्रसाद जी को कौन हाईजैक कर लिया? 300 घंटा के बाद माननीय तेजस्वी यादव अपने पिता से मिलने जाते हैं। पिता आईसीयू में हैं, पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, तो डिफंक्ट हो गए क्या? तो उनको पदमुक्त कर दीजिए।
Delhi Power Minister Ashish Sood attacked all those spreading rumors of power failure in Delhi. The minister said that self-proclaimed unemployed leaders should first look at the development of national capital before commenting over anything.
ये सब झूठ बहुत दिन चलते नहीं है।
ये गर्मी भी 2 महीने में समाप्त हो जाएगी, तो ये भी नैरेटिव खत्म हो जाएगा। जनता को खुद पता चल जाएगा कि कितने दिन बिजली गई, कितने दिन बिजली नहीं गई। इसलिए इन तथाकथित बेरोजगार नेताओं को, जो स्वघोषित बेरोजगार है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं ऐसी भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं करता हूं, ये स्वघोषित बेरोजगार नेता हैं, इन्हें रोजगार चाहिए। तो पिछली सरकार के मुखिया भी पहले पूरे चुनाव में भाषण देते रहे, अब रोज सुबह उठ के जब मन कोई और काम नहीं होता तो एक ट्वीट कर देते हैं बिजली का सिस्टम कोलैप्स हो गया है। ये सब जो काम हो रहे हैं उनको दिखाइए।
The BJP, led by West Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari, took out a rally of party MLAs to pay tribute to the families which were killed during the unrest which erupted in Murshidabad district in the state. Suvendu demanded Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's resignation, said the entire state is observing Hindu Shaheed Divas. During the rally of BJP MLAs in Kolkata, the leaders were seen carrying posters with images of violence allegedly from Murshidabad, with posters reading Hindu Martyrs' Day. Congress MP, Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi asserted the path to defeat BJP and RSS goes through Gujarat. While addressing the gathering here, Gandhi said the ongoing tussle was not merely political but ideological. He added the entire country knows that only Congress can defeat the BJP.
ये जो लड़ाई चल रही है, ये राजनीतिक लड़ाई तो है, मगर ये विचारधारा की लड़ाई भी है। और विचारधारा की सिर्फ 2 पार्टियां हिंदुस्तान में, एक बीजेपी और आरएसएस और दूसरी कांग्रेस पार्टी। तो लड़ाई इन दोनों के बीच में है और पूरा देश जानता है, समझता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही आरएसएस और बीजेपी को हरा सकती है।
The ED conducted raids at almost 15 locations across Delhi, Mumbai, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Indore, Jaipur, Chennai, Sambhal in connection with Mahadev betting app case. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel was also allegedly one of the beneficiaries of the Mahadev betting scam. And Manipur police arrested 14 terrorists of different outfits, recovered arms, ammunition, cash, incriminating documents from their possession. The detained terrorists belonged to different parties and Socialist Revolutionary Party, National Liberation Front, Tripak of the Kanglepiak outfits. And these are visuals that are coming in breaking news that's coming in. Sukanta, West Bengal's State Chief and Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar now visits Kolkata Police Headquarters. He's been stopped outside the police headquarters. He's accompanied by displaced Hindus. There are barricades outside the Lal Bazaar as Sukanta Majumdar arrives with the displaced Hindus. The BJP state chief is stopped from entering the Kolkata police headquarters. Sukanta Majumdar, the BJP state chief, and the union minister has now been stopped by the Kolkata police from entering the Kolkata police headquarters. He arrives there with displaced Hindus. There is barricading and the chief minister is stopped from entering the Kolkata police station. Sukanta has now said, I am here to meet the DG over the attack on Hindus, stepping up the ante for the displaced Hindus in the state of West Bengal who are now going over to neighboring Jharkhand. The BJP takes it in their hands to support them. BJP state chief and union minister Sukanta Majumdar visiting the Kolkata police at the Kolkata police station headquarters. He's present there with the displaced Hindus, but he's not being allowed to enter. There is absolute refusal. Let's first play out that reaction of Sukanta Majumdar. Because as we go back to the top focus, I want to also go across to breaking news that's coming in, this time from Gurugram and the Medanta that has issued a detailed statement over the sexual assault case. The statement reads, we've been made aware of the complaint from a patient. We are fully cooperating with the investigation conducted by the authorities. They also say at this stage, no allegations have been substantiated. The CCTV footage from the hospital for the time period has been handed to the police, and we remain committed to this cooperation and investigation process. As I go across, this is the Medanta group, and there was alleged sexual assault in Gurugram hospital. I want to go across to Piyush to get the latest details. Piyush is joining us from there. Piyush, give us more details.
So, Rhythm, what I can tell you is that this is a very shocking incident that has been reported from a prominent hospital, not only in Gurugram, but one would say the entire country, Medanta, in which a 46-year-old air hostess, after being drowned in a swimming pool of the hotel where she was residing in, was admitted to the ICU of this hospital, and she was on ventilator from the period between April 6 to April 12. And it is in this period where later she has alleged that she was sexually molested by one of the staffs of the Medanta hospital. In fact, the allegations have been so grave that she has said that this sexual misconduct against her when she was in the state of drowsiness was being done in the visibility of the female nurse. So these are some very grave allegations that have been made. Subsequently, on April 13th, the legal representative of this 46-year-old air hostess and her husband filed a complaint with Gurugram police, and subsequently the Gurugram police has now filed an FIR in this case. Now the investigations in this entire matter is ongoing. The Gurugram police on its side have detained and questioned some people. They have also taken the documents and CCTV images from Medanta Hospital, a statement which has again been complied by the Medanta Hospital itself. Having said that, Medanta Hospital has tried to defend itself, saying that these allegations are still unsubstantiated. Also, it is important to note that the NCW, they have also now taken cognizance of this entire matter, and they have sought a report from Medanta that if this sexual misconduct did take place in its hospital premises, what action was being taken, and they have sought a report from the hospital, and also they have asked Gurugram police to provide complete protection to the victim and also provide her psychological counseling. So yes, very interesting to see that in the coming days what investigating progress would the Gurugram police make in this very sensitive case. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush, absolutely. This is medical criminal negligence if found against the Medanta group, and they're also answerable to exactly who was in the ICU. It's also being stated by this girl, this victim, that she was admitted and she was assaulted in the presence of two nurses. I'm going to play out that reaction that we also have and the investigation being done by our journalist and colleague Jatin from the Gurugram Sadar Thana. Take a look.
गुरुग्राम के एक बड़े अस्पताल में एक मरीज के साथ यौन शोषण की शिकायत गुरुग्राम के सदर पुलिस स्टेशन में मिली है। पुलिस ने इस शिकायत के आधार पर एफआईआर दर्ज कर जांच शुरू कर दी है। जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि जो महिला मरीज है, जो कि पेशे से एयर होस्टेस है, पश्चिम बंगाल की रहने वाली है, लेकिन गुरुग्राम में एक ट्रेनिंग के सिलसिले में आई हुई थी। वो गुरुग्राम के एक होटल में ठहरी हुई थी। 5 तारीख को अचानक स्विमिंग पूल में डूबने से उसकी तबीयत खराब होती है। उसको अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया जाता है। गुरुग्राम के एक बड़े अस्पताल में 1 हफ्ते उसका इलाज चलता है, लेकिन अपनी शिकायत में पीड़िता ने बताया कि 6 अप्रैल को जो विक्टिम थी वो वेंटिलेटर पे थी, अनकॉन्शियस थी, बेहोशी की हालत में थी। उसी समय जो हॉस्पिटल का स्टाफ है उसने जो एयर होस्टेस है, विक्टिम है और कहीं ना कहीं बीमार थी उस समय, उसके साथ यौन शोषण की वारदात को अंजाम दिया। हालांकि स्टेटमेंट में पीड़िता ने यह भी बताया कि जिस समय यौन शोषण किया गया 2 फीमेल अटेंडेंट्स उसके साथ मौजूद थी। हालांकि उस समय वो बहुत घबरा गई थी, बेहोशी की हालत में थी। 1 हफ्ता इलाज चलने के बाद गुरुग्राम के एक बड़े अस्पताल से उसका डिस्चार्ज जो है वो संभवतः कर दिया गया, जिसके बाद 13 तारीख को इसी गुरुग्राम के सदर पुलिस स्टेशन में जो विक्टिम है वो पहुंचती है, अपनी आप बीती पुलिस को बताती है, जिसके बाद पुलिस ने इस पूरे मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज कर जांच शुरू कर दी है। हालांकि गुरुग्राम के उस बड़े अस्पताल की तरफ से भी एक स्टेटमेंट सामने आया। उस स्टेटमेंट में अस्पताल द्वारा बोला गया कि पुलिस कंप्लेंट के बारे में अस्पताल को जानकारी मिली है, जो भी सीसीटीवी फुटेज हैं, संबंधित डॉक्यूमेंट हैं, वो पुलिस को हैंडओवर कर रहे हैं और जांच में सहयोग करने की बात अस्पताल करता नजर आ रहा है।
Shocking that Medanta's statement has now been coming out, but what sort of people are being employed in all these fancy hospitals has also to be seen. This is medical criminal negligence. There is no woman in an ICU who will come out and make this statement for anything. The NHRC also takes suo motu cognizance, but the big breaking news is really going to be how this was allowed in the ICU of such a big hospital chain. Clashes erupted during the demolition of an unauthorized dargah allegedly in Maharashtra's Nasik. The police were seen engaging in pitched battles with mobs that tried resisting the demolition of the decade-old Sufi shrine in the Kathe Gully area of Pune. As many as 21 police personnel were injured in the clashes. 22 suspects have been rounded up.
An anti-encroachment drive in Nasik took a violent turn as mobs tried to resist the demolition of a dargah. A team from the Nasik Municipal Corporation arrived to raise the Sufi shrine, which is deemed to be encroaching public space. However, the demolition team, accompanied by the police, ran into a wall of resistance as mobs tried to disrupt the raising an unauthorized structure. Tempers frayed and the situation slipped out of control after the police resorted to lathi charge and tear gas shelling to break up the mobs. Dramatic visuals showed mobs engaging in pitched battles with riot police as tensions spiraled. The demolition team comprised 40 civic staffers, 4 earth movers, 8 dumpers and 7 vehicles. The clashes left 21 police personnel injured, while 22 suspects were picked up in connection with the violence. An uneasy calm prevailed in the area in the immediate aftermath of the clashes, even as a sizable police contingent was deployed to prevent further violence. The area where the violence unfolded was cordoned off. Despite the mob violence, 90% of the dargah was razed and the debris cleared by the demolition team. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Breaking news that's coming in. Plane with 12 Indians on board makes emergency landing at Nepal's Kathmandu airport after experiencing a hydraulic system failure. Private airline Sita airplane from Lukla, the gateway to Mount Everest region, to Ramechhap, about 140 kilometers southeast of Kathmandu, was diverted to the Tribhuvan International Airport after the technical fault was detected. An airline official has said the Dornier aircraft with 12 Indians, 2 Nepalese, 3 crew members on board was towed to the parking bay with the help of a tractor after it landed at the airport. Let me go across to my colleague Tanisha. Tanisha, give us more details.
This is the case of a private airline that has made an emergency landing at the Kathmandu airport. We learned that there were 12 Indians on board. All of them have been safely landed. Now we learned that the reason for the emergency landing of the plane has been a technical hydraulic failure. All the passengers along with the 12 Indians, the 3 crew members and 2 Nepalese passengers are safe, and the airlines has issued a statement, and I will just quote from that statement where they say that private airline Sita airplane from Lukla, the gateway to Mount Everest region, to Ramechhap, about 140 kilometers southeast of Kathmandu, was diverted to Tribhuvan International Airport after the technical fault was detected. Now remember, we have to notice here the kind of terrain that's there in Kathmandu, which is a hilly region, and after which is when a hydraulic failure was detected in the plane. Thankfully, with the urgent action by the crew members on board, the plane had to go through an emergency landing and all the passengers are safe.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Tanisha.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving.
After Bengal, pan-India concern over Friday mayhem. Breakdown of law and order, government not responsible. Is violence on Fridays